Dalu 4. Ultimate, 10,000 years later, the ice melted. The Douluo Federation's scientific research team discovered an egg with golden and silver patterns while conducting research in the far north. After using instruments to investigate, they found that it actually had vital signs and hurriedly brought it back to the laboratory for incubation. The egg hatched, but what emerged was a baby, an infant identical to a human, a child born from an egg. Chapter 1. What is that? The disc-shaped all-weather Soul Guide reconnaissance aircraft glided slowly over the sea, and in the distance, the white line of snow was already visible. Director, we are about to arrive at the extreme north. A crisp voice sounded as Nan Sheng, dressed in a white military uniform, reported to Lan Xiao, who was seated in the co-pilot's position. They were a scientific research team from the ancient Soul Beast Research Institute under the Douluo Federation Academy of Sciences, Tian-Do branch. Since the Douluo Federation completed its first space journey about 9,000 years ago, humanity has begun an unending exploration of space. Continuous exploration and discoveries have led to a greater understanding of the vastness of the universe. With the increase in population and other issues, humanity began to attempt interstellar migration. After thousands of years of unremitting efforts, the first planetary migration was completed over 1,000 years ago. In the following 1,000 years, humanity has accomplished migration plans for 7 planets and developed them. Since the disaster brought by soul beasts nearly led to annihilation 10,000 years ago, the then chairman Mo Lan, hailed as the mother of peace in the Douluo Federation, announced that humans would coexist peacefully with soul beasts. All acts of killing soul beasts were prohibited. When the Federation was colonizing the 3rd planet, this planet was gifted to the soul beasts, led by several contemporary soul beast kings, who migrated from the small plane of the 10,000 Beasts platform. The soul beasts finally had their own homeland. Subsequently, the 7th planet was also gifted to the soul beasts. With 2 planets of their own, the soul beasts were able to rest and recuperate over 10,000 years, and the enmity between humans and soul beasts was completely resolved. Humanity was now engaging in comprehensive cooperation with soul beasts in a new way. For tens of thousands of years, the soul beasts occupied the entire Douluo star, while humans struggled to survive. Then humans invented soul guides, beginning to compress the living space of soul beasts, followed by the revenge of the awakened soul beast kings, leading the remaining soul beasts against humanity 10,000 years ago. Now, humans and soul beasts coexist peacefully. The changes of the times have finally allowed humans and soul beasts, closely related due to the profession of soul masters, to enter a period of peaceful development. The scientific research team led by Lan Xiao came to the extreme north to investigate whether there were any remaining ice and snow-type soul beasts or relics of soul beasts, in order to conduct research on ancient soul beasts. The extreme north was once hailed as the last pure land of the Douluo continent. The harsh environment here prevented the remaining soul beasts from being harmed by humans. It also underwent migration, but the soul beast world here was self-contained, and it took considerable effort to gain the recognition of the majority of soul beasts for migration. However, some chose to stay or hide. Okay, Lan Xiao, adorned with a major's insignia and handsome in appearance, was 31 years old and graduated from the Douluo Federation National Academy of Technology, majoring in soul beast research. All research units were granted military ranks and managed uniformly by the Federation. As he responded, his gaze inadvertently fell on the beautiful curves outlined by Nan Sheng's military uniform. Besides being colleagues, there were also a couple. The beautiful Nan Sheng had just joined the research institute not long ago when she caught the attention of her director. The two were very much in love and were planning to get married after this scientific expedition. Nan Sheng shot him a glare and turned her head away. Her cute demeanor prompted Lan Xiao to smile knowingly. Once we enter the extreme north, immediately activate the life detector. Set the detection intensity to the 10-year soul beast level. Lan Xiao ordered. Yes. Nan Sheng, responsible for detection, responded in a professional manner. The extreme north has historically been a bitterly cold land where almost no plants can survive. In the past, when soul beasts existed, the main ones were large soul beasts that could withstand the cold. There were also some special soul beasts like the ice blue scorpion and snow woman. Soon, the all-weather Soul Guide reconnaissance aircraft entered the extreme north, flying toward the inner circle, surrounded by a gentle white halo that isolated it from the harsh cold outside. In the center of the flat belly of the aircraft, a faint green light shone down, creating a green light circle on the ground that covered an area of 1 square kilometer. Any life form with an intensity exceeding that of a 10-year-old beast within this circle would be detected. This was the latest model of life detector, with precision enough to penetrate 100 meters underground. The reconnaissance aircraft moved along the coastline, scanning as it progressed. Although the life detector had a wide detection range, the extreme north was vast, and scanning the entire area, or even just a portion of it, would take a considerable amount of time. All right, since we've arrived, let's set the detection program, and everyone can take a break. I hope we can make some discoveries this time. Lan Xiao stretched his body and said lazily, a faint smile always lingering at the corner of his mouth. Seeing his demeanor, Nancheng pouted. This guy always seemed so nonchalant about everything, yet he excelled in everything he did. Back in school, she hadn't seen him work hard, yet he became a top student. After graduation, he was easily recruited by the Research Institute, and although they had both been admitted together, she was still a lieutenant while he had been promoted twice. Through the ranks. It was known that promotions in military ranks were extremely difficult without war. It would take years to advance to a school-level officer, and one would need to be at least 40 years old to have a chance. Yet this guy was only 31. Thinking about it made her feel indignant. She had clearly worked harder than him. Even when he was pursuing her, she seemed to have surrendered under his harmless smile. Oomph. As she was lost in thought, a shadow suddenly blocked the light in front of her, and a large hand ruffled her hair. The familiar voice then sounded in her ear. All right, the detection instruments will automatically alarm if anything is found. Come eat with me. If it were someone else, being in such an important department and becoming coupled with a colleague would definitely call for caution, but Lan Xiao had no such awareness, and openly got close to Nancheng. She had reminded him many times, but he remained unchanged, justifying it as, I can't help it. Nancheng stood up, then realized she had easily complied with his request. Damn it. Looking up to glare at him, she was met with Lan Zhao's charming smile, and before she knew it, he had taken her small hand and was leading her to the ship's dining hall. His voice echoed in her ears, I just like your silly look. Who are you calling silly? Just as she was contemplating whether to retaliate, a series of urgent beep-beep sounds attracted everyone's attention. Nancheng instinctively rushed back to her position, quickly performing a series of operations. The screen in front of her rapidly magnified, clearly showing a circle of intense light continuously expanding outward. Lan Xiao followed closely behind and came to her side, looking at the screen with a serious expression. All units attention. All units attention. A powerful life form may be present. The reconnaissance aircraft will ascend to 3,000 meters. Concentrate the life detector. Activate the shield to maximum strength. Prepare interception weapons. He issued a series of orders without hesitation, his previously lazy demeanor replaced by seriousness. The expanding halo on the screen was red, and he understood what that meant. Only a soul beast of 100,000 years could possibly release such powerful life energy. Use the reconnaissance satellite for detailed observation. Lan Xiao patted Nancheng's shoulder. Nancheng's hands danced like butterflies over the controls in front of her, quickly connecting the satellite. Under her guidance, the high-definition reconnaissance satellite locked onto the target. Lan Xiao stood up straight and turned to the main screen of the reconnaissance aircraft. On the main screen, an image was being rapidly magnified. At first, it was just a white expanse, but soon the melting snow became clear. Following that, a valley surrounded by ice and snow appeared. Although it was called a valley, it actually resembled a crack, which quickly enlarged under the high-definition detection of the reconnaissance satellite, extending deep into the valley next to a broken rock. The immense life energy emanated from this point. When the satellite pinpointed that location, both Lan Xiao and Nancheng could clearly see a faint golden halo flickering beneath the snow cover. Zoom in a bit more, Lan Xiao said in a deep voice. The image continued to magnify, and this time it became even clearer. The snow surface shimmered not only with gold, but also with silver. The two colors slowly alternated in their flickering. Nancheng turned to him and whispered, What is that? Chapter 85. The first in mental power, Qian Lei chuckled. I thought you would choose the dual armor path. Most of our class will probably choose the dual armor path. Becoming a battle armor master in the future is quite an impressive reality. Aren't you considering it? Lan Xuanyu replied, I really like battle armor too. I have 2 figurines, the golden dragon Yuyu and the silver dragon Wuling. However, I've loved piloting warships since I was a child, and I don't want to miss out on that. I'm planning to choose both battle armor master and basic warship piloting as my 2 secondary professions. What do you think? Qianlei said, not great. The dual armor path has similarities between mechas and battle armor, like forging and such. But warship piloting and battle armor are completely different. This will definitely require more time and effort, so you need to think carefully. Didn't the teacher just say that if you choose the wrong secondary profession, it's hard to change? Your soul power isn't that high to begin with, and if you choose 2 completely different secondary professions, it will probably consume even more of your time. That's not good. Thank you. I'll think about it some more. What about you? What are you choosing? Lan Xuanyu asked curiously. Basic warship piloting, Qianlei said naturally. Lan Xuanyu's mouth twitched. Weren't you just advising me otherwise? Qianlei chuckled. I'm different. Don't look at my unreliable martial soul. I learn things particularly quickly. My mental power is the best in the class. Otherwise, do you think I would have been admitted? It's really just an unreliable summoning. Lan Xuanyu was taken aback. So you also want to choose Battle Armor Master plus basic warship piloting? How much mental power do you have? Qianlei replied, I haven't measured it recently, but it's probably around 130 or 140. Lan Xuanyu estimated that his mental power was also around 100, but he didn't expect Qianlei's to be higher than his, which was indeed surprising. There really wasn't a single ordinary person in the high-energy youth class. My mental power should also be around 100. Is that enough to study these 2? Lan Xuanyu said, What? You also have 100? So strong? Is the dual martial soul that powerful? Qianlei exclaimed, his voice a bit loud from surprise, immediately attracting the teacher's attention. You 2 stand up. The teacher raised his hand and pointed towards them. Qianlei realized he had spoken too loudly and quickly covered his mouth and stood up. Lan Xuanyu was also helpless. It was only the first day, and he had already been called out by the teacher for the second time. The 2 stood up, facing the teacher's piercing gaze. Do you 2 have any questions? So eager to discuss in class? The teacher said lightly. Qianlei and Lan Xuanyu exchanged glances about to speak, but were stopped by the teacher raising his hand. Don't speak, let the new student say. You're Lan Xuanyu, right? Yes. Lan Xuanyu nodded, looking at his beautiful big eyes. The teacher's serious expression softened a bit. Go ahead, what were you discussing just now? Lan Xuanyu said, Teacher, we were discussing the issue of choosing secondary professions. Whether basic warship piloting can be practiced alongside battle armor. Qianlei said that practicing both would consume a lot of energy and wouldn't be easy to master. But I really like both Qianlei, and I want to practice them. The teacher was taken aback, practicing basic warship piloting and battle armor together. He suddenly became a bit interested. What gives you that confidence? As Qianlei said, both will consume a lot of energy, and having determination alone doesn't guarantee success. It requires talent and ability, both of which are essential. Qianlei couldn't help but interject, Teacher, didn't you just say that comprehension is related to mental power? Our mental powers are high, so it should be possible to practice both, right? The teacher's eyes lit up. Your mental powers have both surpassed 50? As soon as this was said, the other high-energy youth class students immediately cast their eyes toward the 2. After all, at their age, having mental power over 50 was no easy feat over 100. Qianlei said somewhat smugly. He had always been the last in the class, due to his unreliable martial soul, but his exceptional mental power was something he was most proud of, and it was also the reason he was recruited into the high-energy youth class in the first place. Over 100? The teacher's eyes flashed with surprise. He was responsible for teaching comprehensive knowledge and wasn't particularly aware of each student's fundamental qualities. He knew very well what it meant to have mental power over 100. Many soul masters below the 4th ring might not reach this level. These children were only 7 or 8 years old, with around 1 ring of cultivation. And having mental power over 100 was indeed the mark of a genius among geniuses. Sit down. Although your mental powers are strong enough, the teacher believes you need to undergo further assessment and evaluation before deciding whether to practice both. You must know that once you practice both, the amount of learning you will have to endure will become particularly large. As I just mentioned, basic warship piloting and the complexity of battle armor crafting are no less demanding, and it will consume a lot of resources. Battle armor crafting itself is divided into many aspects, and becoming a battle armor master is not an easy task. Lan Xuanyu listened attentively in class. He had already fallen behind a bit since he arrived 2 months late, and he found that the content taught in the high-energy youth class was indeed different, with a much richer amount of knowledge. A slight distraction could cause him to miss out on something. Fortunately, his higher mental power also gave him a strong memory, and after a day, he felt quite fulfilled. Before class ends, I want to remind you again that this month is your last adaptation month. Starting next month, the high-energy youth class will enter a high-intensity learning phase. You will start morning exercises at 6 o'clock, evening studies until 8, and rest at 10. You will have 1 day off every 2 weeks. So, you need to adjust and prepare yourself well. Lan Xuanyu only found out in the afternoon that Mu Chongtian was the homeroom teacher of their high-energy youth class. This person was originally a senior official at the junior college, but was dismissed due to his own issues and was ultimately chosen to be the homeroom teacher of the high-energy youth class, responsible for coordinating the teaching of the entire class. All right, that's it for today. Class dismissed. Lan Xuanyu, stay behind. After the other students left one by one, Mu Chongtian took Lan Xuanyu to his office. How is it? Are you adapting today? I heard you fought with Jin Xiang and won. Mu Chongtian said with a smile. He always felt guilty towards Lan Xuanyu because his negligence nearly led to Lan Xuanyu's death, and even now, he didn't know if there would be any after effects. Lan Xuanyu said, Teacher Mu, I can adapt. I fought with Jin Xiang. Mu Chongtian smiled. It's okay. The high-energy youth class encourages competition. Otherwise, we wouldn't have you grouped in threes. However, your roommates are ranked relatively low in the class, so it's up to you to turn the tide. The first 3 months of our high-energy youth class are your adaptation period, and then we will really start the high-energy training. During this process, some people may be eliminated because they can't keep up. But for the purpose of establishing the high-energy youth class, along with the academy investing so many resources, it is to cultivate the best talents. I heard you plan to choose to practice basic warship piloting. The teacher won't give you too many suggestions on this matter, but the college has regulations. If you want to pursue both battleship piloting basics and mecha master as a secondary profession, you need to go through a series of assessments to ensure that you have the potential for it. This is also a responsibility towards you. Yes, Teacher Mu, I understand. Mu Chongtian said, the assessment will take place in a week, so just maintain your own condition. You have fallen behind in some classes, so come to me after school every day, and I will give you special tutoring to ensure that you don't miss out on the foundational knowledge. Chapter 86. Douluo World. Back in the dormitory, Lan Xuanyu's mind was filled with the various knowledge taught by the teacher. For him, such a wealth of knowledge felt like opening a brand new door. As the teacher had said, the higher the spiritual power, the greater the comprehension, making it easier to digest and absorb this knowledge. Although he received a lot of information, Lan Xuanyu was still able to understand it, especially since Mu Chongtian, feeling guilty, provided him with extra detailed tutoring and answered various questions, which greatly benefited him. Qianlei and Lu Feng were both in the dormitory. Lu Feng was meditating, while Qianlei was fiddling with his mecha models. You're back. It took a while. What did the teacher want from you? Qianlei asked curiously. Lan Xuany's I came back 2 months late, so the teacher is giving me some remedial lessons. When are we eating? Are you hungry again? I saw you ate the most at lunch, Qianlei said in shock. Lan Xuanyu sighed. Wasn't that because I was sparring with Jin Xiang? I barely ate enough. Qianlei rolled his eyes. Even though our class's meal expenses are fixed, eating like that would still make people jealous. But, seeing you, I finally see hope. With you joining, our dormitory won't be last anymore, right? That's hard to say. With your unreliable martial soul, it's like having one less person. With just the two of us, what can we do? Lu Feng, who had opened his eyes for meditation, said disdainfully. Don't be like that. How much stronger are you than me? You're so fast that you can't even control yourself. Either you trip or you're just scratching the surface. At least I have a chance to summon a powerful soul beast. What about you? In a one-on-one, how many can you beat in our class? Lu Feng's mouth twitched. Isn't that because my cultivation is insufficient and my attack power is weak? But when it comes to speed, I'm definitely the best in the class. That's a fact. Qianlei chimed in. Well, I'm the best in spiritual power. All right, stop arguing. As long as we work together, that's what matters. Lan Xuanyu quickly acted as a peacemaker as he saw the two getting a bit heated. Lu Feng jumped down from his bed. There's still a while before we eat. Let's go to the training ground and practice a bit, so we can get familiar with each other's fighting styles. It'll help us cooperate better in the future. Sounds good. Although Lan Xuanyu was a bit hungry, he was also eager to see just how strong his two roommates' combat abilities were, especially since they would need to cooperate continuously in the future. However, when he arrived at the training ground, he was dumbfounded. It was completely different from what he had imagined, a spacious training ground or various arenas. It was a small space, just slightly larger than their classroom, and the simulation pods he remembered were neatly arranged here, exactly 30 in total. Simulation pods. This thing had left a very deep impression on Lan Xuanyu. It would be impossible to say he had no psychological shadow at all. Fortunately, he was still young and didn't think too much about it, so it was manageable. Training in simulation pods? Lan Xuanyu said with a strange expression to Lu Feng beside him. Qianlei jumped in, of course. Other schools' junior colleges don't have this treatment. Simulation pods are only available in intermediate colleges and come with additional fees. Our high-energy youth class is different. Simulation pods are both safe and convenient. How great is that? He and Lu Feng naturally didn't know about Lan Xuanyu's story with the simulation pods. This is your first time here, so you need to register. Your simulation pod has been empty for a while, Lu Feng said. The registration was simple. After verifying his identity as a high-energy youth class member, Lan Xuanyu had his own simulation pod. Yes, his very own. Each simulation pod in the training ground belonged to a single student and was equipped with detailed recording instruments to log the student's usage of the simulation pods. There were always dedicated teachers present, and high-energy youth class students could use them at any time. This was a special privilege. Tianluo Academy had invested a lot to cultivate this group of elite students. The initialization was not much different from the simulation pod used during the assessment. But compared to the novelty of the last time, Lan Xuanyu felt somewhat nervous this time. Connection, Xuanyu, did you receive it? Qianlei's voice suddenly came to his ears. The dark screen in front of him lit up, showing the signal that Qianlei had connected. With a thought, Lan Xuanyu completed the connection. The next moment, Lu Feng also completed his connection, and a prompt sounded in his ears. The three-person team was connected. Access granted. With a flash of light, Lan Xuanyu felt his body lighten, and he found himself in a different place. Everything felt so real. But it wasn't the forest from last time. It was actually a town. The streets were bustling with crowds, looking no different from the real world, except that the people here were dressed in very ancient styles, in stark contrast to the steel forest of Tianluo City, giving off an antique charm. Suddenly, a hand patted his shoulder, startling Lan Xuanyu. Turning around, he saw Lu Feng and Qianlei right behind him. The expressions on their faces were a bit strange. Lu Feng was okay, but Qianlei couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Lan Xuanyu asked, puzzled. Qianlei pointed at Lan Xuanyu's body. Lan Xuanyu looked down and instinctively squeezed his legs together. He was only wearing a pair of white shorts, and there was no clothing anywhere else. This, ha ha ha. Qianlei laughed artlessly. Lu Feng's mouth twitched, and he tossed a long robe to Lan Xuanyu. Put this on quickly. You're a newcomer, and everything is blank. You have nothing. Lan Xuanyu put on a very ordinary but ancient-looking long robe and said angrily, Why didn't you say so earlier? Why is the world in this simulation pod like this? Qianlei finally managed to stop laughing and said, Looks like this is really your first time. This place is called the Douluo world. It's the largest simulation world in the Federation, directly controlled by the Federation's highest mainframe. Usually, each major planet operates separately, but a few specific times each year, the Douluo worlds of all planets connect together. It's the most realistic virtual world, even considered a second life for modern people. Of course, not everyone can enter. To put it simply, this world belongs only to soul masters. Ordinary people without soul master abilities cannot enter due to the risks involved with their spiritual power and physical requirements. A world for soul masters? Douluo World? Chapter 87. Douluo World Training Ground. The Douluo World simulates the ancient era of the mother planet Douluo continent, featuring many cities and areas for adventure and warfare. You can think of this place as a game world or a specialized training ground. The realism here is very strong, with pain perception set at a minimum of 30%. Therefore, you must be careful here. If anything goes wrong, it can cause varying degrees of harm to us in the real world. Our physical data and abilities from the real world will be directly transferred here. In other words, the stronger you are in the real world, the stronger you will be here. Similarly, the combat experience gained here will be very helpful in the real world. Under normal circumstances, only soul masters over the age of 12 are qualified for entry. Our high-energy youth class has been specially approved for entry, but currently, we are only allowed to operate within this small town. Unless we undertake a mission, we cannot leave the town easily, and we must wait until our abilities are recognized. Lan Xuanyu felt somewhat lost. Although Qianlei and Lu Feng had given him a detailed introduction, this world was still too unfamiliar to him. Let's go. You'll understand better if you come back and play more, Qianlei said. We all really like it here. Although it counts as training, it's also fun and novel. When there's nothing to do, everyone is willing to come here. If we achieve certain results here, there will also be rewards. And these rewards can even be reflected in the real world. This town was specially opened for us by the Tianluo Academy, and it is said to have cost a lot of money and resources. Where to now? Lan Xuanyu asked Qianlei, glancing at his body covered by a long robe. Of course, we're going to practice. There's a training ground here. Let us practice our teamwork and get familiar with each other. Qianlei smiled. Okay. The small town didn't seem very big, with clean houses and streets. Under the guidance of Qianlei and Lu Feng, the three of them stopped in front of a building with a sign that read training ground. This small building is the training ground? Before Lan Xuanyu could express his doubts, he was already pulled inside by Qianlei and Lu Feng. Once inside, Lan Xuanyu was astonished to discover that this place had other secrets. Inside was a spacious hall with 10 tall counters lined up in a row, wider than the building looked from the outside. The virtual world was indeed different. The three arrived at one of the counters. Qianlei said, "Please give us a beginner training scene." $1 coin, replied a beautiful girl behind the counter, looking at Qianlei indifferently. Here, Qianlei reluctantly took out a shiny silver coin and handed it over. Do we need to pay here? Lan Xuanyu asked in surprise. Lu Feng explained. How else can we say it's the most realistic virtual world? Douluo coins can only be earned in the Douluo world through working or participating in competitions for rewards, or as gifts from others. Basically, however you earn money in the real world is how you can earn it here. It's not easy for us to earn Douluo coins, and in the future, the cost for the training ground will also be shared among us. Lan Xuanyu nodded quickly. Beginner training scene. Enter. With a somewhat cold electronic voice, Lan Xuanyu felt a flash before his eyes, and the three had already arrived at an open space. This was a circular arena surrounded by high platforms, where it seemed that people were cheering, although the sounds were unclear. Looking around, Lan Xuanyu noticed 4 iron doors on the surrounding walls, though he didn't know their purpose. This is the beast fighting arena for the beginner training scene. We will face at least 50 10-year soul beasts and 300-year soul beasts next. If we fail, the money will be wasted. If we win, we can get the money back and receive a Douluo coin as a reward. We must win. Qianlei quickly explained the situation. 50 10-year soul beasts and 300-year soul beasts? Lan Xuanyu was taken aback. Although he faced 100-year and even 1,000-year soul beasts in the simulation cabin last time, the numbers were never this many. At that moment, the 4 iron doors opened simultaneously, and with deep roars, figures dashed out rapidly. They were dog-like soul beasts about 2 meters long. Lan Xuanyu recognized them at a glance. These were lava hounds, a relatively powerful type of dog-like soul beast with a fire attribute skill. As they charged forward, flames erupted from their bodies. The temperature in the beast fighting arena rose rapidly with the appearance of 50 10-year lava hounds. Although they had no long-range attack methods, their great speed and strength, combined with their high-temperature flames, made them quite formidable. At that moment, Lu Feng and Qianlei next to him had already reacted. Clearly, they were not facing this situation for the first time. Lu Feng raised his right hand, and a yellow soul ring rose from beneath his feet, while a white light flashed in his palm, revealing a long spear. The spear was snow-white with subtle scale-like patterns, and its tip was shaped like a dragon's head, with the dragon's tongue forming the spear point. It was his martial spirit, the white dragon spear. Qianlei also unleashed his martial spirit. A circle of yellow soul rings rising from beneath his feet. Suddenly, his eyes turned a deep green, and he exuded a somewhat eerie aura, as if some special energy wave was being released from him. With a flick of his right hand, a golden coin appeared in his palm, the summoning of money. The three formed a triangular formation. Qianlei shouted, "It's time to test our luck. Come forth, my portal of summoning." The yellow soul rings shone brightly, and he threw the summoning coin into the air. Instantly, a green light burst forth from the summoning coin, expanding while the green light flowed down from both sides to the ground, forming the shape of a portal. The entire summoning coin radiated green light, and the eerie energy wave made the area within the portal deep and mysterious. Lan Xuanyu glanced at him, and, with his left hand, the silver-patterned blue silvergrass was released, curling around his palm. As if intimidated by the summoning portal, the lava hounds, charging from four directions, slowed down. But they quickly formed an encirclement around the three. "Let's rush to the side to avoid being attacked from both sides," Lu Feng, who had more combat experience, shouted as he charged in one direction. A single 10-year lava hound was obviously not strong, but the sheer number made it challenging. At that moment, Lan Xuanyu witnessed Lu Feng's speed. With a flash of white light, he dashed out, moving incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was already 7 or 8 meters away. With a swift upward thrust of the white dragon spear, he struck a lava hound that had just charged up, sending it soaring into the air. Lu Feng followed the spear's momentum, catching up to the airborne lava hound mid-air, and with a downward strike, he smashed it down onto the ground. Using the force, he continued to charge forward. The diameter of this arena is only about 50 meters, and he quickly closed the distance to the wall with 2 consecutive charges. However, his speed was truly too fast, and with just one charge, he immediately pulled away from Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei. At this moment, Qianlei's summoning gate had also completed, and Lan Xuanyu heard a meowing sound as a white kitten, no more than half a foot long, poked its head out from the gate. As soon as the white kitten peeked out from the summoning gate, it saw the rushing lava hounds and let out a strange cry, quickly retreating back into the summoning gate. Then, the summoning gate disappeared, and the summoned money fell back into the awkward hands of Qianlei. I didn't want this either." Qianlei had an innocent look on his face. Lan Xuanyu's expression was indeed not good at all. It couldn't get any better. These two roommates were also teammates, and they were quite unreliable. And it wasn't just mildly unreliable. One was mentally careless and reckless when activated. The other, well, summoned a little cat and turned to run. What kind of nonsense was this? But he didn't have much time to think about it, as the surrounding lava hound were already charging at them, with most of them pouncing in their direction, except for a few that went after Lu Feng. Ants can kill elephants. What about a pack of dogs? Chapter 88. Unreliable teammates. Lan Xuanyu pulled Qianlei, and at the same time his left hand waved out, sending 4 ice spikes flying, hitting the 4 approaching lava hounds with precision, causing them to scream and fall. One of them was even struck in the eye, falling to the ground, clearly heavily injured. At this moment, Qianlei felt that the strength with which Lan Xuanyu grabbed his right hand was incredibly strong. Although he was physically sturdier than Lan Xuanyu, he was easily pulled down. "Crouch down," Lan Xuanyu shouted, and Qianlei hurriedly obeyed without thinking. Suddenly, he felt his feet slip, and his body was launched forward. In surprise, he couldn't help but shout, only to realize that there was a layer of ice beneath him that he hadn't noticed before. He had been pushed out by Lan Xuanyu while standing on this ice layer. After pushing Qianlei away, Lan Xuanyu's speed increased sharply. He weaved left and right, managing to slip out from the encirclement of the lava hounds. Although his robe was torn in several places, he was finally unharmed. On the other side, Lu Feng had already rushed to the wall, but just as Qianlei had said before, his attack power was simply not strong enough. Even the lava hound he had previously knocked away had not sustained any fatal injuries. 7 or 8 lava hounds were closely pursuing him, but with his super speed, he was running wildly in the arena, temporarily evading the lava hounds. However, undoubtedly, the 3 of them, only 7 or 8 years old, had reached a dead end. Lan Xuanyu suspected that Lu Feng and Qianlei had never passed this preliminary assessment before. After dodging the attacks of the lava hounds, he quickly rushed towards Qianlei. He couldn't just leave him behind. However, the lava hounds behind were already pouncing on him. Lan Xuanyu could dodge with agile footwork, but he was still small and his absolute speed was not as fast as these lava hounds. Seeing so many lava hounds rushing towards him, he was about to be overwhelmed. At that moment, Lan Xuanyu raised his left hand towards Qianlei, and dozens of silver-patterned blue-silver grass instantly surged towards him. Then he shouted, "Pull me!" As he spoke, he jumped up. Qianlei grabbed Lan Xuanyu's blue-silver grass and pulled hard, instantly accelerating him toward himself, temporarily increasing the distance from the multitude of lava hounds behind. There are too many. Lan Xuanyu didn't think they could win, but at this moment, he had no other choice but to hold on. He turned around, waved his left hand, and ice spikes shot out one after another. Before the ice spikes could hit the lava hounds, they had already exploded under Lan Xuanyu's control, turning into a cold mist. Ice and fire were opposites, and for the lava hounds, this low-temperature attack was clearly very uncomfortable. Coupled with the cover of the ice mist, their forward speed suddenly slowed significantly. "Lu Feng, come here!" Lan Xuanyu shouted, pulling Qianlei and running towards Lu Feng's direction. Only by gathering the three of them together would they have a chance to face so many enemies. After Qianlei released the summoning gate, he was basically useless. He needed some time to recover before he could summon again. "How long do you need?" Lan Xuanyu turned to ask Qianlei, who he was pulling. Qianlei had a helpless look on his face. "About half a minute. That little cat, didn't he consume too much of my spirit power and soul power?" It was no wonder he said his martial soul was unreliable. Every time he used a soul skill, the consumption would depend on the summoned object, and this uncertainty was truly frustrating. Lan Xuanyu twitched the corner of his mouth, knowing that if they wanted to turn the tide, they could only hope for Qianlei to perform a miracle and summon a powerful soul beast. "I'm coming." Lu Feng transformed into a white light, quickly rushing towards Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei. His speed was undeniably fast, but it seemed a bit too fast. "Stop!" Seeing that the white figure was getting closer without any intention of slowing down, Lan Xuanyu hurriedly shouted, "Aye!" Lu Feng also wanted to stop, but he had already been running at full speed, and for a moment he couldn't slow down. Bang! The three collided precisely, instantly turning into a rolling ball. Lan Xuanyu felt like crying. What kind of teammates were these? No wonder the advanced class only had them as a pair. They were definitely the most unreliable in the entire class. Even the one he didn't like, Yiling Tong, was far more reliable than them. At this moment, the lava hounds had already surrounded them. "Qianlei, prepare to summon. I'll hold them off for a while," Lan Xuanyu said while quickly pressing his left hand on the ground, channeling all his soul power. Thick ice spikes suddenly erupted from the ground, protecting the three of them inside. Each of these ice spikes was over a meter long, and with the small size of the three of them, the ice spikes effectively kept the lava hounds at bay. However, this release cost Lan Xuanyu more than half of his soul power. After all, he was only at a low level. A few lava hounds were too fast, rushing up and were immediately pierced by the ice spikes, howling in pain as they retreated. Except for the one previously hit in the eye by Lan Xuanyu's ice spike, a total of 49 lava hounds surrounded them, their eyes fixed and continuously growling. But they finally stopped their attack. After all, they were only 10-year soul beasts. "Finally safe. That scared me to death," Qianlei shouted, sitting down heavily on the ground. Lan Xuanyu said irritably, "Have you ever won this preliminary training before?" Qianlei replied, "We won once. That time I summoned a giant bear, and those lava hounds cried for their mothers. Ha! Even a 100-year soul beast couldn't stop it. The fireballs from a 100-year lava hound couldn't harm it. But I overexerted my spirit power that time, and needed 2 days to recover." "What did you say?" Lan Xuanyu's expression suddenly froze. He had caught several important situations from Qianlei's words. 100-year lava hound, fireballs. Yes, there are still 300-year soul beasts that haven't appeared yet. And there are also lava hounds that can spit fireballs. Ordinary lava hounds can't get through the ice spikes, but ice is, after all, something that can melt. The temperature from ordinary lava hounds would already accelerate the melting of the ice spikes, but the fireballs from the 100-year lava hounds, Bang! The ice spikes broke several, and outside was a sea of flames. In the distance, 3 giant lava hounds, each over 8 meters long, slowly approached. The fireball just now was spewed by one of them, and the other 2 were also smoking, clearly indicating that more fireballs were on the way. We're done. Lan Xuanyu felt a wave of helplessness. His ice spikes would be lucky to block one fireball. Sure enough, 2 fireballs whistled toward them. I'm coming. Lu Feng moved. Leaping fiercely and astonishingly, he hovered in midair. His soul rings flashed, and he dashed out. It was his first soul skill, White Dragon Flash. As he moved with the spear, the White Dragon Spear flicked upward, hitting one fireball from the side, causing it to change direction and fly toward the lava hounds. His soul rings flashed again, and he surprisingly managed to change direction midair, but this time he clearly overdid it, crashing directly into the fireball. A silver-patterned blue-silver grass appeared perfectly behind him, wrapping around his waist to help him stop in time. The White Dragon Spear pierced out, finally redirecting the fireball's path. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions sounded as the 2 fireballs detonated, scattering countless sparks. 7 or 8 10-year lava hound were caught in the explosion, howling in pain, causing the pack to become somewhat chaotic. The silver-striped blue-silver grass pulled Lu Feng back from the air, but by this time he was already pale, with his hands severely injured and bleeding profusely. It was clear that he had lost most of his combat ability. Chapter 89. The Auxiliary Summoning of Silver-Patterned Blue-Silver Grass Tang. Jia San Shao reminds you. Please bookmark after reading. New Keyboard Novel Networks in Pan.com for easier access later. However, the 2 fireballs were repelled, which finally bought enough time for Qianlei. Be more reliable, Lu Feng shouted to Qianlei, enduring the pain in his wrist. A 30% pain sensation is still quite strong. Just a little longer. Qianlei looked helpless. At this moment, another fireball came flying in. The ice spikes finally exploded, and not only that, but the fireball was a chain reaction, with another one following closely behind, heading straight for the 3 of them. Qianlei finally activated the summoning money in his hand and began his second summoning of the day. Facing the fireball, Lan Xuanyu made a quick decision, rolling his right hand with the golden-patterned blue-silver grass to cover himself. And a layer of faint golden light suddenly emerged from within him. He crossed his arms in front of him to brace for impact. He could have dodged, but if he did, Qianlei, who was casting the summoning door behind him, would have no way to avoid it. If the summoning was interrupted, they would have no chance at all. The fireball crashed heavily into Lan Xuanyu, and he felt a surge of heat throughout his body, followed by a chill in his left arm, as a layer of ice formed, merging with the defense released by his right hand golden-patterned blue-silver grass, barely mitigating the intense heat. However, his body was still blasted backward. This is bad, but now he had lost control of himself and immediately collided with Qianlei, who was summoning behind him. It's over. In that moment, regardless of whether it was Qianlei, Lan Xuanyu, or Lu Feng, they all instinctively felt that it was doomed. The summoning process, although short, could not be interrupted. However, at the same time that Lan Xuanyu collided with Qianlei, a bizarre scene occurred. Qianlei was not knocked away by Lan Xuanyu, but Lan Xuanyu's body collided half against the edge of the summoning door. He instinctively grasped the door frame with his left hand covered in silver-patterned blue-silver grass. A strange scene unfolded. Lan Xuanyu felt as if his mind was momentarily dazed, and in that instant, a tiny silver glimmer appeared in the center of his pupil. The silver light flashed by, and at that moment, the entire summoning door seemed to freeze in his consciousness, as if a strange connection had formed between his breath and that of the summoning door. It was just a connection. Lan Xuanyu did not feel like he had lost anything, and at that instant, the summoning was completed. The chain fireballs caused the 300-year-old lava hounds to pause for a moment, but without the protection of the ice spikes, many 10-year-old lava hounds charged forward. Seeing Lan Xuanyu use his body to block the fireball to buy time for Qianlei, Lu Feng was invigorated and shouted, stepping forward with a burst of soul ring light, suddenly leaping out, his white dragon spear sweeping upward, managing to lift 7 or 8 lava hounds into the air. These lava hounds were sent flying, and he himself sat down on the ground due to the excessive effort, seemingly exhausted of his last bit of strength. At that moment, a silver light surged from within the summoning door, and a bizarre scene appeared. A delicate jade foot stepped out from the door, followed by a slender figure. She was not tall, but had a long and upright posture, and she was not a soul beast, but an extremely beautiful girl. Dressed in a white long dress that concealed her body, she appeared to be about the same age as Lan Xuanyu and the others. With deep blue hair tied back in a ponytail and deep blue eyes that seemed as profound as the ocean. The girl, who had just stepped out of the summoning door, looked a bit bewildered, and then she saw the ferocious lava hounds charging at her. "Ah!" the girl screamed, raising both hands and pushing outward, instantly forming a thick ice wall that directly knocked the charging lava hounds away. Lan Xuanyu, Qianlei, and Lu Feng were all stunned. This summoning door could not only summon soul beasts, but even humans? What is going on? More content is loading. Please wait. This website only supports mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content failed to load. Please turn off reading mode, novel mode, and ad blocking features. Or copy the URL to another browser to read. Only Lan Xuanyu vaguely felt that the change in summoning seemed to be related to his left hand grasping the summoning door. The girl, seeing the lava hounds repelled, finally breathed a sigh of relief and then looked around in confusion, naturally noticing the three humans first. "Where is this? Who are you?" Qianlei exclaimed excitedly, jumping over. "Wow, you're so beautiful. First, kill the enemies. My summoned beauty, let's take care of these lava hounds first, then we'll talk." The girl frowned slightly. "Why should I listen to you?" Qianlei said as if it were obvious. "Because I'm your master. It's me who summoned you through the summoning door." The girl looked dazed and asked, "But where is this? How do I go back?" Qianlei replied, "Once the summoning is over, you'll go back. This is the Douluo world. You probably come from another world." He added, "You would understand if I told you." "Douluo world? Are you talking about the world in the simulation chamber?" The girl's next sentence left Qianlei and the others dumbfounded. Lan Xuanyu exclaimed in surprise, "You know?" The girl looked at him, their eyes meeting. She was momentarily taken aback. "It's you? Your aura guided me." "Not him. He is lying, right?" She pointed at Qianlei beside her. "No, it's me, it's me." Qianlei shouted immediately. A beautiful girl of the same age. This girl in front of him was definitely the most beautiful one he had ever seen among all the girls his age. A boy in front of a girl could not help but want to show off. "No, it's not you. The lava hounds are coming." Lu Feng's voice rang out. Indeed, not only the 10-year-old lava hounds, but even the 3 robust 100-year-old lava hounds were slowly approaching, smoke swirling from their mouths, clearly preparing their fireballs again. The girl frowned slightly, her deep blue eyes flashing with light, suddenly turning ice blue. Immediately, 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, rose from beneath her feet. Second ring, Great Soul Master. Lan Xuanyu was astonished. From the girl's words and the soul ring she was releasing, it was clear that she was not some creature from another world, but a second ring soul master. Explode. The girl pointed with her right hand, and the previously blocking ice wall instantly exploded. And not only that, but the shattered ice wall transformed into flying ice blades, swirling like a blizzard, wreaking havoc within a 5-meter radius in front of them. More than half of the 10-year-old lava hounds were engulfed and instantly disappeared in a flash of light. Their attack power was astonishingly strong. The girl's first soul ring lit up, and a deep blue spear appeared in her hand. With a light push of her toes, she surged forward. Her movements were graceful and natural, and her entire body seemed to radiate a deep blue halo as she charged forward. With each thrust of her spear, a deep blue spear light followed, and the 10-year-old lava hounds had no power to resist, all struck at vital points. How powerful! Lu Feng couldn't help but exclaim. This is the true combination of speed and strength. Seeing that Lu Feng and Qianlei had lost their combat power, Lan Xuanyu knew he couldn't let her fight alone. Taking a deep breath and slightly adjusting himself, he immediately followed behind her and charged out. Roar! The 300-year-old lava hounds launched their attack, and 3 more fireballs shot toward the girl in a triangular formation. The girl thrust her spear into the ground, her delicate body leaping into the air. In midair, she suddenly spun around with her spear as the leading point, instantly creating a deep blue ripple around her body, resembling a vortex. 3 fireballs approached, only to be swept away by the deep blue vortex. Meanwhile, her spinning figure accelerated sharply in the air, charging straight towards one of the century-old lava hounds. Chapter 90. The summoned gorgeous girl. These lava dogs, as targets for the preliminary assessment, are indeed not too strong themselves, but they have the advantage of numbers. In the face of the girl's attack, the 300-year lava dogs appeared somewhat flustered and scattered in all directions. The girl floated down to the ground, and with a sweeping motion of her spear, a circle of deep blue ice rings suddenly expanded outward from her body, within a diameter of 20 meters. It was as if winter had arrived, and the temperature dropped sharply. Even Lan Xuanyu, who was rushing up from behind, felt a chill run through his body. But the blood and energy within him quickly circulated, warming him up instantly. The 3 retreating 100-year lava dogs froze momentarily as they touched the deep blue ice ring. The girl let out a soft cry, and the deep blue spear in her hand was already thrown out, instantly piercing into the chest of 100-year lava dog, which let out a miserable howl before disappearing in a flash of light. The other 200-year lava dogs, however, were fearless and rushed at the girl as she lost her weapon. Just as the girl was about to dodge, she felt a tightness around her waist, a force pulling her back. "Let go of me." When the girl turned around, she saw that Lan Xuanyu's silver-patterned blue silvergrass was wrapped around her waist. As she spoke those 3 words, both she and Lan Xuanyu were momentarily stunned, as they both clearly sensed a change. Lan Xuanyu initially wanted to save her, but upon hearing her voice, he realized that she might not need his help. Just as he was about to release the silver-patterned blue silvergrass, he was surprised to find that a layer of deep blue light suddenly appeared on the surface of his silver-patterned blue silvergrass. This layer of light was particularly bright, like a bridge connecting the 2 of them. The ice blue in the girl's eyes became even clearer, and she suddenly raised her hands, clapping forward. Instantly, a flurry of ice blades shot out, doubling the number of ice blades compared to when the ice wall exploded earlier, and each ice blade was also twice as large, ruthlessly covering all the lava dogs in front of her, including the 200-year lava dogs. With a series of popping sounds, the lava dogs fell one by one, and all the 10-year lava dogs were swept away by this attack, with even the 200-year lava dogs covered in wounds. The girl stared at her hands, seemingly unable to believe that such a powerful strike had come from her. By this time, Lan Xuanyu had already rushed to her side, and 2 ice spikes shot out, accurately hitting the 2 heavily injured 100-year lava dogs, which then vanished in flashes of light. They looked up and met each other's gaze. Lan Xuanyu and the deep blue-haired girl undoubtedly had very captivating eyes, and at this close distance, they both felt a sense of surprise and curiosity. Among girls of the same age, she was the first one to leave Lan Xuanyu in awe. She was truly stunning, with fair skin that looked delicate enough to break, resembling jelly that made one unable to resist the urge to take a bite. It wasn't pale, but rather a rosy white. Her large, deep blue eyes, as the ice blue gradually faded, revealed a clarity mixed with childlike innocence, captivating Lan Xuanyu, who couldn't help but be entranced. The girl gazed at the boy before her, equally mesmerized. He had black eyes and short black hair, and his eyelashes were so long. They seemed almost as long as hers. Why does a boy have such long eyelashes? His aura was unmistakably strong, but why did his aura connecting with hers make her soul power stronger? Moreover, it seemed there were other changes. Preliminary assessment passed. Assessment concluded, reward 1 Douluo coin. At that moment, an electronic voice sounded, and in the next instant, the figures of everyone became illusory. The girl's body transformed into a streak of light and disappeared back into the summoning gate. Lan Xuanyu, Qin Lei, and Lu Feng's bodies gradually faded away as well. When the light flickered, the 3 of them reappeared in front of the training ground counter. Their states had all returned to their optimal conditions. The staff behind the counter returned the Douluo coin they had collected earlier, along with an additional one, clearly their reward. It wasn't 1 coin each, but a total of just 1. What just happened? Qian Lei looked at Lan Xuanyu in confusion. Lan Xuanyu replied, "You summoned her. So why are you asking me?" Lu Feng also looked at Qian Lei with a strange expression. "You can summon people with your summoning coins? Why didn't you mention this before? Qianlei helplessly said, I don't know. This is my first time summoning a person. And wasn't the effect great? Look, I summoned a gorgeous beauty. By the end, he couldn't help but start to beam with excitement. Lan Xuanyu glanced at him and then at Lu Feng, secretly thinking that his two roommates were indeed a bit unreliable. Wait, Lu Feng suddenly said. Qianlei paused. What do you mean, wait? Lu Feng said just now. When you opened the summoning gate for the second time, Xuanyu blocked the fireball and bumped into the summoning gate. At that moment, I seemed to feel a bit dazed. And in that instant, your summoning gate seemed to have changed. Qianlei turned to Lan Xuanyu. Is that so? Lan Xuanyu was somewhat surprised. Although Lu Feng's combat power was somewhat unreliable, his insight was quite good. It seems like there was indeed a change. Lan Xuanyu nodded. Qianlei said, should we try again? As he spoke, he tossed the Douluo coin in his hand. Okay. Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng nodded simultaneously. They were very curious about the previous situation. Did the summoning gate change when connected with Lan Xuanyu? So, they applied for the preliminary assessment once more. In a flash of light, they found themselves back in the beast fighting arena. This was simple. The scene was identical to before, and even the combat targets were the same. Without hesitation, Qianlei immediately threw out his summoning gate, while Lan Xuanyu covered his left hand with silver-patterned blue silvergrass, grabbing the doorframe. Sure enough, the same feeling from before emerged. Time seemed to freeze for a moment, and Lan Xuanyu clearly felt a slight connection with the other side. The gates around the beast-fighting arena opened, and the lava dogs rushed in. At that moment, the petite figure walked out from the summoning gate. Wasn't it the deep blue-haired girl from before? The four of them looked at each other in surprise, and the girl, looking puzzled, said, it's you again? Are you guys sick? Why did you bring me back again? Ha. Qianlei suddenly burst out laughing, startling the other three. What are you laughing at, Qianlei? Lu Feng kicked him in annoyance. Reliable. It's finally reliable. My summoning has finally become reliable. Do you know? This is my first time summoning the same existence twice in a row. Qianlei exclaimed excitedly, dancing around. What on earth is going on? The girl asked in confusion. Lan Xuanyu replied, let's deal with these lava dogs first, and we'll explain to you. The girl felt a stir in her heart and said, you still need to wrap your grass around me. Lan Xuanyu was taken aback, but complied, releasing the silver-patterned blue silver grass to wrap around the girl's waist at close range. The girl suddenly felt a wave of coolness spread throughout her body, and the soul power within her became noticeably heavier. With a flick of her right hand, a deep blue ice spear appeared in her grasp. She swept the spear horizontally, and the deep blue ice rings immediately fanned out around her, causing large areas of the lava dogs to transform into ice sculptures and fall. By the time the 300-year-old lava dogs appeared, the 10-year-old lava dogs had already been cleared away by her. Is this the power of the second ring? Qianlei and Lu Feng were both left dumbfounded. The girl said, quick, tell me what is going on. Chapter 91. The Golden Dragon Ascends to Heaven. Lan Xuanyu said, my classmate's martial soul ability is summoning. After he opened the summoning portal, when I touched the summoning portal, I felt as if a connection was formed. And then you were summoned here. Are you also from the Federation? Are you on Tianluo Star? The girl looked at him in surprise and said, Tianluo Star? Is this Tianluo Star? But I'm on Tiando Star. This. Lan Xuanyu looked at Qianlei, confused about the situation. They actually summoned a girl of the same age from Tiando Star across the stars. Qianlei blinked, then suddenly puffed out his chest, the mysteries of space. You wouldn't understand. Lu Feng disdainfully said, you understand? Qianlei snorted, anyway, I completed the interplanetary summoning. Then you deal with these three big dogs yourselves. The girl said irritably, turning around and diving back into the summoning portal. With a flash of light, she disappeared. The summoning portal closed as well. Lu Feng laughed heartily. Still unreliable. Just because of your mouth, it's not reliable. You still laugh? Quickly get ready to fight. 1 Douluo coin. Qianlei screeched, already darting to Lan Xuanyu's back, undoubtedly considering Lan Xuanyu to be much more reliable. The 300-year-old lava hounds had already released their fireballs, while Lan Xuanyu felt a bit chaotic in his heart. When he touched the summoning portal, it changed, and a silver-patterned blue-silver grass wrapped around that girl, seemingly enhancing her combat power. Why was that? Could it be that his martial soul was actually support type? Could make other people's combat power stronger? But why did Yiling Tong's martial soul always fail when he faced her? What was going on? With many doubts swirling in his mind, he felt a bit lost regarding his martial soul. Lu Feng had already charged out, using his super-fast speed to flank the 3 lava hounds from the side. The 3 fireballs were heading straight for Lan Xuanyu. Not daring to think too much, Lan Xuanyu pulled Qianlei and quickly dove to the side. With Qianlei beside him, he couldn't utilize his footwork advantage. A wall of ice blocked the fireballs, allowing them to escape the area engulfed by flames. Lu Feng had now reached the lava hounds, and with his white dragon spear, he flipped one lava hound into the air. However, that was about all he could do. It seemed that his combat experience had been enhanced. He dodged the other 2 lava hounds before they could pounce. This also created an opportunity for Lan Xuanyu. Letting go of Qianlei, he rushed towards the 3 lava hounds. His soul power was still too weak, relying on ice elements for long-range combat. Even with his strong control, he couldn't defeat 300-year-old spirit beasts. Only by getting close would there be a chance. Rushing forward quickly, he used his footwork to dodge another round of fireballs, finally getting closer to the 3 lava hounds. His left hand released ice spikes, specifically targeting the eyes of the 3 lava hounds, while he charged forward, getting closer. Lu Feng, can you lift all 3 of them at once? Lan Xuanyu shouted while rushing towards the lava hounds. If they are together, we can try. Lu Feng called out. Okay, I'll create an opportunity for you. Get ready. There's only one chance, Lan Xuanyu said, covering his right hand with golden-patterned blue silvergrass, suddenly increasing in speed. He dodged a pounce from one of the lava hounds and punched it in the neck. The power granted by the golden-patterned blue silvergrass sent the lava hound flying, crashing into another one. Using the recoil, Lan Xuanyu rolled on the ground, and the silver-patterned blue silvergrass released a glow, freezing the 2 lava hounds that collided together. At this moment, the 3rd lava hound was pouncing at him. Lan Xuanyu did not dodge. He lowered his head, squatted down, and a layer of golden light covered his body. This was the first soul skill granted by the golden-patterned blue silvergrass. Under immense pressure, Lan Xuanyu felt as if something within him had been activated. His whole body felt hot, and a layer of fine golden scales emerged on his skin. He suddenly straightened up, his speed increasing again, and crashed into the lava hound. The right front paw of the lava hound struck him, creating sparks and a sharp metallic clang. The 2 collided, and surprisingly, the 100-year-old lava hound was knocked back, colliding with the other 2 lava hounds that had just been freed from their frozen state. Now is the time, Lu Feng shouted, charging towards the 3 lava hounds. Undoubtedly, this was the best opportunity Lan Xuanyu had created for him. However, he had already charged past. With all his strength, Lu Feng's speed was indeed fast enough. In an instant, he reached the 3 lava hounds. However, his spear had not been thrust out yet, and due to his speed, he actually swept past the front of the 3 lava hounds and arrived in front of Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu didn't know what to say, hurriedly reaching out his right hand to grab him, at least to intercept him first. With both of them facing the 3 hounds, they would have a better effect. His right hand, covered with the power of golden-patterned blue silvergrass, indeed caught Lu Feng. However, at that moment, Lu Feng only felt a scorching heat surging into his body from Lan Xuanyu's right hand, causing him to scream and suddenly turn around, swinging his white dragon spear at the 3 lava hounds. With a deep, low dragon roar, it was as if a white dragon truly emerged from the surface of the white dragon spear. The spear's light burst forth. They were already very close. And although the distance should have been insufficient, under the effect of a spear's light, it actually swept up all 3 lava hounds. Good. Lan Xuanyu stepped forward, surpassing Lu Feng, with his energy sinking into his dantian and blood reversing. In an instant, the golden light on his body surged, and an indescribably powerful aura erupted from him. A deep humming sound transformed into dragon roars around his body, and accompanied by the soaring dragon roars. He suddenly pushed both hands into the air. This was the semi-finished version of the golden dragon ascends to heaven. In the real world, Lan Xuanyu really didn't dare to use this move against enemies. Without Nana's aid, he couldn't fully unleash it, and every time he did, he would exhaust himself completely. It would even take him several days to recover. But this was the Douluo world. After they completed the assessment earlier, their physical state had recovered directly. This also sparked his idea to try practicing the golden dragon ascends to heaven here. At this moment, fully unleashing it, Lan Xuanyu found that compared to before, it seemed a bit easier. Even he himself didn't know why. It seemed that his energy and blood were more obedient than before. Boom! The three lava hounds were enveloped by golden light, instantly transforming into radiance. Tang Lu raised his head, looking towards the sky, towards a certain direction, furrowing his brows, and silently closed his eyes. A faint golden halo also emerged from the surface of his body. Immediately after, a hint of pain appeared on his face, and the golden light receded. Teacher, why? They said that was Tianluo's star. They actually managed to summon me over there. They also talked about the mysteries of space. Is that even possible? A girl with deep blue hair pouted, looking confused and a bit naive. At this moment, if Lan Xuanyu were by her side, he would be astonished to find that standing in front of this deep blue-haired girl was his long-cherished desire. The silver-haired, purple-eyed teacher Nana. Nana frowned slightly and said, "This is indeed a bit strange. According to what you said, the other party consists of a few children of your age with the cultivation of the first ring, and with their strength, it's impossible for them to open a spatial passage from a distance. Opening a spatial passage across star systems at such a distance would consume an astronomical amount of energy. So there is only one possibility. It is a resonance caused by spatial isomorphic resonance. This requires coincidence rather than direct energy activation. Only in this way could such a situation occur. Chinchio, please tell me the details of what happened at that time." Chapter 92. Nana's guess at that time. Dong Chinchio detailed how he was summoned and how he fought alongside Lan Xuanyu and the others. The silver pattern grass? Nana was stunned for a moment, then suddenly said eagerly, "Is it a little boy with black hair and black eyes who looks really good?" Dong Chinchio replied, "He is quite good looking." "How do you know?" Nana's expression immediately became strange. This seemed not to be a coincidence. Could it really be Xuanyu? "Nana, what's wrong?" Dong Chinchio noticed her lack of reaction and couldn't help but ask. Nana said, "If they summon you again, go and ask that child with the silver pattern grass if his name is Lan Xuanyu." "Oh, okay." Dong Chinchio nodded. Nana squinted her eyes and said, "Wait a minute. You should stay by my side for now. If they summon you, I will observe that summoning portal." Could it really be Xuanyu? If it really is him, is it just a coincidence that the summoning portal can bring Chinchio over? But if it's not a coincidence, then what is it? Because of me? Space isochronous resonance? The first time she met Lan Xuanyu, she felt a special connection with him. Seeing him always made her feel particularly good, and she no longer felt that emptiness inside. After parting, she often thought of Lan Xuanyu, and the longing persisted. However, to avoid affecting Lan Xuanyu's normal life, she didn't contact him again. Since that time, she had destroyed the warship with her bare hands. She had been closely monitored. It wasn't that she couldn't leave, but she didn't know what to do after leaving, and she understood that if she left, the first to be implicated would be Lan Xuanyu's family. So she stayed, waiting for Lan Xuanyu to find her in the future. Now, through this situation, there seemed to be a connection again, which surprised her but also left her puzzled. Although many of her memories were gone, with the passage of time, especially regarding her own abilities, she had regained some. Space isochronous resonance, especially over such a long distance, required the spatial fluctuations to be extremely similar to establish a connection. Was it the resonance between Xuanyu and Chinchio, or was it with herself? This needed to be verified through some experiments. Now she just had to wait and see when they would try to summon Chinchio again. At this moment, in Tianluo City, Tianluo Academy, the simulation pod slowly opened, and Lan Xuanyu and the others emerged. The three of them looked at each other, genuinely shocked. Lan Xuanyu appeared quite exhausted. He was surprised to find that after using the Golden Dragon Ascension, even in the simulated world, he couldn't fully recover from his consumption. His soul power had mostly recovered, but the mental power consumption could only be restored to a small extent. Therefore, they could only end their activities in the Douluo world for now. Of course, they had one another Douluo coin. This was Lan Xuanyu's first attempt to use the Golden Dragon Ascension, and the effect was even better than he had imagined. "Xuanyu, it seems you can enhance me too." Lu Feng was the first to jump out of the simulation pod and actively helped Lan Xuanyu out. His insight was quite strong, so he could be sure that when he had previously fired that shot, it was Lan Xuanyu who had enhanced his attack power. Otherwise, at that distance, it would have been impossible to lift the three-headed magma hound, which was a 300-year-old soul beast. Under normal circumstances, even if he could lift it, he would have been severely injured by the recoil. But just now, he was completely unharmed, and he clearly felt that it might be the most perfect shot he had ever fired. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content failed to load. Please close the browser's reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and turn off ad blocking features, or copy the URL to read in another browser. Lan Xuanyu himself was very curious. He found that when he connected with his two roommates, he somehow enhanced them. He had never tried or discovered such a situation before, only once suppressing Yilingtong. A wave of weakness interrupted his thoughts. Let's go. We need to go back and rest for a bit. I need to eat something. I am hungry. It was about time for dinner, and Lu Feng and Qian Lei helped the mentally exhausted Lan Xuanyu directly to the cafeteria. They were the first to arrive, and the chefs were still preparing dinner for the high-energy youth class students. As soon as they walked in, Qian Lei shouted, "Chefs, do you have any good food for brain nourishment? It's you again. Look at you. You're already this chubby, and you're still thinking about supplements?" "Haha." A burly chef couldn't help but tease. Qian Lei chuckled. "Where am I chubby? I'm just as robust as you. We didn't eat much at noon, so I'm hungry now. When can we eat?" Soon. You can sit down first. It's almost ready. There are 2 dishes already done. Why don't you eat a bit?" The chef said cheerfully, pointing to the 2 dishes that were ready. "You young people eat so quickly." The chef laughed heartily, without Lan Xuanyu needing to do anything. Qian Lei and Lu Feng had already gone to get him a plate of food, along with some staple food. Lan Xuanyu didn't hold back. He hadn't eaten enough at noon, and he had just consumed quite a bit, so he began to eat heartily. The dishes were prepared one by one, and other students gradually came to the cafeteria to eat. Then they witnessed a somewhat strange scene. The 3 from dormitory 33, Lan Xuanyu was sitting there, while Lu Feng and Qian Lei occasionally got up to serve food for him. The 3 of them hardly spoke, but their cooperation was very tacit. They were indeed eating a lot. "Xuanyu, you can really eat." Looking at Lan Xuanyu, Qian Lei couldn't help but whisper as he pointed to a plate of freshly cooked dishes. Their plates were rectangular, with compartments specifically designed for food. Each time he and Lu Feng filled Lan Xuanyu's plate, it was overflowing, yet this guy had already eaten 7 plates. Lan Xuanyu glanced at him. Supporting you doesn't require consumption, right? The physical consumption is huge. The food here, although it had some rare ingredients, was still inferior to what they had in Ziluoqing. The energy from the individual food was insufficient, so they could only rely on quantity to make up for it. Eating more naturally became a norm. Moreover, Lan Xuanyu knew that all his expenses were reimbursed by the academy, so why not eat? After a while, when Lan Xuanyu finished his 9th plate, most of the high-energy youth class students had arrived, each eating their own food. By this time, Lan Xuanyu's energy had also recovered, and he no longer needed Lu Feng and Qian Lei's help, so he went to get food by himself. He had eaten a total of 12 plates and finally felt full, sitting there contentedly. He could even feel the food he had consumed turning into energy, nourishing his body. That feeling was the most wonderful. While sitting and relaxing, his gaze caught sight of a familiar figure among the many students. Yilingtong was having dinner with her 2 group members, one of whom was the class leader, Lu Qinshuan. According to Qian Lei, Lu Qinshuan's soul power had already reached level 18, the highest in the class, and she was the most likely to enter the 2nd ring level soon. However, they all thought that the students in the high-energy youth class were already very outstanding. However, after seeing the girl with long, deep blue hair today, they all felt a bit puzzled. The girl looked to be about their age, and even if she was slightly older, it couldn't be by much. Yet, she was already at the 2nd ring level, and her strength was clearly above theirs. How did she train? Lan Xuanyu stood up and walked towards Yilingtong. Chapter 93. Nana's voice. Xianyu and Qian Lei looked at each other in surprise, wondering if this person was trying to stir up trouble. It was only the first day of school, and it had already happened twice. He must be quite bold. Lan Xianyu said, "It's nothing. I just want to ask a classmate for a favor." The cafeteria was small, and in just a few steps, he reached Yilingtong's side. Upon sensing his arrival, both of Yilingtong's teammates looked up and she herself was momentarily taken aback. Turning her head, she saw it was Lan Xianyu and couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Yiling Tong, I want to talk to you alone, Lan Xianyu said. As soon as he spoke, the surroundings fell silent. LV Qiansun, sitting opposite Yiling Tong, frowned and said, "Just say it if you have something to say." Lan Xianyu glanced at him and replied, "I want to talk to Yiling Tong. This is a bit of a secret, just between the two of us." The surrounding students immediately made surprise sounds, some even laughed, and someone whistled. "A private secret, huh?" Jin Xiang chuckled and stood up, saying, "Class monitor, I'm not one to stir up trouble. Lan Xianyu is trying to poach from your group. I don't know what your temperament is, but if it were me, I couldn't stand it." "Jin Xiang, what are you making a fuss about?" Yiling Tong suddenly stood up and glared at Jin Xiang. Then she pulled Lan Xianyu and walked out. LV Qiansun was taken aback. Yiling Tong and Lan Xianyu had already left the cafeteria. Putting down his utensils, the class monitor's expression suddenly turned a bit unpleasant. Outside the cafeteria, Yiling Tong asked Lan Xianyu, "What is it?" Lan Xianyu scratched his head and said, "Do you remember the issue with your martial soul malfunctioning when we sparred before?" Yiling Tong's face darkened. "Did you bring me out just to mock me?" Lan Xianyu replied, "No. I just want to know if your martial soul fails when it comes into contact with mine, because we were in a hostile state. If that's the case." Just then, the cafeteria door opened and LV Qiansun and another teammate came out. Food is not to be talked about, and sleep is not to be disturbed. Lan Xianyu, if you have something to say, wait until class tomorrow. Don't disrupt our group's meal, he said, pulling Yiling Tong back towards the cafeteria. Yiling Tong frowned. "Why are you pulling me?" LV Qiansun glanced at her, and for some reason, her emotions softened. She turned to Lan Xianyu and said, "Let us talk about it later in class." After saying that, she followed LV Qiansun back. At this moment, Qianlei and Lu Feng hurried out. Having seen LV Qiansun come out, worried that Lan Xianyu might suffer a loss, they happened to catch LV Qiansun pulling Yiling Tong back. "What is going on? Did you get dumped?" Qianlei said boldly. This time, it was Lan Xianyu who turned dark. "What are you talking about? How old are you? Don't say random things. I just wanted to ask Yiling Tong if her martial soul malfunctioned because of a hostile state when it touched mine. If we faced a common enemy, would it enhance her martial soul as well?" Before he could finish, she was pulled away. Qianlei chuckled. "She's in the same group. Afraid you'll take her away. You really don't have high emotional intelligence." In front of her other group members and with the class monitor there, pulling her away like that, who would be happy about it? Besides, even if your martial soul can enhance hers, you're not going to enhance her. She's not in our group. Lu Feng said, "We should test this enhancement effect more. If it's real, we should keep it secret. We're at the bottom right now." Lan Xianyu hadn't thought that much. He was just curious if his martial soul could enhance all types of martial souls. Hearing what they said, he suddenly understood. Even if he could enhance Yiling Tong, there wouldn't be much opportunity. After all, they weren't in the same group, and their relationship wasn't good. She had her own teammates. "All right, then I want to ask. We'll continue practicing tomorrow." Back in the dormitory, he meditated. Due to mental fatigue, Lan Xianyu quickly entered a meditative state. Little did he know, on another planet, Nana and Dong Qianxiu had been waiting for their summoning all evening. More content loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content failed to load. Please close the reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and turn off ad blocking features. Or copy the URL to read in another browser. The next day, classes, studying, and extra lessons. Another fulfilling day. When Lan Xianyu returned from extra lessons, Lu Feng and Qianlei were already impatiently waiting. "Let us go to the training ground." With yesterday's experience, they couldn't wait to continue training with Lan Xianyu to see the enhancement effect he brought. The originally unreliable duo seemed different with the addition of Lan Xianyu. How could they not be excited? Since they entered the high-energy youth class, who would want to be easily eliminated? They had to seize the opportunity, and they were even more eager for such chances than others. Entering the simulator, they arrived at the training ground again. It was still the preliminary assessment, 1 Douluo coin. "Xianyu, do you think that girl will come if we summon her?" Qianlei asked worriedly. He had encountered situations where summoned beings fled when things went south before. His summoning gate had basically no constraints. "Let us give it a try," Lan Xianyu said. And if I can enhance Lu Feng, maybe the three of us together will be enough to pass the assessment. How did our class perform in this assessment? Qianlei replied, only group 9 passed. Lan Xinyu asked, how many groups are there in total? 10 groups. Qianlei said matter-of-factly. No, it should be that all 10 groups pass now. Didn't we pass yesterday? Lan Xinyu was speechless. It turned out that only their trio hadn't passed the assessment. You win. Prepare, it's starting. With a flash of light, the three were transported to the arena again. Qianlei wasted no time and began summoning, while Lan Xinyu released his silver-patterned blue silvergrass, grabbing hold of his summoning gate. On the other side, Lu Feng stood beside Lan Xinyu, his left hand as golden-patterned blue silvergrass entwined in reverse, while he held on to Lu Feng's arm with one hand. I can feel it, Lu Feng exclaimed excitedly. Unlike the boisterous personalities of Qianlei and Lan Xinyu, he was usually more reserved and not very talkative. However, he was very competitive. Ever since he joined the high-energy youth class, he had been at the bottom, and his mood had been quite poor. Now that he finally found an opportunity to break through, how could he not be excited? They're coming. Teacher, the summon is here. As the summoning gate opened, an excited voice came from the other side. In a white dress, with long, deep blue hair, Dong Qianxiu stepped out from the gate. As soon as she emerged, she looked at Lan Xinyu and asked urgently, Hey, are you Lan Xinyu? Lan Xinyu was taken aback by her question. How do you know? Haha, it's really you. Teacher, can you hear me? He really is Lan Xinyu. Dong Qianxiu hurriedly shouted towards the gate. Lan Xinyu was stunned, and at that moment, a voice he was incredibly familiar with came from the other side of the gate. Xinyu, it's me. For Lan Xinyu, he would never forget that voice. He was both surprised and overjoyed. Nana, teacher? Nana said, it really is you. I didn't expect to be able to communicate with you in this way. Nana, teacher, where are you? Lan Xinyu asked, filled with joy. Nana replied, I'm on Tiando's star. Qianxiu is my student. I'm a teacher here. Can you come through the portal? I miss you so much. Lan Xuanyu's eyes suddenly turned red. Nana was slightly silent for a moment, and an indescribable emotion surged within her. No, this portal is too unstable. If I go over, it will cause spatial chaos, and that would be very troublesome. Chapter 94. Summoning Experiment Tang Jia, San Shao reminds you. Please bookmark after reading. New Keyboard Novel Network Xinjian Pan. Com. For easier access later. Lan Xuanyu was greatly disappointed, but he was still happy to be able to talk to Nana. Teacher Nana, wait a moment. He couldn't stop temporarily because the lava hounds were already rushing towards them. You talk to the teacher. I'll handle this. As he spoke, Dong Qianxiu had already rushed out, sweeping her deep blue ice spear and battling the lava hounds. Lu Feng, who was boosted by Lan Xuanyu, followed closely behind her. Xuanyu, listen to me first. It's a bit strange that you can summon Qianxiu. The teacher needs you to cooperate with me for some experiments. Nana's voice sounded again. Okay, I don't even know what is going on. This is a good opportunity to ask you. Nana said, next, I need you to try summoning once every 10 minutes. Can you do that on your side? Lan Xuanyu looked at Qianlei. Qianlei replied, if the battle ends quickly, it should be fine. Nana said, all right, then let's try first. I'll explain more afterward. Oh, okay. With Dong Qianxiu's assistance, dealing with those lava hounds was naturally not a problem. Through the experiment, Lu Feng also discovered that Lan Xuanyu's boost could only allow him to complete one attack each time. However, if he used the golden-patterned blue-silver grass to entwine himself, his attack power would continuously be enhanced. The white dragon spear seemed to awaken, accompanied by a dragon's roar, and its attack power increased significantly. With much better control over speed. After completing the assessment, they entered again and summoned. After 3 consecutive attempts, they succeeded twice and failed once. On the 4th summon, they succeeded. Qianxiu, don't kill all the lava hounds for now. I have something to say to Xuanyu. Nana's voice came again. Okay, teacher. Nana, what's going on? Lan Xuanyu asked curiously. Nana explained. The most important reason you can contact me through this summoning gate is due to spatial isochronous resonance. Spatial isochronous resonance refers to the occurrence of spatial oscillations with the same frequency in different spaces. These 2 frequencies may resonate, forming a spatial channel to connect. However, such a situation is almost unlikely to occur because the probability is too low. Therefore, your current summoning is a very special situation. Xuanyu, you need to conduct several experiments with the teacher next to see where the isochronous resonance actually comes from. Okay. Lan Xuanyu nodded repeatedly. Qianlei and Lu Feng beside him were dumbfounded, wondering what was going on. On the other side of Qianlei's summoning gate was actually Lan Xuanyu's teacher. The two looked at Lan Xuanyu in disbelief. Lan Xuanyu couldn't explain to them and asked, Nana, what should I do now? Nana thought for a moment and said, first, you need to kill all but one of the lava hounds, then don't kill it. Keep it, after ending the summoning gate. How long will it take you to summon again? Lan Xuanyu looked at Qianlei. Qianlei replied, if we end and then summon again, it might take about half an hour to rest. But if we exit and re-enter the simulation system, we should be able to summon immediately, right? Nana said, all right. Then kill the lava hounds, and after 10 minutes, re-enter the assessment and try the same summon again. If you don't summon Qianxiu, exit and wait another 10 minutes before summoning again. Although Lan Xuanyu didn't understand what Nana was trying to do, he quickly agreed. With Dong Qianxiu's help, they quickly killed many lava hounds and ended the summoning, exiting. They then began to re-summon and attempt as Nana instructed. To Lan Xuanyu's surprise, during their second summoning, they indeed did not summon Dong Qianxiu, but fortunately summoned a stronger soul beast, and together they passed the assessment. After 10 minutes, during the third summoning, Dong Qianxiu arrived as promised. Xuanyu, I already have a preliminary judgment. Next, repeat the previous process and try summoning a few more times. Nana's voice sounded again. They tried for more than 10 times. Although Qianlei's cultivation could basically recover each time they exited, and his mental strength could recover most of the time, after so many attempts, he was still exhausted. After summoning Dong Qianxiu again, Lan Xuanyu had to communicate with Nana on the other side. Nana, my classmate might not be able to continue summoning. Nana replied, let's stop here for today. I also have a preliminary judgment. Xuanyu, I can tell you that the spatial isochronous oscillation is likely caused by you and me. After so many attempts, I can basically make this judgment. Lan Xuanyu was taken aback. Does that mean if we are strong enough, we can also summon you to our side? Nana smiled. It's very difficult, or rather, almost impossible. But I don't know why. This is an instinctive judgment. Let us stop here for today. You all go back and rest well. Dong Qianxiu looked at Lan Xuanyu with curiosity, wanting to say something, but not knowing what to say. She just waved her hand. I'm leaving. After saying that, she returned to the summoning gate and disappeared. When Lan Xuanyu and the others returned to the dormitory, Qianlei almost collapsed instantly onto his bed. The continuous summoning had drained too much energy. This was almost the most he had ever used his martial soul in a row. After all, his martial soul was so unreliable that using it once was already good. It was a success or a failure. Using it again and again like today was indeed a huge mental drain. In contrast, Lu Feng was in a state of extreme excitement. Usually, he was relatively quiet, especially after joining the advanced youth class, where he had always ranked at the bottom with Qianlei, which made him somewhat self-conscious. Surrounded by peers who were all so outstanding, he felt inferior. But the past 2 days were different. The arrival of Lan Xuanyu brought a tremendous change to their dormitory. Qianlei's summoning had become reliable with his help, and his own white dragon spear had also significantly increased in power with Lan Xuanyu's assistance. What a miraculous change. In the past, Lu Feng didn't think much of support-type soul masters, but now, in his eyes, Lan Xuanyu was simply the best support. In terms of speed, Lu Feng was confident he was the fastest in the class. If he added strong attack power, who would he be afraid of? It was easy to imagine that their trio's performance would significantly improve due to the changes brought by Lan Xuanyu. Xuanyu, we've been trying to summon all day. Are you tired? If not, should we try again to coordinate? Lu Feng asked eagerly. Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, I'm fine. Today, it was mostly Qianlei summoning. Shall we give it a try? Previously, he had assisted Lu Feng several times using his right hand's golden-patterned blue silvergrass. He felt that under his aid, Lu Feng's white dragon spear seemed to have a sense of awakening. The awakened white dragon spear's power increased by more than double. So, what if he used the silver-patterned blue silvergrass? Would there be a difference? It was just an attempt to change martial souls, not a battle. And it wouldn't cause the summoning objects like Qianlei did that could potentially cause damage. So, there was naturally nothing in the dormitory. Lu Feng immediately and decisively unleashed his white dragon spear. In the dormitory, his white dragon spear appeared even more prominent, with its long, pure white spear body resembling snow, and the dragon head exuding the spear tip, emanating a faint chill. Lu Feng nodded to Lan Xuanyu. Chapter 95. Amplification. Lan Xuanyu was the first to extend his right hand. The golden-patterned blue-silver grass coiled around his palm, and immediately he felt a warmth spread throughout his body, as if the blood within was boiling. A layer of golden radiance unconsciously appeared around him. He placed his right hand on Lu Feng's shoulder, and instantly, Lu Feng felt a surge of warmth, his spirit and energy skyrocketing. Once out of the simulator, all perceptions became sharper. At that moment, he felt as if his martial soul had been ignited, bringing him an immensely joyful emotion. The white dragon's spear trembled slightly, and the light on its body intensified, with 3 inches of spear light shooting out from the spear tip. Strangely, Lu Feng noticed a very obvious change at the dragon's head of his white dragon spear. The previously closed dragon eye had opened, and a feeling of oneness, of being one with the spear, spread throughout his body, giving him a sense of rebirth. Awesome. I feel like I've become stronger all of a sudden. There's this urge to vent. This is truly wonderful. Lu Feng looked at Lan Xuanyu, his eyes shining brightly. Even with his relatively introverted personality, he couldn't help but exclaim in excitement upon encountering such a huge change. Fortunately, at this moment, Qianlei had fallen into a deep sleep due to exhaustion and was not affected. Lan Xuanyu withdrew his right hand and silently felt the previous changes. What puzzled him was that, in his perception, he hadn't done anything to Lu Feng. It was merely a simple physical contact, at most accompanied by a kind heart. It was like he infused his soul power or blood energy into Lu Feng. So this change is due to the white dragon spear itself. And I acted merely as a medium, just touching his body, and this change occurred naturally. This is indeed quite marvelous. Let's try the left hand, Lu Feng said eagerly. Okay. Lan Xuanyu raised his left hand, the silver-patterned blue-silver grass coiling around it, and pressed it on Lu Feng's shoulder. This time, Lu Feng's sensation was entirely different. He felt a coolness envelop him, a refreshing sensation spreading throughout his body. Immediately, an icy mist seemed to emanate from his right hand's white dragon spear, and the dragon eye opened once more. However, unlike last time, which radiated a faint golden hue, this time it became a soft silver. Lu Feng flicked his wrist, and the surface of the white dragon spear released an icy mist, lowering the surrounding temperature significantly. Qianlei, who was asleep, instinctively pulled his blanket closer, wrapping himself tightly. You've given me ice attributes? Lu Feng stared blankly at Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu looked back at him innocently, thinking, I didn't do anything. I just touched you. Lu Feng stared blankly at Lan Xuanyu, and Lan Xuanyu stared back. The two fell silent for a while until Lu Feng realized it was getting a bit cold in the room. Xuanyu, you're really amazing, he said sincerely. Lan Xuanyu scratched his head. Actually, I didn't do anything, right? Is it because our martial souls are quite compatible? Lu Feng smiled wryly. I don't know. Haven't you had this situation with others before? Lan Xuanyu replied. I have weakened someone else's martial soul, but I've never enhanced anyone else. Lu Feng said. So we must have a special connection. Plus, you can amplify me, which means it can also help Qianlei with his summoning. That makes a difference. Maybe the 3 of us really have a special bond. At this point, he suddenly paused and said, Xuanyu, from now on, our dormitory will be led by you. Huh? Lan Xuanyu was taken aback. Lu Feng explained, every dormitory has its own leader. We didn't have one before because we weren't complete, and also because the 2 of us were always at the bottom. Now that you're here, everything is different. However, let us keep your ability to amplify us a secret for now. Don't tell the teachers or other students. The midterm exam rankings are coming up soon. Let us show them our strength then. We need to practice hard these days and get familiar with the new combat style you've improved. Though Lu Feng was young, he had been suppressed since coming to the advanced youth class. He had long been holding back a surge of energy, and now that he finally had the chance, how could not work hard? Loading more content. Please wait for the advanced youth class. The most important thing next was the choice of secondary professions. The three of them in dormitory 333 ultimately chose Lu Feng for dual armor flow, while Lan Xuanyu and Qian Lei chose battleship driving basics along with battle armor, temporarily giving up on mechas. To their surprise, when they signed up, they found that only Lan Xuanyu and Qian Lei had chosen battleship driving basics. The vast majority of advanced youth class students opted for dual armor flow, combining battle armor with mechas. Impressive. Qian Lei, I heard you chose battleship basics. Good choice. On a new day before class, Jin Xiang actively walked up to Qian Lei, mocking him a bit. Qian Lei rolled his eyes. What is it to you? I have high mental strength and good comprehension. Is that okay? Jin Xiang nodded. True. You're not much use in combat, so you'll probably be eliminated by the midterm exam, right? Switching to major in battleship driving is a pretty good choice. Eliminated? You wish. Qian Lei was furious and couldn't help but retort, but was pulled back by Lu Feng beside him. What are you pulling me for? Qian Lei glared at his roommate. Lu Feng shook his head meaningfully, and Qian Lei immediately understood. Thinking about the recent changes, he turned back to Jin Xiang and said, See you at the midterm exam. Don't cry then. Jin Xiang's eyes widened. Are you provoking me? One-on-one. Qian Lei rolled his eyes. Are you stupid? Class is about to start. The teacher has already arrived. Today's class is with Teacher G. Oh no, Teacher G's here. At the mention of Teacher G, Jin Xiang's face changed drastically, and he almost instantly turned and rushed back to his seat. But when he sat down, he realized that the teacher at the podium hadn't arrived yet. Just as he was about to explode, the classroom door opened, and a tall, thin, middle-aged man walked in. Strangely, when this middle-aged man entered the classroom, it instantly became silent. No one dared to speak. Lan Xuanyu had only recently joined, so it was his first time seeing this teacher. He couldn't help but poke Qian Lei beside him. What class is today? What does this teacher teach? Recently, the three of them had been practicing their coordination in the simulation chamber whenever they had time, so Lan Xuanyu hadn't paid much attention to the class schedule. Qian Lei lowered his voice. This is Teacher Ji Hongbin. He is a big demon king. Qian Lei, stand up. At that moment, the teacher at the podium suddenly said in a deep voice. Qian Lei shivered and hurriedly stood up. Hello, Teacher Ji. At this time, Lan Xuanyu noticed the teacher's appearance. The tall, thin teacher looked to be in his 40s, with some gray at his temples and slightly sunken, piercing eyes. He stood there straight like a javelin, exuding an intimidating presence even without anger. Repeat what you just said, Ji Hongbin said coldly. Hello, teacher, Qian Lei quickly said. Not that. The sentence you said to your classmate. Ji Hongbin's expression remained unchanged. He simply said calmly. Chapter 96. The great demon king teaches Qian Lei was sweating profusely on his forehead, and this. Ji Hongbin just looked at him. Qian Lei forced himself to say, I just mentioned that this is teacher Ji Hongbin. He is a great demon king. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole class was shocked, but strangely, no one made sound. Ji Hongbin said, sit down. Qian Lei was stunned. He didn't expect to get through so easily. He hurriedly sat down, letting out a big sigh of relief. Ji Hongbin still wore a calm expression. And what I want to say is that Qian Lei is right. To you, I'm a great demon king. The psychological shadow area of all the students in the advanced class of high-energy boys increased dramatically at this moment. Ji Hongbin calmly said, this morning, all of it is my class. In the first half, I will teach. In the second half, I will assess you. Those who pass can go to lunch. Those who do not will continue to be assessed until they pass. A sigh of despair spread across the class. It was at this moment that Lan Xuanyu took the opportunity to ask Qian Lei, what exactly does Teacher Ji teach? Qian Lei's mouth twitched. Teacher Ji teaches the basics of soul beasts. At first, everyone thought this course was useless. After all, our chances of interacting with soul beasts are probably only in the simulation cabin. But once the class started, we realized just how strict this teacher is. Even scarier, it is said that Teacher Ji is the strongest in our Tianluo Academy, someone no one can provoke. He is also the vice president of the academy. Moreover, he always teaches a lot of content, which is very complicated, and insists that we remember it. Every class has an assessment. If you fail the assessment, then the punishment comes, which can be quite varied. Basics of Soul Beasts? Upon hearing the name of this course, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Due to his family background, he was most familiar with soul beasts, right? Growing up, influenced by his parents who both worked at the Ancient Soul Beast Research Institute, he could say he was definitely the most knowledgeable person about soul beasts in the class. Class started. Today, I will teach you about soul beast levels and the characteristics of top-level soul beasts. Ji Hongbin began the lecture. It is well known that soul beasts have been classified according to their cultivation years since ancient times, resulting in 10-year soul beasts, 100-year soul beasts, 1,000-year soul beasts, 10,000-year soul beasts, and 100,000-year soul beasts. However, in the history of soul masters, there are also some special existences. The colors of the soul rings corresponding to these 5 types of soul beasts are white, yellow, purple, black, and red. However, there are also special colors of soul rings. Let me give you a few examples. First, the most frequently appearing special color soul ring is the orange-gold soul ring. Soul beasts that reach a level of over 100,000 years, especially those that reach over 200,000 years, are called fierce beasts. The soul rings they produce are orange-gold. Therefore, orange gold often signifies power. A 100,000-year red soul ring will grant the soul master 2 soul skills, while an orange gold soul ring may grant even more. Of course, this was in ancient times. Nowadays, the soul spirits we absorb also have multiple soul skills, but they need to correspond to different levels. This type of top-level soul ring has several soul skills in one soul ring. With the current technology of the Spirit Transmission Tower, it is barely possible to simulate the production of a 100,000-year soul ring. However, after research, it has been found that orange-gold soul rings can never be simulated. This is because all fierce beasts must undergo different heavenly tribulations to reach that level, and heavenly tribulations cannot be simulated. In addition to orange gold, there are some even rarer soul rings, and it is uncertain whether they have appeared before. For example, the legendary million-year soul ring. The first mention of the million-year soul ring in history comes from Tang San, the founding ancestor of the Tang sect. It is said that before becoming a god, sea god Tang, San killed a million-year-old deep-sea magic whale king, thus obtaining the first million-year soul ring. The descriptions of the million-year soul ring vary. Some say it is golden, some say it is a pure white, and others claim it is platinum. Some even say that different million-year soul rings have different colors. The specifics remain unresolved to this day. Furthermore, the second million-year soul ring that appeared in history is said to come from the founder of the Spirit Transmission Tower, Ice Empress Dalu Yuhao, who is also said to have become a god. According to legend, before he became a god, he defeated the king of fierce beasts, beast god Emperor Tian. His million-year soul ring came from a soul beast known as the Dream Ice Silkworm. Ji Hongbin spoke very quickly, and Lan Xuanyu listened with great interest because he had never heard of such high-level knowledge about soul beasts and soul rings before. After all, it was too distant from him. There is also a special color soul ring that has only appeared once in history. That is the legendary figure known as the leader of the new era, the peace ambassador between humans and soul beasts, and the representative of the interstellar migration event. The legendary figure who changed the mother planet, Dragon Emperor Douluo Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin is also the most recent of these historical figures I have mentioned, and there are relatively detailed records about him. Tang Wulin has had many legends, one of which is that he had a soul ring with the color of green gold. Yes, it is green gold, a unique occurrence that has only appeared once in human history. According to his friend's later recollections, this green gold soul ring is very likely related to vitality. However, the specifics involve federal secrets. In summary, almost all special color soul rings have their own unique characteristics, and they're almost all synonymous with power. Every student listened very attentively. They couldn't afford to be careless. What if they fail the assessment later? Next, I will talk about the situation regarding fierce beasts. The first one we need to discuss is the beast god Emperor Tian, whose true body is the golden-eyed Black Dragon King. His characteristics are. Ji Hongbin began to describe the various characteristics of fierce beasts, detailing all the fierce beasts that have indeed appeared in human history, explaining very thoroughly what abilities each fierce beast has, approximately in what era they existed, and whether they still survive, etc. He spoke for a full hour and a half before stopping for a 10-minute break, and after 10 minutes, the assessment would begin. After finishing, he went out first. As soon as he left, A wave of relaxation spread throughout the class. But immediately following that, not a single person left the classroom to take a break. Even Jin Xiang, who had previously provoked Qianlei, stayed seated, with everyone deep in thought. Qianlei and Lu Feng were the same. Lan Xuanyu asked, "Is the assessment going to be very difficult? Everyone looks so tense." Qianlei smiled bitterly. "Of course it's difficult. The key is that the punishment for failing the assessment is too terrifying. You haven't seen it. Why is Jin Xiang so afraid of Teacher Ji? He didn't listen well in class, failed the assessment, and arrogantly said this was useless. Then Teacher Ji caught him, opened the window, and threw him out." Lan Xuanyu asked, "Thrown out? Our floor is okay, right? After all, we are all soul masters. We shouldn't be harmed from such a height." Qianlei's mouth twitched, not thrown out but thrown up. According to Jin Xiang himself, he was directly thrown into the sky, at least several hundred meters high, and he didn't know where Teacher Ji got such strength. Then Teacher Ji just reached out one hand out the window, caught him, and threw him up again, and caught him again. This went on for about 10 times. When Jin Xiang came back, he was already scared to the point of not being able to cry. Lan Xuanyu said blankly, "Isn't this corporal punishment?" Qianlei said, "Teacher Ji said that everyone will eventually learn to fly, whether through mechas, battle armor, or their own abilities. Experiencing the sensation of weightlessness in the air more often is beneficial for learning." At this moment, Ji Hongbin returned. "The assessment is about to begin. Which one is Lan Xuanyu? Is he the newcomer? You go first." Chapter 97. Early Dismissal, the New Keyboard Novel Network, Xinjianpan. Updates Douluo Dalu 4. Ultimate Douluo latest chapters in real time. Lan Xuanyu never expected that Ji Hongbin would directly call his name as soon as he started. He quickly stood up and said, "Hello, Teacher Ji." Ji Hongbin said lightly, "You come and talk about the characteristics of the fierce beast, the Ice Sky Snow Maiden, which I just mentioned in class." "Yes. The Ice Sky Snow Maiden was ranked 3rd among the top 10 fierce beasts 20,000 years ago and was known as the Snow Empress. Later, she existed as the spirit of the spirit ice Douluo. Yuhao. The Ice Sky Snow Maiden comes from the extreme north of the mother planet and cultivates." Lan Xuanyu began to recount everything he remembered about the Ice Sky Snow Maiden without hesitation, detailing every aspect. The Snow Empress and another ice-type fierce beast, the Ice Emperor Scorpion, are collectively known as the Ice and Snow Emperors. They once greatly assisted the spirit ice Douluo. He spoke for a full 5 minutes, clearly explaining every ability of the Ice Sky Snow Maiden. After listening to his answer, Ji Hongbin nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Not bad. It seems you have absorbed the information. What I just asked about was indeed the fierce beast-level Ice Sky Snow Maiden, referring to this Snow Empress. It's rare that you remembered it so clearly after just one hearing. Are you usually interested in soul beast knowledge?" Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, "I've been interested since I was young." Ji Hongbin said, "You have passed the assessment, and you can leave class early. Go ahead." "Huh? There's such a thing as leaving class early?" Lan Xuanyu could clearly feel the envious gazes around him. It was too easy to pass Teacher Ji's class smoothly. In the more than 5 minutes he just spoke, he didn't just recount the introduction to the Snow Empress that Ji Hongbin talked about in class. He also referenced many legends about the Snow Empress, all very accurate, which made Ji Hongbin so satisfied. There was no fabrication, just particularly accurate information, indicating that he had studied this before. Nowadays, not many children are interested in soul beasts. Of course, Lan Xuanyu's information was accurate. Lan Xiao and Nancheng were studying this area. So how could it be inaccurate? Lan Xuanyu was inexplicably let out, and to be honest, the feeling of leaving class early was quite nice. Wasn't Teacher Ji quite easy to get along with? Ji Hongbin's teaching method is simple. It's about reinforcing memory. The things taught in class are reinforced for students to remember. There's a direct assessment, and if you fail, there are penalties. With nothing to do after leaving class early, Lan Xuanyu decided to head to the training room to log into the simulation pod for a while. He had already become familiar with the Douluo world and the simulation pod over the past few days. Of course, this was only within the specially designated area of the academy. Before the age of 12, they were not allowed to leave the academy area. After logging into the simulation pod, Lan Xuanyu went directly to the training ground. He currently had 5 Douluo coins from the Douluo world given to him by Qianlei. Since he had nothing else to do, he prepared to try it out himself to see how long he could last under the attacks of so many lava hounds. After a brief consideration of tactics, Lan Xuanyu paid 1 Douluo coin and entered the training ground. This was his first time entering the primary assessment of the training ground alone. However, since he had been in and out so many times before, he didn't hesitate at all. As soon as he appeared in the beast fighting arena, he immediately ran in one direction. There were a total of 4 doors in the beast fighting arena, and soul beasts would enter from each. This meant that 100 10-year lava hounds would rush in from 4 directions. If he just waited in the center, he would undoubtedly be passively attacked. Now that he was alone, he could only rely on himself. Both hands wrapped around the blue-silver grass, his internal energy surging, and his left hand was surrounded by ice mist. As he dashed to the door, it opened just in time. Lan Xuanyu didn't hesitate and suddenly crouched down, slamming his left hand onto the ground. Ice spikes shot up rapidly from the ground, just in time to meet the rushing lava hounds. From his previous battles with the lava hounds, Lan Xuanyu had long discovered that these 10-year lava hounds had very low intelligence, almost only possessing fighting instincts. Even 100-year lava hounds were definitely not clever. This might be due to the fact that this was a primary assessment. Sure enough, the first few lava hounds to rush out were all pierced by the ice spikes. Lan Xuanyu suddenly jumped up, his right hand clawing directly at the wall of the beast fighting arena. The golden patterned blue-silver grass shimmered, and his 5 fingers hooked like claws, with scales emerging. As he dug into the stone wall, hanging onto it, his left hand continuously shot down ice cones. The first few lava hounds that rushed out were already in disarray. The ones in front crashed into each other, and the ones behind continued to rush out, only to be shot down from above, resulting in the deaths of more than a dozen in a short time. The lava hounds from the other 3 directions were quickly rushing over. If they were just 10-year lava hounds, and if Lan Xuanyu had enough soul power, he could even use this method to kill all the lava hounds. However, he couldn't do that. With only level 14 soul power, he couldn't sustain the release of hundreds of ice cones. Not to mention there were also 100-year lava hounds. So, from the beginning, he had decided that today's combat method would definitely not focus on his left hand, but rather on his right hand. Without Qianlei and Lu Feng, while he lost some assistance, he also lost some burden. Being alone allowed him to fully utilize the advantages of his footwork. Taking advantage of the fact that the lava hounds from the other 3 directions had not yet arrived, Lan Xuanyu suddenly dropped from the sky, directly jumping onto the back of the last lava hound that rushed out. He smashed his right fist down directly on the lava hound's waist. Canine and wolf-like soul beasts are often described as having copper heads, iron bones, and tofu waists. When Lan Xuanyu heard Ji Hongbin talk about soul beast characteristics in class today, he suddenly thought of this, which was also why he wanted to come to the training ground to try it out. Sure enough, the 10-year lava hound let out a mournful cry and collapsed to the ground. The waist was indeed its vital point. Before the other 10-year lava hounds could react, Lan Xuanyu had already rushed up, landing 2 more punches on the waist of 2 more lava hounds, knocking them down, and then turned to run. Eating so many rare ingredients every day was not for nothing. In terms of physical quality, Lan Xuanyu was definitely outstanding among his peers. In this direction, he had already killed more than 10 lava hounds. But he knew he couldn't linger. There were still many others coming from different directions. And soon there would be 100-year lava hounds as well. As he ran, he attracted many 10-year lava hounds to chase after him. Lan Xuanyu did not stop. Purely in terms of speed, he was still inferior to the lava hounds. But he had his methods. From time to time, he swung his left hand, and 1 or 2 ice spikes would appear on the ground. The lava hounds charging from behind would meet a tragic end. However, this was after all a virtual world in the simulation pod. The program assigned to the lava hounds was to kill the enemy. Therefore, they continued to charge forward fearlessly. 300-year lava hounds finally appeared, coming out from 3 different doors. Seeing them, a smile appeared on the corner of Lan Xuanyu's mouth as he suddenly turned around and charged toward the group of 10-year lava hound behind him. The experience from the previous assessment fully manifested at this moment. The first thing that the 300-year lava hounds typically did after appearing was to spit fireballs. This time would certainly not be any different. 3 fireballs flew toward Lan Xuanyu from different directions. At this moment, however, Lan Xuanyu had already charged into the group of 10-year lava hounds behind him. With a focused gaze in that moment, Lan Xuanyu felt everything in his mind suddenly become incredibly clear, as if all the movements of the 10-year lava dogs in front of him had slowed down. He swayed left and right, and as his speed suddenly increased, he seemed to slip into the pack of dogs like a ghost, always able to glide through the gaps. This was the first time he experienced such a battle. In front of him were the grotesque 10-year lava dogs, radiating intense heat and a foul odor. They were so close, just within reach. Chapter 98. Testing battle strength after so many battles and with rich experience, combined with the miraculous movement technique. Lan Xuanyu surprisingly dived right into the wolf pack. 3 fireballs whizzed toward him. Lan Xuanyu crouched down, placing his left hand on the ground, which immediately revealed a layer of thin ice. With a sudden slap of his right hand on the ground, he curled his body and slid forward. His left hand released an ice shield, placing it in front of him, using his forward momentum to crash into the 10-year molten lava dog that couldn't dodge in time. His speed was quite fast this time. With full power in his right hand, he produced a strong explosive force. Instantly, there were rumbling sounds behind him along with a series of tragic screams. Without looking back, he rushed out of the encirclement and quickly headed toward one of the 100-year molten lava dogs. At this moment, the molten lava dogs were in chaos. Undoubtedly, most of the 10-year molten lava dogs had suffered casualties, but the most important thing for him was how to deal with the 300-year molten lava dogs. In a one-on-one situation, he had a certain level of confidence, so he must not allow the 300-year molten lava dogs to gather in one place. Running with all his might, the 100-year molten lava dog had just spat out a fireball when it saw Lan Xuanyu charging toward it, letting out a low growl and pouncing forward. Instead of being startled, Lan Xuanyu was elated. The most important thing for him now was to buy time. As the two sides drew closer, Lan Xuanyu's gaze froze. In that instant, he completely forgot about fear. All that filled his eyes was his opponent. The golden and silver-patterned blue silver grass in his hands flickered with a faint glow, and his spirit and energy had reached their peak. Seeing that they were less than 5 meters apart, Lan Xuanyu finally made his move. He slapped his left hand out, and a faint blue vortex appeared in the air, a water vortex. The 100-year molten lava dog pounced onto the water vortex, and the scorching airflow around it instantly turned into a large amount of steam. This level of water vortex was not enough to stop it, not even to divert its direction, but this water vortex reacted with the lava on its body, producing a large amount of water vapor that significantly decreased its sensory perception. At the same time, Lan Xuanyu released the water vortex. He used its force to suddenly shift his body to the side, narrowly avoiding the pounce of the 100-year molten lava dog. Without hesitation, he swung his right fist, striking precisely at the waist of the 100-year molten lava dog. The timing of this strike was perfect. Had he acted a moment earlier, he might not have reached the position, and if he had waited too long, he might not have dodged. With a thud, the 100-year molten lava dog's waist took a heavy blow, and the sound of bones cracking could be faintly heard, illustrating the immense power of Lan Xuanyu's punch. Its body was knocked sideways, but Lan Xuanyu used the force of that punch to pause for a moment, exerting power in his legs to change direction and quickly catch up with the 100-year molten lava dog. With a flick of his left hand, an ice spear accurately struck the spot where he had previously punched. After all, 100-year soul beasts were different from 10-year soul beasts. Their vitality was much stronger, so he would not give this 100-year molten lava dog another chance to retaliate. The ice spear pierced into its body, close to the lower abdomen, causing the 100-year molten lava dog to let out another mournful cry. Then, with a bang, Lan Xuanyu detonated the ice spear inside its abdomen, causing the 100-year molten lava dog to roll over. Its internal organs ruptured, clearly on the verge of death. However, in that brief moment, the other 200-year molten lava dogs had already reacted, rapidly charging toward Lan Xuanyu's direction. The remaining 30 or so 10-year molten lava dogs were also adjusting their formation, ready to rush at Lan Xuanyu. His crisis was far from over. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu felt a slight sense of exhaustion. After all, he was only a level 14 soul master, not even 8 years old. Being able to kill a 100-year soul beast was already something to be proud of. I can do this, Lan Xuanyu told himself in his heart, taking a deep breath, clenching his fists tightly, and his energy surged once more as if he had squeezed out every last bit of strength. He leaped up and charged toward one of the 100-year molten lava dogs. He absolutely could not allow the remaining 200-year molten lava dogs to surround him. He knew that he would have no chance then. No matter how he dodged, his speed could not compare to that of a 100-year soul beast. And with his soul power rapidly depleting, it wouldn't be long before he was torn to pieces. Therefore, his only chance was to take down one first and then look for opportunities. The 100-year molten lava dog he charged at let out a roar, and the remaining dozens of 10-year molten lava dogs immediately rushed toward him. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath and accelerated. A fireball came flying toward him, a massive fireball with a diameter of nearly a foot. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly dodged, executing a full power roll to the side, just in time to avoid it. The fireball landed behind him with a loud explosion. At this point, the 100-year molten lava dog was less than 20 meters away from him. Lan Xuanyu pressed his right hand on the ground and, while leaping up, quickly charged at his opponent. At that moment, he did not use any long-range attacks because he had to conserve enough soul power for one last fight. What surprised him the most in this battle was actually his own strength. He had not expected that his power had already reached such a level. With increased strength, his speed naturally improved, especially after breaking the 100-year molten lava dog's lumbar vertebra with a punch earlier. It gave him immense confidence. Now, he certainly could not use the Golden Dragon Ascension due to his physical condition, but such strength still gave him a fighting chance. The two sides were within an arm's reach, and the other 100-year molten lava dog was also getting closer. Dozens of molten lava dogs were pouncing from the side. Lan Xuanyu's gaze stiffened. It was now or never. No matter what, he had to take down this 100-year molten lava dog in front of him. With that thought, he no longer held back. While continuing to charge forward, he executed the same tactic again, sending a water vortex toward the 100-year molten lava dog ahead. However, this 100-year molten lava dog clearly was not without intelligence. It suddenly stopped, not directly crashing into the water vortex this time, but swiped a paw to shatter the vortex. The mist still appeared, but compared to before, it was far less dense, at least not enough to completely block its line of sight. Facing Lan Xuanyu, who was charging sideways, the 100-year molten lava dog quickly turned around and lunged at him with its mouth wide open. The intense heat radiating from its body made Lan Xuanyu feel a tightness in his chest. When the 100-year molten lava dog fully unleashed its power, the temperature around its body could rise to 70 or 80 degrees, significantly affecting its opponents, as they were naturally more adept at close combat. Lan Xuanyu gritted his teeth, suddenly crouching down to avoid the bite from the 100-year molten lava dog, almost ducking under its jaw. The 100-year molten lava dog's hind paw kicked out, aiming to send Lan Xuanyu flying and prevent him from getting close to its lower back. At that moment, Lan Xuanyu executed a brilliant counter. He suddenly flipped backward from his crouch position, avoiding the kick while exerting force with his legs to reverse his momentum and leap back toward the 100-year molten lava dog's jaw. This change showcased his excellent physical quality, demanding high levels of strength and flexibility. Undoubtedly, the 100-year molten lava dog had initially assumed Lan Xuanyu would attack its vital waist area, wanting to use the same tactic again. However, from the very beginning, Lan Xuanyu's target was never there. A 1.5-foot-long ice spear condensed at this moment, and Lan Xuanyu transferred the ice spear he had formed in his left hand to his right hand. The golden-patterned blue silver grass on his right hand shone brightly, making his whole arm appear thicker. With a fierce thrust, it pierced directly into the soft skin under the jaw of the lava dog, penetrating straight to the brain. This strike demonstrated the essence of being quick, precise, and ruthless to the fullest. The ice spear itself was sharp enough, not to mention the full force from Lan Xuanyu's right arm. Before I knew it, it was time to go on the shelves again. Tomorrow it will be released. Thank you, brothers, for your continued support. I hope everyone can send more monthly tickets tomorrow. There will be an update tomorrow at 3 in the morning. Here, I also wish all my readers a happy new year in advance. May all your wishes come true. So much has happened in 2018. but it's finally all behind us. I hope that starting in 2019, the future will bring nothing but good days. Chapter 99. Colorful Tang Jia, San Shao reminds you. After reading, please bookmark New Keyboard Novel Network Xinjianpan.com, making it more convenient to continue reading. The 100-year-old lava dog was directly thrust upward by the ice spear, which even pierced through its hard skull before stopping. Lan Suani Zolet Saiwei, escaping from underneath the 100-year-old lava dog. However, at that moment, he felt a chill in his heart. More than 30 10-year-old lava dogs were already very close. What made him feel even more helpless was that a massive fireball was right in front of him. Having killed 200-year-old lava dogs had already drained his energy, leaving him weak and his soul power nearly exhausted. His physical strength had also significantly declined. At this point, he couldn't even move his feet properly and needed to catch his breath. But how could these lava dogs give him a chance to breathe? It's over. However, it was somewhat comforting that he had almost killed 2/3 of his opponents. Lan Xuanyu instinctively raised his arms, his right hand in front and his left hand behind, crossing them in front of him. He knew very well that there was no way he could survive being hit by the fireball. So let it end here. It was better than being bitten to death by those lava dogs. The pain might not be strong, but it would still be disgusting. Boom! The heat descended. Lan Xuanyu's right hand clearly felt the pain brought by the burning fireball. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt as if time around him slowed down. He could even clearly see that, with the impact of the fireball, his right hand was pushed back, touching his left hand behind it. At that moment, on his right hand, the golden-patterned blue silvergrass was curling and covering, while on his left hand was the silver-patterned blue silvergrass. When these two hands touched, it was the moment of contact between the golden-patterned blue silvergrass and the silver-patterned blue silvergrass. The violent roar was the explosion of the fireball. But at that instant, what Lan Xuanyu saw was the colorful halo bursting forth from the contact between his hands. Yes, it was colorful, and at that moment, the originally single milky white soul ring on his body suddenly underwent a change, even when he simultaneously used two types of blue silvergrass. The soul ring would only appear as one, either white or a combination of the two. But at this moment, that white soul ring suddenly trembled and split into two, then re-overlapped, transforming into a colorful halo. Then, this halo suddenly expanded outward. The vortex in his chest, which was formed with the help of Nana, suddenly began to spin violently. The originally incompatible golden and silver dual energy instantly merged into one, transforming into a rainbow of colors. Boom! A massive wave of energy instantly erupted. In that moment, Lan Xuanyu felt his mind go blank. At this moment, centered on his body, a colorful light sphere expanded outward with great force. The residual waves from the fireball explosion were completely devoured, and the 30 or so 10-year-old lava dogs didn't even have time to let out a cry before being completely swallowed up and disappearing. The 100-year-old lava dog in the distance seemed to sense something incredible. Its body went limp, and it crawled on the ground before vanishing in a flash of light. As if it had been scared to death, the entire colorful light sphere expanded to about 10 meters in diameter, and after just a second of blooming, it slowly receded. The sound of a crisp clang rang out as Lan Xuanyu's hands pulled apart. He suddenly regained his senses. Then he received a notification that he had passed the assessment. When he left the arena, he was completely bewildered. What did it mean that he passed? There were still more than 30 10-year-old lava dogs and 100-year-old lava dog, and he was in a desperate situation. But looking at the Douluo coin in his hand, which represented that he indeed passed the assessment, he was confused. What was going on? What was that colorful light earlier? He hurriedly felt the changes in his body. He felt slightly weak mentally, and his soul power. Lan Xuanyu's eyes widened as he suddenly realized that his soul power seemed to have decreased overall. The vortex in his chest had weakened a bit. Shouldn't soul power recover to peak state after passing the assessment? Why hadn't it fully recovered? While surprised, he quickly ended the simulation pod state and went outside. Focusing inward again, he felt that his soul power still showed a decrease and showed no signs of recovery. Did he have to meditate to recover? Hastily returning to his dorm, he found that the others probably hadn't finished the assessment yet. As Lu Feng and Qian Lei hadn't returned. Sitting on his bed, he quickly began to meditate. However, after a short while, Lan Xuanyu's expression changed drastically as he reopened his eyes. The meditation state showed that his soul power was at its best state, but it was clear that it had overall decreased. An ominous premonition immediately lingered in his heart. Lan Xuanyu didn't dare to delay and quickly took out the soul power tester from the dorm. This small tester could measure soul power below level 30, and each dorm had its own. Injecting soul power and testing. Soul power, level 13. When he saw this data, he was stunned. Level 13? How could it be level 13? It had been so difficult for him to cultivate to level 14. How could it decrease instead of increase, dropping to level 13? Lan Xuanyu felt completely dazed, and for a moment his heart went cold. His soul power cultivation speed had always been slow, and he was already the weakest in the class. Now he had dropped a level. This was simply, his breathing became slightly rapid, and he felt mentally numb. How could this happen? He had downgraded. Tears streamed down his face. After a good 10 minutes, he conducted 2 more tests, confirming that he indeed only had level 13 soul power now. Taking deep breaths, he gradually calmed down. Why had he downgraded? What was the reason for this downgrade? Without a doubt, it was related to the previous appearance of the colorful light. In other words, when his golden patterned blue-silver grass collided with the silver patterned blue-silver grass, a special change occurred, which in turn led to the downgrade of his soul power. Was that burst of energy what he got in return for the downgrade? This situation was something he had never heard of in his previous studies. But who could he ask about it? Would the teachers know? Would they believe him? Would this cause him to be removed from the high-energy youth class? Nana. Right, he could ask teacher Nana. Grasping at this lifeline, he suddenly thought of Nana. She would definitely know. The vortex in his body was created with her help. When his blue-silver grasses touched, the vortex also underwent a change. Thinking of Nana, his mood finally settled a bit. At least he could contact Nana through Qianlei now. Sitting cross-legged again, he slowly operated his soul power according to the Shantian skill, observing the changes in himself more carefully. Had his soul power really just disappeared? This was truly unbelievable, completely beyond his understanding of soul masters. Moreover, this was in the simulation pod. It wasn't the real world. Theoretically, changes in the simulation pod shouldn't carry over to the real world, right? There were simply too many questions. Immersing his consciousness, Lan Xuanyu silently felt the changes in the vortex within his body. As he gradually sank into meditation, he began to notice some differences from before. It was true that his spiritual power had weakened. Indeed, it had diminished somewhat. However, he discovered that the relationship between the two energies, gold and silver, within him seemed to have undergone some slight changes. How should I put it? It seemed that the repulsion between these two energies had slightly decreased. Yes, it had indeed decreased. The book is now on the shelves. Thank you to all my readers for your support, especially to our esteemed leaders. Thank you, everyone. Just recently, a reader told me that someone was causing trouble in the comments section while we launched the book, using a years-old interview article taken out of context to stir discord. It's been a long time since I've encountered someone coming here to create trouble. I don't know their motives, but unfortunately, these people have no idea what the situation really is. Yes, I have said that free content reading is the trend of the future, but that is based on a sound industry, not for the sake of being free. I don't know how long this future will take. No one knows. It could be 10 years or 20 years. Recently, some free websites have emerged, but the content is poor and uneven. Acquiring a large amount of borderline content at extremely low prices to attract attention and gain traffic, which has indeed become a hidden danger in the industry. As the only member of the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference among online writers, my proposal this year will specifically address this chaos. So, to those trying to stir the pot, you've picked the wrong person, because my principle is to focus on combating the poor content of these free websites. A few days ago, I spoke specifically about this at the bi-weekly meeting of the National Committee presided over by Chairman Wang Yang. For those coming here to cause trouble, maybe you should study the situation before speaking. Why can I represent online literature? Because I have shed blood and sweat for it. Over the years, I have been working hard for the healthy development of online literature. I was the first to adapt online novels into comics, which drove the entire industry. I was the first online novelist who also became a best-selling author in print. And I was the first to adapt an online novel into a mobile game and achieve success. Back then, the copyright for a mobile game from first-tier author was only 100,000 yuan. After my case succeeded, everyone's copyright skyrocketed by hundreds of times. I helped local governments establish online writer villages to provide benefits for us online writers, and I have been striving to lead the development of the industry. Whoever says our online literature is bad, I will fight them to the end. Even though my print book sales are now #1 in the country, wherever I go, I will still say I am an online writer. Why? Because it is online literature that made me who I am, and it is our beloved readers who made me successful. I dare to say that everything I do is for the healthy development of online literature. I deeply love online literature. And to those who come to stir trouble, what about you? My success is built on 15 years of continuous updates. On over 200 print books and more than 40 million words, it did not come out of nowhere. Use your envy and jealousy in the right place, at least as motivation for your progress, and be a good person. The reason I respond is that I don't want to affect the reading mood of our lovely readers. Otherwise, such small-minded people and trivial matters are not worth my wasting so many words. That's it. Lastly, thank you again for your support, dear readers. Chapter 100: The possibility of self-spirit fusion technique during the process of operation. The distinct separation of the two colors of energy weakened. On the surface, it was not obvious. But for Lan Xuanyu, it was an intuition. Nana had once told him that the intuition generated during the training of a soul master is the most accurate. This intuition often brings many different insights to the soul master. One must trust their intuition, as it can almost be considered an epiphany. In other words, if the soul power drops by one level, does it not necessarily bring only disadvantages? At that moment, he noticed another different change. He was surprised to find that in the deepest part of the vortex, there seemed to be a faintly visible light point that was not very clear. The reason he discovered this light point was that it was different from the other energy colors. In the vortex, there were only golden and silver energies, while the central harmonizing energy was a faint white. However, this tiny point, no larger than a needle tip, was colorful. It was so small that Lan Xuanyu could not even discern how many colors it consisted of. But he could be certain that this was something that had not existed before. But what was this all about? Was it also brought about by the previous collision? These discoveries finally made Lan Xuanyu completely calm down. Lowering one level of soul power had resulted in these changes. Perhaps even the teachers would not be able to explain this, as it had a direct relationship with his somewhat peculiar dual spirits. He originally wanted to ask Mu Zhongtian about it, but now it seemed that the most correct choice was to ask Teacher Nana. Other teachers might not be able to answer, and there could be even more doubts. He decided to wait until he saw Teacher Nana next time to ask her. However, since this was related to the secret of his spirit, it seemed that even Qianlei and Lu Feng should not know about it. What should he do? After ending his meditation, Lan Xuanyu came up with a good idea. That girl named Dong Qinxiu would be teleported over, right? He couldn't directly ask Teacher Nana, fearing that others might overhear. But he could write a letter for her to take back. It should be possible through spatial storage devices. That girl seemed to have one. Thinking of this, Lan Xuanyu hurriedly jumped off the bed, wrote a letter detailing the changes in his body and his doubts, and kept it with him. After finishing the letter, it was time for lunch. Overall, he was still very unhappy. As a soul master, experiencing a downgrade in soul power was truly terrifying, especially for him, as his soul power cultivation was not easy. He finally made some progress, only to have it reduced. Did that mean that if he accidentally made the two types of blue-silver grass touch each other in the future, the same situation would occur? This was what he feared most. With this method of reduction, when would he ever become a high-level soul master? However, his unhappiness soon came to an end. When he arrived at the cafeteria, there were only 3 or 4 students from the high-energy youth class eating there. Clearly, the others had not finished their assessments yet. The quantity of food had not changed. With so few people, didn't that mean he could eat freely? Eat. Under the astonished gaze of those few classmates, Lan Xuanyu, for the first time since arriving at Tianluo Academy, let loose and ate heartily. By the time he finished eating, only 7 or 8 students had come in to eat, not including Qianlei and Lu Feng. Even by the afternoon classes, many students had not eaten, leading to a lot of them feeling sluggish. Teacher G's class was indeed not that easy. Lan Xuanyu concealed the fact that his soul power had downgraded. After all, the difference between level 14 and level 13 was not that obvious. At least before the midterm exam testing, he would not be discovered. He also began to train with full effort, meditating whenever he had time, trying to restore his soul power. Let's not talk about raising to a higher level for now. At least he should restore it to level 14, right? Otherwise, if it was discovered that he had downgraded during the midterm exam, what would the teachers think? That night, he pulled Qianlei and Lu Feng to summon Dong Qinxiu again, and after participating in the assessment, he gave her the letter. Dong Qinxiu indeed had a storage soul guide on her and took the letter with her. Lan Xuanyu could only wait for teacher Nana's reply now. 3 whole days later, after 3 days, Nana's reply finally arrived. When Lan Xuanyu read her letter, his mood finally brightened and all his gloom was swept away. Nana told him in the letter that his situation was very likely related to the self-spirit fusion technique. In other words, his golden pattern blue silvergrass and silver pattern blue silvergrass could fuse with each other. These two should share a common origin, but due to their different attributes, they were at odds. In the crisis situation during his battle, this barrier was finally broken, resulting in the state of the self-spirit fusion technique. It was quite incredible that he, with his level of cultivation, could use the self-spirit fusion technique. The downgrade in soul power was likely an abnormality produced after the spirit fusion. From Lan Xuanyu's subsequent discovery that the compatibility of his 2 types of energy had increased and that point of colorful light had appeared, it seemed that this abnormality was a good thing. It meant that his 2 incompatible energies were beginning to fuse due to the self-spirit fusion technique. If, in the future, the fusion could be even better, it could even make his cultivation stronger, and his spirit would become more powerful. This was definitely a good thing. However, it could also potentially affect his training progress. Therefore, Nana suggested that he first try to continue cultivating to see if the level of soul power that had dropped would recover faster than normal. If so, he could consider continuing with the spirit fusion in the future. Nana also reminded Lan Xuanyu again that the golden and silver energies within him, due to their mutual conflict, posed his greatest hidden danger, and this spirit fusion could very well be the fundamental solution to resolve the hidden danger. If that were the case, it would be a great thing. So, when he next used spirit fusion, he should inform her of the changes again. After a few days of persistent training, Lan Xuanyu indeed found that the speed of cultivation from level 13 to 14 was indeed faster than before. Perhaps it was because he had already trained once, and his meridians were sufficiently widened, so the recovery speed was quicker. In the following time, apart from attending classes, Lan Xuanyu and his 2 roommates practiced privately to increase their coordination and mutual understanding. Lan Xuanyu became the undeniable core among the 3. With him around, Lu Feng and Qianlei's combat effectiveness soared, and as the dorm leader, he naturally deserved the title. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and the day of the midterm exam finally arrived. What relieved Lan Xuanyu greatly was that after a month, his soul power had finally been cultivated back to level 14. At least it wouldn't easily attract attention now. However, he also noticed that the small point of colorful light at the core of his golden and silver vortex had not increased in size along with the improvement of his soul power. It remained the same as before, as if nothing had happened. The study in the high-energy youth class was fulfilling. Almost every day from morning till night was filled with various courses, balancing cultural theory and practical combat. Lan Xuanyu could clearly feel his own progress, while also sensing the improvement of his classmates. Everyone is learning and practicing eagerly, and no one wants to be the one eliminated at the end of the term. There have been no more conflicts among classmates. Everyone is relatively restrained, focusing primarily on their training. In fact, there hasn't been much time for conflicts. Yiling Tong hasn't come to find Lan Xuanyu again, nor has she asked him what he wanted to do back then. Every day is dedicated to hard study and diligent practice. It's the 3rd watch today, asking for monthly votes. Chapter 101 Initial Test. Qian Lei told Lan Xuanyu, Yiling Tong, and LV Qian Sun's group that they ranked first in the class during the initial assessment at the beginning of the semester. Naturally, they would work especially hard to maintain their position. On the other hand, Qianlei and Lu Feng's group, which was at the bottom, was not given much attention, and they were even seen as destined to be eliminated. Over the past month, Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei began to feel the pressure after choosing their secondary professions. They started learning the basics of warship piloting, which took place in a simulation chamber, and they had begun to try piloting 3 types of soul-guided vehicles. Although it was in a simulation chamber, they still had to spend a certain amount of time practicing each day, which took away from their study and training time. Lan Xuanyu even felt a bit regretful. His biggest problem was his low soul power level, which was a certain gap compared to his classmates. Now, needing to spend some time learning to drive naturally made his schedule quite tight. While other classmates in the mecha dual professional stream also had to learn mecha piloting, they could directly enhance their combat power at that time. In contrast, Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei's basic warship piloting included mecha piloting, but they also had to study a large number of other piloting skills, requiring even more mental effort. Fortunately, both of them had mental powers exceeding 100, which allowed them to participate. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have had this chance. Speaking of mental power, Lan Xuanyu was surprised by his latest mental power test result, which was 137. Qianlei was even higher, at 152. Besides the 2 of them, there were very few classmates who exceeded 50. Therefore, although the overall strength of the dormitory 333 was considered the weakest, due to their excellent mental powers, the teachers still held certain hopes for them. The midterm exam finally arrived. Undoubtedly, this was the first test of the results of the high-energy youth class. The initial assessment at the beginning of the semester was a test of the quality of the high-energy youth class itself. After 3 months of study and training, these young students were exhausted every day, but no one wanted to be eliminated. Everyone was working hard. So now, 3 months later, how much had they improved? Was there any change? How significant was the change? This was something Tianluo Academy was eager to understand after investing numerous resources and efforts in order to adjust future teaching. The midterm exam was very detailed, divided into cultural subject assessments, physical data tests, and practical combat drills in groups of 3. The practical competition would take place in the simulation chamber, allowing everyone to fight to their fullest without worrying about actually injuring their opponents, thus unleashing their maximum strength. To avoid delaying further studies, the entire exam only took 1 day. The morning was for cultural subject assessments and physical data tests, while the afternoon was for practical exams. For Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei, the cultural subjects were relatively the easiest. Strong mental power was not only useful for controlling soul power, but also beneficial for learning. A mental power of over 50 points meant reaching the spiritual connection realm, and the next level, the spiritual sea realm, required 200 points. Both Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei had mental powers exceeding 100, not far from the spiritual sea realm, which naturally meant they excelled in memory and comprehension compared to others. Therefore, the cultural subject assessment was quite easy for them, if it weren't for Qianlei's usual laziness. With his mental power, it would be normal for him to score first in the class every time. After the cultural subjects were completed, it was time for the physical data tests. Lan Xuanyu felt a bit worried. The physical data consisted of 4 basic tests: strength, speed, mental power, and soul power. After all, they were still just students and didn't need overly detailed data. Next, it was Lan Xuanyu's turn. At the teacher's call, he went to the testing area. First was the strength test. Remember, during the test, you cannot use soul power to enhance your strength. Understood? You will only use your body's pure strength. The same went for the following speed test. Understood. The teacher led Lan Xuanyu into a machine. The walls on both sides will gradually close in. What you need to do is to prevent them from closing for as long as possible, the teacher said to Lan Xuanyu. The machine had metal walls that would slowly close in after the test began, ultimately closing to the point where only one person could stand sideways. The test subject had to use all available methods to resist the closing speed of the walls as long as possible, thus extending their time. This was undoubtedly a test of overall body strength. Whether it was the body, arms, legs, or waist, all could be used for support. There was a certain technique involved, but the more important factor was still one's own strength. A few people had already tested before. Qianlei was just ahead of Lan Xuanyu, and his test result was 17 seconds. Before Qianlei was LV Qiansun, whose test result was 2 minutes 32 seconds. This already showed a clear gap. LV Qiansun was currently the one who could hold out the longest. What was astonishing was Yi Ling Tong, as a young girl. She held out 1 minute 57 seconds, the best among the girls. Truly, she was worthy of being the owner of the Tiangang Dragon Martial Soul. Just from these basic data, one could see how strong the groups of Yi Ling Tong and LV Qiansun were. Standing in the machine, Lan Xuanyu thought for a moment, then spread his legs, using the sides of his feet to brace against the two metal walls that were about 1 meter apart, and then opened his arms, pressing his hands against the metal walls. This way, he could use the strength of both his arms and legs simultaneously. He was merely following LV Qiansun's example. Start. The metal walls slowly began to close in, and the test officially began. Lan Xuanyu immediately felt the pressure from the metal walls on both sides. The pressure gradually increased, and his arms and legs began to exert force, keeping the metal walls at bay without moving an inch. Lu Feng, standing behind Lan Xuanyu, watched his roommate in the strength testing machine intently. Qianlei had previously embarrassed himself. He had completely failed to hold off the metal walls as soon as he started, until they completely closed. However, Lan Xuanyu was completely different this time. The timer had started, but the metal walls showed no obvious signs of moving. This meant that his strength was initially holding them back. This was certainly a good sign. The longer one could initially hold out, the easier it would be. Because as time went on, once the metal walls began to close in, it would be too difficult to push them back open. Lan Xuanyu didn't feel too much pressure. The force from the metal walls wasn't very strong in his perception. But soon he realized that almost every 10 seconds or so, the pressure from the metal walls would increase slightly. Then, it continued to strengthen. Time passed second by second, and the pressure began to grow. Lan Xuanyu's body started to react. It wasn't as easy to hold up as it had been at first. The blood in his body began to boil, not from soul power but from the inherent strength within him. When the blood boiled, Lan Xuanyu could clearly feel that his emotions seemed to be rising. He had noticed this when facing the lava hound. When he attacked the lava hound, the power from his bloodline even surpassed the power gained from his soul power. The supervising teacher was now nodding silently. It had already been over 1.5 minutes. At this age, being able to hold out for more than 1.5 minutes was quite impressive, especially since this student named Lan Xuanyu was a control-type soul master. It could be seen that Lan Xuanyu inside the strength testing machine was gradually starting to struggle. The metal walls were closing in on him. Even so, at the current rate of contraction, it should be able to support for more than 2 minutes. Among the trainees who have already been tested, it is likely only inferior to Lu Qianxuan. Chapter 102. The group with the most plus signs as the teacher stood up, preparing to move on to the next student after Lan Xuanyu's test ended. An astonishing scene occurred. Inside the strength testing device, Lan Xuanyu, who was already struggling, suddenly brightened his eyes, exuding a powerful aura. His lips tightened as he exerted force, and the metal walls, which had begun to retract, were unexpectedly pushed back to their original position. It should be known that the retraction force of the metal walls was continually increasing, and it was rare for someone to withstand it and push back like this. During this process of expansion and contraction, 2 minutes had already passed. Gasps echoed in the room. The other students began to notice Lan Xuanyu's transformation. This new student, apart from winning against Jin Xiang on the first day, had not shown much else. But this display of strength was somewhat frightening. Even among attack-type soul masters, few had such power. It couldn't be said that he hadn't shown anything else. This guy could eat. Without a doubt, he had the largest appetite in the class. Lan Xuanyu's forehead began to sweat as the pressure on both sides intensified. His muscles started to ache, and even his bones seemed to creak. But in such circumstances, an indomitable emotion surged within him, granting him immense strength. He stubbornly held on. The blood within him boiled, causing his skin to redden slightly. His body trembled continuously, yet his eyes became increasingly bright. Lu Feng, the next to be tested, couldn't help but feel admiration for Lan Xuanyu's state. This was no longer just pure strength, but willpower. This guy's willpower was surprisingly strong. All right, stop. The teacher stepped forward and pressed the stop button, ending Lan Xuanyu's strength test. As the pressure from the metal walls lightened, Lan Xuanyu swayed, nearly falling over, and hurriedly propped himself up with his hands. His whole body felt weak, but the hot blood still circulated vigorously. The teacher opened the testing device and assisted him out, smiling kindly. "Not bad. You're very good. Not only is your strength impressive, but your willpower is also strong. This is a rare quality. Keep it up. But remember, too much rigidity can lead to breakage. Sometimes you need to be flexible. Understand?" "Understood. Thank you, teacher." Lan Xuanyu respectfully bowed to the teacher. Returning to his seat, the teacher filled in a number on his assessment card and handed it to him. The score was 10 plus a plus sign. Each item in the physical quality test had a full score of 10. But what did this plus sign mean? Lan Xuanyu glanced back. His final strength test time was exactly 4 minutes. He didn't know that the plus sign was the highest honor, indicating that he was recognized by a teacher for possessing rare excellent qualities worthy of special cultivation. Although it wouldn't be included in his assessment score, having this plus sign almost guaranteed he wouldn't be eliminated by the end of the first semester. In the subsequent speed test, Lan Xuanyu felt he didn't perform well due to the significant consumption from the strength test, scoring only 7 points. The soul power test was the worst. 6 points were needed to pass, and he only got 4. 5 points, undoubtedly the lowest in the class. Fortunately, in the mental strength test, he scored another 10 plus. There was no way not to score well. In terms of mental strength, he was vastly ahead of Qianlei and the others. Thus, Qianlei also scored a 10 plus in this regard. Interestingly, it wasn't just the two of them who received plus signs. Lu Feng did as well, having scored the fastest in speed tests. In terms of physical quality test results, the first place was L. Qinshuan with 38. 5 points and a plus sign. As the homeroom teacher, Mu Zhongtian began to announce the scores after the morning assessments. As class monitor, L. Qinshuan undoubtedly achieved first place in overall quality. 13th place, Lan Xuanyu with 31. 5 points and 2 plus signs. When Mu Zhongtian read this, he intentionally glanced at Lan Xuanyu. There was no doubt that the low score in the soul power test had dragged him down considerably. However, achieving 13th place among 30 students indeed surprised Mu Zhongtian. Moreover, more content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content failed to load. Please close your browser's reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. Lan Xuanyu was also the only student in the class to achieve 2 plus signs. He was recognized for his strength and mental power. Qianlei gave Lan Xuanyu a thumbs up with a grin, but soon he couldn't laugh anymore. 29th place, Lu Feng with 26. 5 points and a plus sign. 30th place, Qianlei with 25 points and a plus sign. Undoubtedly, the total score of the three from room 333 was at the bottom of the class. Considering the last 2 places were both from their room, Lu Feng and Qianlei hung their heads, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to hide in. But Mu Zhongtian's next words instantly brought looks of astonishment to their faces. Through this physical test, the group with the most plus signs is room 333, with a total of 4 plus signs. Let's congratulate them. According to the Academy's previously established rules, the group with the most plus signs will be exempt from elimination in the final exam. As soon as these words were spoken, the class erupted in an uproar. The happiness came so suddenly that Lu Feng and Qianlei were somewhat stunned, and Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but be taken aback as well. For the other students, this was certainly not good news. According to what was said at the beginning of the high-energy youth class, there are always elimination slots in the final exam each semester, and students could be eliminated. In everyone's eyes, the group most likely to be eliminated was naturally Lu Feng and Qianlei's group. But now, no one expected that their weakest group would actually gain 4 plus signs and thus avoid elimination. In this case, it was uncertain who the elimination slots would fall on. Everyone who could enter the high-energy youth class had scores that were not vastly different. Teacher, this is unfair. In terms of overall strength, their group is definitely the weakest. They shouldn't receive such a huge advantage just because they excel in certain aspects. It's unfair to us. Jin Xiang jumped out without hesitation. Before Lan Xuanyu arrived, he had fought with Lu Feng and had beaten him. So after Lan Xuanyu came, he took the initiative to provoke him, but was defeated. He definitely held a grudge. Mu Zhongtian replied calmly, "This is the Academy's decision. If you have any complaints, you can address them to the academy. Also, in the afternoon's practical assessment, you can work hard to defeat them. The group that comes first in the practical assessment this afternoon will also have the qualification not to be eliminated. So work hard. Young men, class dismissed, break. After saying this, Teacher Mu turned and left. Immediately, the class erupted into discussions. We've made it. Ha ha ha. Qianlei couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lu Feng, with a strange expression, nudged him. Only then did Qianlei realize that the looks around them were not very friendly. Let us go, we'll get something to eat. Lan Xuanyu pulled his two roommates and left the assessment area first. In the cafeteria, while eating, Qianlei whispered to Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng, "It's time for us to shine this afternoon. Let them see our strength." "Xuanyu, it depends on you." Lan Xuanyu agreed. Qianlei continued, "So, how much do we need to expose this afternoon? How much strength do we need to show to win? Would that count as a dual champion?" Lan Xuanyu glanced at him. Lu Feng said irritably, "Can you have some self-respect? Who was at the bottom this morning? How can you still talk about being a champion?" Qianlei curled his lip. Who was second to last? Chapter 103. The maze Lu Feng's face turned red. "At least I'm not as shameless as you." Qianlei said to Lan Xuanyu, "We are adding up to a team. Saying we are first is not wrong. Right, Xuanyu?" Lan Xuanyu looked at him helplessly again. Qianlei pointed at Lan Xuanyu's bulging cheeks and said irritably, "Can't you stop for a moment? You eat too much. How did your parents raise you since childhood?" Lan Xuanyu didn't speak, just hummed. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, but he couldn't free his mouth. After finally swallowing the food in his mouth, Lan Xuanyu took a breath and said, "But I have to eat enough first. If I don't eat enough, how can I fight them in the afternoon?" Okay, you eat. Eat more." At that moment, Yiling Tong walked into the cafeteria from outside. She spotted Lan Xuanyu at a glance and quickly walked over. "Lan Xuanyi." Yiling Tong knocked on his table. With his mouth full, Lan Xuanyu looked up, his big eyes staring at her. Seeing his cheeks puffed up and his eyes wide open, Yiling Tong couldn't help but laugh. "Why do you look so silly and cute?" Lan Xuanyu immediately showed an angry expression, chewed a few times vigorously, and swallowed the food. "Who are you calling silly?" Yiling Tong said irritably. "Don't be ungrateful. I'm here to remind you. If you can't win this afternoon, just admit defeat quickly. After all, you won't be eliminated this semester. I heard Jin Xiang and the others are discussing how to humiliate you after they win." After saying that, she turned around and left. "This is called kindness? It seems destined for us to be humiliated. Jin Xiang is really a piece of work." Qianlei said irritably. Lu Feng snorted coldly. "Let them see who is the strongest. I just don't know how the assessment will be conducted later. Yes, before the afternoon exam starts. No exam rules or methods have been announced. None of them knows how the practical assessment will take place in the afternoon. Undoubtedly, practical combat is extremely important for the high-energy youth class. It can even be said to be the top priority, especially since most students have chosen to double major. In the simulation cabin training ground, 30 students from the high-energy youth class stood beside their respective simulation cabins. Mu Chongtian stood at the front, calmly scanning the students. Eventually, his gaze fixed on Lan Xuanyu. The experience of Lan Xuanyu encountering danger in the simulation cabin was indeed a painful lesson for him. If it weren't for Lan Xuanyu's later recovery, it would have undoubtedly left a shadow in Mu Chongtian's heart, and that shadow would persist. Therefore, before this assessment began, he and the other teachers conducted several careful inspections of the assessment scene, ensuring that there was no danger to these children before finalizing the plan. Next will be the practical assessment, and all of you will participate together. The assessment scene is a maze. Your simulation cabins have already been arranged according to their numbers. Every 3 people will be dropped in the same place. In the maze, you will encounter various attacks from the maze itself. How exactly it will be, you will experience once you enter. What you need to do is very simple. Find other teams and eliminate them. The earlier a team is eliminated, the lower their score will be. Of course, we will also observe the entire battle situation. If there are excellent performances during the battle, corresponding points will be awarded. But the final champion will receive a score of 10 and will not be eliminated this semester. Do you all understand? A maze? What is that? For Lan Xuanyu, this was indeed somewhat unfamiliar. He originally thought that the 10 groups would compete by drawing lots for battles, but he didn't expect it to be a chaotic fight like when they were selected for the high-energy youth class. Since coming here, his training had mostly been fighting soul beasts, and he had rarely fought against soul masters. Thinking quickly, he began to consider combat strategies. Undoubtedly, everyone wants to win a final championship, but how easy is that? Every classmate around him is an outstanding individual among peers. If you are ready, it's time to enter. Mu Chongtian waved his hand, and all the simulation cabins opened under automatic control. Everyone stepped into their respective simulation cabins, immersing their bodies within. The gel-like liquid soaked over them, completely covering them. The cabin lid closed, and darkness gradually enveloped them. The feeling of suffocation only appeared for a moment. The next moment, everything around them became bright again. The system connected, and they entered the Douluo world. With a flash of light, in the next instant, Lan Xuanyu found himself in an unfamiliar place. Not just him, Lu Feng and Qianlei appeared beside him respectively. The high-energy youth class grouping 3 people together was indeed well thought out. After all, they were still young and had no particular strengths in cooperation, and it was difficult to achieve high-level coordination. 3 people were just right. More people would easily lead to chaos, and without a group, cooperation would not be reflected. After much research, it was decided to conduct such joint training in groups of 3. What now? Qianlei asked. Lu Feng also looked at Lan Xuanyu. Since Lan Xuanyu demonstrated his strong amplification for them, both of them's reliance on Lan Xuanyu could be said to be increasing daily. Lan Xuanyu looked at them and said, I don't know what to do either. Have you experienced mazes before? Both shook their heads. Lan Xuanyu thought for a moment and said, since our whole class is in this maze, it means that we can counter anyone afterward. Moreover, we might face multiple battles. To win the final championship, I think it's not enough to just rely on brute strength because everyone's soul power is limited and soul skills can't be used many times. I think, shouldn't we find a place to hide first? If we avoid a battle or 2, the chances of winning will naturally increase, and we can conserve our strength. Boom, 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 boom. While Lan Xuanyu was speaking, suddenly, a series of low rumbles came from ahead. At this moment, they were in a corridor about 5 meters high with stone walls and ceilings on both sides, and wall lamps lighting up the walls. The rumbling was coming from a somewhat dark end of the corridor. The 3 focused their eyes in that direction and instantly saw a roughly 2-meter-tall stone statue slowly walking toward them. The stone statue's eyes emitted a red glow, and it held a giant axe in its hand. In this corridor that was only 5 meters wide, it was undeniable that swinging that giant axe would completely block the entire passage. Wow, it looked a bit powerful. Xuanyu, should I summon it? Qianlei hurriedly said. Lan Xuanyu replied, don't summon it yet. You are our secret weapon. Let us not summon it. If we conserve our strength, first of all, we can't let anyone discover us. I have a plan. Let us wait until that stone statue gets a bit closer. Lu Feng will attack. Qianlei, you stay behind and stick to the stone wall. At their current position, there was no way to avoid it since there was a dead end behind them with no escape route. But precisely because of this, Lan Xuanyu had a bold idea in his mind. The stone statue ahead was not moving quickly, but it was steadily approaching them. The mechanical sound gave an increasingly strong sense of oppression. Qianlei retreated to the back, and Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng stood about 5 or 6 meters in front of him. Lan Xuanyu said to Lu Feng, Crazy, go test its attack method. You don't need to attack it, just let it show its attack method. Since the main purpose of this maze is to have us fight against each other, it shouldn't be too strong. It's more about harassment and blocking us. Lu Feng nodded, unleashed his white dragon spear, and charged out. His speed was indeed fast, and after daily rigorous training, it had even improved. No wonder he was a student with a speed rating of 10+. Chapter 104. Surviving Tangjia Sanshao reminds you. Please bookmark after reading. New keyboard novel networks in Japan.com for easier access to more content. In a flash, he dashed forward, leaving behind a streak of white light as he charged toward the statue. It seemed to sense the threat, raising the battle axe in its hand, ready for combat. However, it continued to advance undeterred. As he approached the statue, Lu Feng suddenly halted, extending his white dragon spear as far as it would go, aiming to stab the statue. The statue gripped the battle axe with both hands and swung downwards, targeting Lu Feng directly, ignoring his spear. Puff! The white dragon spear pierced the statue, leaving a small hole. But the massive axe swung down with a fierce wind. Lu Feng swiftly dodged to the side, avoiding the axe, and the white dragon spear lunged forward, stabbing the statue multiple times. Each strike only left a small hole on the statue, while it continued to swing its axe, but its movements were noticeably slower and couldn't catch the incredibly fast Lu Feng. To maintain control over his speed, Lu Feng now focused on keeping it within a certain range. Although his attack power was still not strong, it was much better than losing control. This was a method he had devised since teaming up with Lan Xuanyu, which had greatly enhanced his power. He realized that his greatest fear was not insufficient attack power, but rather losing control. Once that happened, it could lead to a total defeat in an instant. "Madman, come back," Lan Xuanyu called out to Lu Feng. Lu Feng then turned around and quickly returned to Lan Xuanyu's side, holding the white dragon spear. "This guy is slow, and while its defense is strong, it shouldn't be able to withstand my attacks for long. If I go all out, I should have a chance to defeat it." Lu Feng quickly summarized his observations. "Don't rush. Let come a little closer," Lan Xuanyu said softly. The statue continued to advance, and in a moment, it was less than 10 meters away from them. Lan Xuanyu told Lu Feng, "Wait, when it gets in front of us, we'll strike together to defeat it." As he spoke, Lan Xuanyu released the golden patterned blue silver grass from his right hand and placed it on Lu Feng's shoulder. Instantly, the white dragon spear in Lu Feng's hand lit up, the dragon's eyes opening wide as sharp energy burst forth. As the statue drew closer, Lu Feng shouted, "I'll go first." He suddenly dashed out, his speed significantly increased, and in a flash he was in front of the statue, thrusting the white dragon spear like a dragon emerging from the sea, piercing into its chest before the statue could turn its massive axe. Stone chips flew as the statue's chest was punctured, creating a hole the size of a bowl. Lu Feng pressed down on the spear, using the momentum to leap up, positioning himself above the statue. Not only did he avoid the statue's massive axe, but he also struck down fiercely with the white dragon spear. With a thud, half of the statue's head was smashed away. At that moment, Lan Xuanyu had also moved in, sidestepping the statue's axe with remarkable agility, targeting the right hand that held the axe. He formed a fist with his right hand, golden scales emerging, and struck hard. With a muffled thud, the statue's right hand was shattered, causing the axe to clatter to the ground. Lan Xuanyu leaped up and delivered another punch to the statue's shoulder. Lu Feng continued to wield the white dragon spear, striking the statue's head 3 more times before it was completely shattered. Boom! In the next instant, as the statue's head shattered, the entire figure collapsed, turning into chunks of stone that fell to the ground. Lan Xuanyu quickly stepped back to avoid being hit by the falling debris. "Not bad at all," Qianlei exclaimed from behind, clearly impressed. Lu Feng pointed the spear at the ground, nimbly flipping in the air to land atop the pile of stones, exuding a commanding presence. However, the light on the white dragon spear gradually faded, and the enhancement Lan Xuanyu had given him disappeared. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content failed to load. Please turn off reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to read in another browser. As he landed, Lu Feng gave Lan Xuanyu a thumbs up. In fact, he had almost single-handedly defeated the statue just now, and it had been swift and clean. There was no sign of the earlier insufficiency in power. Lan Xuanyu also gave him a thumbs up. "So what now?" Qianlei eagerly approached. Watching the cooperation between Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng, he felt a surge of excitement. Who would T want to showcase their strength during the assessment? Lan Xuanyu smiled slightly. "We just wait here." As he spoke, he pointed to the ground and sat down cross-legged. They were in a dead end, with walls behind them and the stone pile in front, so by sitting down, he naturally blocked the view from the other end of the passage. "Surviving?" Qianlei stared at Lan Xuanyu in disbelief. "Lan Xuanyu ziplit inevitabili." Why do you have to say it so harshly? We call this waiting for the enemy to tire. Here, the chances of being discovered are small. Plus, it's not easy to encounter other traps in the maze. We just wait. When they have exhausted themselves and fought enough, it won't be too late for us to go out. Lu Feng's expression also turned a bit strange. He had just enjoyed a thrilling victory over the statue and was ready to showcase his skills, but he didn't expect Lan Xuanyu to adopt such a strategy. Xuanyu, I didn't expect you, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, to be so cunning. I couldn't see it coming. Where am I being cunning? This is strategy, Lan Xuanyu said matter-of-factly. All right, Lu Feng and Qian Lei sat down next to him, perfectly concealed by the stone pile. If someone looked from the other end of the passage, they would only see that it was a dead end with a pile of stones, nothing more. Lan Xuanyu pulled the stone axe used by the statue to his side. The axe was heavy, but he could still manage it with his strength. It felt quite good as a weapon. At that moment, in the training ground, 7 or 8 teachers were focused on the large screen in front of them. The screen was divided into sections, displaying the different dynamics of the 10 groups inside. The teachers nodded in approval at times and shook their heads in disapproval at others, clearly having differing opinions on the students' adaptability. Mu Zhongtian's gaze was fixed on Lan Xuanyu's group. Given the previous situation, he was clearly paying more attention to Lan Xuanyu than to the average student. It was quite surprising for him that Lan Xuanyu could achieve 2+10s in performance. He hadn't expected Lan Xuanyu to possess such capability. In the first semester, not being eliminated was already quite impressive. After all, his soul power was only at level 14 at this point, which was relatively low for the high-energy junior class. As far as he knew, the most advanced student, El Qianxuan, had already broken through level 19, and with one more step, he would reach the second environment. This level was what the academy wanted to see, to cultivate these students in the high-energy junior class. The academy not only mobilized the strongest teaching resources from the elementary academy, but even selected some teachers from the intermediate academy. Currently, the mech classes in the high-energy junior class were also taught by instructors from the intermediate academy. The academy was taking this midterm exam very seriously. At this moment, the person standing among the teachers was the vice president of the academy. After 3 months of intensive training, the carefully selected students, the academy hoped to see a transformative change in them, so they could bring glory to the academy in the future. Mu Zhongtian naturally saw the adaptability displayed by Lan Xuanyu and his team when facing the statue. Lu Feng's attack power. Mu Zhongtian quickly noticed that when Lu Feng attacked the statue for the second time, his attack power had significantly increased. The overall setup of the statue is indeed not strong, because considering that the main focus for the students is to fight each other, the maze itself cannot be too powerful. Otherwise, no one would have a chance to meet each other, which would be problematic. However, the speed at which this was resolved seems a bit too fast. Lu Feng's recent offensive is completely different from before. What is going on? Chapter 105. Vice Dean then Mu Chongtian saw that Lan Xuanyu and the other 2 were crouched behind a pile of stones, sitting down. He couldn't help but feel a bit amused. These 3 little guys were indeed cunning. But he had to admit that choosing such a tactic in the maze seemed to be the correct choice. At this moment, the other 9 groups of students were moving through the maze, searching for opponents and finding a way out. Others were also breaking through stone statues. In fact, 2 groups of students had already encountered each other. Everyone hoped to perform well in the practical assessment, after 3 months of hard training. Who wouldn't want to make a stunning impression? Everyone was ready to give their all. Therefore, when the 2 groups encountered each other, it was like thunder striking fire, immediately leading to a full-scale battle that was quite lively and spectacular. The vice dean in charge of the high-energy youth class kept nodding in approval. Not bad. The expression on the vice dean's face clearly became somewhat satisfied. Standing next to him, the one closest was the teacher Ji Hongbin, who was known among the students as the Great Demon King. Ji Hongbin curled his lips. This wasn't anything special. What was truly impressive was this group. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed to a screen. The vice dean turned his gaze over, but what he saw were 3 boys sitting behind the stone pile, leisurely chatting about who knows what. These 3? Old Ji, tell me, how are they impressive? Ji Hongbin calmly replied, unflappable and adaptable. This is an assessment that requires brains. They can comprehensively judge the situation in the maze assessment and exploit loopholes. Such clever students have a brighter future than those who only know how to fight recklessly. Oh, then let us wait and see what kind of results they can achieve in the end. The vice dean, a short and plump man, said with a smile. When he smiled, he gave off a gentle feeling like a warm spring breeze. However, the teachers familiar with him knew very well that he was notorious for hiding daggers behind a smile. If it weren't for a major mistake he had made in the past, he wouldn't be teaching at the academy at all, but rather. Ji Hongbin glanced at the vice dean beside him and said, "Don't you think they have a bit of your style?" The vice dean squinted his eyes and replied irritably, "What do you mean?" Ji Hongbin's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a rare, quirky smile. "Fat fox, what are you pretending for? I don't believe you haven't noticed." "Shut up." The vice dean glared at Ji Hongbin with narrowed eyes, looking displeased. Ji Hongbin, however, raised his hand and put it around his shoulder, saying, "Come on. Still can't let go, can you?" The vice dean sighed. "How could I let go? But it's much better now. When I first stepped down, all I thought about was going back. I don't know how many people I look for or how much effort I put in. Unfortunately, I offended someone, so I can't go back." Ji Hongbin said with a wry smile, "You call that offending someone? You. All right, all right. A hero doesn't mention past bravery. No more talking about it." The vice dean hurriedly interrupted him. Ji Hongbin pointed at him, shaking his head with some helplessness. The fat fox vice dean snorted coldly. "If you won't let me go back, I'll show you that I can still make things happen in the academy." He chuckled. "This little guy is not bad. What's his name?" He pointed at Lan Xuanyu on the screen. Mu Chongtian quickly stepped forward and respectfully said, "His name is Lan Xuanyu." "Well, after the assessment is over, let him come find me." The vice dean narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of light flickering in them. Ji Hongbin, who was beside him, was startled. "Fatty, don't you teach the kid bad things?" The vice dean feigned an innocent expression. "How could that be? I'm such an easygoing person." Ji Hongbin retorted, "Easygoing? You're easygoing about." At this time, the competition venue was already in full swing. The maze itself was not too large, designed so that students wouldn't take too long to find opponents. Now, the students who had encountered each other began to fight fiercely, enjoying themselves. There were even situations where 3 groups of students collided and fell into a chaotic battle. Meanwhile, Lan Xuanyu and the other 2 were still behind the stone pile, resting and regaining their strength. Qianlei lowered his voice and said, "You guys listen, it seems like there's a battle not far from us. I think I can vaguely hear some sounds. Should we go out and take a look? They should have started fighting by now." "Calm down. We're not in a hurry," Lan Xuanyu said. Previously, they had heard footsteps twice. Just not far from their dead end, there was a crossroads. The stone statue earlier was guarding that intersection. After discovering them, it had walked over. Students passing through the crossroads would naturally glance towards them. Seeing it was a dead end, they wouldn't come over, not knowing that there were 3 people hiding here. "You really can keep your cool," Lu Feng couldn't help but say. After gaining a boost from Lan Xuanyu, his combat power had significantly increased, and he really wanted to go out and fight against others. At their age, they were all eager to show themselves, especially in the high-energy youth class. Lan Xuanyu shrugged and said, "It's not that I'm keeping my cool. It's just that there's no point in being reckless. Have you forgotten? We are already guaranteed not to be eliminated this semester. Of course, we could go out and fight actively like them, and given our current situation, we probably wouldn't do too badly. But how can we judge how many opponents we will encounter? Waiting here is different. If we wait a bit longer, we might really have a chance to compete for the championship. Under the condition of not being eliminated, we should aim for the highest direction. It's that simple. Yeah, it's that simple." After hearing him say this, Qianlei and Lu Feng's anxiety immediately disappeared. Why rush for success when they had no risk of elimination? Waiting for the best opportunity to compete for the championship was undoubtedly the right choice. Qianlei's spiritual power was even higher than Lan Xuanyu's. Hearing him say this, he immediately understood, raised his eyebrows, and grinned. "Then let's let them fight for a while longer. When it quiets down, we can go out and clean up the aftermath." Lan Xuanyu smiled slightly. "Let us rest for a bit." At this moment, El Qinxuan, Yi Lingtong, and another companion from their group, Chang Jini, were moving quickly. They had just defeated a group of classmates and were searching for others. El Qinxuan was at the front, with Yi Lingtong and Chang Jini on either side behind him. Among the 3, El Qinxuan and Yi Lingtong were both strong attack-type soul masters, while Chang Jini was a control-type soul master, making for a quite powerful combination. Especially in lower-level situations, the roles of control and support types were not very significant. Having 2 strong attack-type soul masters gave them a considerable advantage. El Qinxuan was the oldest in the class, already 9 years old. However, his soul power had already reached level 19. This semester, He was confident he could break through to level 20 and obtain his second soul ring. He had always believed he was the best in the class. But he never expected that during the assessment this morning, Lan Xuanyu would be the only one to receive 2+ signs, even surpassing him. Although he had the highest total score, it was Lan Xuanyu's group that completed the task first and was not eliminated. For Lan Xuanyu and the other two, Lu Qinshuan had no objections because he never regarded these three as competitors. However, he still felt quite displeased. After entering the practical assessment, he was filled with determination and was determined to achieve good results in this assessment and ultimately win the championship. Chapter 106. The Golden Lions roar so. When they previously encountered a group of opponents, they almost effortlessly defeated them. Squad leader, should we take a break? Chang Jinni suggested. Chang Jinni was fair-skinned and a gentle person. He usually kept a low profile in class, and many believed he ranked high only because he was in the same group as El Qinshuan. But El Qinshuan didn't think so. He knew Chang Jinni well since they were both selected from the same branch school. He was fully aware of Chang Jinni's capabilities, and Chang Jinni had excellent judgment, making him an outstanding control-type battle soul master. Among the high-energy youth class, aside from Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei, Chang Jinni ranked third in spiritual power, with a level of 80. All right, El Qinshuan stopped. Although he was somewhat eager for results, he was open to suggestions. Instead, Yilingtong expressed her dissatisfaction. We haven't consumed much energy. We can definitely continue, right? We can defeat another group before resting. Chang Jinni smiled and said, that's not the way to think. In this maze, we don't know how many opponents we might encounter next. What if we run into two groups at the same time? We are the strongest in the class. What if they surround us? There's a gap in strength among us, but not too much. So, it's better to take a moment to maintain our best condition. That way, we can handle whatever comes our way. Let's listen to Jinni. We need to ensure our victory in the finals. El Qinshuan made the right choice. He became the class leader not just because of his strength. Though Yilingtong was somewhat reluctant, she nodded. Hey, there's a pile of stones over there. It looks like a dead end. Let's go there. El Qinshuan and Chang Jinni looked in the direction she pointed, and sure enough, at the end of the intersection they had just reached, there was a pile of stones. All right, let's head over there. Behind the stone pile, Lan Xuanyu, Qianlei, and Lu Feng exchanged glances. They were not far from the intersection, and they had obviously heard El Qinshuan's group's conversation. What luck! Even hiding, we encounter the strongest opponents in the class. This is ridiculous. Although Lu Feng and Qianlei were confident in themselves, or rather, confident in Lan Xuanyu, El Qinshuan was still a formidable opponent. He was almost at level 20. In terms of soul power, he was clearly superior. Not to mention Yilingtong and Chang Jinni. In a 3-on-3 situation, the two felt a bit uneasy. However, the other three were already walking towards them, and they were approaching cautiously. What should we do? Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath, using his fingers to outline a door shape towards Qianlei, signaling him to begin the summoning. He also nodded at Lu Feng beside him. The golden and silver-patterned blue silvergrass was released simultaneously, curling back into his palms. If we can't avoid it, we can only fight. Qianlei didn't dare to slack off and immediately released his summoning money, rapidly beginning his summoning. The summoning door appeared again, and Lan Xuanyu, with the silver-patterned blue silvergrass in hand, grasped the door frame to assist him in summoning. On the other side, Lu Feng also released his white dragon spear, and under the amplification from Lan Xuanyu, the dragon's eyes shone brightly. The summoning door was completed, and El Qinshuan's group was already getting closer. Just then, a familiar and crisp voice came from within the summoning door. Not available. Lan Xuanyu, Lu Feng, and Qianlei were almost instantaneously petrified. Meanwhile, on the other side of the stone pile, El Qinshuan, Yilingtong, and Chang Jinni naturally heard this voice, and their footsteps almost instantly stopped. Not available. How can that be? Undoubtedly, this voice came from Dong Qinxiu. What could be more certain than summoning a level 20 or above Dong Qinxiu? In a 4-on-3 situation, they were still very likely to defeat El Qinshuan's group. However, Dong Qinxiu's not available completely ruined the situation. They couldn't even sneak attack. They had directly exposed themselves. Moreover, Failing to summon successfully also meant that Qianlei was out of the game. The planned 4-on-3 immediately turned into a 2-on-3. Qianquan's eyes brightened, and a low growl erupted from his mouth as his body suddenly swelled, a circle of yellow soul rings rising from beneath him. His long hair also turned golden. Golden Lion King, his martial soul. His body expanded to an adult size and charged forward in an instant, crashing into the stone pile, both fists striking out simultaneously. Yi Lingtong also released her Tian Gang Dragon martial soul, activating the Tian Gang body, following closely behind. They had been cooperating for 3 months. As soon as Qianquan moved, Yi Lingtong knew what he was going to do. On the other side, the situation was unclear, but the stone blocks were right in front of them, so they would first crash into the stones, using them as weapons to suppress their opponents before launching further attacks. Meanwhile, Lan Xuanyu reacted the moment he sensed something was wrong. He pulled Lu Feng beside him and tossed him upward, using the power from his right hand's golden-patterned blue-silver grass to propel Lu Feng over the stone pile, nearing the top. After throwing Lu Feng, Lan Xuanyu immediately grabbed the huge stone axe with both hands and swung it upward. Boom! The stones crashing down were forcefully knocked away by the stone axe. In midair, Lu Feng descended like a white lightning bolt. He didn't attack the frontmost Qianquan and Yi Lingtong. Instead, he directly targeted the rear Chang Jiani. Both Lu Feng and Lan Xuanyu knew that in a 2-on-3 situation, their chances were slim. Qianquan was not an easy opponent. They needed to take out one first. Thus, Lu Feng's strike, amplified by the golden-patterned blue-silver grass, was made with all his might. Chang Jiani barely saw a white light descending from the sky, and the white dragon spear was already in front of him. However, at that moment, Chang Jiani's soul rings also erupted. How could he, as one of the strongest trio in the high-energy youth class, be ordinary? Behind Chang Jiani, a doll-like phantom appeared, resembling him but appearing quite stiff. A faint layer of white light radiated from the doll, directly covering the space in front of Chang Jiani. Lu Feng felt everything before him slow down a bit. Although that moment of slowness was immediately shattered by the white dragon spear's dragon roar, it still gave Chang Jiani a fleeting moment of opportunity. Chang Jiani barely avoided a critical hit to his head, stepping half a step to the side. In the next moment, the white dragon spear had already pierced through his shoulder, pinning him to the ground. That hurts. The pain perception during the assessment was adjusted to 5%, but the pain from such a penetrating injury was still considerable. The pain almost brought tears to Chang Jiani's eyes. Lu Feng was about to follow up, but then he heard a roar like thunder. Roar! In an instant, the mountains shook and the ground trembled. Lu Feng felt his brain buzzing. Even under the amplification of Lan Xuanyu's golden-patterned blue-silver grass, in that moment, he felt darkness before his eyes, seemingly unable to complete the action of pulling out the white dragon spear. Golden Lion's roar. Qianquan's first soul skill. The Golden Lion King, Qianquan's martial soul, was extraordinarily powerful, a true top-tier martial soul. Although his bloodline didn't seem as powerful as dragons or phoenixes, his Golden Lion King was the strongest among lion-type martial souls. It was a force that ordinary dragon species could not compare to. This golden lion's roar, in the narrow passageway, instantly covered a vast area. Lu Feng's spiritual power was not particularly strong, and under the influence, he immediately slumped with a muffled groan. On the other side, Qianlei crouched down in pain, holding his head in both hands. Although his mental strength was strong, the roar of the golden lion not only had a mental shock, but also a powerful sound wave impact. He couldn't withstand it at all. In an instant, both Lu Feng and Qianlei lost their combat ability. Chapter 107. Dragon's Roar. At this moment, Yi Lingtong finally saw clearly that the opponent in front of her, who had been hiding behind the pile of stones, was actually Lan Xuanyu and his 2 companions. In the face of the golden lion's roar, even the stones flying in the air were shaken into powder. Lan Xuanyu was right in front and bore the brunt of it. He felt a tightness in his chest, his ears buzzing, and in an instant he lost his hearing. A tremendous pain followed, as if his whole body was about to be shattered by the golden lion's roar. In fact, when Lu Qianquan first entered this underground maze, he was already secretly delighted. Undoubtedly, in this environment, the power of his Golden Lion's roar could be maximized, even in the face of a group fight. However, there was a problem with his Golden Lion's roar. It consumed a lot of soul power. Therefore, he and T dared to use it in the previous battle, only when facing Lan Xuanyu and his companions, especially when Lu Feng heavily injured Chang Jinni with a spear. Did he use it in haste? But now, seeing that the opponents were these three, he was already regretting it in his heart. The Golden Lion's roar was indeed powerful, but it also exposed their position. This was not something he wanted to see. Moreover, using it on Lan Xuanyu and his companions felt like a waste. He did not think that these three could pose a threat to them. Yi Ling Tong and Chang Jinni both had a golden mark on their foreheads that was slowly glowing, something Lu Qinxuan had already placed on them to avoid being affected by the Golden Lion's roar. With this roar, the battle situation had completely tilted. Lu Qinxuan stepped forward, rushing towards Lan Xuanyu, and threw a punch at his head. Although Yi Ling Tong did not want to fight Lan Xuanyu, they were a team now, and naturally, she wouldn't hold back. She flipped her body and delivered a kick towards Lu Feng with a dragon tail sweep. In the state of heavenly gang body, as long as the kick connected, Lu Feng, who was also affected by the Golden Lion's roar, would have no chance of escape. But at that moment, an unexpected situation occurred. The summoning door that Qianlei had opened earlier, although it did not summon Dong Qinxiu, had not closed. Because everything happened so quickly, the soul skill had not dissipated. Just then, a delicate jade hand suddenly reached out from the summoning door. With a flick of her finger, a burst of icy cold energy erupted. Lu Qinxuan felt a chill on his fist, and his whole body shivered, failing to hit Lan Xuanyu. At that moment, a charming figure appeared right in front of him. However, before he could observe, a loud and passionate dragon's roar suddenly rang out. When Lan Xuanyu was hit directly by the Golden Lion's roar, he felt as if he was being shattered. But at that moment, the golden energy that had been quietly operating within him suddenly erupted. It was as if it had been provoked. A violent aura surged from the very core of his being. Lan Xuanyu felt his body burn like a hot coal, becoming parched, filled with emotions of violence, defiance, anger, and madness that spread instantly. The golden patterns on the blue-silver grass in his right hand, which had originally been faintly golden on blue grass blades, all transformed into a light red gold color at that moment. Lan Xuanyu suddenly raised his head, his eyes completely turned to gold, filled with a frenzied glow, then opened his mouth, and an extremely passionate dragon's roar erupted in an instant. The entire corridor was instantly filled with that terrifying dragon's roar. At this moment, right in front of him, closest to him, were Dong Qinxiu and Lu Qinxuan. Dong Qinxiu almost immediately reacted, taking a step back and retreating into the summoning door, forming an ice wall in front of him. But the ice wall shattered instantly under the dragon's roar. Lu Qinxuan was not so lucky. He let out a muffled grunt under the roar, and in an instant, blood flowed from all 7 orifices, staggering backward. Qianlei, who was behind Lan Xuanyu, was so shocked he was dumbfounded, collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, the dragon's roar seemed to pose no threat to him, so he was not greatly affected. The ones most affected were Yi Ling Tong and Lu Feng. Yi Ling Tong had originally kicked at Lu Feng, but when the dragon's roar appeared, her heavenly gang body suddenly vanished, her whole body going soft, collapsing to the ground. In stark contrast, Lu Feng's white dragon spear erupted with intense white light, and a clear white dragon's roar accompanied Lan Xuanyu's violent dragon's roar. The white dragon's spear glimmered, and in an instant, it turned the previously pierced Chang Jinni into a beam of white light that disappeared. Lu Feng had never felt so powerful. He suddenly turned around, and the white dragon spear thrust out again. 2 spear lights shot out, piercing through Lu Qinxuan and Yi Ling Tong's bodies, turning them into white light as well. The battle ended. All these changes happened too quickly. From the approach of both sides to Dong Qinxiu's shout, the battle lasted only a little over 10 seconds. Qianlei stared blankly at the situation before him. After Lan Xuanyu let out that furious roar, he had collapsed to the ground, seemingly unconscious. But the assessment had not ended. At this moment, Lu Feng felt as if he had been injected with adrenaline. He felt confident even in a direct confrontation with Lu Qinxuan. The tip of his white dragon spear emitted a spear light over a foot long, its momentum unmatched. Just then, faint footsteps could be heard in the distance. Lu Feng was momentarily stunned, but at that moment, his mind was exceptionally clear. He quickly dashed to Lan Xuanyu's side, lifted him onto his back, and shouted at Qianlei, "Get up, we're leaving." The Golden Lion's roar, combined with Lan Xuanyu's dragon's roar, undoubtedly made this place a target. They didn't know how many other groups of students were here. It was best to escape first. Qianlei, who was merely shocked, actually had not been greatly affected, quickly supporting himself to get up and followed Lu Feng to run. When Lu Feng hesitated at the crossroads, he turned left and sprinted. However, after just a few steps, he ran into a group of people. Leading this group was their old rival, Jin Xiang. As soon as Jin Xiang saw Lu Feng and the others, he was also stunned, a wicked smile appearing on his face. There was no doubt that Lu Feng and his companions looked very disheveled, with Lan Xuanyu unconscious on Lu Feng's back, while Qianlei and Lu Feng ran like frightened dogs. This was a great opportunity to strike. Seeing the three of them, Lu Feng and Qianlei were also taken aback. This was truly a case of enemies crossing paths. But at that moment, Qianlei finally utilized his extraordinary mental power of over 150. His expression instantly turned panicked, filled with terror, and he screamed at the top of his lungs, "Run! Lu Qinshuan and the others are chasing us. Run!" While shouting, he gently pushed Lu Feng from behind. Lu Feng immediately understood, and instead of slowing down, he ran even more frantically towards Jin Xiang and his group. Hearing Lu Qinshuan's name, Jin Xiang was also startled. In the advanced youth class, if he were to be provoked, he would only be afraid of Lu Qinshuan. Upon hearing that Lu Qinshuan had arrived, along with Lu Feng and Qianlei's frantic and reckless running, he instinctively felt a sense of fear in his heart and hurriedly said, "Run, get away first." His thoughts were simple. At this moment, he did not want to face Lu Qinshuan, so he decided to run a little further away first. As for Qianlei and Lu Feng, couldn't they deal with them whenever they wanted? Therefore, he and his companions turned around at the same time, and Qianlei cleverly released his sunbird martial soul. The blazing wings unfurled behind him, not only increasing his speed, but also providing complete defense from behind to avoid a sneak attack from Lu Feng and Qianlei. Chapter 108. The familiarity of Dong Qinxiu. This was the midterm assessment, and he was being very cautious. Lu Feng's white dragon spear was something he was too familiar with. Its attack power could not possibly break through the defenses of his blaze wings. Then, Jin Xiang looked incredulously at the afterimages left by the white spear tip on his chest, barely turning his head to look at Lu Feng and Qianlei behind him. What he saw was Qianlei's ghostly face and Lu Feng's disdain. His blaze wings had been pierced in an instant. And then there was his heart. His two teammates were in the same situation. Although the enhancement on Lu Feng was gradually fading, the effect of that dragon's roar from just now was still mostly there. He was worried about not having a place to unleash it. Facing three opponents who had their backs turned to him, wasn't there a feeling that it would be unreasonable not to stab them? Qianlei chuckled. Lu Feng nodded. It felt so exhilarating. After all, in the simulation world, no one would actually die. Moreover, this was Jin Xiang. Jin Xiang was unwilling. He never expected to end up like this. They hadn't even encountered other opponents earlier, nor had they unleashed their techniques. But it was over. Three beams of white light lit up, and there was no doubt that Jin Xiang's group was eliminated. Lu Feng and Qianlei took off running. After killing these three, the enhancement effects on Lu Feng had almost been completely used up. Now, both he and Qianlei had returned to their earlier weak state. They were fleeing in a panic. In the training room, the teachers were somewhat dazed. In the entire maze arena, only three groups remained. The others were either eliminated in previous battles or were taken out by Lan Xuanyu's group. The groups of L Qinshuan and Jin Xiang were both ended at their hands. What left the teachers dumbfounded was that, no matter how they looked at it, both groups seemed to have lost unfairly. However, for the vice president and Ji Hongbin, they saw something different. The vice president's small eyes squinted and colors flickered in his gaze. Ji Hongbin showed a look of surprise, muttering something under his breath. Unlike the other teachers who focused more on the results, they valued other things. A summoning gate summoned a person, and it was obviously a wise human, dressed like someone from the Federation, speaking the same language. Where did this person come from? It wasn't too surprising that Lan Xuanyu could enhance Lu Feng. After all, the compatibility between martial souls and the enhancement of support-type soul masters to battle-type soul masters was quite common. But the key was, what was that dragon's roar from Lan Xuanyu after being hit by the Golden Lion's roar? Without that dragon's roar, they would never have won the battle. It could be said that that dragon's roar changed the final outcome. Lan Xuanyu had a soul power level of 14, but the effect of that dragon's roar was far beyond what his own cultivation could explain. This meant that under the pressure of the Golden Lion's roar, his own bloodline unleashed a special power, causing this situation. He displayed an unyielding spirit, even in the face of the Golden Lion King's furious roar, and even unleashed a stronger counterattack, despite the disparity in cultivation levels. This undoubtedly implied that Lan Xuanyu's martial soul was very likely stronger than his opponent's. Stronger than the Golden Lion King. His martial soul was the mutated blue silvergrass. But could mutated blue silvergrass possess the ability to surpass the Golden Lion King? This was truly remarkable, not just worthy of research, but also full of potential. The vice president nodded and said, "The assessment is over. Immediately check the children's bodies to see if anyone was affected during the assessment." Comprehensive evaluation of results. Yes, Mu Zhongtian quickly replied. In fact, as the head teacher of the high-energy youth class and the person responsible for interviewing Lan Xuanyu, seeing him fall into a coma had frightened him immensely. His greatest fear was that there would be another issue with Lan Xuanyu's body. Such a variable was truly beyond any prediction. The remaining 3 groups of students finished the assessment, and all the simulation cabins slowly opened. Mu Zhongtian was almost the first to arrive at Lan Xuanyu's simulation cabin. He then saw Lan Xuanyu, whose face was somewhat pale, sitting up from the cabin. His gaze was somewhat dazed, shaking his head as if trying to shake off something. Xinyu, are you all right?" Mu Zhongtian waved his hand in front of him. Only then did Lan Xuanyu raise his head to look at him, and Mu Zhongtian immediately caught a glimpse of a flash of golden light deep in Lan Xuanyu's eyes. "Teacher Mu, I'm fine." Lan Xuanyu struggled to climb out of the simulation cabin, shaking his head again. He indeed felt that he had changed a bit, but it was not a bad change. Rather, it seemed like he had become a bit stronger. He himself didn't know what was going on. After that dragon's roar, it felt like the restlessness within him had found an outlet. Then he felt particularly exhausted. Tian Do Star. "Oh my, that scared me to death." Dong Qinshou patted her small chest, looking shocked. Although she had only heard a bit of the dragon's roar before quickly retreating, her bloodline had still been somewhat affected, causing her to tremble all over. Wait a minute, why does that guy's dragon roar sound so familiar? Furrowing her brows, her beautiful eyes sparkled. Dong Qinshou tilted her head, pondering something. The assessment ended, consciousness returned, and the feeling of fatigue quickly disappeared. Although he felt somewhat listless mentally, he clearly sensed that his soul power seemed to have increased a bit. The golden and silver swirling vortex in his chest seemed to have grown stronger. The exact extent of the increase would require testing with instruments to know, but at least this feeling was quite pleasant. A faint smile appeared on his face as Lan Xuanyu stretched his body. Although he couldn't move earlier, he was still aware of what had happened during the latter part of the match. "Lu Feng, you despicable villain." At that moment, a furious shout erupted. Just as Jin Xiang crawled out of the simulation cabin, he charged angrily towards Lu Feng. Lu Feng was also looking at Lan Xuanyu and was startled. "Stop!" A cold shout rang out. Even Jin Xiang, who was in a fit of rage, was startled and hurriedly came to a halt. Ji Hongbin walked over slowly. Seeing this formidable figure, Jin Xiang shivered, and the impulse in his heart immediately diminished significantly. Ji Hongbin raised his hand, pointed at Jin Xiang, and said, "Underestimating the enemy. Being careless, trusting others too easily. You lost. Blame yourself." Jin Xiang's face flushed red. "Teacher Ji, not convinced. If this were a real battlefield, you would be dead by now, and yet you're still here shouting?" Ji Hongbin said bluntly. He then turned to all the students and coldly said, "Don't think that just because you're in the simulation cabin, it's just a simulation. One day, you will face real enemies in the real world. If you cannot treat simulated battles as real combat, treating every life in the simulation cabin as your own life, then you won't live for long. Each person's strength is never just about combat power. You must also have a brain. In today's practical assessment, the first place goes to the group of Lan Xuanyu, Lu Feng, and Qianlei. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire class was in an uproar. In fact, aside from L. Qinshuan's group, which was eliminated by Lan Xuanyu's trio, and Jin Xiang's group, which was taken out by a sneak attack, the others had hardly seen them in the maze. This has always been the bottom team. Lu Feng and Qianlei's strength has been clear to everyone for months. How could it possibly be them? How could they have won the championship? However, these words came from the mouth of the great demon Ji Hongbin, leaving the trainees with no choice but to believe it, and no one dared to raise any doubts. Yet, every gaze directed at them was filled with astonishment. Chapter 109. Apprenticeship Tangjia San Shao reminds you. Please bookmark after reading New Keyboard Novel Network Xinjian Pan. Come, it's more convenient to continue reading. Not convinced? The smiling vice president slowly walked up to Ji Hongbin. At this moment, LV Qinshuan was gazing intently at Lan Xuanyu. In fact, the only ones truly facing Lan Xuanyu and his team were just him. Until this moment, he still hadn't fully understood what had happened at that time. He had clearly controlled the entire situation with the Golden Lion's roar. But who was the girl that appeared from the summoning gate next? And what was that dragon roar from Lan Xuanyu all about? Other students were surprised and puzzled by the fact that Lan Xuanyu's group won the championship. But LV Qinshuan felt different. A sense of dread grew within him. Because even now, the bloodline within him was still surging, filled with fear. The golden bloodline from the Golden Lion King, martial soul, was so powerful. In the years since he began cultivating, he had only suppressed others and had never been suppressed himself. Yet, the fact was right in front of him. Lan Xuanyu's dragon roar had turned the tide of the battle. The results will be announced tomorrow. You can go back to rest or cultivate on your own, the vice president said as he waved his hand when he saw no one speaking. Lan Xuanyu, stay for a moment, Ji Hongbin said. Lan Xuanyu didn't understand why he was being kept behind. In fact, what he wanted most right now was to rush back to the dormitory to test his soul power and see if it had really improved as he felt. Lu Feng and Qianlei glanced at him, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Champion, this is a definite comeback. This was something they had been looking forward to. And with Lan Xuanyu's arrival, they had somewhat of a chance, but having actually won still felt unbelievable. After all, they had directly defeated LV Qinshuan's team. There was no doubt that this victory was crucial to Tang Wulin. Without him as the core, Qianlei and Lu Feng would still be at the bottom. It was Lan Xuanyu who connected the three-person team, leading to their strong rise. The other students had left. The vice president smiled and waved at Lan Xuanyu, saying, "Come with me." Lan Xuanyu didn't know him, but it was obvious that the teachers present looked up to this person, and he could tell that. He hurriedly stepped forward. Ji Hongbin followed closely beside the vice president as they walked out. "What are you doing here?" The vice president glared at him. Ji Hongbin's face was stern as he replied, "To supervise you, so you don't teach the child badly." "Old Ji, are you sick?" The vice president was furious, his smile disappearing instantly. Ji Hongbin merely twitched the corner of his mouth and chuckled. "Are you planning to teach him to become a reckless troublemaker like you?" "Oomph." The vice president's expression changed, and though he snorted in response, he surprisingly did not retort, instead striding out. Lan Xuanyu felt somewhat confused. What was going on? Who was this person? Why did it seem like Teacher Ji's intentions were not so reliable? The short and chubby vice president walked ahead, with Ji Hongbin beside him, while Lan Xuanyu obediently followed behind. They took the elevator, which surprisingly led them all the way to the top floor of the main teaching building. The vice president brought them into a spacious office. The entire office was at least over 200 square meters, equipped with sofas, desks, bookshelves, and some exquisite plant decorations. There were especially many bookshelves. In today's era of soul guidance technology, paper books had become a luxury. Clearly, this vice president had a fondness for them. The paper books that had been preserved until now could be described as historical artifacts and were undoubtedly valuable. The vice president glanced at Ji Hongbin and asked, "Are you going to eavesdrop the whole time?" Ji Hongbin unceremoniously sat down on one of the sofas, ignoring him. The vice president, hands on his hips, seemed ready to explode, but ultimately held back, waving at Lan Xuanyu. "Come here, kid, stand in front of me. Lan Xuanyu walked over obediently. The vice president was about 1.7 meters tall and weighed over 200 pounds, his plump figure appearing somewhat bloated. But his small eyes always smiled, giving a harmless impression. So, tell me, how did you come up with your tactics today? The vice president asked lightly. Lan Xuanyu replied, I didn't think too much. I just felt that in the underground maze, no one knows what situation they will encounter. We are unfamiliar with the maze and don't know if we will run into many other students at the same time. Since this is an assessment, the teachers shouldn't let us be completely lost. It should be easier to find each other. So, we might as well wait and see. If we let the other students fight it out first, we will naturally have more opportunities. The vice president nodded in satisfaction. Good strategy. You used your brain. Well done. Your martial soul can enhance Qianlei and Lu Feng? Lan Xuanyu nodded. It seems to be the case. But teacher, I don't know what that last roar was about. I just felt pressured by the class leader's lion's roar, which felt particularly uncomfortable. And then I just shouted it out. The vice president nodded, his eyes slightly squinting. This should be a natural reaction of the bloodline, unwilling to be suppressed. This means your bloodline should be superior to LV Qianxuan's, cunning and powerful. I didn't expect that being the lowest rank would surprise me. In fact, strength can be cultivated later, but spirituality is hard to train. I really like your spirituality. Do you want to be my apprentice? Lan Xuanyu was taken aback. Although he was young, he understood what apprenticeship meant. In the soul master world, it absolutely meant that a master is like a father for life. Even with today's advanced technology, this tradition hasn't changed. A master imparts not only teachings but also inheritance and care. Lan Xuanyu almost instinctively turned to look at Ji Hongbin, who was sitting there with an expressionless face. But I already have a teacher, Lan Xuanyu said instinctively. He really didn't know this chubby teacher. How could he just recklessly become an apprentice? You have a teacher? Teaching you soul skills? Ancient martial arts? Combat skills? The vice president raised an eyebrow, glancing at Ji Hongbin beside him. He misunderstood, instinctively thinking that the teacher Lan Xuanyu mentioned was Ji Hongbin. Ji Hongbin remained expressionless, his face calm, as if nothing was related to him. It doesn't matter. Having a teacher is fine. I'm not going to teach you martial soul cultivation. Didn't you report for battleship piloting as a secondary profession? I can teach you that. I'll be your teacher in this area, the vice president said with a smile. You can pilot a battleship? Lan Xuanyu's eyes immediately lit up. The vice president said, You don't understand this. Battleship piloting is never just a one-person job. On a battleship, there are many staff members, and everyone is responsible for their own part. Responsibilities are different, and the tasks vary. But there must be one person to coordinate and give orders, controlling the entire battleship or even a fleet. What I can teach you is knowledge in this area. I can teach you how to navigate the universe. Are you interested? Lan Xuanyu quickly nodded repeatedly. I'm interested. I have loved battleships since I was a child. Teacher, please teach me. The vice dean smiled slightly, casting a proud glance at Ji Hongbin beside him, and then said, Become my apprentice. Become an apprentice? Lan Xuanyu also noticed he was looking at teacher Ji and turned to look at Ji Hongbin. This time, Ji Hongbin no longer remained indifferent, but nodded silently to him. For some reason, the affirmation from this teacher Ji instilled an instinctive sense of trust in Lan Xuanyu. Moreover, he was just a child. Discovering that he could learn the things he liked the most, he didn't think much and respectfully bowed deeply, saying, Teacher, please accept me as your disciple. Chapter 110, Starship Fighter Douluo Continent 4, Ultimate.The reprinted with permission. New keyboard novel network Xinjiang Pan. The plump vice president chuckled, supporting him up with both hands. Good. Finally, there's someone to carry on. I'll accept you. From now on, you are my disciple. By the way, my name is Fan. Just know it yourself, and don't tell others outside that you're my disciple. This is our secret, understand? Lan Xuanyu was taken aback, somewhat not understanding the teacher's meaning. Beside him, Ji Hongbin said gloomily, Yes, don't mention his name outside. Otherwise, shut up. No one will think you're mute if you don't speak. Fan said irritably. Ji Hongbin chuckled, stood up, and said, It seems you've changed a bit. At least you know how to protect your disciple now. I'm leaving. You teach him yourself. But think about your past achievements. This kid Xuanyu is not bad. You handle it. What do you mean? Yin Tianfan said, infuriated. Although Lan Xuanyu did not fully grasp the sarcasm in Ji Hongbin's words, he could tell that it seemed like nothing good. Ji Hongbin flicked his clothing, hands behind his back, giving off a feeling of merging with everything around like an ethereal being. The demon fox Yin Tianfan, what a presence. Get lost. Hurry up. Get out. Yin Tianfan said, somewhat exasperated. Ji Hongbin sighed lightly and turned to leave. Lan Xuanyu looked at Ji Hongbin as he left, then turned to his newly appointed teacher, feeling a bit lost. It wasn't until Ji Hongbin was gone that Yin Tianfan's expression returned to normal, a hint of melancholy flashing in his eyes as he murmured to himself, no matter what. I don't regret it. Humph. Teacher. Lan Xuanyu instinctively called out. Yin Tianfan came back to his senses, immediately plastering a smile back on his face. I really can't help it. Why can't I suppress my temper every time I see Lao Ji? I used to hardly lose my temper once a year. Really? All right. You don't have anything else to do now. So let's start learning from today. Yes. Lan Xuanyu was eager to try. Although he was a bit tired from the earlier assessment, it was nothing compared to his favorite starship piloting. Teacher, have you really commanded a starship? How big was the starship? Can you tell me about it? Lan Xuanyu asked with great interest. Yin Tianfan squinted his eyes proudly. Of course, I've commanded one. I've commanded all sizes, even the largest. Do you know about starships? Do you know the classification of interstellar warships? Lan Xuanyu looked puzzled. I don't know. I'm currently learning the basics of starship piloting, just learning to drive soul-guided vehicles and such. What's the point of that? It's not exciting at all. Yin Tianfan scoffed. Then his eyes lit up. How about I let you experience real space travel? Great. Lan Xuanyu exclaimed excitedly. Cool me. Yin Tianfan gestured for Lan Xuanyu and turned to walk inside, opening a door to bring him in. Inside was a spacious room, but it wasn't a bedroom. A massive simulation pod, 4 times larger than the one Lan Xuanyu had used before, was placed in the center. This simulation pod covered an area of over 20 square meters, entirely silver white, presenting a beautiful streamlined shape. It had a very high-quality feel. Wow, it's so big. Is this also a simulation pod? Of course it is. Yin Tianfan said as he pressed a button on his soul-guided communicator. Suddenly, the massive simulation pod slowly opened, revealing the world inside. Inside the simulation pod, lights flickered, seemingly made up of countless signal lights. But there was no liquid like the one in the simulation pod Lan Xuanyu had used before. This is a dual simulation pod. It can be used by 2 people at the same time. Originally, at this point, Yin Tianfan suddenly paused. Okay, you just lie down here. Just lie down and don't worry about anything else. Okay. Lan Xuanyu stepped into the simulation pod. The inside was surprisingly soft. As he lay down, the soft material slowly enveloped his body, giving him the feeling of sinking into it. Yin Tianfan also stepped into the simulation pod and lay down on the other side. The entire simulation pod slowly closed. There was no feeling of darkness. When the lid of the simulation pod closed, Lan Xuanyu instead felt a surge of brightness before him, revealing an endless starry sky. A layer of golden light swept across, scanning. Identity confirmed. Tianluo Academy student, Lan Xuanyu. No control level. Yin Tianfan's voice then came through. Are you ready? We will enter the universe next. You will feel what it's like to fly a starship in space. There will be strong physical impacts. So be prepared. You can use your soul power to protect your body. Okay, teacher, I'm ready. Lan Xuanyu widened his eyes, looking at the starry sky outside. He really didn't know what a starship fighter was, but it seemed very interesting. Interstellar Fighter, number 128, preparing for takeoff. An electronic voice sounded. All the lights around began to brighten. Lan Xuanyu then realized that he seemed to be in an aircraft cockpit, but he couldn't feel his body or move at all. Just then, a tremendous thrust suddenly came from behind, and he instinctively wanted to gasp, but he found himself pressed tightly against the seat back by that powerful force. Unable to make a sound, it felt as if he were about to be crushed into pieces. His soul power began to operate on its own, but under such circumstances, the speed of soul power operation was evidently slowed down. Fortunately, a warm energy continuously flowed from his bloodline, spreading from his chest to his entire body, making Lan Xuanyu feel a bit better. Suddenly, his body felt lighter, and the pressure decreased somewhat. In the distance, a starry sky appeared before him. Is this the universe? Lan Xuanyu looked around. This so-called interstellar fighter seemed to be transparent, allowing him to see the starry sky in all directions. The starry sky was vast and boundless. Although he had traveled on a spaceship before, this immersive experience in space was still the first time for him. This feeling was truly wonderful. Lan Xuanyu's excitement surged rapidly, making him feel exhilarated, even alleviating some discomfort in his body. A strong push from behind came again, and Lan Xuanyu hurriedly looked ahead. Not far in front, something seemed to be enlarging in his vision. The speed of the interstellar fighter seemed incredibly fast. In no time, large meteorites appeared in his view. Meteorite belt? This seems like a dangerous place. Although he knew he was in a simulation pod, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but feel tense. Kid, get ready. Look clearly. Yin Tianfan's voice sounded. Entering the battlefield. An electronic prompt sounded. Battlefield? Before Lan Xuanyu could comprehend, he felt the fighter suddenly veer to the right and then accelerate sharply, plunging straight into the meteorite belt. The fighter entered the meteorite belt exceptionally fast, so fast that it left him breathless. Around him, meteorites of various sizes zipped past the fighter on both sides. Suddenly, he saw the front of the fighter light up brightly, and then he saw beams seemingly shooting out from the front of the fighter. Then the fighter jet started to roll, and the world spun around. This was how Lan Xuanyu felt at that moment. The key was that amidst the rolling and spinning, there was also an intense sensation of being pushed back. He felt completely disoriented. He could only vaguely hear what seemed to be a booming sound. Following that was the continuous spinning, with constant booming noises around him and countless lights flashing. However, he couldn't distinguish anything clearly. 20 minutes later, the hatch of the simulation chamber slowly opened. Chapter 111. Everyone ate. Lan Xuanyu almost jumped out of the simulation pod in a panic. Yin Tianfan's voice came. The bathroom is over there. Lan Xuanyu rushed in quickly, and then a series of vomiting sounds came from the bathroom. Hee hee. Yin Tianfan laughed sinisterly. But he was not the least bit dissatisfied with Lan Xuanyu's reaction. He cracked his fingers and thought to himself, when I first experienced an interstellar fighter, I managed to hold on for 18 minutes. He lasted 19 minutes. I was 12 then, and he must have been 8. A child worth teaching. Haha, I've struck gold. Not bad, not bad. Excellent mental power, good physical fitness, and a bit of the cunning I had back in the day. A talent worth cultivating. Lan Xuanyu was indeed vomiting to the point of feeling faint, as if he had expelled his internal organs. Fortunately, he had a strong digestive ability and didn't waste much of his lunch. This first experience of riding an interstellar fighter was not pleasant at all. Besides the initial immersive feeling of entering the universe, everything went downhill after he entered the asteroid belt. He felt like he was going crazy. With a pale face, he leaned against the wall as he walked out of the bathroom, looking dazed. Teacher, Yin Tianfan smiled slightly. It's okay, it's okay. Go back and rest well. Come back to me after school tomorrow evening. I will inform Mu Zhongtian. Oh, okay. Lan Xuanyu didn't even remember how he got back to the dormitory. He collapsed on a bed and didn't even eat dinner for the first time. He just couldn't eat. That nauseating feeling filled every cell in his body. He felt like he was falling apart. Even when Qianlei and Lu Feng greeted him, he barely heard them and fell into a deep slumber. But even in his dreams, he seemed to be spinning wildly. It was truly unbearable. The next day, morning, Yi Linglong didn't sleep well last night. After a comprehensive evaluation, their group ended up with a 4th place out of all the groups. Undoubtedly, this score was a huge blow to Lu Qianxuan and her competitive nature, especially Yi Linglong. She originally felt a bit guilty towards Lan Xuanyu, but during yesterday's assessment, Lan Xuanyu's sudden dragon roar had instantly robbed her of her fighting spirit, and then she was pierced by Lu Feng's shot, leaving her with a significant psychological shadow. As a result, her feelings towards Lan Xuanyu became somewhat strange. She really couldn't understand why her martial soul always encountered problems in front of Lan Xuanyu. This was what she least wanted to face. Could it be that even Lu Qianxuan couldn't defeat that guy? Lu Qianxuan was close to reaching level 20. Without a doubt, yesterday's champion made Lan Xuanyu's group the target of everyone. As they approached the cafeteria, Yi Linglong suddenly heard a commotion inside. Pushing the door open, she was startled. A dozen people were gathered there, seemingly in a frenzy. Lan Xuanyu, you must give us an explanation. Is this how you behave? Yeah. You ate all the breakfast. What were we supposed to do? Lan Xuanyu, did you do this on purpose? Did you hide the breakfast away with a storage soul guide? How could you eat so much by yourself? What's going on? Yiling Long was a bit confused and hurried over. Then she saw that all the plates where breakfast was usually placed were completely empty, not a single crumb left. Lan Xuanyu was surrounded by the crowd, looking embarrassed and not saying a word, just standing there. What happened? Yiling Long instinctively asked because she saw Chang Jiani. Chang Jiani glanced at her and said, when we came in the morning, breakfast was all gone. Lan Xuanyu said he accidentally ate it all. He said he didn't eat dinner last night and was particularly hungry, so he ended up eating too much. What? That's enough for 30 people. He ate it all by himself? Lan Xuanyu also saw her and twitched the corner of his mouth, not knowing how to explain. In fact, he had woken up in the middle of the night feeling hungry. After waking up, the previous nausea and dizziness had disappeared, replaced by an intense hunger that felt like his stomach was touching his back. So, he had been waiting outside the cafeteria early. As soon as the cafeteria opened, he rushed in to eat. It seemed he was really starving, possibly due to the huge consumption from the day before. ENT even noticed how he devoured one plate after another. The satisfaction he felt after the food entered his stomach made him lose track of everything. And before he knew it, he had eaten it all. He usually eats a lot, but it was not too outrageous. However, this time, it was indeed excessive. One person ate breakfast meant for 30 people, and the cafeteria had prepared that much. By the time the other students arrived, Lan Xuanyu realized he had caused trouble, but he had already finished eating. He had reported to Mu Zhongtian via soul guide communication, as he truly didn't know what to do. All right, stop arguing. Can you spit it back out? Would you eat what he vomits? Yiling Long said somewhat fiercely. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but look at her in surprise. He hadn't expected Yiling Long to speak up for him. Just then, Mu Zhongtian walked in from outside, along with several chefs carrying dishes. All right, everyone eat breakfast first. Lan Xuanyu may have some issues with his body. Xuanyu, come with me. I'll take you to the infirmary for a checkup. Oh yes. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly squeezed through the crowd and followed Mu Zhongtian out. He really was in the wrong today, no matter how you looked at it. Eating all his classmates' breakfast was not right. But at that moment, he had truly been so hungry that he couldn't stop eating, even after consuming so much food. His stomach didn't feel bloated at all. Once outside the cafeteria, Lan Xuanyu was surprised to see Yin Tianfan standing there. Teacher. Upon seeing Yin Tianfan, Lan Xuanyu felt his stomach churn and lost his appetite completely. The stimulation from the interstellar fighter yesterday left him somewhat traumatized. Yin Tianfan said, your condition is quite normal. No need to feel inferior. You consume too much energy and your bloodline requires a lot of energy, which led to excessive hunger, causing you to eat a lot. From now on, don't eat in the cafeteria. Come to my office for meals. You can come for all 3 meals a day. Oh, okay. Lan Xuanyu quickly nodded. He had no reaction to this, but Mu Zhongtian beside him looked envious. He knew that although Yin Tianfan was the vice president, he held a very transcendent position in Tianluo Academy. At least, he was someone no one dared to provoke. Even the president kept a respectful distance from him, having to give him the best treatment. Ji Hongbin was hailed as the strongest person in Tianluo Academy. But even teacher Ji treated the chubby vice president with much more respect. In fact, only Ji Hongbin had a decent relationship with him. Other teachers who knew about the vice president's background couldn't wait to avoid him. Yin Tianfan didn't let Lan Xuanyu go out yesterday, claiming he was his disciple. Not because he feared Lan Xuanyu would spoof his name, but because he was worried about how it would affect Lan Xuanyu. Come to my office after school in the afternoon. Eat first, then class in an hour. Yin Tianfan said to Lan Xuanyu with a smile. However, Lan Xuanyu couldn't shake the feeling that the teacher's smile was a bit scary. Compared to yesterday's interstellar fighter journey, Teacher Ji's class is hardly a devil's class. My own teacher is the real devil. When faced with difficulties, one must confront them head-on and be brave. That's what makes a real man. Yin Tianfan said with a smile. What else could Lan Xuanyu say? Chapter 112. Ji Hongbin's concerns when lunch arrived. Lan Xuanyu's resistance towards his teacher diminished significantly. In Yin Tianfan's office, there was a dining table. And Lan Xuanyu was unsure where the teacher had sourced the food from. 8 dishes and 1 soup, all made from rare ingredients, several of which he had never seen before. The total amount didn't seem too much, but with each bite, Lan Xuanyu could distinctly feel a warmth spreading throughout his body, as if energy was being replenished. That feeling was quite wonderful. After the meal, he felt even more refreshed than after breakfast, as if his entire body was filled with strength. The food was even better than what Teacher Nana had provided him back in Ziluo City. "Thank you, teacher," Lan Xuanyu said, bowing deeply to Yin Tianfan after finishing his meal. "Eating is important. You're still growing, so you need to eat well. But you also have to study hard. Let me see just how much potential you have. Go back now. See you tonight." Yin Tianfan seemed to always have a smiling demeanor. However, by night, this teacher turned into the most terrifying presence. Yin Tianfan didn't teach Lan Xuanyu much. He simply took him on an interstellar aircraft, allowing him to fully experience the intense impact of the aircraft. The half hour after dinner turned into a hellish mode for Lan Xuanyu. The announcement that he would not be dining with other students was made by Mu Zhongtian as a punishment, declaring that the academy would no longer provide for his meals, and he would have to solve it on his own, which calmed the public outrage from the last incident. As the first semester progressed, the courses became tighter, with vocational courses fully integrated, leading to particularly intense daily schedules for the students. A month before the finals, Lu Qinshuan finally became the first in class to break level 20, successfully entering the second ring of cultivation at just 9 years old. With the second soul ring, he naturally became the strongest in class. Occasionally, he would glance at Lan Xuanyu as the end of the semester approached and another assessment was coming. This time, he was absolutely confident he could crush Lan Xuanyu and wash away the humiliation. Since the incident of finishing breakfast, the classmates noticed that Lan Xuanyu often seemed distracted in class, and even his previously good academic performance began to decline. Only Qianlei and Lu Feng knew about the torment he endured daily, and of course, they kept it a secret for him. Experiencing the thrill of interstellar aircraft every night made it impossible not to feel dizzy. However, Lan Xuanyu's efforts were not in vain. He found that during his basic battleship piloting studies, he could react very quickly, regardless of the vehicle he was driving. He was always able to respond calmly. Moreover, he could clearly feel that his physical fitness was continuously improving. Although he was merely riding in an interstellar aircraft, the impact it provided felt like it was forging his body. With sufficient nutritional replenishment, he gradually felt the benefits. Thus, riding in the interstellar aircraft was no longer as uncomfortable as it had been initially. However, Yin Tianfan extended his riding time. Every day, he was pushed to his limits before being allowed to stop. After that explosive dragon roar, it indeed contributed to a certain enhancement in Lan Xuanyu's soul power. And not long ago, he finally broke through to level 15. Of course, he still ranked at the bottom of the class. Because of his studies with Yin Tianfan, Lan Xuanyu practiced with Lu Feng and Qianlei less frequently. Occasionally, he would summon Dong Qianxiu and manage to converse with Teacher Nana a few times. Every day was incredibly busy, leaving him feeling dizzy. Initially, the high-energy youth class promised a weekly return home, but it quickly changed to once a month. With only a month left until the end of the first semester, Qianlei asked, "Xuanyu, are you still going to the deputy dean's place tonight?" "Lan Xuanyu, not that." Smiling wryly, "Of course. Not to mention, just the rare ingredients the teacher provides me every day makes it hard to resist going. Moreover, I believe Teacher Yin's guidance must be meaningful. With only a month until finals, shouldn't we practice together?" Qianlei asked. Lan Xuanyu was taken aback for a moment and nodded. "Yeah, we should practice. I'll talk to the teacher today and see if we can get some time later." "Okay. By the way, I'm at level 17 now, haha." The selected students, chosen from the best of the best, indeed had much higher soul power levels than their peers. Lan Xuanyu helplessly remarked, "I'm only at level 15. Will you reach level 20 next semester?" Qianlei shrugged, "Probably not. I'm still 3 levels short. The crazy guy might make it by the end of summer. He entered level 17 much earlier than I did. But I expect my mental power to break 200 next semester. At 9 years old, having a mental power at the Spirit Sea level, I tell you, there probably aren't too many in Tianluo Star who can reach this level. Impressive, right? By the way, how's your mental power improvement lately? For the end-of-year assessment, do you think we'll still be in the top 10 together? Launch one, you said, I don't know. I've been feeling dizzy every day. Anyway, I have to go now. After speaking, he hurried out of the dormitory and headed to Yin Tianfan's office. Upon arriving at Yin Tianfan's office, he unexpectedly saw Ji Hongbin. Fatty, are you crazy? How can you teach the kids like this? If something happens, can you bear the responsibility? Ji Hongbin shouted angrily at Yin Tianfan. Yin Tianfan calmly replied, but nothing has happened, right? Can you stop being so overly cautious? You weren't like this before. Ji Hongbin retorted angrily. Is this called being overly cautious? What level is that simulation cabin of yours? Is it something he can access at his level? If something goes wrong, how will you explain it to his parents? Yin Tianfan grew impatient. Are you annoying? If I didn't have a basic judgment, would I let him into my simulation cabin? The fact that he could roar back the Golden Lion King at level 1 means what? It means his bloodline is still above the Golden Lion King. I've carefully reviewed the footage. The patterns on his hands where the blue silver grass is clearly show dragon patterns. This means that his blue silver grass mutation is related to dragons. And it's definitely not an ordinary true dragon. Otherwise, how could he possibly intimidate the Golden Lion King after merging with the blue silver grass? But his bloodline power is clearly not fully awakened. Otherwise, that dragon roar should be able to be released frequently. The pressure from the outside world will stimulate the further awakening of his bloodline. Moreover, starting to experience from the interstellar aircraft will accelerate his reaction speed and even stimulate his mental power. What cultivation level do I have? Do you think I would let his body collapse? Naturally, I've been observing him carefully. It's been 2 months. Hasn't he been fine? Besides, do you know how long this kid can stay inside now? I'll tell you, an hour, believe it or not. What? An hour? Ji Hongbin stared in disbelief at Yin Tianfan. He knew very well what level Yin Tianfan's simulation cabin was, although his cultivation was still above Yin Tianfan's. When it came to piloting, he absolutely admired Yin Tianfan. You should know that this person was. Yin Tianfan said, this is what we call physical quality. This child's physique and mental strength are truly rare. If we only teach in a gradual and ordinary way, that would be a real waste. In the future, I hope he can get into there. While speaking, he raised his hand and pointed upwards. Ji Hongbin's expression immediately became serious, and he silently murmured something. Chapter 113. Progress. A trace of pain flashed in Yin Tianfan's eyes as he said, Old Ji, the thing I regret most in this life is my youthful recklessness, which led me to make mistakes and ultimately get expelled, even though I later achieved some success in the military. Can you understand this pain? If I hadn't been expelled back then, I would have had a part in the sea god fate. So why am I left alone and miserable in my old age? Ji Hongbin's lips twitched slightly, and he sighed, all right. We are all unworthy sons. Let him try once, and open the permissions for me to watch. I need to confirm that he can really bear it. Okay. Yin Tianfan waved to Lan Xuanyu, who was completely confused, and said, Xuanyu, come, let's enter the simulation chamber. Entering the familiar simulation chamber, the hatch closed, and the familiar interstellar scene reappeared. A strong sense of being pushed back surged as the starfighter took off. Lan Xuanyu had experienced this dozens of times already, and the initial novelty had long since faded. He took a deep breath, allowing his soul power to adjust naturally, as the dual-colored vortex in his chest began to rotate slowly at a steady rhythm. He focused his mind and attention, narrowing his eyes slightly, preparing himself for any changes. The starfighter accelerated and re-entered the asteroid belt. As soon as it entered, the entire starfighter seemed to be given life, rolling and balancing vertically, executing Cobra maneuvers. The series of actions allowed it to navigate the asteroid belt with ease. Beams of light continuously shot out, and Lan Xuanyu could barely see some of them now. These beams precisely hit other starfighters within the asteroid belt, and sometimes they targeted asteroids to clear a path. Without a doubt, the control of the starfighter was like an extension of the pilot's body, skillful and extraordinary. Compared to the initial disorientation, Lan Xuanyu had improved significantly. With his body's balance and resistance to impacts, he could gradually start to discern directions and understand what the starfighter was doing. Moreover, as he became more familiar with the starfighter operated by Yin Tianfan, he began to notice some characteristics of it. For instance, the starfighter was almost always changing direction under Yin Tianfan's control, which was the main reason for his dizziness. Especially after each attack, the starfighter would instantly change direction in a seemingly random manner, yet always managed to evade attacks from other starfighters. It moved through the asteroid belt like a fish in water. For at least the past few months, Lan Xuanyu had never encountered a situation where Yin Tianfan's starfighter was shot down. One could imagine the level his teacher had reached in piloting starfighters. At this moment, the starfighter continuously changed directions, launching attack after attack, each time perfectly avoiding enemy fire, moving through the asteroid belt like a ghost, constantly defeating other starfighters. After a few months of adaptation, although the dizziness still persisted, it was no longer unbearable like it was at first. With Lan Xuanyu's physical fitness, he still couldn't fully comprehend Yin Tianfan's combat style and operational goals, but at least he was gradually adapting to the situation and learning some subtleties from it. In fact, the most important thing was still the body's adaptation. Even Lan Xuanyu himself felt that his body's adaptability was quite strong, as he could barely withstand this high-intensity flying for a period of time. It was unclear how much time had passed when the starfighter exited the asteroid belt and returned. The simulation chamber opened, and Lan Xuanyu sat there without rushing to get up, instead taking a moment to calm himself, which was his experience. If he stood up immediately, the dizziness would be particularly strong. After about 10 seconds, he slowly stood up, supporting himself against the side of the simulation chamber, and exhaled. Ji Hongbin had been observing Lan Xuanyu's condition next to the simulation chamber, including his expressions while in the starfighter. His face was filled with surprise. In front of him, Lan Xuanyu only looked a bit pale and swayed slightly. That was all. One had to remember that this child was not even 9 years old. In fact, Lan Xuanyu was not yet 8 years old. Yin Tianfan walked over to Ji Hongbin and patted his shoulder, saying, "How is it?" Though Ji Hongbin was somewhat displeased with Yin Tianfan's smug demeanor, he would never lie. "Not bad. I didn't expect this child's adaptability to be so strong." Yin Tianfan laughed heartily and said, "That's talent. Not to mention you, I actually didn't expect him to adapt so quickly. You know the intensity of my driving. Although it's controlled within a certain range, even students from intermediate and advanced academies might not be able to endure it. Yet he has gradually adapted. And at most 3 months, I will consider letting him try piloting a soul-guided fighter simulator himself." Ji Hongbin was taken aback. "Isn't that a bit too fast? Don't stunt his growth." Yin Tianfan replied, "Only for the useless does this stunting growth apply. For geniuses, it should be called early awakening. This child's physical fitness and potential, especially his bloodline potential, are very strong. Do you think I blindly let him practice like this? I have been monitoring his physical condition." Lan Xuanyu looked puzzled at Yin Tianfan. When did his teacher monitor his physical changes? It seemed like there had never been any physical tests. "What are you looking at, you little thing? Do you think all that good food you eat every day is for nothing? Do you think anyone can eat so many rare ingredients like you? Your appetite is the best indicator. The fact that you can eat so much and quickly consume it proves that your body needs enough nutrition, that your bloodline requires it. The absorbed nutrition has to be converted into your own energy and abilities. Have you heard of the law of conservation of energy?" Oh, Lan Xuanyu finally understood, feeling a bit ashamed for doubting his teacher. Yin Tianfan's lips twitched. In fact, there were times when he felt he wasn't reliable himself. Ji Hongbin added, "Just don't overtrain him. What are your plans moving forward?" Yin Tianfan replied, "The learning intensity of their high-energy youth class is already sufficient. He's still too young and needs a steady growth period. For the next few years, let him train in piloting soul-guided fighters. When he can become a Class A pilot, then he can learn other things. I also want to see how far he can grow before he turns 12 to decide on the subsequent teaching." Ji Hongbin said, "Then I'm reassured. You've matured a bit compared to before." Yin Tianfan retorted, "What do you mean? When have I not been mature?" Ji Hongbin looked at him sarcastically. "You matured? When have you ever matured? I don't even know who got expelled." Yin Tianfan became angry. "Ji, don't hit my face when you hit me. Don't think I can't take you on. If you're capable, let's both wear mechas, no battle armors. Let's see if I won't make you look for your teeth on the ground." "Huh." Ji Hongbin patted Lan Xuanyu on the shoulder. "Xuanyu, you need to work hard too. Starting next semester, you'll be learning about battle armors. You should also think about the related auxiliary professions. With your mental power, I suggest you consider battle armor design. All right, I'll take my leave. Next semester, I'll be teaching your battle armor class too. Oh, thank you, Teacher G. For some reason, when Lan Xuanyu heard that the battle armor class would be taught by this Teacher G, he felt a bit of mourning for his classmates. The knowledge of soul beasts is relatively not that important, but considering that almost the entire class has chosen the dual armor flow, the importance of battle armor is evident. And the big boss in their minds is precisely the teacher of the battle armor class. So, Chapter 114, Retest Hang Jia, San Shao reminds you. Please bookmark after reading New Keyboard Novel Network Xinjianpan. It will be more convenient to continue reading. Ji Hongbin ignored Yin Tianfan and turned to leave. Yin Tianfan was so angry that he paced around the room 3 times, then looked at Lan Xuanyu with burning eyes. Teacher, Lan Xuanyu felt a bit guilty under his gaze. Yin Tianfan suddenly smiled and said cheerfully, "Look, the teachers all think highly of you. So, you need to work even harder. In the future, you must earn face for the teacher. The teacher's life is doomed. You are the best talent I've encountered in these years. It all depends on you." Although Lan Xuanyu did not understand what Yin Tianfan meant by earning face, he still nodded in a dazed manner. "Today we will practice more. Let's do it again." While speaking, Yin Tianfan pushed Lan Xuanyu back into the simulation cabin. Lan Xuanyu trembled at the thought of another round of practice. He hadn't experienced that yet. At this moment, he suddenly felt, "Teacher G, please don't come back." The Big Demon King has a hidden effect. Time flew by quickly, and soon the semester ended, bringing the final exams. Compared to the midterm exams, the final exams were undoubtedly more important. The reason was simple. One group would be eliminated at the end of the semester. This meant that out of the original 30 students in the high-energy youth class, only 27 would remain. According to the rules that had already been announced, an entire group would be eliminated. This meant that even if someone in the group had strong abilities, if the other 2 teammates were not strong enough, they could also be eliminated together. This rule seemed somewhat harsh, but it was significant for fostering the team spirit among the high-energy youth class students. Originally, during the first semester, the other students were not too nervous. It was mainly because Qian Lei and Lu Feng's group was so weak that it was almost certain they would be eliminated. But who could have imagined that with Lan Xuanyu's arrival, they had made it through the midterm exams? No matter what, this first semester they would not be eliminated. Thus, the question arose, which group would be the first to be eliminated? As the final exams approached, everyone was training desperately, striving to improve. No one wanted to be eliminated. Those who could be selected were the best among their peers. They had been the chosen ones since the day of their martial soul awakening, and they all had their own pride. Furthermore, if one person didn't work hard, it would affect the entire group. Under mutual supervision, not working hard was not an option. This was precisely the situation that the teachers who set the high-energy youth class assessment rules hoped to see, which is why there were nearly strict requirements. The final exam came as scheduled. Next, the rules for this exam were announced. First, there would be physical tests and mental strength tests. The group with the most plus points after the comprehensive tests would receive the reward of not being eliminated. In the afternoon, there would be practical combat assessments. Similarly, the best group would not be eliminated. Mu Zhongtian announced the exam rules and then scanned the students below. In fact, except for Lan Xuanyu's group, even the group where El Qianxuan was in felt somewhat nervous. Although normally, based on strength, El Qianxuan's group should be the strongest. The students in the high-energy youth class were quite close in strength. An unexpected event could lead to a different outcome. Under the possibility of everyone being eliminated, how could they not be nervous? El Qianxuan instinctively glanced at Lan Xuanyu, standing not far away. Due to the midterm exam, Lan Xuanyu's group had jumped from last place to first in the overall class rankings. Of course, no one was convinced that this first place was legitimate. But being unconvinced didn't change the situation. Only after this final exam would everything change. In fact, in the upcoming comprehensive test, if Lan Xuanyu's group held back a bit and allowed the most plus points to be given out, El Qianxuan's group might also make it through. However, with El Qianxuan and Yi Lingtong's pride, how could they possibly plead with them? In the latter half of the semester, Lan Xuanyu's group appeared very low-key. Other than attending classes together, they hardly showed up in front of their classmates. Even Jin Xiang didn't provoke them, though he was itching to do so. He also knew that he couldn't beat Lan Xuanyu in a one-on-one. So, he held back, preparing to target them after reaching the two-ring cultivation level. In fact, although it was the end of the semester, only Qinshuan had truly broken through to the two-ring soul master level. Achieving a breakthrough was not an easy task. The familiar comprehensive test began. Without a doubt, Lan Xuanyu easily gained plus points in strength. Just like in a midterm exam, this time he reached 5 minutes, and the teacher directly told him to stop. There was no need to continue testing. Qinshuan also showcased the significant improvement brought by reaching the two-ring level, also lasting 5 minutes, keeping pace with Lan Xuanyu. Unfortunately, Lan Xuanyu's group had a notable characteristic. They were specialized. In terms of speed, no one could compare to Lu Feng. Since Lan Xuanyu arrived, Lu Feng's training enthusiasm had increased, and after a few months, his speed had noticeably improved, making him the only student to gain speed plus points. When it came to the mental strength test, it was the world of Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei. Qianlei's mental strength was 187. Very good, he had improved quite a bit. Plus 10. Next, it was Lan Xuanyu's turn. The teacher nodded in satisfaction at Qianlei. At not yet 9 years old, approaching 200 in mental strength was undoubtedly a top achievement in the entire Tianluo Star, and probably ranked highly in the entire Federation as well. Lan Xuanyu put on the mental strength testing helmet, and with the start signal, a slight mental stimulation came from his cerebral cortex, and his own mental strength quickly responded. His mental strength continued to rise, and he felt a sense of clarity in his mind. Meanwhile, the teachers, including Mu Zhongtian, were paying close attention to Lan Xuanyu's test. The students were unaware, but the teachers knew that Lan Xuanyu had already been taken as a disciple by the vice dean. They didn't know what the vice dean had taught him in the past 3 months, but they were eager to see if Lan Xuanyu could show significant improvement in this final exam. To their disappointment, Lan Xuanyu's soul power had just broken through to level 16, still the lowest in the class. The class average soul power level was above 18, with many students already reaching level 19. Undoubtedly, Lan Xuanyu would probably not reach level 20 next semester. This speed was indeed a bit slow. 105. The teacher in charge of the test whispered to Mu Zhongqian, a hint of envy in his eyes. Today's kids are amazing. Even if Lan Xuanyu's mental strength isn't as good as Qianlei's, it should be. Before he could finish his thought, Lan Xuanyu's mental strength continued to rise. Mu Zhongtian excitedly said, 108. Could it surpass Qianlei? The teachers stared in disbelief. 109. It surpassed him. Yes. Lan Xuanyu's mental strength had surpassed Qianlei for the first time. Even Qianlei himself was stunned. What's going on? He surpassed me just like that? I've been working hard too. How did he get ahead? 193, 194, 195, 196. Lan Xuanyu's mental strength scale was still rising, but the speed of the increase had slowed down significantly. All the teachers had their spirits fully focused and unconsciously clenched their fists. Chapter 115. Mid-level of spiritual communication realm in the Dalu 4. Ultimate.The. Please indicate the source. Xinjianpan Novel Network Xinjianpan. Com. It is important to know that 200 points of mental strength is a significant watershed. Although it does not mean reaching the next level, it indicates a transition from the initial to the mid-level of the spiritual communication realm. Can Lan Xuanyu break through in one go? If he really does, then, you see, when mental strength reaches a critical point, it requires accumulation before a breakthrough can occur. Many soul masters can get stuck at this critical point for a long time. Even if it is just a small realm, it is still the case. Teachers know this well. Yet how can they not be filled with passion and anticipation for a miracle when faced with the scene before them? Finally, mental strength stopped at 199 points. The teachers exchanged glances. 199. Although there was a hint of regret in their hearts. Upon reflecting on this value, they couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This is 199 points of mental strength. How many low-level soul masters dream of this? At just over 8 years old, not yet 9, his mental strength had already reached this level. With just a few months of accumulation, he could break through. How powerful is that? The teachers all knew that Lan Xuanyu had a dual martial soul, but logically, the cultivation speed of a dual martial soul should be relatively fast. However, Lan Xuanyu's soul power had always increased slowly. But on the flip side, the slow increase in soul power seemed to allow for a faster increase in mental strength. Little did they know that the way Lan Xuanyu's mental strength had increased was through blood and tears. Every night, he experienced the terrifying speed of soul-guided aircraft in the simulation chamber with Yin Tian Fan. In that situation, if he didn't concentrate, he would be sick. This terrifying method of training mental strength was likely something no one would want to experience. Lan Xuanyu had endured it, and he was bound to gain something. At this moment, while Lan Xuanyu was undergoing the mental strength test, he felt completely blank. Mental strength below 50 points is the spiritual origin realm, where all begins anew. When it exceeds 50 points, it enters the spiritual communication realm, where the mind communicates and thoughts are conveyed. To enter the next major level, the spiritual C realm, one must exceed 500 points. The transition from a spiritual communication realm to the spiritual C realm is a threshold that troubles over 90% of soul masters. Among them, 200 points and 350 points are the two dividing lines between the mid and high levels of the spiritual communication realm. Naturally, the earlier the breakthrough, the better. Lan Xuanyu's mother, Nan Cheng, with a 6-ring cultivation, has only just barely reached the spiritual C realm. In the emptiness of his mind, Lan Xuanyu seemed to sense the different emotional fluctuations around him. Yet his own emotions reacted not at all to these fluctuations. He felt as calm as water, and his mind echoed with various voices. He could clearly see the spinning gold and silver dual-colored choices in his chest, rhythmically changing. He could even see the tiny colorful point at the core more clearly. Originally, he could only see that it was colorful, but now he could at least identify 3 or 4 distinct colors. Subconsciously, he focused to observe and visualize those colors. Suddenly, the sea of his spirit trembled slightly, and Lan Xuanyu felt as if all the pores in his body opened at once. Everything before him suddenly became a little clearer. Blue, representing water; red, representing fire; green, symbolizing the freedom of wind; and yellow, representing the weight of earth. In an instant, he clearly saw those 4 colors within the hues, and an indescribable joy instantly filled his heart. 200, it's 200. Mid-level of the spiritual communication realm. Cheers erupted around him, more so from the teachers. The mental test concluded. Lan Xuanyu, mental strength, 200. Mid-level of the spiritual communication realm. He became the first student in the entire advanced youth class to reach such a level, and he naturally earned a 10-point addition to his score. Another 2 plus signs. Undoubtedly, with 4 plus signs, their group was once again successful. Although it was no longer necessary, this honor still belonged to Dormitory 333. Loading more content. Please wait. Dormitory 316. Lu Qinshuan, Chang Jini, and Yi Ling Tong sat together. Lu Qinshuan and Chang Jini lived here, and Dormitory 316 was also their group number. Yi Ling Tong usually did not stay here. She lived in another dormitory. The practical assessment was about to begin. This time, we not only need to achieve good results, but we must also win first place, regardless of the form of the assessment, Lu Qinshuan said solemnly. Yi Ling Tong nodded vigorously, feeling pumped up in her heart and naturally agreeing wholeheartedly. Chang Jini squinted his eyes and said, Qinshuan, don't you think that Lan Xuanyu is a bit strange? Lu Qinshuan glanced at him and said, are you talking about his mental strength? Chang Jini shook his head. Not just that. There is something elusive about him. I can't quite put my finger on it. But last time, his shout changed the situation instantly. I still clearly remember that with his shout, you and Ling Tong lost your combat effectiveness. But I don't know if that was coincidence or inevitability. Lan Xuanyu is somewhat unpredictable. Lu Qinshuan looked at Yi Ling Tong. You used to be classmates. What was he like before? Yi Ling Tong frowned and said, he is indeed strange. My martial soul seems to be naturally restrained by him. Every time I fought him, my martial soul couldn't exert its full power. Later, my dad taught me a method to internalize my soul power and skills, which helped a bit. His martial soul seems to be quite strong, and the aura of his bloodline affects me greatly. Lu Qinshuan narrowed his eyes. I seem to feel it last time. It should be a martial soul that is not inferior to my Golden Lion King. After I unleashed the Golden Lion's roar, I was in a weakened state, and he took the opportunity to control me. That's why we lost that battle. But based on his situation at the time, it should only be able to trigger that kind of roar once. At this point, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. This time is different. I am now a two-ring great soul master with 2 soul skills. No matter what, he cannot defeat us again. And one more thing, Chang Jinni continued. Lu Qinshuan looked at him. Chang Jinni said, don't you think that since Lan Xuanyu joined dormitory 333, Qianlei and Lu Feng have also become different? Last time we lost to them, it was certainly due to Lan Xuanyu, but Lu Feng had a lot to do with it too. Given his original combat power, even if he was very fast, he shouldn't have been able to directly break through my slow soul skill and severely injure me. But he did it that day, including later when he shot you down with 2 shots, and being able to break through Jin Xianglie's dual-wing defense. His attacks were much stronger than usual. It's like Lan Xuanyu's shout enhanced him too. And the girl Qianlei summoned last time, although she was only a fleeting moment, blocked your attack, boss. I wonder if that was a coincidence. Chang Jinni's insight was very sharp, and Lu Qinshuan admired this. Upon hearing him say this, her brows furrowed slightly. Chang Jinni continued, so the key still lies with Lan Xuanyu. It is precisely because of his presence that Dormitory 333 has become overall stronger. Although we don't know why this is the case, we must make some targeted arrangements in our tactics. If we encounter them, we must strike down Lan Xuanyu with overwhelming force at all costs. As long as he is gone, Qianlei and Lu Feng are not to be feared. Lu Qinshuan and Yi Lingtong exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. The afternoon assessment is the time to prove themselves. No matter what, they must win the championship this time and reclaim the honor of being the first group in the class. Chapter 116. The arena. The scene for the afternoon practical assessment is the arena. Mu Chongtian looked at the students with deep meaning in his eyes and said, upon hearing the words the arena, many people even felt a sense of relief. What does the arena mean? It signifies a direct confrontation, a hard-hitting battle where true combat strength is tested, unlike the maze last time, which had so many uncertainties. In other words, in the competition in the arena, it will be about who is stronger, and that person can achieve better results. The roles of luck and wisdom will be much smaller in comparison. The specific assessment rules are as follows. Given the excellent performance of the 333 dormitory in the previous midterm assessment, this time, the 3 students from the 333 dormitory will serve as the challengers. Other groups will draw lots to challenge them. The entire assessment will be divided into 9 matches. This means that the 3 students from the 333 dormitory will engage in 9 battles. After each battle, the simulation chamber will restore their strength, and everything will start over. We will score you based on your performance in the matches. Of course, those who can defeat the 333 group will receive additional points. As soon as these specific assessment rules were announced, the previously relaxed expressions of Lan Xuanyu and the other 2 turned into shock. Qianlei almost cried out. What is going on? How did it suddenly become a target? Just during lunch, he was still feeling proud, because no matter what, they wouldn't be eliminated. But this afternoon's assessment is just too unfair. They have to fight 9 matches? They had previously tried it. Although the simulation chamber could restore soul power, mental power could not be fully restored. They simply couldn't last for 9 matches. Moreover, having to face every group means that all their abilities will be exposed in front of everyone, leaving no secrets. For the past 3 months, the 3 of them had kept a low profile precisely to hide themselves better, waiting for the right moment to show their abilities, such as in the assessments next semester. Teacher, can we give up? After all, we've already made it, Qianlei couldn't help but say. Mu Chongtian's expression darkened. This is your opportunity to showcase yourselves. I believe other groups would love to have such a chance to show what they can do, although it was originally stipulated that you wouldn't be eliminated this semester. If you lose more than half of the matches in the next 9 assessments, then next semester, all your bonuses will be canceled, and all your scores will be reduced by 30%. Huh? Qianlei was instantly dumbfounded. It seemed like the academy was deliberately targeting them. In fact, the afternoon assessment was not originally like this. If you want to blame someone, blame Lan Xuanyu. His mental power broke through 200 points, which greatly stimulated the teachers of the advanced class. As a result, the teachers want to see just how far the 333 dormitory had come. After reporting to the academy, they came up with such a peculiar final exam. However, it wasn't wrong. For example, Lu Qinshuan was now looking at them with some jealousy. If it were him, he would be eager to take on this role of challenger. This is an honor. Being a challenger means being recognized as the strongest. It's also an opportunity to showcase one's self to the teachers. The better the performance, the more support one can receive from the academy later on. The academy's resources are extremely precious and cannot be bought with money. Lu Feng nudged Qianlei, his eyes burning with intense fighting spirit. For them, this is undoubtedly a test. Since the academy wants to test them, then bring it on. Lan Xuanyu himself was quite calm. He was in a good mood today. His mental power had broken through 200 points, and he was certain that it was because of the mental power test that he had achieved this breakthrough. Now that he had reached the intermediate level of the spirit realm, he felt that his mental aspect had noticeably improved. After practicing for several months, he believed he had made significant progress. Although his soul power had increased slowly, his physical fitness and overall strength had improved considerably. Practical combat was just the right way to test that. The cooperation between him, Lu Feng, and Qianlei had also become more tacit over the past 3 months. Compared to the midterm exam, it could be considered a qualitative change. All right, we will draw lots later. Enter the simulation chamber. The practical assessment will naturally take place in the simulation chamber to avoid unnecessary casualties and to allow students to maximize their potential. Upon entering the simulation chamber and just logging in, Lan Xuanyu, Qianlei, and Lu Feng were teleported to an arena. The arena is circular, with a diameter of about 30 meters. It is quite spacious. Should I summon or not? Qianlei asked Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu replied, with your current mental power, under this kind of wheel battle, how many times can you summon when you can restore your soul power each time? Qianlei said, it depends on the strength of the summoned object. The consumption varies for me. If it's Dong Qinxiu, I should be able to summon her 5 times. But her temper seems a bit bad. Will she come that many times? That's a problem. Because of the multiple summons, everyone was somewhat familiar with Dong Qinxiu, who was a student from the Heaven Do Star and a year older than them, also a student of Nana. However, her personality was somewhat aloof, and when they had summoned her multiple times before, she often wouldn't appear. For example, during the last midterm exam, she didn't come out immediately. If they have to summon her 5 times in this assessment, would she show up every time? That's hard to say. Lan Xuanyu suggested, what about hand-switching summons? Qianlei's eyes lit up. 3 times should barely hold out. That means we can definitely win at least 3 matches. Produce. We can at least summon Dong Qinxiu once, so that makes 4 matches secure. I hope we can face Lu Qinshuan and the others in the first few matches and defeat the strongest ones first. The rest will depend on you too. Lan Xuanyu not only had the silver-patterned blue silvergrass in his left hand, but when he used the golden-patterned blue silvergrass to assist in the summoning gate with his right hand, the summoning situation changed. It became a hand-switching summon. Whatever comes, we'll face it. Lu Feng's eyes sparkled with intense battle spirit. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes and nodded. Then it settled. For the first 3 to 4 matches, we'll focus on Qianlei's summons, and we'll try to conserve our energy. For the later matches, we'll do our best. Qianlei, rest up, and try to summon once more in the last 1 or 2 matches. All right, it's decided. Qianlei vigorously waved his arm, consuming first and recovering afterward. Summoning first was undoubtedly the best choice. Just then, on the opposite side of the arena, 3 beams of light slowly emerged. They're here. Lu Feng stepped forward to stand in front of Lan Xuanyu, while Qianlei quickly moved behind Lan Xuanyu, the 3 maintaining a straight line. Qianlei's eyes flashed, and a circle of yellow soul rings rose from beneath his feet as his summoning money instantly appeared in his palm. Come out, my summoning gate, Qianlei shouted, throwing the summoning money into the air. The soul rings beneath his feet instantly rose and merged with the summoning money, and 2 beams of light descended from the sky, transforming into a large door. Lan Xuanyu pondered for a moment, covering both hands with blue silvergrass. He grabbed the door frame with his right hand, which had the golden-patterned blue silvergrass. Qianlei was closest, and he distinctly felt that everything changed when Lan Xuanyu's right hand grasped the summoning gate. The gate of summoning trembled slightly, and in Qianlei's mind, It seemed as if the door let out a faint dragon's roar, as if calling out to the distant lands. Chapter 117. Crocodile Dragon on the new keyboard novel website, Xinjianpan. Gong. The latest chapter of Douluo Dalu 4, Ultimate.The, is updated instantly. Then, countless sounds echoed from an unknown distance. Qianlei's soul power and mental strength poured out in an instant, especially his soul power, which was almost completely drained in a moment. After the summoning gate swallowed all his soul power, it emitted a second humming sound, as if a passage had been connected. Opposite them, the figures of 3 students appeared. Comparatively speaking, the challenger had some advantages, as they could prepare earlier than the others. This was also the intention of the challenger. The 3 girls who appeared opposite Lan Xuanyu and his companions were indeed 3 female students. In the advanced young boys class, there were 3 groups composed entirely of girls. Do not underestimate these female students. Their strength was by no means weaker than that of the male students. They were all classmates, and the 3 girls were naturally recognized by Lan Xuanyu and his team. Standing in the center and at the forefront was a tall and slender girl, who was the tallest among all the girls in the class, even taller than Yiling Tong by half a head. She was beautiful, though her eyes were slightly small, but her gaze was very lively. Her name was Zhang Ruiyan, the dormitory leader of room 304, and also the captain of their group. On either side of her were 2 other beautiful girls. On the left was the petite and delicate Xu Xiangyi, and on the right was the slightly sturdier Tong Mengru. Among the 3 girl groups, room 304 was considered to have average strength, which was also average in the whole class. Go! Zhang Ruiyan shouted, and instantly rushed towards Lan Xuanyu and his companions. As she charged forward, a yellow soul ring rose from under her feet, and a strong light shone above her head, forming a light ball. A light arrow shot out, dazzlingly aimed directly at Lu Feng in front. Light element control. This was Zhang Ruiyan's martial soul. Her first soul skill was called Light Energy Gathering, which could transform into numerous variations. On the left, Xu Xiangyi crouched down and then suddenly accelerated, bypassing from the side. Her figure became somewhat illusory, as if she was switching between visibility and invisibility. Xu Xiangyi's martial soul was the Illusion Cat, a very rare martial soul. Its greatest advantage was not in combat, but in various reconnaissance, excelling at hiding its tracks. It was precisely for this reason that she was recruited into the advanced young boys class. Although the Illusion Cat may not seem very strong in its early stages, once cultivated to a certain level with suitable soul skills, it often becomes the best ambusher. Therefore, there was a dedicated teacher in the advanced young boys class to guide Xu Xiangyi. On the other hand, Tong Mengru had a completely different style. With a wave of her hand, a heavy hammer appeared alongside a yellow soul ring. The hammer had a cylindrical head with faint patterns emerging on it. Holding the heavy hammer, she strode alongside Zhang Ruiyan towards Lan Xuanyu and his companions, exuding a formidable aura with a hint of fierceness in her eyes. She was well known as a tough girl in the class, the kind who would pull out her hammer to smash someone at the slightest disagreement. Even Jin Xiang, who was mischievous, dared not provoke her easily. 3 girls, 3 combat styles. Lan Xuanyu raised a hand, and an ice shield appeared out of thin air. Instead of directly blocking the light arrow, he refracted it into the air. A problem with the light element is that if the attack power is not strong enough, it is easily refracted. Lan Xuanyu, with his control over the water element, undoubtedly had an advantage, and with the amplification of the silver-patterned blue silvergrass, he made the most effortless response. At this moment, Xu Xiangyi had already circled to the side. Her target was Qianlei behind. Everyone's impression of Qianlei was that he was unreliable, and his summoning was also unreliable. However, no matter how unreliable he was, there were times when he could be reliable. The best way was to eliminate him first, preventing him from completing the summoning. Thus, Xu Xiangyi had increased her speed to the utmost, taking advantage of the explosion of light arrows ahead, which created a dazzling display that affected everyone's vision. She quietly approached Qianlei, but just then, a low roar suddenly echoed. The changes brought to Qianlei by Lan Xuanyu were not just in summoning, but also increased his summoning speed. When the roar rang out, everyone present, except for Lan Xuanyu, felt as if their hearts skipped a beat. A fierce aura instantly spread across the entire arena. Ding! Shu Xiangyi's cat paw came down, but she felt as if she had scratched an iron plate. Her nails instantly broke. Although the pain sensation in the simulation chamber was minimal, it still made the girl scream and leap back. However, at this moment, a presence like a heavy hammer swept over and collided with her. With a bang, Shu Xiangyi turned into a beam of light and vanished without a trace. At this moment, everyone finally saw the culprit. It was a reptile that had just crawled out from the summoning gate. It was covered in dark scales, over 7 meters long, resembling a giant lizard, especially with a particularly large head and a wide mouth that seemed capable of swallowing the world. The massive head that had just collided with Shu Xiangyi belonged to it. Caught off guard, Shu Xiangyi, who was only a first-ring soul master, didn't even have time to react and was directly killed. Crocodile dragon, a sub-dragon type, a kind of earth dragon. It was extremely rare among soul beasts. And even in Lan Xuanyu's memory, he couldn't discern what level of cultivation the crocodile dragon in front of him was. After knocking out Shu Xiangyi, the crocodile dragon's next action stunned everyone present. It lowered its massive head down to Lan Xuanyu's feet and cautiously rubbed against his calf. Yes, it rubbed. Zhang Ruiyan and Tong Mengru were a bit dazed. Did the summoning succeed? How could they have such bad luck? No matter how you looked at it, the crocodile dragon's strength was definitely not weak. Attack! Lan Xuanyu seemed to have long been accustomed to the proximity of Qianlei's summoned creatures. The crocodile dragon then raised its head to look at Zhang Ruiyan and Tong Mengru, standing up again, its huge mouth wide open and charging towards the two girls. A 7-meter-long crocodile dragon. Although it was not the strongest among earth dragons, it was definitely not weak, possessing even a trace of dragon blood. As it swaggered forward, the atmosphere around it suddenly became tense. At this moment, the quality of the advanced young boys class students was revealed. If it were peers of the same age, even soul masters, facing such a ferocious-looking crocodile dragon, they would probably be scared out of their wits. But Tong Mengru and Zhang Ruiyan reacted immediately. Tong Mengru took a big step forward, shouted loudly, and her body suddenly moved 3 meters forward like lightning. The light of her soul ring shone brightly as she swung the giant hammer down towards the crocodile dragon's head. Zhang Ruiyan controlled the light ball above her head, shooting 2 light arrows towards the crocodile dragon's eyes. Unfortunately, they were facing an opponent that was too strong. The crocodile dragon suddenly spun in place as it charged forward, its long tail sweeping out fiercely. It managed to evade Tong Mengru's heavy hammer, causing her to smash it directly into the ground. The 2 light arrows hit the crocodile dragon's scales and caused no damage at all. Meanwhile, the crocodile dragon's huge tail had already found Tong Mengru. Tong Mengru barely had time to jump and block with her hammer, but in the next moment, she was swept away along with the hammer. Qian Langrind. His summoned creature was indeed in tune with his thoughts. The crocodile dragon's attack, just now, was executed under its control. Ignoring Tong Mengru, it leaped forward and pounced on Zhang Ruiyan. Arrows of light fell down, but they couldn't break through the crocodile dragon's defense at all. With Zhang Ruiyan's scream, the battle came to an end. Left alone, Tong Mengru initially wanted to rush towards Lan Xuanyu and the others for mutual destruction, but unfortunately, she was not an agile attack-type soul master, and the crocodile dragon's running speed was definitely not slow. In the end, it still intercepted her. Chapter 118. Rematch. Tong Mengru was indeed fierce, and after a few hard clashes with the crocodile dragon, she was finally defeated. In the first match, Room 333 emerged victorious. The crocodile dragon disappeared along with the summoning portal. A flash of light enveloped the 3 of them, and the soul power they had consumed earlier was instantly restored. However, Qianlei sat down without hesitation, taking advantage of even this little time to recover his previously consumed mental energy. Unfortunately, the teachers clearly did not want to give them too much rest. With another flash of light, 3 figures appeared across from them. Qianlei immediately sprang up, starting his second summoning. The summoning portal appeared again, and Lan Xuanyu grabbed it with his right hand, amplifying the golden-patterned blue silvergrass. At this moment, the 3 figures opposite them also became clear. Upon seeing these 3 people, Lan Xuanyu, Lu Feng, and Qianlei's expressions turned somewhat strange, mixed with a hint of excitement. Jin Xiang. Yes, the one in the center position opposite them was Jin Xiang, who possessed the Sunbird martial soul and was said to have reached the 18th level of soul power. He was also the troublemaker in the class. In the past 3 months, Jin Xiang had indeed been working particularly hard, breaking through to the 17th and then the 18th level of soul power. They didn't expect to run into him so soon in the second round. The two boys next to Jin Xiang from the same dormitory were Tang Yuega and Li Pengbin. Compared to Jin Xiang, they usually kept a lower profile. But despite Jin Xiang's poor relations with others, he had a very good relationship with these two dorm mates, and their cooperation was quite tacit. In the overall ranking of the class, they were even above Zhang Ruiyan's group, likely around 4th place. Of course, this was before the rise of room 333. Oh no, our nemesis is back. After ambushing us last time, this time you're dead. Jin Xiang shouted as he unfolded the fiery wings behind him and took off into the air. He could clearly see that Qianlei was summoning. And although he didn't know what Qianlei was summoning, it was best not to let him finish. His two companions, Tang Yuega and Li Pengbin, also quickly took action, each releasing their martial souls. Tang Yuega raised his right hand, and a gleaming, double-pointed short spear appeared. Without charging, he threw it straight at Lan Xuanyu. The short spear made a whooshing sound as it accelerated through the air, reaching Lan Xuanyu in an instant. Tang Yuega's martial soul was this double-pointed short spear, and he excelled at long-range attacks. His first soul skill was called Breaking Wind, which could instantly accelerate his spear, greatly increasing its attack power. If thrown after charging, its power would be even greater. He and Jin Xiang were in sync, both aiming to interrupt the summoning. Not only did Lu Qianxuan and the others notice that Qianlei had changed because of Lan Xuanyu's arrival, but Jin Xiang and his group also realized that Lan Xuanyu was still holding onto the summoning portal. Thus, Jin Xiang took to the air, and Tang Yuega threw the spear, a plan they had prepared before the battle began. To ensure fairness during the preparation for the battle, they could not see Lan Xuanyu and Zhang Ruiyan's group fighting. However, they had ample time to discuss their combat strategies. Li Pengbin also soared into the air, his pair of azure wings unfurling, flying alongside Jin Xiang, one to the left and one to the right, with his martial soul, Azure Peng. Compared to the Sunbird, the Azure Peng was better at flying. Therefore, in the current situation, Jin Xiang could only glide, while Li Pengbin was truly capable of flying. A flash of azure light shot out from Li Pengbin, forming a bird-shaped glow. As it flew from Li Pengbin, it even gave the impression of being a clone of him. This was the Azure Peng Shadow, Li Pengbin's first soul skill. This azure light arrived first, targeting Lu Feng, aiming to prevent him from intervening and allowing Jin Xiang and Tang Yuega to complete their interruption. Undoubtedly, the coordinated attacks from Jin Xiang, Tang Yuega, and Li Pengbin were quite tacit and aimed directly at disrupting their enemies' efforts. Tang Yuega's double-pointed short spear arrived almost instantaneously in front of Lan Xuanyu, moving incredibly fast. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu's right hand was still holding the summoning portal, so he could only use his left hand. He shifted his foot, attempting to dodge. However, the double-pointed short spear seemed to have a mind of its own, slightly changing direction, still aimed at him. It was clear that he had no way to evade. At this point, the Azure Peng Shadow had also descended, suppressing Lu Feng and preventing him from turning around to support Lan Xuanyu. Jin Xiang was also closing in on the summoning portal. It was evident that the three from room 333 were being completely suppressed. Lan Xuanyu made his move. His left hand shot up suddenly, and, with lightning speed, he reached out, catching the spear just as it was about to reach him, stopping it right in front of him. A layer of icy mist surrounded his palm, preventing the spear from moving an inch forward. Tang Yuega was taken aback. This throw represented not only his full effort, but also the effect of the Breaking Wind soul skill. Breaking Wind could nearly double the power of his throw and had a locking effect on the target, also increasing its speed. Capturing his spear in such a situation was no easy feat. But Lan Xuanyu did it. Could it be that his soul skill had a restraining effect? It seemed not that simple. His keen eyesight was extraordinary, and he had strength. At this moment, Tang Yuega suddenly remembered that during the body test, Lan Xuanyu's strength score was over 10. Meanwhile, Lu Feng's actions were even more unexpected. He had no intention of taking it head-on. His body quickly retreated without turning back, instead using his back to collide with Lan Xuanyu. The double-pointed short spear that Lan Xuanyu had caught vanished from his hand and returned to Tang Yuega. As Lu Feng charged in, Lan Xuanyu shifted from grabbing to pushing, pressing his palm against Lu Feng's back. At that moment, Lu Feng raised his white dragon spear, which emitted a faint, icy mist as he thrust it forward, instantly dispelling the azure shadow. It looked effortless, as if it required no effort at all. Just then, a loud cry rang out as a figure suddenly shot out from the summoning portal, moving with incredible speed, almost instantly reaching mid-air and directly charging toward Jin Xiang, who was preparing to attack Qianlei. Jin Xiang did not expect the summoned creature to arrive so quickly, and he was caught off guard. However, his combat experience was considerable. He twisted his body in mid-air, and the fiery wings behind him swung out like two scythes, slashing towards the figure. Puff! With a flash of light, Jin Xiang barely had time to react before his body became frozen in mid-air. The next moment, the creature that attacked him slightly paused in the air, allowing everyone to see its appearance. Very small was everyone's first impression. It was a small bird that was entirely emerald green, with only its beak being red. It looked no bigger than a palm, but its small green eyes radiated fierce light. Emerald demon bird? Lan Xuanyu let out a low gasp of surprise, but there was also a hint of astonishment in his eyes. His surprise stemmed from the fact that this summoned soul beast seemed to be different from what they had tested before. In the past, he had never summoned the emerald demon bird while cooperating with Qianlei. From previous attempts, it seemed that using the right hand's golden patterned blue silvergrass to assist in the summoning portal resulted in summoned beings that almost always had some dragon bloodline. This made Lan Xuanyu gain some new insights into his martial soul. He vaguely felt that his golden patterned blue silvergrass should be related to dragons, and it was very likely that it was a dragon pattern itself. Chapter 119. The terrifying emerald demon bird Tang Jiasansho reminds you. After reading, please bookmark New Keyboard Novel Network Xinjianpan.com. It will be more convenient to continue reading. However, the emerald demon bird in front of them had never been recorded as being related to the dragon clan, nor was it a soul beast with dragon blood. Could it be that there was a problem with the summoning? Of course, the emerald demon bird was not weak. On the contrary, with Lan Xuanyu's knowledge of soul beasts, he could be certain that this emerald demon bird was even the strongest among all the soul beasts they had summoned before. It was known as a fierce bird in the world of soul beasts, with a ferocious nature, specializing in killing other soul beasts to eat their brains. Not only was its speed incredibly fast, but its attack power was also extremely strong, specifically targeting the heads of other creatures. At this moment, the golden figure of Jin Xiang was descending from the sky, with a blood hole in its forehead, clearly pierced through by the emerald demon bird, while the Luyang wings didn't even come close to touching it. It was actually the emerald demon bird. The emerald demon bird was almost the nemesis of all flying soul beasts, because its explosiveness in speed and attack power was terrifying. In terms of long-distance flight, the emerald demon bird could not compare to the Qingpeng, but when it came to short-distance dashes, almost no flying soul beast could compare to it. So, in the next moment, it targeted Li Pengbin. If even the Luyang bird couldn't stop it, let alone the Qingpeng. Just as Lan Xuanyu was taken aback, Li Pengbin had already descended from the sky. The emerald light flashed again, and Tang Yuega barely had time to throw out her shotgun before she also fell in the emerald light. From the appearance of the emerald demon bird to the killing of 3 people, the entire process took no more than 2 breaths. From the shape and color of the emerald demon bird, Lan Xuanyu could barely discern that this should be a 100-year soul beast. Even among 100-year soul beasts, different bloodlines could lead to vastly different strengths. Even if the 6 of them joined forces, they probably wouldn't be a match for this emerald demon bird. After killing Tang Yuega, the emerald demon bird turned around, its eyes filled with ferocity as it looked at Lan Xuanyu and the others. Without needing a reminder, Qianlei ended the summoning without hesitation. At the moment he finished, the emerald demon bird had already taken off, preparing to attack. Its ferocity was simply too strong, even threatening to kill its summoner. The light flickered, and both the summoning portal and the emerald demon bird disappeared simultaneously. Although Lan Xuanyu and the others had won, they were all covered in cold sweat. How can it still be so unreliable? You can't control it? Lu Feng said to Qianlei with annoyance. Qianlei had a bitter smile on his face. I want to control it too, but I really can't control it. It's too fierce. The moment my will reached it, it felt like it was ignited. Fortunately, it still attacked the opponent I indicated as an enemy. Goodness, it's really impressive. 2 battles, 2 victories, all relying on Qianlei's summoned creatures. Now, who would dare to say that Qianlei is not capable? Unreliable? In the context of being with Lan Xuanyu, his summoning was simply beyond their age and cultivation level and strength. Even if it was just now with the El Qinchuan team, if they faced the Emerald Demon Bird, the outcome would not have been any different. 100-year Emerald Demon Bird requires targeted approaches. At least a soul master of the 4th ring or above would have a chance to restrain it. Relatively speaking, Chang Jinni's slow soul skills might have some effect, but his current cultivation was still too weak and might not be able to control it. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content failed to load. Please close the reading mode, the novel mode, and disable the ad blocking function or copy the URL to read in another browser. Just 3 more victories will suffice. Because the new opponents appeared too quickly, Qianlei simply did not rest. Once his soul power recovered to its optimal state, he immediately threw out his summoning gold coin and summoned again. At this time, the teachers were all watching outside, including Yin Tianfan and Ji Hongbin, who had also arrived. The final exam was the most important assessment of the students' performance this semester, especially since today was in the form of a competition. When the teachers reported the assessment mode of today to Yin Tianfan, he agreed without hesitation. He also wanted to see how much his disciple had grown and progressed after this period of study. Does this count as a martial soul fusion skill? Yin Tianfan asked Ji Hongbin beside him. Anyone could see that it was with Lan Xuanyu's help that Qianlei's summons had become reliable, able to summon powerful creatures each time and easily crush the opponents. Ji Hongbin frowned slightly. It's hard to say. It shouldn't have reached the level of martial soul fusion skill. They're only at the 1st ring of cultivation. Even if they had a martial soul fusion skill, they couldn't use it. Have you noticed that Lan Xuanyu's enhancement is not just for Qianlei, but for Lu Feng as well? Earlier, Lu Feng relied on him, and under his assistance, the White Dragon Spear Martial Soul gained an ice attribute enhancement, which allowed him to easily neutralize the opponent's attack. In a sense, Lan Xuanyu's ability could be considered a very strong support. The important thing is that his support objects are 2 martial souls that are completely unrelated. Does that mean his own martial soul can provide support to any martial soul? If that's the case, then that's an incredible existence. Moreover, Lan Xuanyu is not just a purely supportive soul master. He was part of the control system in the previous academy. His own combat power is also quite strong, and he has dual martial souls. At this point, Ji Hongbin himself felt a chill run down his spine. It seems that Lan Xuanyu really is exceptionally gifted. If there is one problem, it might be that his soul power cultivation is progressing slowly. While most of the other students have already reached level 18, he has just advanced to level 16. A slower soul power cultivation may lead to greater gaps as time goes on, which is concerning. Yin Tianfan nodded slightly. My disciple is indeed interesting. His mental power has already reached 200. This truly surprises me. Not bad, not bad. Ji Hongbin said, don't be too happy too early. This child's martial soul might be too strong, or rather, too special, resulting in a slow increase in soul power. We still need to continue observing. Otherwise, no matter how good the talent is, without soul power support, it won't be possible to become a top powerhouse. Yin Tianfan shrugged and said, what does it matter? My expectations for him are not in personal combat power, but in inheriting my legacy. No matter how strong the personal strength, can it compare to a cosmic fleet? Ji Hongbin looked at him meaningfully. You say that where? Let's see if anyone will refute you. While speaking, he raised his hand and pointed upward. Yin Tianfan paused. I was speaking under normal circumstances. This kid's mental power has improved so quickly. I estimate that he will reach the spirit sea level by the age of 12. At that time, I can start teaching him the real foundational knowledge of warships. By the time he is 20, he may qualify to become a competent captain. According to this development speed, by 30, he could possibly become a commander of a fleet. If he can get there, this time could even be shortened significantly. The most important thing for this child is his psychological quality and ability to withstand pressure. I am very satisfied with him in this regard. He shows extraordinary talent at such a young age. Ji Hongbin glanced at him, a rare smile suddenly appearing on his face. Fatty, how about we discuss something? In Tianfan also smiled, looking very amiable. Old Ji, if you want him to switch to your side, you don't need to say such things. Ji Hongbin replied irritably, you are truly a cunning old fox. This child following you will only waste his talent. Can't you see how special his martial soul is? He completely has the potential to become a top powerhouse, even a core leader of a top powerhouse team. Can you provide him with that? In Tianfan laughed and said, it doesn't matter. Anyway, he is my disciple now and calls me master. Were you earlier? Why didn't you take him in before? Ji Hongbin realized that when it came to arguing, he was no match for this fat guy at all. After all, he was once a legendary demon fox. Chapter 120. Continuous victory, another victory. The exclamations of the teachers nearby echoed. Indeed, while Ji Hongbin and In Tianfan were talking, Lan Xuanyu and his team had already won another match. This time, they defeated a lower-ranked group from the high-energy youth class, relying once again on Qianlei's summoning. He summoned a red-armored dragon, and with its fiery breath, the opponents were unable to perform effectively, leading to their victory. 3 matches, 3 wins. After this victory, Qianlei immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and began meditating. Originally, in their plan, Qianlei was supposed to complete 4 summons. But an unexpected event occurred during the second summoning of the Emerald Demon Bird. Not only was it difficult to control, but the Emerald Demon Bird also consumed more of Qianlei's spiritual power, resulting in significant exhaustion during the control attempt. Thus, after completing 3 summons, Qianlei's spiritual power was already depleted. Plans can't keep up with changes. He could only meditate in place now, trying to recover his spiritual power quickly to contribute in the subsequent battles. However, thanks to his summons, their team had already secured a solid foundation with 3 victories. With a flash of light, 3 figures appeared on the opposite side. Before these 3 figures could solidify, Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng, who had already formulated a plan, took the initiative to attack and charge forward. Lan Xuanyu took the lead, stomping his right foot on the ground, channeling all his strength into his calf. In the next moment, he shot out like a cannonball, simultaneously curling the golden-patterned blue-silver grass around his right hand to cover his palm. With a flash of white light, Lu Feng arrived first, utilizing his exceptional speed, reaching Lan Xuanyu's side in an instant. Lan Xuanyu pressed his right hand against Lu Feng's back, imparting a tremendous thrust accompanied by a fierce and turbulent bloodline fluctuation. Lu Feng's white dragon spear emitted a golden light from its dragon head, and a 3-inch spear light burst forth, instantly changing his aura. The competition arena was only about 30 meters long, and with their charge and push, Lu Feng's speed reached its peak. The 3 opponents had just manifested their figures when Lu Feng was already upon them. With a flick of the white dragon spear, Lu Feng, holding the spear at its end, swept it horizontally and then thrust upward, enveloping all 3 opponents in his spear's momentum. In arena battles, soul masters need to release their martial souls, and for the host, the greatest advantage lies in the initiative. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng capitalized on this initiative to the fullest. The 3 students had just appeared, and the white dragon spear was already upon them, leaving them no time to react before they felt a powerful force lifting them, causing them to lose control of their bodies. Lu Feng's speed was too fast. With one thrust, he lifted all 3 opponents. The white dragon spear slightly paused in the air, and a powerful sharp aura erupted, slashing down from above, targeting the central student. Affected by the thrust of the white dragon spear, unfortunately, the 3 students hadn't even had the chance to release their martial souls. So how could they withstand Lu Feng's attack? The central student's body was immediately sliced in half by the spear tip, turning into light and disappearing. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu had also caught up, leaping into the air to collide with Lu Feng. As their bodies approached, he pushed with his right hand, helping Lu Feng change direction in midair, sending him towards the right where one of the students had just managed to release their martial soul during their descent, while Lan Xuanyu used the recoil to dive towards the left side opponent. Lu Feng, enhanced by the golden patterned blue silvergrass, could originally only release one attack. But with Lan Xuanyu's secondary enhancement, his momentum surged. The white dragon spear transformed into a myriad of spear lights, completely covering the opponent beneath its blade. Meanwhile, Lan Xuanyu spread his arms wide, diving towards the left side opponent like a great bird. The opponent had just released their martial soul, which was a large net, and was about to ensnare Lan Xuanyu. However, Lan Xuanyu pressed down with his left hand, unleashing a whirlpool of water that created a strong rotational force, causing the net to spin. In the next moment, his right fist fell from the sky. This was a punch infused with the bloodline power induced by the golden patterned blue silvergrass and all of his strength. With a loud bang, his fist struck the center of the net, where the opponent stood. The immense force slammed down, crushing against the opponent's raised arms. The sound of bones cracking echoed as Lan Xuanyu's punch knocked the opponent to the ground, and with his left hand he shot ice spikes through the net, ending the battle. On the other side, under Lu Feng's spearlight, his opponent was caught off guard and was similarly pierced through, leaving a deep wound visible to the bone on his body. Finished. The battle from start to finish was even quicker than when Qianlei had summoned creatures as the main fighting force. The cooperation between Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng was impeccable. The key was speed. As students of the high-energy youth class, how much could their cultivation differ? Clearly, it would be too much. However, in this collision, Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng took advantage of the initiative brought by their speed to instantly eliminate one opponent and rapidly suppress the other two. They gave their opponents no opportunity to respond. One could say that the opponents lost in a somewhat frustrating manner. Even the teachers were surprised that the host's initiative could be utilized to such an extent. Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng exchanged glances, both panting slightly. They had put in all their effort in that series of attacks. Had they not suppressed one opponent immediately, they might have been caught in a prolonged battle, making the outcome uncertain in a 2-against-3 scenario. Wait a moment before continuing. Mu Chongtian called for a halt to the assessment almost immediately. With Lu Feng's speed, the advantage of the host's initiative was indeed too great. If adjustments weren't made, the subsequent opponents would find it extremely challenging to escape the tactic of Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng. Teacher Ji, what do you think we should do in this situation? We may not have considered it thoroughly. Mu Chongtian approached Ji Hongbin with a helpless expression. There was no doubt that the cooperation between Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng exceeded their expectations. Lu Feng's speed was astonishingly exceptional. The simplest solution would undoubtedly be to enlarge the arena so that their advantage of initiative wouldn't be so obvious. However, that would be unfair to Lan Xuanyu and his team. Ji Hongbin glanced at Mu Chongtian and said, "Let's show the video of this match to the other students who have yet to participate in the assessment. How to adapt will be their responsibility." Mu Chongtian's eyes lit up. Yes, if they have prior preparation, the advantage of initiative won't be as pronounced. Moreover, it would also serve as a test for the other students' adaptability. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng in the arena were somewhat surprised. Their soul power had already recovered, and Lan Xuanyu silently assessed his spiritual power consumption. It was still within a controllable range. It turned out that their strategy was indeed very effective. Lu Feng was already poised to go, ready to continue the previous strategy as soon as the next match began. However, to their surprise, no other opponents appeared immediately. Had there been a pause? Can we take a break during the assessment? It would definitely be a good thing to take a break, as it takes time for Qianlei's mental energy to recover. As long as he can complete another summoning, it would undoubtedly be equivalent to achieving a victory. Previously, Qianlei, who seemed the least reliable among all the high-energy youth class students, has now become the key to winning. With his summoning, the summoned beings are almost unbeatable by his classmates. The least reliable Qianlei has even become the stabilizing force of Dormitory 333. Chapter 121. Conceding. Moreover, Lan Xuanyu and his team had already won 4 matches. As long as they won one more, they would have completed their basic task. From the current situation, no matter how slowly Qianlei recovered, he should be able to complete a summoning later on. Lan Xuanyu even thought it through. Instead of summoning the uncertain Dong Qianxiu, it would be more prudent to use the golden pattern blue-silver grass to assist him in summoning a soul beast with a dragon bloodline. Therefore, pausing for a moment was obviously a good thing for them. However, this pause did not last long. In a short while, three figures slowly appeared on the opposite side. Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng applied the same tactics again and charged forward once more. Just as the three figures were about to reveal themselves, Lu Feng had already rushed close again. However, to their surprise, the opponents may not have clearly seen the situation on the stage, and all three jumped back simultaneously, barely avoiding Lu Feng's upward strike. What is going on? Why are they reacting so quickly? Lu Feng was momentarily stunned, but his offensive momentum did not stop. After his upward strike missed, the white dragon spear thrust out, transforming into a burst of spear light in midair, unleashing all the enhancements from the golden pattern blue-silver grass. Even if he couldn't win with one strike, he had to suppress his opponents. At this time, the three figures on the opposite side had clearly emerged. This group's overall strength was even above Jin Xiang's group. Leading them in the center was a tall young man, Liang Zheng, the vice captain of the elite class. In terms of individual combat power, he was second only to Lu Qianxuan. His soul power had reached level 19, making him the most likely candidate in the class to reach level 20 next. To his left was Wang Lijian, and to his right was Chun Yuelin. Facing the incoming spear light, Liang Zheng shouted loudly and raised both hands, merging two semicircular metal blades into a shield. Wang Lijian and Chun Yuelin quickly retreated, positioning themselves behind Liang Zheng. Clang, 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 clang. A series of crisp sounds rang out as Liang Zheng took 4 steps back before completely dissipating the impact of the white dragon spear. But he managed to block Lu Feng's most ferocious round of attacks. If they hadn't seen the previous video, it would have been very difficult for them to withstand Lu Feng's initial offensive, as it was too sudden. However, with the video as a basis, the three quickly discussed and came up with the current countermeasure. Liang Zheng had a semicircular blade on each arm. His martial soul was called Half-Moon Blade, a mutated martial soul. When the half-moon blades merged, they could form a round shield. When separated in both hands, they served as powerful offensive weapons, embodying both attack and defense. Liang Zheng was steady in temperament, usually silent in class, but he practiced diligently, with only one goal: to surpass Lu Qianxuan. His two teammates shared similar personalities, remaining low-key in class, yet no one dared to underestimate them. At this moment, with Liang Zheng blocking the attack, Lan Xuanyu followed from behind, pushing Lu Feng forward, who then fell to the side. At the same time, he received another boost from the golden pattern blue-silver grass. Chun Yuelin raised his hands, and a series of emerald-green vines surged out, spreading outward along the ground, rapidly extending towards Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng. He was a control-type soul master with a martial soul evergreen vine. Meanwhile, beside Chun Yuelin, Wang Lijian pulled with his left hand, and a white longbow appeared in his grasp. Drawing the bow and knocking an arrow, the first soul ring shone brightly, and a yellow arrow appeared on the bowstring, the bow resembling a full moon. With a bang, the bowstring twanged, and the arrow shot out violently, aimed at the sky, but instantly arced towards Qianlei in the distance. The attack must be stopped. This battle, while Qianlei being eliminated would not affect the overall situation, would significantly impact his mental recovery. It should be noted that Qianlei was currently meditating with full concentration. This interruption would not only cost him mental power, but could even lead to mental chaos, making it difficult for him to take action again today. Undoubtedly, the opponents had developed a targeted strategy based on their situation. This arrow could definitely be described as a stroke of genius, originally ready to launch an attack. Lan Xuanyu had to turn and rush towards Qianlei's direction quickly, while forming an ice spear with his left hand. He had to wait for the arrow to fall, getting close enough to his attack range before using the ice spear to knock it down and protect Qianlei. However, with this turn and run, their initial advantage was lost. Lu Feng hesitated slightly, not continuing the attack, but instead maneuvering to the side to avoid the entanglement of the evergreen vines on the ground. Wang Lijian, level 18, Martial Soul, Moon Shooting Bow. First soul skill, Guiding Arrow. They retreated, but the opponents were relentless. Liang Zheng charged forward, directly pursuing Lan Xuanyu, his half-moon blades separated and swinging forward. The light of the first soul ring shining brightly, two light blades bursting forth from his half-moon blades, heading straight for Lan Xuanyu's back. This was his first soul skill, half-moon slash, with the guiding arrow needing to be dealt with in front, and the half-moon slash pursuing from behind. Lan Xuanyu was undoubtedly in a dilemma. Meanwhile, Lu Feng, whose defense was relatively weak and naturally restrained by control type, could not change the situation. Chun Yuan cleverly set up his evergreen vines around, like a spider waiting in its web, just waiting for him to walk into the trap. The situation had reversed with the opponents prepared and their side down a member. The guiding arrow fell from the sky. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu remained particularly calm. He could hear the sound of the half-moon slash slicing through the air behind him and knew he had to react. But the immediate priority was still to resolve the crisis for Qianlei. At this point, he realized he had overlooked one thing, the protection of Qianlei. When the opponents targeted the resting Qianlei, especially with long-range attack capabilities, they would become very passive. His figure flickered, not looking back at all. In Liang Zheng's and the others' eyes, it seemed as if Lan Xuanyu merely swayed left and right slightly, evading the two half-moon slashes attacks, and at the same time, the ice spear was finally launched. With a crisp sound, almost a foot above Qianlei's head, it accurately struck the guiding arrow, knocking it aside. At the same time, Lan Xuanyu suddenly stopped and shouted, "Wait!" Liang Zheng and the others, who were quickly closing in from behind, were momentarily stunned by his words and slightly slowed their pace. "This match, we concede," Lan Xuanyu said without hesitation. "Concede?" Liang Zheng relaxed his expression, stopped, and nodded at Lan Xuanyu. Yes, this match was indeed too passive. Qianlei was unable to continue summoning, and the opponents had long-range attack capabilities, which would inevitably compel Lan Xuanyu to guard Qianlei's side. The opponents had control, long-range, and strong offensive capabilities. Even with the synergy between him and Lu Feng, their chances of winning 2 against 3 were slim. Moreover, having already won 4 matches, there was no need to force a confrontation. Therefore, Lan Xuanyu decisively chose to concede. Assessing the situation, Liang Zheng's team was also one of the strongest groups in the class, almost second only to Lu Qinshuan's team. Conceding to them to conserve their own energy was undoubtedly a better choice. Otherwise, even if they didn't discuss the outcome of the battle, the consumption would be immense. The exhaustion of energy and mental power was not easily recoverable after each battle. The teachers watching from outside felt a sense of relief when they saw Lan Xuanyu and his team voluntarily concede a match. If this peculiar combination continued to win, it would definitely have a huge impact on the other students in the senior class. Chapter 122. Let's try pressuring them. The new keyboard novel website, Zenjianpan.com, updates the latest chapters of Douluo Dalu 4, Ultimate Douluo, at the first time. How many more groups until we reach Lu Qinshuan and the others? Ying Tianfan asked Mu Zhongtian. Mu Zhongtian replied, 1 more group to go. We'll reach Lu Qinshuan and the others soon. A flash of light appeared in Ying Tianfan's eyes as he said, let's have them come up 1 group early. Let Lu Qinshuan and the others go now. Then tell Lan Xuanyu that if they lose to Lu Qinshuan and the others, it's counted as losing all subsequent matches. Huh, Vice Dean, this isn't appropriate, right? This goes against the rules. They might not accept it. Mu Zhongtian stared at the person in front of him, although he knew this person never played by the rules. Changing the established rules abruptly would be too unfair to the students. What about the Academy's credibility? But Ying Tianfan remained calm and said, it's fine, just do as I say. If we don't pressure them a bit, how can we see their true abilities? Choosing to give up when they have the strength clearly indicates they think they can last until Qianlei summons another match after winning 4 rounds. Since it's an assessment, we have to squeeze out all their abilities and see how far these kids can go. Just do as I say. If Lan Xuanyu and the others are unhappy, I'll handle it. Mu Zhongtian looked at Ji Hongbin. Only Ji Lao could speak effectively in front of this Vice Dean. To his surprise, Ji Hongbin nodded as well, agreeing to do as the vice dean said. We can't give these kids a chance to cheat or be lazy. If we don't pressure them, the subsequent assessments will be unfair to other teams. Huh? Well, okay then. Mu Zhongtian didn't expect Ji Hongbin to agree to Yin Tianfan's request, which was clearly unfair to Lan Xuanyu's team. But he could only carry it out. In the Douluo world on the arena, Lan Xuanyu's team, we inform you that in the next match, you will face Lu Qianxuan's team. You must win this match. If you lose, it will be counted as losing all subsequent matches. The electronic voice sounded, clearly Mu Zhongtian's voice. Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng were already prepared to charge. But hearing this sudden electronic announcement, both were momentarily stunned. What is going on? How can losing this match mean losing the entire set? Does that mean we will be punished? Lu Feng said in shock. Lan Xuanyu was also a bit dazed. After all, they were still young, and for a moment, they couldn't comprehend why the rules had changed. At that moment, three figures slowly appeared on the opposite side. Lu Qianxuan, Yi Lingtong, and Chang Jiani. Affected by the electronic announcement, Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng even lost their chance to ambush, losing the initiative. Two circles of yellow spirit rings rose from Lu Qianxuan's feet, fully demonstrating his status as a two-ring great spirit master. What to do? Qian Lei had already opened his eyes. He heard the electronic announcement too. Lan Xuanyu looked at him, revealing a questioning gaze. Qian Lei shook his head with a bitter smile. He just rested a bit longer. He was still short of spirit power needed to summon once. That means this match is still 2 against 3. Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng will face Lu Qianxuan from the two-element realm, along with the powerful Yi Lingtong and the control-oriented Chang Jiani. The influence of the slowing effect on Lu Feng is obvious under the opponent's preparations, even if Lan Xuanyu could break through the slowing effect. Yi Lingtong and Lu Qianxuan wouldn't just sit back. 2 against 3. This was a battle even harder than the last. The chances of winning were extremely low. But we can't lose this match. If we lose, all subsequent matches will count as losses, and there won't be a next round. What about next semester? We have to fight. We can only fight. What to do? Lu Feng also asked the same question. Undoubtedly, he was also a bit panicked. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content failed to load. Please close the reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and turn off ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser to read. Lu Qianxuan's body swelled, and the aura belonging to the two rings burst forth as the three of them walked towards Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng. Lu Qianxuan felt proud. He didn't want to clash with Lan Xuanyu and the others while Qian Lei appeared to have lost his fighting power. He hoped to face his opponents at their strongest. After all, he was already a great spirit master. He wanted to defeat his opponents when both sides were at their strongest. Lan Xuanyu shrugged helplessly. This was all forced by the teachers. Since you're forcing me then. Lu Feng. Lan Xuanyu suddenly turned his head and said to Lu Feng. Lu Feng looked at him. Lan Xuanyu said solemnly, I will enhance you, and then, at all costs, lift all three of them. Can you do it? I'll take care of the rest. Lu Feng smiled wryly. I can try, but I'm afraid I won't even be able to get close. Lu Qianxuan's golden lion roar is too strong. Lan Xuanyu said. Just bet that he won't use the golden lion roar immediately. Come on, let's give it a shot. Okay. Lu Feng took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. Lan Xuanyu released his blue silver grass, and Lu Feng's figure flashed to his front. Lan Xuanyu pushed him hard, and Lu Feng instantly charged towards the opponents like an arrow. Lan Xuanyu followed closely behind, striding forward. He even added a layer of ice beneath his feet, gliding close to the ground. Yi Lingtong released her martial soul, and Chang Jiani raised his right hand, a faint white halo expanding outward. It was the soul skill slow. This slowing effect was very strong and was a range control, particularly effective against fast characters like Lu Feng. When Lan Xuanyu hadn't arrived, Lu Feng faced Chang Jiani one-on-one and could even be controlled until his soul power was exhausted, unable to release his martial soul. The white dragon spear's spear light flickered. The dragon's head's eyes bright. Lu Feng had strong trust in Lan Xuanyu, and, facing the slowing effect, charged in without hesitation. Even though he knew that even if he could make one attack, he would inevitably fall to the opponent's counterattack due to the slowing effect. Facing him was Yi Lingtong. Under the release of the Heavenly Gang body, her speed, strength, and defense were all raised to their peak. Under the influence of the slowing effect, Lu Feng's body noticeably slowed down, but his white dragon spear still swept out fiercely, activating the soul skill to thrust upwards. Chang Jianyi's figure flashed, skillfully dodging to Lu Qinshuan's back. He would never let himself be pierced by Lu Feng again. Yi Lingtong directly charged at Lu Feng, her body glowing white, unafraid of the sharpness of the white dragon spear. Puff! The white dragon spear's spear light flickered. An upward force covered a diameter of 5 meters, enhanced by Lan Xuanyu's golden pattern blue silvergrass. This strike was Lu Feng's all-out effort, and the rising airflow immediately swept up Yi Lingtong, Lu Qinshuan, and Chang Jianyi. Lu Qinshuan snorted coldly, releasing his soul power, and he forcefully descended, landing firmly and unmovable. However, Yi Lingtong, in a hard clash, was ultimately lifted, but was only by 2 meters. In midair, she flipped, and Lu Qinshuan had already caught up, grabbing her clothing from behind. Yi Lingtong kicked out, and with the soul power transmitted from Lu Qinshuan, this kick landed right on the white dragon spear. Lu Feng, who had fully committed to the upward thrust, had no reserves and was instantly kicked away with both himself and the spear flying out. From anyone's perspective, his proactive attack in a 2-against-3 situation was a very unwise choice. Even under Lan Xuanyu's enhancement, he couldn't possibly gain the upper hand in a 1-against-3. Lu Feng, who was kicked away, directly crashed into Lan Xuanyu, who was coming up from behind. This time, Yi Lingtong had calculated the angle perfectly. Even if Lan Xuanyu caught Lu Feng, what awaited them next would be the storm-like attacks from the 3 of them. Yi Lingtong was well aware of how hard Lu Qinshuan had worked over the past few months, all in order to redeem herself in the final exam. Chapter 123. Self-Spirit Fusion Skill? Previously, they were worried that Lan Xuanyu and the others would concede, but it seemed that the other party had no intention of giving up. Little did they know, it wasn't that Lan Xuanyu and the others didn't want to concede, but rather the Academy wouldn't allow them to. However, an unexpected situation occurred, just as Lu Feng and Lan Xuanyu were about to collide. Lan Xuanyu didn't catch Lu Feng, but instead swiftly dodged him, letting Lu Feng fly backward while he continued to rush towards Lu Qinshuan and the others. What the heck? Lu Qinshuan was also taken aback. If Lan Xuanyu had caught Lu Feng, it would have been a 2-on-3 situation, and they could have struggled a bit longer. But now, he had delivered himself right into their hands, facing 3 of them at their peak state. Was he crazy? However, in the next moment, he saw the expression on Lan Xuanyu's face as he approached. What was that? A smile. Yes, Lan Xuanyu was smiling, with a hint of mockery in his grin. Although Lu Qinshuan didn't know why he was smiling, a sense of ominous premonition surged up in his heart, and he opened his mouth without hesitation, ready to unleash his golden lion roar. But at that moment, Lan Xuanyu made a move that was much simpler than releasing the golden lion roar. He raised both his left and right hands simultaneously and clasped them together in front of him. The golden lion roar erupted in response. Compared to the last time Lan Xuanyu faced this attack, the power of the golden lion roar this time was undoubtedly much greater. With the support of his 2-ring cultivation, Lu Qinshuan's golden lion roar unleashed a terrifying force, affecting even Qianlei, who was far away. However, Lan Xuanyu, who was now within arm's reach, seemed to freeze in place. Then, Lu Qinshuan, Yi Lingtong, and Chang Jianyi saw a burst of colorful light erupting from his clasped hands. Amidst the swirling, colorful light, it appeared that Lan Xuanyu was completely unaffected by the golden lion roar, merely smiling at the 3 of them, his lips buzzing as if he said 2 words, "Goodbye." In the next moment, the dazzling, colorful light exploded, transforming into a 5-meter diameter colorful sphere in the air, enveloping Lan Xuanyu, Lu Qinshuan, Yi Lingtong, and Chang Jianyi all within it. Everything happened far too quickly, from Lan Xuanyu clasping his hands to the eruption of the golden lion roar, and then to the explosion of the colorful light. The entire process took only the blink of an eye. The golden lion roar that had just been unleashed abruptly stopped, as if it had been choked. The colorful light lasted several seconds before gradually subsiding. Lan Xuanyu, Lu Qinshuan, Yi Lingtong, and Chang Jianyi all disappeared. On the arena, only the dazed Lu Feng and Qian Lei, who was stunned, remained. Room 333, victory. The fifth match. In front of the observation screens, the teachers were left speechless. Who could have predicted that the outcome would be like this? Yin Tianfan and Ji Hongbin were equally dumbfounded. They just wanted to pressure Lan Xuanyu and see how much potential he had yet to unleash. But who would have thought that it would directly force out such a big move? What was that colorful light? Even with Lu Qianxuan's two-ring cultivation, coupled with the formidable powers of Yi Lingtong and Chang Jiani, they hadn't been able to display their strength and were directly obliterated. Was this really an ability that a one-ring soul master could use? With a diameter coverage of 5 meters and an obviously terrifying attack power, what was going on? Was it a self-sacrifice skill or a spirit fusion skill? Yin Tianfan turned stiffly to Ji Hongbin beside him and asked, in terms of soul master skills. Ji Hongbin undoubtedly understood more than he did. Ji Hongbin's mouth twitched. It couldn't be a self-sacrifice skill. From Lan Xuanyu's calmness when he just used it, it was clear that he must have used it before. This skill should have consumed all his energy, which is why the system defaulted to him being dead and leaving the battlefield. But he probably wasn't truly dead, because he must have tried it before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used it at this moment. Lu Feng's proactive attack, regardless of the cost, was likely to keep Lu Qianxuan and the others from separating, creating this opportunity for him to obliterate them. So, I think it's a spirit fusion skill, a self-spirit fusion skill. Yin Tianfan swallowed hard, just about to say something, when suddenly, Ji Hongbin beside him had a fierce glint in his eyes, raised his hand, and grabbed his neck, saying menacingly, "I don't care. You fat guy, you must let me have this disciple, or I'll fight you." Dual spirit, self-spirit fusion skill, it's such a waste to learn from you. Do you know that? The other teachers were startled by this scene. Lan Xuanyu was the vice president's disciple? That was their first reaction. And the next was that teacher Ji was actually trying to snatch a disciple from the vice president? Not giving. I'll choke you to death. In the first semester of the advanced youth class, final exam, first place, room 333, Lan Xuanyu. In the first semester of the advanced youth class, practical assessment, first place, room 333, all members. With Lan Xuanyu's room 333, Qian Lei was no longer the useless, unreliable summoner, and Lu Feng was no longer the weak, attacking soul master who just ran around. Everything changed because of Lan Xuanyu's arrival. Under Ji Hongbin's unreasonable pressure, Yin Tianfan ultimately compromised. Thus, Lan Xuanyu passively gained another teacher, and the days that awaited him became increasingly intense and challenging. Since the final exam, he had not had a holiday, busy practicing every day. Of course, because he used that strange self-spirit fusion skill once again, his soul power, which had finally reached level 16, dropped back to level 15. However, just as Nana had said before, his compatibility with the golden and silver dual vortex had also improved, and the friction between the two types of energy had noticeably weakened. The bit of color at the core seemed to have slightly strengthened as well. In the blink of an eye, it had been 3 years since the advanced youth class was established. 3 years later, Tianluo Star, Tianluo City, Tianluo Academy. As night fell, the entire Tianluo Academy was peaceful. Only one training ground was still brightly lit. The training ground was a circular building, 30 meters high, with specialized soul guide array protections inside. The training of soul masters is extremely dangerous, often leading to soul skills leaking out, and without sufficient protection, problems can easily arise. Even the windows of the training ground are situated more than 20 meters high. At this moment, outside the brightly lit training ground, a person stood silently, his gaze calm yet warm, quietly peering through the window at the training ground inside. Inside the training ground, there were only 2 people, known as the number 1 person in Tianluo Academy. Teacher Ji Hongbin had his hands clasped behind his back, his face stern, looking coldly at the young man opposite him, reprimanding him in a low voice. Yet this number 1 person in Tianluo Academy was completely unaware that someone was spying on them from outside the high window. Cooperation. Your cooperation with yourself must be seamless. Do you understand? Ji Hongbin said coldly. How many times have I said it? Why does the ice attribute support still show a delay every time you exert your strength? You must merge it with your power instantly. What you need most right now is to find that feeling of harmony between man and nature. Since you have dual spirits, you must bring out the advantages of your dual spirits to form your own combat technique. My teacher once told me that everyone should have their own combat skills. To become a strong person, combat skills are not learned from others, but created by oneself. Only you know what you are best at and what your greatest strengths are. At your age, you may not be able to create your own combat skills yet, but one day you will reach that point. Therefore, you need to solidify all your foundations now and prepare for the future. Chapter 124. The issue of soul power Tang Jia, San Shao reminds you. After reading, please bookmark New Keyboard Novel Network Xinjianpan.com for easier reading later. Yes, teacher, Lan Xuanyu said respectfully. 3 years have passed, and Lan Xuanyu has grown up. He was already tall among his peers, and at nearly 11 years old, he now stands over 1.5 meters tall, ranking among the tallest in his class. His features have matured a bit, losing some of the cuteness from childhood, but gaining more handsomeness. His soft hair rests on his forehead, dampened by sweat, and his large eyes are particularly bright as he listens intently to Ji Hongbin's lecture. All right, that's it for today. You should think it over when you go back. Ji Hongbin said. Yes, Lan Xuanyu replied again respectfully. After hesitating for a moment, Ji Hongbin added, also, you need to work hard on meditation and strive to enter a deep meditative state. Your soul power. At this point, he couldn't help but frown deeply. Lan Xuanyu's soul power has become a source of concern for him. This child is good in every aspect. Not only does he have excellent innate talent, but he is also very perceptive, studies hard, and listens well. There are almost no flaws to pick at, whether learning from him or from Yin Tian Fan. He can always draw inferences from one instance to another and learns at an impressive speed. His physical fitness has also been continuously rising. In terms of physicality, he is definitely the best in the class. To this day, in the class's strength tests, he has always been first, firmly suppressing Lu Qinxuan. He is also recognized as having the highest combat power in the class, as no one can defeat his unique martial soul fusion skill. What's most alarming is his mental power. More than a year ago, his mental power broke through to 500, successfully entering the Spirit Sea realm. According to the school's records, at not yet 12 years old, his mental power has now exceeded 800, a record that has long surpassed his peers at Tianluo Academy. Similarly, Qianlei, who also excels in mental power, has just barely broken through 600. However, everything about Lan Xuanyu is excellent except for his soul power, which has become a significant issue. In 3 years, the students have grown rapidly. After several rounds of eliminations, there are now only 21 students left in the high-energy youth class, and the elimination system has been canceled, meaning no further eliminations will occur. Among these 21, the other 20 have already broken through to the second ring, and Lu Qinxuan has even broken through to the third ring. He is undoubtedly the number one in soul power. The vast majority of students have soul powers above level 27. In about a year, the entire high-energy youth class will likely have their soul powers break through to above level 30. But what about Lan Xuanyu? What is his soul power? Level 19. Yes, it's been 3 full years, and he still hasn't broken through to level 20. In a normal junior academy, this would be considered a normal soul power level. Around 12 years old, level 20 is generally a threshold. However, this is the high-energy youth class. More importantly, Lan Xuanyu has consumed countless rare ingredients over the past 3 years. These rare ingredients not only enhance physical fitness, but also significantly aid in soul power cultivation. Yet, after entering his body, they seem to disappear without a trace. For soul masters, soul power is fundamental. No matter how excellent other aspects are, without the support of soul power, one cannot become strong. Just like now, Lan Xuanyu's control over his martial soul has reached an extremely refined level. In fact, even Ji Hongbin can't point out any problems. However, in a one-on-one situation, without his peculiar martial soul fusion skill, he absolutely cannot defeat Lu Qinxuan. This is due to the fact that their soul power levels differ by 2 significant tiers. Lu Qinxuan has 3 soul skills, while he has only 1. How can he compete? Ji Hongbin is anxious too. Lan Xuanyu is about to turn 12, an age that is particularly important. If he doesn't reach level 20 before turning 12, he won't even qualify to go to that place. Teacher G.I. Lan Xuanyu looked at Ji Hongbin with a pitiful expression. What's wrong? If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you being so shy? Ji Hongbin said impatiently. He is definitely a strict teacher, though he likes Lan Xuanyu very much and is usually very serious. Teacher Ji, may I take a leave of absence? The exams are over and the holiday is coming. I want to take a month off to travel with my parents. The word no almost slipped out of Ji Hongbin's mouth. In fact, for the past 3 years, Lan Xuanyu has hardly taken a break, spending every day in his and Yin Tianfan's lessons. However, looking at his pitiful expression and recalling how hard he has worked over the years, Ji Hongbin sighed internally. After all, he is still just a child. A month is too long. How about 20 days? Ji Hongbin said with a frown before turning to leave. Hearing that he had actually agreed, Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt like crying tears of joy. Finally, he agreed. It really hasn't been easy. Teacher Ji, you don't understand. It's not that I don't want to reach level 20. It's that you won't let me take a break and go improve. In the past, Nana had sternly told Lan Xiao and Nanchang that when Lan Xuanyu was about to reach level 20, he must see her first and complete the advancement under her protection. Otherwise, there would be a risk to his life. Lan Xiao and Nanchang naturally remembered this clearly, so they particularly reminded Lan Xuanyu. When Lan Xuanyu contacted Nana through Qian Lei summoning, Nana told him that although his unique martial soul fusion skill showed signs of fusion between his gold and silver bloodline energies, it was still unstable. Advancing to level 20 would definitely further stimulate the bloodline, but what exactly would happen, she did not know. Therefore, it was best to complete the advancement under her protection. Lan Xuanyu has been practicing very diligently. It's not that he can't reach level 20. In fact, his speed of improvement is slow. However, even slow progress would have led to a breakthrough more than half a year ago. At the end of last semester, he asked Ji Hongbin for a leave of absence, but was scolded for it, with Ji Hongbin saying, "You haven't even reached level 20 and you want to take a break?" He didn't let him go. To avoid breaking through to level 20, Lan Xuanyu had to use his martial soul fusion skill to forcibly downgrade himself. The speed of recovering after downgrading is much faster than his normal cultivation. In the past 6 months, he has already recultivated this level 3 times. Ji Hongbin is anxious, but Lan Xuanyu himself is even more anxious, watching everyone else head towards level 30 while he is still stuck below level 20. The gap will only continue to widen. Therefore, even knowing he might get scolded today, he still spoke about taking a leave. Unexpectedly, Ji Hongbin agreed. Now, he can finally go find teacher Nana. Just thinking about meeting Nana made his mood inexplicably lift. He would finally be able to break through. However, over the past few years, he has still used his martial soul fusion skill several times. There was no choice during practical assessments if he wanted to win. He had to have moments of explosive power. Coupled with being forced to downgrade, he has used his martial soul fusion skill about 10 times. Now, the colorful light spots at the core of his gold and silver vortex have grown a bit larger. And although they're still only about the size of a grain of rice, at least they are clearer than before. After leaving the training ground, Ji Hongbin frowned, sighed, shook his head gently, and murmured to himself. Could it be that the efforts of the past 3 years have been in vain? I didn't expect such a promising student to be stuck in the most problematic area. Really, at this moment, suddenly, he seemed to sense something and instinctively looked up. However, where he looked was empty, nothing was there. Ji Hongbin couldn't help but feel a bit strange. It was his intuition that guided his gaze there. Could his intuition be wrong? He gently shook his head and turned to walk towards the teaching building. Chapter 125. Ji Hongbin's worries until his figure completely disappeared. A vague silhouette quietly appeared on the roof of the training ground. Dressed in black, his eyes were like water, clear and bottomless. Under his gaze, Lan Xuanyu, dragging his tired body, was walking out of the training ground, step by step towards the dormitory. After watching Lan Xuanyu disappear completely, the black-clothed man's gaze became confused. He wanted to think, but could not recall anything. Ji Hongbin arrived at Yin Tianfan's office and pushed the door open. Yin Tianfan was sitting behind his desk, leaning back in a comfortable chair with his legs resting on the table, holding a glass of strong liquor produced from Tianluo's star, drinking it with satisfaction. Isn't there a bit of courtesy? Can't you knock? Seeing Ji Hongbin push the door open, In Tianfan habitually mocked him. Do you think everyone is like you? Idling away all day? Ye Hongbin replied irritably. In Tianfan was taken aback. Have you taken crazy pills? Why are you coming in here to argue with me? Ji Hongbin said, Isn't it because of your precious disciple? You know that the minimum requirement for that place is to reach level 20 by the age of 12 to be eligible to take the exam. This rule has been set for tens of thousands of years. In fact, now it's basically that you need to be above level 30 to qualify for the assessment. Generally, those at level 21T even apply. But your precious disciple still hasn't reached level 20, and you're not worried at all? Have you forgotten your previous aspiration? In Tianfan laughed heartily. I haven't forgotten. I think my precious disciple is quite good. By the way, what do you mean by my precious disciple? Isn't he your disciple too? You're the one teaching him how to cultivate his martial soul and soul skills. If his soul power is insufficient, is it my fault? That look you have is clearly mocking Ji Hongbin for not teaching well, which led to Lan Xuanyu's lack of cultivation. Ji Hongbin angrily retorted, Can you blame me? His soul power just 1T increase. What can I do? Should I really force him to grow faster? That brat eats and drinks well every day, consuming more rare ingredients than I do. Yet his soul power just 1T rise. Aren't you anxious? What about your dreams? In Tianfan downed the liquor in his glass. Why should I be anxious? My dreams can be fulfilled by my precious disciple. What do I have to worry about? Don't forget, I hope he goes to the Interstellar Command Department. That's also an elite department. Sure, the Academy has a level 20 entry assessment rule, but for the Interstellar Command Department, the most important thing is mental strength. The entry standard for those under 12 is 200 points of mental strength. Generally, you need to have above 300 to even consider taking the exam. But how much mental strength does my precious disciple have? 800. Do you know what that means? Among all the candidates for the Interstellar Command Department, I estimate he ranks among the top. What do I have to worry about? If it comes to it, I can forcibly increase his soul power right before the assessment. Anyway, I don't expect him to become a powerful soul master. What I want to train is an invincible interstellar battleship commander. So, you worry about your own matters. It has nothing to do with me. You. Ji Hongbin's nose was almost crooked from anger. You fat man. How can you be so shameless? Did you purposely prevent Xuanyu from increasing his soul power level? Do you think I'm sick? In Tianfan retorted angrily. Ji Hongbin coldly snorted, You're definitely sick. And it's a mental illness. This is a widely recognized fact. Gee, if you make personal attacks, I will. What will you do? I'll endure it. I'm not talking to you anymore. I refuse to associate with you. In Tianfan stood up, waving his hand irritably. Hurry up, don't bother me here. Ji Hongbin sighed, suddenly deflating like a punctured ball. A month, there's only 1 month left. PLLB 12. If he can't break through to level 20 through his own cultivation, he probably really won't be able to become a true soul master. The chances of him becoming a battle armor master in the future are very slim. This child, what a pity. He asked me for leave today, and I agreed to give him 20 days off. I hope he can tighten up during these years. Once he relaxes, maybe he will have a breakthrough. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content failed to load. Please close the reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and ad blocking feature, or copy the URL to another browser for reading. In Tianfan was taken aback. Are you planning to give up? Ji Hongbin smiled bitterly. It's not that I want to give up, but he really can't reach it. If I don't give up, what can I do? If he can reach level 20, at least he can give it a try. With his twin martial souls and his martial soul fusion technique, as well as his excellent grasp of soul skills with his mental strength, he can still give it a shot. But if he can't even break through to level 20, then he can just sign up for your Interstellar Command Department. Sigh. Teacher G agreed to let you take a break? Good. Then I'll have your mom book tickets quickly. We'll set off for Tiando's Star tomorrow. Lan Xiao received news from her son and did not dare to delay, quickly asking Nan Sheng to book the tickets. Although booking a spaceship ticket at the last minute would be quite expensive, his position had risen in the past few years, and his income had increased significantly, making it easier to bear the cost of interstellar travel. Thinking about having 20 days off and the possibility of reaching level 20, Lan Xuanyu was also very excited. He didn't know how much expectation Ji Hongbin and Yin Tianfan had placed on him. For him, he just wanted to take a good rest. These years had truly been exhausting. You could take a break too? Qianlei looked at Lan Xuanyu in surprise, smiling broadly. Yeah, Teacher Ji agreed, giving me 20 days off. What about you? Where are you going for your break? Lan Xuanyu asked Qianlei and Lu Feng. They had all grown a lot over the past 3 years. Qianlei was chubbier than before and always smiled. Lu Feng had become a bit thinner, but he was now a teenager and looked much more vigorous. With their cultivation improving, they had all acquired their second soul skills, and their strength had increased significantly. Now, even without relying on Lan Xuanyu, they had considerable combat power. Lu Feng had soul power at level 26, while Qianlei's soul power was at level 25. In the high-energy junior class, they were relatively behind, but because of Lan Xuanyu, their dormitory had always ranked among the top in the class. I'm going home to eat and play, Qianlei said proudly. Lu Feng said, I'm going back to work hard on my cultivation, aiming to break through to level 27 during the break. Teacher Mu said today that next semester, there will be a very important selection competition among all the academies on Tianluo Star, and our high-energy junior class will participate as a group. Qianlei, you should also work hard when you go back. Qianlei shrugged. It's pointless to cram at the last minute. Anyway, I can't possibly reach level 30 and acquire another soul skill before that selection competition starts. But Xuanyu, you're almost at level 20. Put in some effort. We're all looking forward to seeing what your second ring soul skill will be. Lan Xuanyu vigorously waved his arm. During this break, I will definitely reach level 20. Lu Feng asked, Xuanyu, what are you planning to fuse for your second soul skill? What is your soul spirit? ISNT at time to change your second soul skill? Your first soul skill is still the white tenure one. Lan Xuanyu was stunned. He suddenly realized he couldn't answer this question because he had never fused any soul spirits. Moreover, Lan Xiao and Nan Sheng had strictly ordered him not to mention this. So, even though he didn't know why, he still couldn't say, I don't know what my second soul skill will be either. Let's wait until the holiday is over, and you will see. The holiday for the high-energy youth class is 1 month, which is much shorter than that of ordinary junior colleges. Mu Zhongtian informed them yesterday that as soon as the next semester starts, there will be a selection competition. However, he did not tell them what the selection is for. It seems that the main competitors come from the Ling Tian continent. Chapter 126. Young Master Luo also want to go to Tianluo Star. There are 2 most important main cities on Tianluo Star. One is Tianluo City on the Mo Lan continent, and the other is Ling Tian City on the Ling Tian continent. Tianluo City is the capital of Tianluo Star, and regarding this, Ling Tian City has always been somewhat unconvinced. The 2 main cities have been in a competitive relationship in many aspects. When Lan Xuanyu returned home, he felt a sense of unfamiliarity. He could hardly come back a few times in a semester. The studies in the high-energy junior class were inherently heavy, and as a disciple of Yin Tianfan and Ji Hongbin, he had even more responsibilities. For this, Nan Sheng had some complaints. She missed her son since she rarely saw him. But Lan Xiao was supportive, telling Lan Xuanyu that the more effort one puts in, the more rewards one would reap. Undoubtedly, if the high-energy junior class could continue smoothly and he could graduate successfully, it would be of great help for his future. Compared to their previous home in Ziluo City, their new place was almost twice as large, with a spacious and bright living room, a dedicated training room, a master bedroom, guest rooms, a dining room, and a study that Lan Xiao had particularly wanted, which was now fully equipped. The promotion in his job made Lan Xiao much busier. But undoubtedly, it also had more prospects than before. Mom, Lan Xuanyu called out as soon as he walked in. Nan Sheng, who was busy in the kitchen, immediately walked out. Upon seeing Lan Xuanyu, her face lit up with joy as she rushed over to hug her son. My precious son is finally back. Come up, mommy, give you a kiss. Smack, smack. Nanxing planted 2 kisses on Lan Xuanyu's little face. Mom, it's all saliva. Ha! Don't you miss mommy? I do. Lan Xuanyu hugged his mother tightly, feeling warm inside. This was the feeling of home. All right, you rest for a bit. Mommy will go cook for you. I'm really exhausted today. Dad kept urging me to book tickets. The tickets are already booked. We're leaving tomorrow. Otherwise, we might be too rushed. Did you ask teacher Nana for the exact address? I've asked. It's in the capital city of Tiando City. Not long after, Lan Xiao returned early, and the family had a warm dinner together before starting to pack their things. Tomorrow, they would embark on a long journey. Thank you all for coming. Young Master Lu smiled and waved at his fans, slowly taking a bow amidst the screams. Today was the last performance. Such beautiful singing, amazing. But when will you release a new song? We're waiting so long that the flowers are about to wither. Li Lingxing walked up, giving young Master Lu a big hug and smiling. Tang Lu smiled slightly and said, gently, when the time is right, there will naturally be new songs. Over the past few years, young Master Li's fame had spread even to the Soul Beast star. In just 3 years, he had grown from a novice star to a legendary singer. Yes, in just 3 years, he achieved what many stars couldn't accomplish in decades. However, he had only 5 songs. He rarely released new songs and didn't sing other songs, only his own. But it was precisely these 5 songs that made him a legendary singer. What drove his fans crazy was that every time they listened to the same song sung by him, the feeling would be completely different and would change. This was something no other singer could achieve. There were attempts to imitate him, but after a few tries, they gave up. Thus, young Master Lu was unique, a legendary singer. His concerts were highly anticipated by fans, as the most genuine experience could only be felt live. One would unknowingly immerse themselves in young Master Li's emotions. Therefore, his concerts were already hard to get tickets for. In 3 years, the ticket prices had increased tenfold compared to the beginning, yet they were still hard to come by. According to our original plan, you can start your vacation tomorrow. Shall we go on vacation to Longwang Star? The beaches there are really beautiful, Lu Qingling said expectantly. As she spoke, she unconsciously held Tang Li's hand. Tang Lu stiffened slightly, but ultimately did not pull his hand away. In fact, even with his amnesia, he could see Lu Qingling's feelings for him. They had been together for 9 years. Lu Qingling had put almost all her energy into him. From a delicate girl to a mature beauty, countless people pursued her. But she never showed any interest. If Tang Lu still couldn't see her feelings for him, he would be blind. As his lifesaver, she brought him into the industry and supported him to become the undisputed #1 in the music world. Lu Qingling had given so much, too much. However, for some reason, whenever Tang Lu found himself moved, his heart would suddenly ache, and he would instinctively want to distance himself from Lu Qingling, as if his heart was already filled with something and could no longer accommodate a single drop more. So for 9 years, everyone in the industry knew that young Master Lu had a beautiful manager, and they might have a romantic relationship. But in reality, he and Lu Qingling had nothing at all. Lu Qingling had never forced him. She was just there beside him. Was Lu Qingling not anxious? Of course, she was anxious. But being a girl, she was shy. After hinting so many times, Tang Lu always avoided it, so she thought it was best to let nature take its course. After all, there had never been any other woman around Tang Lu. In fact, apart from her, Lu Qingling had never seen Tang Lu smile at another woman privately. He was always so aloof, preferring to stay home alone when not working, being a quiet and handsome man. I don't want to go to Longwang Star. Let us take the spaceship to Tiando Star tomorrow, Tang Lu said. Tiando Star? For what? Lu Qingling asked in surprise. Tang Lu had no friends, not even a private life. Among all the stars, he was the only one without a hint of gossip. Even if there was, it was just rumors with Lu Qingling. But these rumors had never been confirmed. This was also one of the reasons why Tang Lu had so many female fans. His brilliance was too dazzling, and he was so self-disciplined. He was simply a model star. Only Lu Qingling knew how lonely he was. He never interacted with others. She handled all external matters. He just sang, occasionally disappearing for a while without anyone knowing where he went, but Lu Qingling never knew he had any friends. I just want to take a look around. I'll go by myself, Tang Lu said. No, I'll go with you. I have nothing to do. For some inexplicable reason, Lu Qingling suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Okay. In the early morning, Lan Xuanyu's family set off. This was the second time coming to the astronaut center, and Lan Xuanyu's excitement was no less than a few years ago, especially standing in the hall of the astronaut center. Looking at the images of warships on the big screen, he was so excited that he could hardly contain himself. In the past 3 years, He had learned a lot from Tianfan. Tianfan told him that the reason for learning the basics of warship driving was to learn to drive various vehicles, as driving leads to the same destination in different ways. Driving is not just a simple skill. More importantly, it is about understanding the essence of driving and achieving a complete unity and integration between man and machine. One must understand everything about the machinery being driven. It is essential to know where the limits of the machine lie and to be able to maximize its potential. Chapter 127. On the same ship for more updates on Dalu 4. Ultimate.The, please visit Xinjianpan Novel Network Xinjianpan.com. In more than 3 years, Lan Xuanyu has made tremendous progress, going from being unable to handle motion sickness in a starfighter to being able to pilot a starfighter in a simulation chamber by himself. Tianfan has only taught him how to pilot a starfighter and some knowledge related to starships, but he has never taught him how to operate a warship. Tianfan told Lan Xuanyu that a starfighter is a smaller version of a starship, and many combat tactics of warships are derived from those of starfighters. Mastering starfighter piloting is the foundation for becoming an excellent starship commander. Through continuous learning, Lan Xuanyu has also begun to like starfighters. However, up to now, he has never actually touched a starfighter. He has only operated them in the simulation chamber. Tianfan promised him that once he turns 12, he will let him experience the true wonders of starfighters and try piloting for real. Mom, look, that's the Xingluo space carrier, one of the largest carriers in our Federation. Measuring 3,200 meters long, it's like a small city, equipped with the most advanced Soul Guide core reactor array. Its firepower can destroy a planet if unleashed at full strength. It's so cool. Lan Xuanyu excitedly said to Nancheng beside him. Nancheng listened with a smile. While Lan Xiao guided their son, what about that warship over there? The smaller one. Dad, that's the escort ship for the space carrier, over 1,000 meters long. It should be a Dragon King-class escort ship. It's also very powerful and can conduct long-range attacks. An interstellar fleet has only one planetary-class carrier, and at most 4 Dragon King-class escort ships, which are the core strength of the entire fleet. Yes, you're right. It seems that my son is really destined to become a warship commander in the future. I look forward to the day I can board the warship you command, Lan Xiao said with a smile. However, Lan Xuanyu frowned and said, Dad, according to military regulations, family members are not allowed to board warships. So, are you already starting to hold yourself to military standards? Lan Xiao laughed. Lan Xuanyu was only 12 years old, and it was uncertain how much time he had before becoming a warship commander. Lan Xuanyu also smiled. The teacher said to hold high standards and strict requirements for myself. Dad, I will definitely become a commander. Nanqing asked, Xuanyu, can you tell Mommy why you like starships so much? Lan Xuanyu replied, because starships are powerful. The TV says that starships are the most powerful weapons of the Federation. With the advancement of soul guide technology, the strength of individual soul masters can no longer dictate wars. The truly powerful ones are the star fleets. No matter how strong a soul master is, they cannot compete with the main cannon of a warship. I want to wield such powerful strength. Lan Xiao hugged Nancheng and smiled. Look, my son is so promising. This is a grand ideal. If you're going to do it the best. Dad supports you. They did not expect that in their son's mind. The reason he wanted to become a warship pilot was that warships were currently the most powerful weapons of the Federation. What if they weren't? Would he change his mind? The family of 3 chatted and laughed as they entered the waiting hall. After a series of security checks, they boarded the spaceship with ease. Of course, due to economic conditions, they still took the most ordinary cabin. This was Lan Xuanyu's second time on a spaceship. But after learning so much knowledge over the past 3 years, he no longer felt the confusion he had experienced 3 years ago. He looked around, gazed out the spaceship's porthole, and silently thought, over there is the Soul Guide core reactor, that's the jet outlet, the main power compartment. This civilian spaceship is actually just a smaller version of the military Tiaotian-class transport ship. It's probably only about 1/10 or even smaller in size. He hadn't rested much in 3 years, but now he felt it was worth it. The feeling of applying what he learned was really quite nice. As the ordinary cabin filled with passengers completed boarding, a group of people boarded the spaceship last. 8 tall bodyguards surrounded a mysterious figure in the center, wearing a mask and a hood. Even the woman obviously following him was similarly hooded. They quickly boarded the spaceship and took the elevator directly to the top-tier, ultra-luxurious first-class cabin. The price for using the ultra-luxurious first-class cabin on a spaceship is astronomical, specifically reserved for the super-rich. This cabin almost occupies an entire floor, with 4 large bedrooms, a dedicated study, an audiovisual room, and a shower room. There's even a small swimming pool, making it extraordinarily luxurious. Lu Qingling took off her hood and waved the bodyguards. You all go rest. Now that we are inside the ultra-luxurious first-class cabin, there's no need to worry about being surrounded by fans. Tang Lu also removed his hood. Today, he wore a gray casual outfit that accentuated his tall and slender figure. Lu Qingling glanced at him, suppressing her urge to touch his good physique. You take a break. I'll get you some water. Okay, Tang Lu nodded. Sitting on the sofa, looking out the large porthole beside him, Tang Lu was slightly lost in thought, but unknowingly. The corners of his mouth curled up into a slight smile. Time passed, and the spaceship took off slowly with a deep rumbling sound. The strong feeling of acceleration pressed everyone firmly into their seats. Compared to the shock of the first time, this time, Lan Xuanyu felt everything was so relaxed and easy. The thrust was nothing compared to what he experienced in the Starfighter. It was much smoother. He was just thinking, when will he be able to command a warship soaring through the universe? Through his studies with Yin Tianfan, he has gained a clear understanding of the military system of the Federation. In the military, undoubtedly, the highest combat power is the Federal Fleet, and the path to promotion is also the most challenging, requiring a gradual approach. First, one must have sufficient capability, as the capability indicators determine the starting point. The higher the level of capability assessment, the higher the starting military rank one can obtain. This requires a comprehensive evaluation of qualities. For example, Lan Xuanyu's current study of starfighter piloting with Yin Tianfan provides him with high scores in the series of assessments related to interstellar command. A top pilot can earn a lot of extra points since starfighters also engage in combat in space and require piloting, essentially functioning as the smallest warships. Next, one must accumulate flight time. The longer the time spent flying in space, the richer the experience. If there are military achievements, one could be promoted faster. Therefore, talent, accumulation, and luck are all essential. Becoming a commander of a warship is not an easy task, not to mention carriers or Dragon King-class escort ships. Even lower-level warships, becoming a commander would immediately elevate one to a hotshot figure in the Federation. I will definitely become a warship commander. I will become the strongest one. Lan Xuanyu thought excitedly about piloting a warship. The spaceship flew smoothly, and after breaking through the atmosphere, it immediately became stable, continuously accelerating towards their destination. Space travel is undoubtedly a very long affair. The last time they went to the Sky Fighting Star was with Lan Xuanyu. And this time, they only have 20 days of vacation, but 14 of those days will be spent in the round trip of the spaceship. As the excitement gradually faded, Lan Xuanyu began to enter a meditative state. He is now getting closer to level 20, almost reaching the peak of level 19. By stabilizing his cultivation, he will naturally be able to break through when he sees Teacher Nana. Chapter 128. Space Pirates? He was no longer the naive 6-year-old boy he used to be, and he felt quite strange about his own situation. Why did others have to go to the Spirit Tower to purchase souls to increase their soul rings? Well, he seemed not to need that. His first soul ring appeared directly. He had asked Lan Xiao and Nan Cheng about this, but they both replied that they didn't know. So he was actually curious if, after he broke through to the second ring, he would still be able to obtain a soul ring directly. If so, what kind of soul skill would it bring him? There were so many things to look forward to on this trip to Tiano Star, and he could also see his long-lost teacher Nana. Just thinking about Nana filled him with an inexplicable warmth and a longing to rush into her embrace. An individual wearing a mask had quietly arrived at the ordinary cabin without anyone noticing, standing in the aisle at the cabin door, silently watching Lan Xuanyu, who was sitting there with his eyes closed in meditation. His expression occasionally showed confusion, warmth, and deep contemplation, shifting between them. 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye, and the spaceship was still flying at high speed through the cosmos. For the vast, boundless universe, such a spaceship was indeed too insignificant. Lan Xuanyu slowly woke from his meditation, feeling a bit of discomfort in his lower abdomen and needing to use the restroom. He hurriedly unbuckled his seatbelt and stood up. The restroom in the ordinary cabin was at the very front. After closing the door, Lan Xuanyu took a moment to relieve himself in the cramped space. As he let out a long breath and prepared to return to his seat, suddenly, a piercing alarm rang out. The alarm sounded so abruptly that it startled Lan Xuanyu, who quickly braced himself against the wall, looking bewildered, unsure of what was happening. What was going on? An alarm on the spaceship? Did the spaceship malfunction? Attention everyone, attention everyone. We have encountered an unidentified spaceship interception. Please remain seated. And for safety reasons, all seat belts will be forcibly tightened until the issue is resolved. Please do not panic and remain seated. Lan Xuanyu was startled and didn't dare to open the restroom door. Encountering an unidentified spaceship? What was going on? In the vast universe, being intercepted like this seemed too much. Could it be those cosmic pests that the teacher mentioned? Space pirates? Could we be so unlucky? Just thinking about space pirates made Lan Xuanyu's heart tighten. He had heard from Yin Tianfan that space pirates were best known for robbery, kidnapping, and extortion. However, their usual targets were merchant ships, as they offered larger profits. A civilian spaceship like this one shouldn't have anything of value. Space pirates, oh my god. How can we encounter space pirates? At that moment, Lan Xuanyu heard panicked voices outside the restroom, seemingly from the flight attendants. God knows, 5 small warships. Although they are the smallest meteor-class reconnaissance ships, they are not something our civilian spaceship can deal with. Don't we have an interstellar fighter escorting us? Can it hold them off? What a joke. How could one interstellar fighter deal with 5 meteor-class reconnaissance ships unless there was an ace pilot? But we don't even have a pilot on this trip. Who would have thought that our civilian spaceship would encounter these terrifying space pirates? Boom. Just then, the entire spaceship suddenly shook violently. Oh no, they attacked. This isn't just extortion. They intend to kill us. Why is this happening? This is terrifying. The shield probably won't hold for long, right? It's over, it's over. I haven't even gotten married yet. I don't want to die. Voices of crying and shouting could be heard outside. The space pirates had taken the initiative to attack with 5 meteor-class small reconnaissance ships. And they had no intention of kidnapping or extorting. They were out to kill. This was the situation Lan Xuanyu concluded from their words. Without a doubt, it was a dire predicament. The only thing that moved Lan Xuanyu was that the civilian spaceship actually carried an interstellar fighter. However, there was no pilot. Boom, boom, boom. The entire spaceship shook violently, and the piercing alarm sounded almost continuously. The 3 years of study in the high-energy youth class not only enhanced Lan Xuanyu's strength, but also cultivated a will far beyond that of his peers. Yin Tianfan had taught him the most important lesson. No matter the adversity faced, the first thing to do is to remain calm, and to maintain an almost cold calmness. Panic never solved problems. Only by calming down and handling matters rationally was the best choice. In the luxurious first-class cabin, a panicked Lu Qingling clung tightly to Tang Li's arm, exclaiming, "What do we do? Space pirates, it's really space pirates. What do we do? I don't want to die. I haven't even gotten married yet." Tang Li looked at her, somewhat helpless. "It's okay. Nothing will happen. Don't we have bodyguards? They should all be mecha masters. Mechas can fight in space. They need to contact the crew of the spaceship and launch an immediate counterattack." "Oh, right. As Lu Qingling went to find the bodyguards, those very professional bodyguards had already begun taking action to contact the crew on the spaceship. Everyone knew how ruthless space pirates could be. At this moment, fighting back was the only option, otherwise death awaited them. "Tandle, I am so scared." Lu Qingling looked at him with a pitiful expression. Tang Lu patted her head. "Don't be afraid. We will be fine." Lu Qingling, nervously looking at him, said, "Tang Lu, I've always had a question I wanted to ask you. Do you like me? We've been together for so many years. Have you ever liked me?" Tang Lu was taken aback for a moment and smiled. "Of course I like you. You are my lifesaver. I've always regarded you as my little sister. Don't worry, nothing will happen. I will protect you." "Sister? Who wants to?" Boom! The spaceship shook violently again. Le Kanglin screamed. Suddenly, the restroom door was pushed open, and Lan Xuanyu rushed out. Next to the temporary seat by the restroom, two flight attendants were trembling as they buckled their seatbelts. Lan Xuanyu quickly approached them, unbuckling one of the flight attendant's seatbelts, urgently saying, "I'm a student from the Star Command Department at Tianluo Academy, and my major is interstellar fighter piloting. Quickly, take me to the fighter on the spaceship." Huh? The flight attendant hadn't even spoken when Lan Xuanyu pulled her up. At this moment, the lower belly hatch of the spaceship opened, and dozens of figures shot out. 8 purple mechas and 4 yellow mechas. The purple mechas were Tang Li's bodyguards, while the yellow mechas belonged to the security personnel of the civilian spaceship. The biggest difference between mechas and interstellar fighters was that mechas could not engage in prolonged combat in space, but could still fight for a short time. Moreover, they had no choice. As soon as the space pirates showed up, they launched a full-scale attack with a clear goal: to destroy the spaceship, leaving no one to escape. Not resisting meant death. Chapter 129. The young calf fears no tiger with a piercing alarm ringing. The entire spaceship was in chaos. If it weren't for the seatbelts tightening around them, there would have been a riot. The protective shields were activated, enclosing the passengers who were strapped in. Only Lan Xuanyu, who had temporarily gone to the restroom, was not confined within. "Take me there," Lan Xuanyu shouted to the flight attendant. His booming voice caused the attendant to momentarily lose her vision, and she instinctively followed him as he pulled her along. "Do you really know how to pilot an interstellar fighter?" the attendant asked, stumbling behind him in a panic. "I do," Lan Xuanyu nodded vigorously. At that moment, memories flooded his mind of the time when he and his mother faced danger in that skyscraper, nearly killed by the terrorists from the evil city, feeling utterly powerless. Now, his parents were on the spaceship, and if it was destroyed by space pirates, their whole family would perish here. Though Dad and Mom are both soul masters, they're not frontline combat professions, not even mecha masters. In this vast universe, they would be helpless. So let me protect them. As the saying goes, the young calf fears no tiger. He was completely unaware of fear at that moment. Meanwhile, the security personnel of the spaceship had already piloted mechas to fight. The flight attendant, extremely anxious, was subconsciously influenced by the boy's aura and truly led him to the lower cabin. In fact, with Lan Xuanyu's mental strength exceeding 200 points, he had a significant deterrent effect on ordinary people. The flight attendant felt a particularly calming sensation from his grip. However, she had no idea that this boy had never truly piloted an interstellar fighter. He had only trained in a simulator for a few years. One was a fearless young calf, while the other was in a state of panic. This allowed Lan Xuanyu to see the true form of the interstellar fighter for the first time. In the lower cabin, the interstellar fighter was revealed to Lan Xuanyu. Despite studying for so long, it was his first time seeing a real fighter. The fighter was silver gray, streamlined, about 25 meters long, with a wingspan of approximately 18 meters. Its main weapon was the rapid-fire Soul Guide cannon at the front. There was no missile bay, meaning it did not carry superweapons like high-powered antimatter missiles. In fact, civilian spaceships could not carry such weapons at all. It could be said that this was the most basic interstellar fighter. Yet, even so, it excited Lan Xuanyu immensely. "Thank you," Lan Xuanyu said to the flight attendant beside him before quickly running toward the fighter. He leaped up, grasped the wings, and swiftly entered the open cockpit. As soon as he entered the cockpit, a familiar feeling overwhelmed him. The cockpits of Soul Guide aircraft were generally similar. The higher-end models had more reasonable layouts, but the operation methods were also more complex. Lan Xuanyu had studied for over 3 years, practicing every night. Yin Tianfan's teaching method involved constant real combat, correcting his operations and teaching him various techniques during the process. He pressed the interstellar fighter's startup button, and the entire aircraft trembled slightly, followed by a deep rumbling sound as the canopy above him slowly closed. At that moment, communications were established, and a furious voice came through. "Who started the interstellar fighter?" "I am the captain," he replied. "More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content failed to load. Please close your browser's reading mode, immersive mode, novel mode, and turn off ad blocking features. Or copy the URL to read in another browser." Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath intentionally lowering his voice. "Hello, Captain. I am an interstellar fighter pilot, and I happen to be on this spaceship. I heard from the flight attendants that no one on the ship can pilot the interstellar fighter. With the enemy approaching, I can't wait to report to you. Please open the lower cabin and let me participate in the battle." "You're a fighter pilot? What is your number? Which unit are you from?" the captain asked urgently, astonished. At this point, asking so much is pointless, Captain. Quickly open the lower cabin. If the protective shield is breached, everyone will perish. You must choose to trust me. Lan Xuanyu was young, but he was remarkably mature. He knew he couldn't reveal that he was just a 12-year-old child. "All right, I'll entrust this to you." As the spaceship was repeatedly struck by the pirate warships, the protective shield was on the verge of collapse. The captain gritted his teeth and ultimately chose to believe him. In fact, he had no other choice. The lower cabin slowly opened, revealing the underside of the spaceship. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath, pressed a button, and the helmet behind him slowly descended, connecting to his head. His mental strength was instantly released in the pull, allowing his consciousness to merge with the aircraft. The foundation of modern interstellar fighter piloting is the synergy between mental strength and operation, enabling the most effective control of the fighter to perform various combat maneuvers. It would be impossible not to feel nervous. After all, this was his first time piloting an interstellar fighter. There was no pain reduction system, and this wasn't just a simulation training where an explosion meant the end of training. Once destroyed, it meant death. But while he felt nervous, he felt even more excited. Finally, he could pilot an interstellar fighter, and his first time doing so was in actual combat. How could Lan Xuanyu, who had trained hard for 3 years, not be thrilled? Even Im Tianfan, who had been extremely demanding in his training, believed he was ready for real fighter piloting. He was sure he could do it. He raised both hands simultaneously, not needing to look with his eyes. The various systems on the fighter were already activated. His left hand quickly pressed button after button, while his right hand steadily pushed the thrusters. The only propulsion nozzle behind the interstellar fighter slowly emitted an orange-red flame, propelling the fighter downwards. As he was about to exit the lower cabin, Lan Xuanyu suddenly pushed the thrusters to maximum. Instantly, the interstellar fighter shook violently, shooting into the vastness of space like a missile. Tang Lu stood quietly in front of the large window of the luxurious first-class cabin, able to see everything outside clearly. At that moment, along with the launch of 12 mechas, they indeed attracted the attention of 5 pirate warships, reducing the attacks on the spaceship. However, the concentrated firepower from the warships suppressed the mechas, preventing them from getting close. Moreover, a number of dark yellow mechas flew out from the pirate warships. There were more than 20. Compared to interstellar fighters, mechas had a wider range of uses. They could fight not only in space, but were also adept on the ground. Their speed and instantaneous explosive power were not as good as interstellar fighters. But interstellar fighters could not engage in ground combat. Therefore, pirates seldom equipped fighters for cost-effectiveness, mostly relying on mechas. Mecha pilots were generally more popular than interstellar fighter pilots, as mechas could be carried around, unlike the much larger interstellar fighters. Thus, fighter pilots were typically only found in the Federal Fleet. With 20 against 12, plus 5 warships, the outcome was predictable. It seemed that the destruction of this spaceship was only a matter of time. At that moment, Tang Lu suddenly furrowed his brow, and his long blue hair began to flutter. Beside him, young Master Lu, who was also watching the outside situation trembling, suddenly discovered in surprise that Tang Li's long hair was now billowing backward like a cloak. His right hand was also resting on the porthole in front of him, a faint golden light flashing and then disappearing. At this moment, the captain of the spaceship, witnessing the interstellar fighter jet speeding away through the monitoring screen, couldn't help but excitedly pump his fist. From the actions of the fighter jet exiting the lower cabin, it was clear that this was definitely a very skilled pilot. Chapter 130. The initial battle in space. The starship dove into space, and Lan Xuanyu felt as if all the pores in his body had opened up. His mental power merged with the control system of the starship, and in his perception, the control system acted like an amplifier for his thoughts, allowing him to sense the conditions in the surrounding space. The primary requirement for a starship pilot is not soul power, nor even physical ability, but mental power. The advancement of soul guide technology has enabled ordinary people to become mecha masters and even to pilot starships through training. However, it is precisely because of technological advancements that the role of mental power has become increasingly evident. Powerful mental power can be amplified through special instruments, affecting the manipulation of any soul guide technology product, and can even be multiplied. For basic starship pilots, the mental power requirement is 50 points, meaning that one must at least reach the spirit communication realm of mental power to qualify for piloting a real starship. Why did Tian dare to let Lan Xuanyu, at such a young age, attempt to pilot a starship simulator? It was because his mental power was strong enough to handle it. With over 200 points of mental power, he far exceeded the basic requirements for piloting a starship. More than 3 years of continuous learning made Lan Xuanyu as familiar with the starship as he was with his own body. However, when he first operated a real starship in space, he still felt a difference. The cold touch of the buttons and control stick, the more tangible sensation of mental power, and the heightened sensitivity to every feedback from the starship all presented a considerable gap compared to the simulator. In this real starship, there was no pain reduction system. Everything was real. Lan Xuanyu felt that his adaptation and perception had become more acute, and the starship seemed to be more agile. So, when his thoughts extended and sensed the battlefield in the distance, he became distracted, and the starship's control suddenly became unstable, shaking slightly. At this moment, the two sides on a battlefield had already engaged. 20 mechas emerging from 5 pirate warships faced off against 12 mechas, and for a moment, the space was filled with the sound of cannon fire as both sides became entangled in combat. It must be said that Tang Li's bodyguards were quite formidable. The 8 of them not only had strong individual strength, but also coordinated well, not inferior to the experienced pirates on the opposite side. However, the skill level of the 4 security personnel was much lower, and the mecha shields frequently emitted light streaks from being hit. In a situation of being outnumbered, it was only a matter of time before they were completely defeated. Moreover, there were also 5 pirate warships applying firepower pressure. As soon as Lan Xuanyu's starship exited the cabin, it immediately caught the pirates' attention, and 4 mechas quickly headed toward him. On land, starships are less effective than mechas, but in space, the faster and more powerful starships clearly have a stronger advantage. So sending 4 mechas to deal with him was obviously a precaution. Startled by his own moment of distraction, Lan Xuanyu quickly regained control of his skills as the 4 mechas aggressively approached him. Taking a deep breath, having simulated space combat countless times, Lan Xuanyu repeatedly told himself to remain calm, to forget that this was a real war, and to treat everything before him as if it were a practice session in a simulator. With rhythmic hand movements, he maneuvered the starship sharply, drawing a small arc and turning to escape. Tian had said that if a starship is facing mechas, it must first leverage its advantage, speed. Therefore, before fully increasing speed, he would never collide head-on. Once the speed reached a certain level, the mechas would only be at a disadvantage. This naturally referred to situations where the starships and mechas were of the same level, but also demonstrated how confident Tian was in the starship. Lan Xuanyu had just entered space and had not yet reached optimal speed. Turning to flee was to better build up his speed. With a lateral drift, the starship instantly pivoted, and the powerful thrust acted on the cabin. Although the balance mechanism mitigated most of the impact, some force still pressed down on Lan Xuanyu. However, he felt little of it as he pushed the thrust control lever to the maximum. The exhaust flames erupted, emitting a brilliant glow as the starship accelerated, almost shooting out like a projectile into the depths of space. This turn and acceleration generated a thrust that far exceeded what an ordinary person could withstand. The strong push pressed Lan Xuanyu firmly into his seat, but his emotions had completely stabilized, his gaze fixed ahead, his mental thoughts extending to sense every subtle change in the starship. Having drawn 4 mechas towards him, the pressure on the mechas from the civilian spacecraft on the battlefield was somewhat alleviated. However, the 5 pirate ships ignored the main battlefield and slightly circumvented it, targeting the civilian spaceship, with their firepower continuing to bombard it. After a few seconds, Lan Xuanyu's starship finally reached peak speed, and he maneuvered it to trace a large arc in the air, flying back towards the direction he had come from, to prevent the civilian spaceship from being destroyed. He had to confront the pirate warships head-on. Otherwise, without the civilian spaceship, the starship would be like a leaf floating without roots, unable to fly in space for long. Moreover, his parents were still on the ship. The four mechas, originally tailing closely behind, saw Lan Xuanyu flying back and accelerated, charging towards him from four directions, each wielding heavy-soul guide cannons designed for space combat. Beams of light shot toward the starship. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath, knowing that the moment to test himself had arrived. Success or failure was right before him. Faced with the attack, he did not reduce speed at all, maintaining maximum velocity. Tian Fan had said that any starship pilot who needed to slow down to evade an attack was unqualified. A starship that lost speed was nothing. As the enemy's attack was about to arrive, Lan Xuanyu's hands suddenly moved like a butterfly flitting through flowers, completing a series of complex maneuvers. The starship also had a shield, but once it was hit, its speed would inevitably be affected. The four mechas on the opposite side instantly witnessed a dazzling series of evasive maneuvers. Without slowing down at all, the starship suddenly flipped 90 degrees, its wings positioned one above the other. Two beams aimed at it immediately missed. This was a high-speed vertical flip, textbook in its simplicity, crucially executed without any loss of speed or deviation from the original flight path. Then the starship rolled sharply to the left, avoiding two more beams. This was a full-speed, single-direction roll. Anyone could roll, but doing so without deviating from the flight path and executing it so smoothly and perfectly was not easy. What shocked them even more was that after one roll, the starship did not continue rolling in that direction, but instead performed a reverse roll, completely controlling the inertia of the roll. And completing a reverse roll was a level of control that was not something just anyone could achieve. Don't say it's at full speed. Even at low speed, it's extremely difficult to perform such maneuvers flawlessly. Yet, Lan Xuanyu completed it in an instant, and this series of evasive actions allowed him to avoid all attacks. The interstellar fighter had already approached closer to the four mechas. Chapter 131, Starry Capture Net. In fact, when he entered the range of the opponent had long since entered his range as well. The range of interstellar fighters is supposed to exceed that of mechas. Lan Xuanyu could have easily dealt with the opponent by taking advantage of his range, but he didn't because if the distance was too far, the opponent would also have the opportunity to evade. The main cannon charged up, and at the moment of completing the reverse roll, Lan Xuanyu finally released his attack. A beam of light shot out instantaneously. The timing he chose was precisely when several local attacks swept past the side of the interstellar fighter. This moment of timing can be described as exquisite because when the local attacks passed by his fighter, they illuminated his fighter, thus momentarily overshadowing the glow produced by the attack of the interstellar fighter. This process might have taken just a blink of an eye, but it was this short time that slowed down the opponent's judgment just enough. And that moment is often fatal. A beam of light shot out. This was Lan Xuanyu's full-powered strike after controlling the interstellar fighter to charge up. The dark yellow mecha of the opponent exploded into a rain of light. This kind of attack released by an interstellar fighter after charging cannot be locked onto the target by the system. It can only rely on the pilot's manual aiming. It has maximum power but a very low hit rate. For ordinary pilots, it's almost a matter of luck. However, with just one shot, he broke through the shield of a mecha and destroyed it. Was this luck? At the moment, the main cannon hit the opponent. It was also the moment the opponent launched an attack, when their own shield was at its weakest. That was indeed just a hair's breadth of timing. The first reaction of the pirates and the other three mechas was almost disbelief. Ace pilot. How is that possible? Where could there be an ace pilot in a civilian spacecraft? Just as they were in shock, the interstellar fighter, flying at full speed, had already swept past them, heading straight for the 5 pirate warships. Charging, exploding. Another main cannon beam was fired. Not far from the pirate warships, a pirate mecha facing the interstellar fighter exploded, bursting into a sky of light. After the battle began, both sides' mechas were testing each other, carefully avoiding attacks. Who would have thought that the first casualties would come from the clearly stronger pirate side? With the destruction of 2 mechas, Lan Xuanyu immediately became the focal point of the pirates' attention. Two of the pirate warships instantly turned their hulls, and dozens of ship cannon beams were directed towards Lan Xuanyu. The sole-guided cannon of the mecha could still withstand a few hits, but a single shot from a warship's cannon was enough to destroy the interstellar fighter. However, no one was worried about Lan Xuanyu's safety, because after firing that beam, he executed a maneuver that shocked everyone. The sole-guided fighter rolled sideways 3 times. 3 rolls weren't anything, and completing this maneuver at high speed had some difficulty, but generally, interstellar fighter pilots could practice to achieve it. What was difficult was that during these 3 rolls, the interstellar fighter actually changed direction while rolling. This meant that with each roll, the interstellar fighter adjusted its angle without losing speed. Ordinary pilots easily lose control during such rolls, which can lead to deviation from the intended course and even continuous loss of control. Lan Xuanyu's fighter rolled almost as if it were out of control, but each of the 3 rolls deviated in the same direction. When the 3 rolls were completed, he also changed direction, flying out diagonally without much reduction in overall speed, and instantly completed another full-powered acceleration. The pirate warship's attacks hadn't yet arrived, and he had already flown far away. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. One should never expose oneself to firepower that can kill in an instant. Maneuver, evade, and look for opportunities to strike a fatal blow. Sometimes, patience is more important than anything else. In Tianfan, undoubtedly, Lan Xuanyu had a good teacher. When facing mechas, he boldly attacked, because even if he made a mistake, he wouldn't be destroyed instantly. But when facing warships, he wouldn't dare to approach easily. The destruction of 2 pirate mechas also stalled the previously aggressive pirates. And the interstellar fighter piloted by Lan Xuanyu undoubtedly became the brightest star on the battlefield. As he destroyed 2 mechas, Lan Xuanyu's confidence surged, and he became inexplicably excited, entering a state of unprecedented mental clarity. However, just then, a sudden wave of intense paralysis struck him. Lan Xuanyu felt as if the mental connection with his interstellar fighter was suddenly restricted, and his entire being became somewhat numb. Then he saw a vast expanse of silver light opening up not far away, covering towards him. That was... Lan Xuanyu was suddenly horrified. The starry capture net. How could this be? How could there be a starry capture net? He desperately controlled the interstellar fighter, trying to break free, but around the fighter, a layer of fragmented electric currents had already spread, not only stimulating his mental delay, but also causing significant interference to all the fighter's equipment. The starry capture net is a type of weapon specifically designed to target mechas and interstellar fighters. When it is first released, it is formless and shapeless, similar to a missile. After being launched, it suddenly expands within a designated range, unleashing powerful interference currents that cover and entangle. Once hit, the target will inevitably lose control. However, the starry capture net is not something that a Comet-class reconnaissance ship can be equipped with. At least it should belong to a Meteor-class attack ship. Those 5 pirate ships were clearly Comet-class reconnaissance ships, but the facts laid before him left no room for disbelief. The starry capture net covered him, and his interstellar fighter was like a moth to a flame, instantly ensnared by the net. The remaining 3 mechas that had been chasing him had already come over, their cold, soul-guided cannon muzzles aimed at him. It's over. Lan Xuanyu's mind went blank. He had been too careless. If his teacher had been here, he certainly wouldn't have relaxed his vigilance out of excitement. If he could have changed direction a couple more times earlier, perhaps he wouldn't have fallen into the attack range of the starry capture net. His teacher had said that even if you can't see the opponent, you must constantly change direction. But what had he done? At this moment, he was filled with regret. But there is no such thing as a pill for regret in this world. 3 pirate mechas simultaneously unleashed their soul-guided cannons, blasting towards the interstellar fighter that had already fallen into the starry capture net. However, at that moment, a golden light suddenly erupted without warning. The soul-guided cannons struck the golden light, but only created ripples of gold. The pilots of the 3 pirate mechas couldn't help but be stunned. And then their pupils constricted in an instant. They could hardly believe their eyes. What? What is that? Is that a dragon? Yes, in the vastness of space. A golden giant dragon appeared out of nowhere in front of the three pirate mechas, using its body to block their attacks. The dragon opened its mouth to the sky. Sound cannot travel in a vacuum, but everyone could feel it roaring. In front of it, the three mechas turned to gold in its silent roar, and then, just like snow melting, both the mechas and the pirates inside melted away. Who would have thought such a situation would suddenly arise? As the golden giant dragon flipped over, it simply flapped its wings, and the hunting net covering the interstellar fighter disappeared without a trace. Lan Xuanyu stared in astonishment at this scene, but at that moment his body was suddenly filled with a scorching heat. He didn't even have to control it himself. The bloodline within him seemed to boil, and he even felt as if it was about to burst out of his body. Chapter 132. Barehanded destruction of warships. The golden giant dragon turned its head, looked at him deeply, and then surprisingly nodded at him in a very human-like manner. Then it suddenly turned around, as if pausing in mid-air, and in the next instant, it had disappeared, reappearing among the pirate mecha on the other side. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu could finally see clearly that this giant dragon was over 100 meters long, several times larger than his interstellar fighter. Its enormous golden wings spread wide, standing out vividly in space. As it reached the other side of the battlefield, all the pirate mechas froze mid-air, then slowly melted away. Yes, they didn't even have time to make a move before being completely destroyed. Is this really a dragon? A golden dragon? The cold dragon eyes turned towards 5 pirate warships, and the pirates on those ships were already terrified. Undoubtedly, this golden dragon was coming for them. All the warships directed their firepower completely towards the golden dragon. The golden dragon accelerated violently, creating a massive golden shadow as it swept through space. Its soaring aura deeply intimidating the small boy watching from afar. In an instant, Lan Xuanyu recalled the golden dragon ascension technique that teacher Nana had taught him. He had been trying hard to practice and comprehend it, but had never found its true essence until this moment, when he realized that this was indeed the real golden dragon ascension. The length of a meteor-class reconnaissance ship was only about 70 meters. But when that huge golden figure swept past, one warship erupted in a massive blaze, not only exploding itself, but also sending the surrounding 4 warships flying. The massive golden figure had already moved thousands of meters away. So terrifying. However, at that moment, for some reason, a strong sense of unease suddenly arose in Lan Xuanyu's heart. He abruptly turned his head to the side and saw an enormous beam of light coming towards him. No, to be precise, the target of this massive beam was not him, but rather the spaceship far behind him. He was merely in the path that the beam would take to destroy the spaceship. A warship over 150 meters long, radiating a deep green halo, seemed to materialize out of thin air, emerging from the depths of space. A meteor-class attack ship, a stealth warship. This was the last response Lan Xuanyu could muster in his mind. The interstellar hunting net had just been launched by it, for a civilian spaceship. The pirates had not only dispatched 5 meteor-class reconnaissance ships, but had even mobilized a meteor-class attack ship. This shot was the main cannon of the meteor-class attack ship. On the spaceship, Tang Lu, with his long blue hair flowing, stood calmly at the viewport, observing everything outside. When the golden dragon appeared, his expression momentarily showed a hint of daze and confusion, with a slight pain between his brows. He couldn't remember. Why couldn't he remember anything? Even he had fallen into a slumber, only able to fight under his own control. Why did he have such a dragon? Lu Qingling stood beside him, completely stunned. A dragon? It was actually a dragon? What was going on with that dragon? Suddenly, she felt that everything around her had changed. She realized she could no longer move. Only her eyes could still gaze ahead, and her brain could barely think. The entire spaceship froze in that instant. All the terrified shouts and cheers that had erupted due to the appearance of the golden dragon were suddenly frozen, suspended in time. In the distance, the golden dragon that was lunging towards the second pirate warship halted. The pirate warship that was rolling and trying to regain control froze, and the mechas belonging to the spaceship also froze. Everything seemed to be suspended in that moment. The enormous beam of light had reached close to Lan Xuanyu's starfighter, also freezing in that instant. Yes, Even the light could not continue forward at that moment, only suspended before Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu also found that he could not move. But like Lu Qingling, at least their thoughts and feelings still existed. Unlike others, including the pirates, who had completely lost their ability to think, their minds blank. What exactly was happening? What was going on? Lan Xuanyu had originally prepared to wait for death, but the dazzling light had frozen before his eyes, not advancing an inch. Then, he was astonished to see a figure in the center of that light. Yes, it was a person's figure, compared to the overwhelming fiery light. This person seemed so weak, yet his blue hair flowing behind him was so striking. He stood there before the light, step by step walking towards it. And with every step he took, the light receded a bit. In the universe, such a miraculous scene unfolded. The main cannon fire of a meteor-class attack ship retreated with the person's advance. Time was reversing. That figure moved as if strolling through a garden, yet it seemed like he could reach the end in just a few steps. The light vanished, and the main cannon fire of the meteor-class attack ship ultimately disappeared into the cannon's muzzle. Then that person suddenly turned around and looked in Lan Xuanyu's direction. Though the distance was great, for some reason, Lan Xuanyu could clearly see the gentle smile on his face. It was him, that uncle, with azure blue eyes and an incredibly handsome face. Lan Xuanyu still vividly remembered when he held him and sang guarding time, guarding you. Why was he here? Just as this thought emerged in his mind, Lan Xuanyu saw Tang Lu slowly step out, placing a foot on the bow of the meteor-class attack ship. What was he doing? Without giving him more time to think or speculate, Lan Xuanyu was shocked to see 8 golden dragons suddenly appear in different locations on the meteor-class attack ship, and in the next instant, those 8 golden dragons lunged inward fiercely. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the vastness of space, and the meteor-class attack ship, over 150 meters long, with numerous offensive and defensive weapons and a powerful protective shield, was reduced to a massive fireball. Lan Xuanyu was completely stunned. He couldn't believe that this scene was real. A single person, just a person's power, had effortlessly destroyed a warship with a mere gesture. How could this be possible? This had completely overturned his understanding of human capability. Thump, thump, thump. The sound came. Lan Xuanyu quickly turned his head and saw a handsome face appear outside his cockpit. Tang Lu pointed at him, then pointed at himself, his lips moving, and a gentle voice rang in Lan Xuanyu's ears. This is our secret, okay? After saying this, he waved at Lan Xuanyu, and with a flash of golden light, he vanished without a trace. In that instant, time resumed, and everything seemed to return to normal. In the distance, a series of explosions accompanied by intense light erupted. Under the assault of that enormous golden dragon, several other pirate ships also exploded, turning into fireballs that illuminated that part of space. Lan Xuanyu found that he could move, but he was completely stiff and didn't want to move at all. From the moment he piloted the starship into this battle, it had only been a few minutes. However, in those few minutes, it felt as if he had experienced countless events. He maneuvered the starship with ease, defeating mechs, but due to his excitement, he was careless and got caught by the interstellar capture net. Then the golden dragon appeared, resolving the crisis for him and killing the pirates. The meteor-class attack ship revealed itself from stealth. Chapter 133. The inner turmoil of Lan Xuanyu. What Lan Xuanyu found most unimaginable was the appearance of Tang Lu. The power of one person, in just a moment, changed everything. He was able to retract the battleship's main cannon and destroyed a meteor-class attack ship with a single stomp. This was simply something beyond imagination. Could one person's strength really reach such a level? Was he even human? Or perhaps a legendary deity? Everything inside the spaceship had returned to normal. The entire ship was filled with screams and cheers. Everyone had long been in despair, believing they would surely die under the attacks of the pirate battleships. However, everything had taken a turn for the better. The appearance of a golden dragon changed everything and defeated all the pirates. What this was all about no longer mattered. What mattered was that all of them had survived. Lu Qingling stood there like a statue, staring at Tang Lu, who appeared before her out of nowhere. Tang Lu raised his hand and waved it in front of her eyes, asking, "What's wrong?" Lu Qingling swallowed hard and suddenly reached out to touch his face. This was something she hadn't dared to do for many years. His cheek was warm, his skin was excellent, even better than her own, It was elastic, smooth, and pleasant to touch. The key point was that he was a real person standing right in front of her. However, she also saw it. She and Lan Xuanyu were the only two who witnessed the real scene of the battle being resolved. What? What exactly is going on? Lu Qingling asked, somewhat stammering. Tang Lu sighed softly. If I said I didn't know either, would you believe me? After you rescued me from the sea, I lost all meaning. The golden dragon you just saw should be my former partner, the soul you told me about. But it has also fallen into a deep sleep, and I can't awaken it. I still can't remember everything, but over the years, I've gradually felt that I possess some unique abilities. Sometimes even I am surprised, and I don't know where these abilities come from. Perhaps I am also a soul master. It's just that I'm too different from others, so I don't dare to show it in front of you. Lu Qingling stared blankly. Does anyone else know about this? Just now, did everyone see it? Tang Lu shook his head. No. When I acted, I shielded their perception. They couldn't see it. So, no one will know it was me. Lu Qingling let out a huge sigh of relief, her eyes becoming clear again. She raised her hand and touched Tang Li's face again. So that means only I know? Tang Li glanced out at the starship, still suspended in space, which showed no signs of movement, and nodded. Lu Qingling breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. That's good. We mustn't let others know. I don't want you to be taken away and turned into a test subject. Remember, you are young Master Lu, just a young Master Lu who can sing, not some powerful soul master. In the future, unless it's absolutely necessary, you mustn't show it. Oh my God. Destroying battleships with bare hands in space. I've never even heard of such a thing. So soul masters can be this strong? Tang Lu silently shook his head. It's not that simple. That blow was just me using my body's full strength. The main thing was that I detonated its soul guide core reactor. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to destroy. I can feel that I should have been quite strong before, but right now, I still can't fully grasp my previous abilities because I simply can't remember. Most of the time, I just instinctively use some abilities. Lu Qingling said, then you shouldn't think about it. But it's so strange. Someone as powerful as you should be a focus of attention. Yet no one has come to claim you since you debuted. Tang Lu smiled bitterly. Claim? Do you think I'm a little cat or dog? Lu Qingling giggled, raised her hand again to touch his cheek, but this time Tang Lu stepped back. That's enough. Don't take advantage of me. Dear passengers. Fortunately, there are no injuries. I am a captain of this spacecraft. Our enemies, all the pirates, have been eliminated. Although I don't know where the golden dragon came from. We're all safe now. Once our protective mechas and fighter jets return, we can continue our journey. We will head to Tiando Star as soon as possible. Everything will be fine. Please control your emotions. In a moment, we will distribute some extra food to everyone. The spaceship's announcement came through. Yes, this incident had finally been resolved. Everything felt like a dream. When Lan Xuanyu piloted the starship back into the spaceship, dozens of crew members lined up to welcome him. Applause and cheers erupted. Undoubtedly, the Golden Dragon had changed everything. But Lan Xuanyu's feat of destroying 2 pirate mechas while piloting the starship also left a deep impression on everyone, especially his incredible control, which could be described as extraordinary. Respected pilot, hello. I am a captain of this ship, Sun Weiping. Thank you for. The captain was a middle-aged man in his 40s, looking grateful as he personally welcomed Lan Xuanyu, who jumped down from the starship. However, before he could finish speaking, he clearly saw the appearance of the person in front of him. So handsome, incredibly handsome. But when Lan Xuanyu stood before him, 2 heads shorter and with a face full of youthful innocence, Sun Weiping couldn't finish his words. You are the pilot from just now? Sun Weiping asked, dumbfounded. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu's mind was still filled with the magnificent explosion scene from earlier, and he replied somewhat dazedly, yes, that's me. Sun Weiping's first reaction was disbelief. He immediately turned to the flight attendant who had brought Lan Xuanyu here. The flight attendant quickly nodded. It's him. He said he had learned to pilot starships, and I was a bit panicked, so I brought him along. Sun Weiping didn't know what to say anymore. The child in front of him looked at most 13 or 14 years old. Such a young child was actually allowed to pilot a starship, but he had indeed piloted the starship and destroyed 2 mechas. Truly, ignorance is fearless. Ahem, young man, you did great. On behalf of everyone on board, I thank you. You really are a brave young man. The compliment Sun Weiping had prepared for this young boy felt somewhat inadequate. Uncle Captain, can I ask you for a favor? Lan Xuanyu suddenly looked at Sun Weiping with a pitiful expression. This time, not only did Sun Weiping's expression stiffen, but the surrounding crew members also had strange expressions. This was the same person who had just played around with the starship in space and destroyed 2 enemy mechas. What is it? Sun Weiping asked. Lan Xuanyu said, "Can you not tell my dad and mom what I just did? Just say I went to the restroom and got locked inside, okay?" Sun Weiping looked at him with a wry smile. "Kid, it's not that Uncle won't help you with this. But think about it. Such a big incident has happened. When we reach Tiando Star, there will definitely be a thorough investigation of the entire situation. How can you hide this? If you conceal it now, you'll still have to explain it to the police later. Moreover, you have made a great contribution this time and will definitely be recognized, which will benefit your future growth. However, your bravery is a bit too much, isn't it?" Chapter 134. Intertwined Tang Jia Sanshao reminds you. Please bookmark after reading New Keyboard Novel Network Zenjian Pan. Cool. It will be more convenient to continue reading. A few minutes later, Lan Xuanyu, feeling dejected, arrived in front of the stunned Lan Shao in Nanchang, accompanied by Captain Sun Weiping himself. After listening to Sun Weiping's explanation, the couple was completely at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. Nanchang pulled Lan Xuanyu over and slapped him a few times on the butt, then tightly hugged him and began to cry loudly. Lan Xuanyu honestly took the beating without daring to say a word. Watching their son, whose growth trajectory had far exceeded their expectations, Lan Shao couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. In fact, Lan Xuanyu had softened their hearts with just one sentence. "Dad, Mom, I just want to protect you." The spaceship finally resumed its original course. After such a significant event, aside from a mysterious golden dragon, there was no doubt that Lan Xuanyu had become a little hero among the ordinary passengers. Lan Shao declined the captain's kind offer to upgrade their cabin. The family of 3 remained in the ordinary cabin. After a round of praises, Lan Xuanyu was finally able to sit quietly in his seat. During the following days of flight, he often sat there in a daze, contemplating the shock in his heart. "Mom, do you think a person's power can fight against a warship?" Lan Xuanyu asked Nancheng. Nancheng replied, "I don't know either. Those legendary powerful battle armor masters might be able to deal with small warships. If you can cultivate to that level in the future, you'll naturally find out." When he was young, Lan Xuanyu had seen the grandeur of the Federal Fleet and heard many stories about warships. So he subconsciously believed that interstellar warships were the most powerful force in the universe. Therefore, he aspired to become a warship pilot from a young age. However, Tang Li's display of power had completely overturned his understanding. If a person's power could fight against a warship, then what was the point of learning to pilot a warship? He just needed to become strong enough so that he wouldn't be afraid when facing warships. Teachers said that humans cannot survive directly in space, but in his eyes, wasn't Tang Lu already living in space? He had no protective gear, yet he casually destroyed warships in the vacuum of space. Everything was so incredible. Uncle Le Gongzi should be on the spaceship, right? But that was in the higher class cabins, and he couldn't see. He had a lot of questions he wanted to ask, but he didn't know who to ask. He just remembered that Uncle Le had told him this was a secret between them. Finally, this ill-fated spaceship safely arrived at Tiando Star. As the spaceship slowly landed, many police cars and various staff members were already gathered on the ground. Undoubtedly, they would question all passengers about their specific situations and conduct a comprehensive inspection of the spaceship. The relevant information had long been transmitted back. Passengers needed to be questioned one by one. At the police station in the Aerospace Center, Lan Xuanyu finally saw Tang Lu again. Due to their special identities, Tang Lu and Lu Qingling were naturally the first to be questioned. The pressure from the major consortium behind Tang Lu was significant for the police. After answering a few simple questions, Tang Lu, wearing a mask and hood, walked out. He was preparing to leave under the protection of his bodyguards. Lan Xuanyu's family was still waiting outside. They were the second group to be questioned, naturally because of Lan Xuanyu's status as a little hero. As Tang Lu passed in front of Lan Xuanyu, he stopped, signaled for the bodyguards to wait, then came to Lan Xuanyu and pulled down his mask, revealing his incredibly handsome face. Their eyes met, and Lan Xuanyu instantly became excited. Just as he was about to say something, Tang Lu spoke first. "We meet again. Your name is Lan Xuanyu, right?" Suddenly seeing Tang Lu startled both Lan Xiao and Nan Sheng. They realized that this big star was actually on the same spaceship as them. Yes, uncle, Lan Xuanyu replied. Tang Lu reached out to pat his head and said, I've heard about your deeds. You're amazing, a little hero. All right, I have to go now, but we will meet again if fate allows. After saying that, he waved at Lan Xuanyu and quickly left under the escort of his bodyguards. Remember our promise. Lan Xuanyu heard Tang Li's faint voice. He had so many questions he wanted to ask Tang Lu, but it was clear he wouldn't have the opportunity. Lu Qingling followed Tang Lu closely and whispered, This child seems a bit familiar. Have we met somewhere before? How do you know him? Tang Lu said, a few years ago at a concert. I held a child while singing guarding time, guarding you, and that was him. Lu Qingling suddenly realized, looking at Tang Lu in confusion. When she turned back, due to the bodyguards blocking her view, she could no longer see Lan Xuanyu. I feel like this child looks a bit like you. He is really quite good-looking and has the potential to become a big star. If it weren't for his hair color being different from yours, I would think you two are related, she said. Tang Lu paused for a moment, his expression becoming a bit perplexed. Do you think he looks a bit like me? Lu Qingling replied. He does look a bit like you, but his aura is different. His eyes and hair color are not the same as yours. This child looks quite spirited. Should we let our company's scouts ask him? Tang Lu shook his head. He can pilot an interstellar fighter. How many kids his age can do that? He must be a genius. He probably won't pursue our line of work. Lu Qingling immediately understood. You're right. This child is truly remarkable. He defeated 2 mechas. That's impressive. As they spoke, they gradually walked out of the aerospace center, under the cover of bodyguards. People at the exit of the aerospace center couldn't see Tang Lu inside. At that moment, among the many people waiting to pick up passengers, 2 figures were particularly eye-catching. One was an older beauty with long silver hair almost reaching the ground, shimmering silver strands, and a pair of deep purple eyes that exuded a mesmerizing calmness. The other was a younger girl with long dark blue hair down to her waist and lively deep blue eyes that sparkled as she blinked, her long eyelashes fluttering as if they could speak. Teacher Nana, why haven't they come out yet? We've been waiting for a long time, the little girl said. Looking up, undoubtedly, they were Nana and Dong Chinchio, the teacher and student pair. Nana had taken the initiative to pick them up, and although Dong Chinchio was curious about the boy she had seen several times but hadn't interacted deeply with, she followed along. Nana said, I heard that their spaceship encountered interstellar pirates midway, so they're probably being questioned as a routine. They should come out soon. As the teacher and student conversed, the bodyguards were escorting Tang Lu and Lu Qingling out. Almost instinctively, Nana turned to look in the direction of the bodyguards. Meanwhile, Tang Lu, who was walking, seemed to sense something and also turned to look in Nana's direction. At this moment, he was still accompanied by Lu Qingling and had bodyguards with him. His line of sight was ultimately obstructed. Nana and Tang Lu were separated by several dozen meters, and without seeing anything, Tang Lu and his group gradually moved away, and they ultimately did not see each other. After waiting for more than 20 minutes, Lan Xuanyu's family finally walked out from inside. Chapter 135. The brushed lips. After carefully inquiring about Lan Xuanyu's situation at the time, as well as his educational background, and obtaining contact information for his family, this little hero was finally released. The identity of being a student in the advanced class of Tianluo Academy was easy to verify, but undoubtedly, it also attracted attention. As soon as Lan Xuanyu exited the aerospace center, he immediately spotted Nana, who had a tall figure and silver hair, in the crowd. Nana teacher, he cheered, running towards her with quick steps. As he ran, he opened his arms, ready to give Nana a big hug. But unexpectedly, a figure of similar height suddenly dashed out sideways, arms wide open to block him. What are you doing? Lan Xuanyu, too excited to see Nana, was running very fast and was about to reach her when he was suddenly blocked, unable to stop in time. He collided with the person. The one who blocked him was, of course, Dong Chinchio. With their similar heights and the sudden situation, Lan Xuanyu bumped right into her. Though Lan Xuanyu was still a teenager, he had consumed many precious materials, and in terms of physical strength, he far surpassed ordinary people. The impact was significant, causing Dong Chinchio to lose her balance. Dong Chinchio exclaimed as she stumbled backward. Nana, who was behind her, quickly grabbed her shoulder to steady her. Lan Xuanyu also lost some balance and instinctively hugged Dong Qianqiu's slightly feminine figure. Their faces collided, noses touching, causing both of them to feel a twinge of pain, and their lips brushed past each other through their masks. With a sore nose, they felt each other's soft lips, and the force of the impact made it seem as if they were embracing intimately. Hey! After the shock, Dong Qianqiu immediately pushed Lan Xuanyu away. Her eyes filled with reproach. What are you doing? This was the second time she had asked the same question, and her face was flushed beneath the mask. Lan Xuanyu retorted, What are you doing? Nana couldn't help but laugh, quickly pulling Dong Qianqiu away and coming to Lan Xuanyu's side to give him a hug. You've grown taller and matured. Nana teacher. Lan Xuanyu tightly hugged her, feeling as if he was enveloped by warmth, a sense of peace and security washing over him. Nan Sheng, watching from behind, felt a twinge of jealousy. The bond between Xuanyu and Nana was truly strong. Even after several years apart, they remained so close. Welcome, you all. Nana finally looked up and said to Nan Sheng and Lan Xiao. Nana didn't have a soul-guided car, and she had come with Dong Qianqiu using public transportation. So Lan Xuanyu's family naturally accompanied them as well. Why don't you stay at my place? Nana suggested. The bus was quite crowded, and there were no seats left, so they had to stand. Lan Xuanyu stood next to Nana, who had her arm around his shoulder, while Dong Qianqiu, unwilling to give in, tried to squeeze him out. However, in terms of strength, she was indeed no match for Lan Xuanyu. Nana chuckled helplessly, wrapping her other arm around Dong Qianqiu. The bus ride wasn't very stable, but Nana stood firmly. In terms of height, Dong Qianqiu was even slightly taller than Lan Xuanyu, looking down at him with an expression full of anger. Lan Xuanyu felt confused and said softly, Why are you looking at me like that? Is it because your eyes are big? Mine are pretty big too. While saying this, he even tried to glare back at her. Just wait, Dong Qianqiu said fiercely. She couldn't possibly say, You stole my first kiss, although they were separated by masks. The moment of contact, still warm, made her acutely aware of his presence. She was extremely angry. What's going on? Do you girls all act like this? After experiencing frequent provocations from Yiling Tong and now Dong Qianqiu's behavior, he found himself somewhat disliking these girls. Dong Qianqiu was taken aback. Us girls? Exactly. You girls have such bad tempers, Lan Xuanyu replied. I have a bad temper? How am I the one with a bad temper? You clearly took advantage of me. Are you even reasonable? Dong Qianqiu was on the verge of tears from anger. I took advantage of you. You were the one who blocked me, okay? Although Lan Xuanyu didn't understand much about gender matters, he was 11 years old and could guess why Dong Qianqiu was so angry. In fact, the fragrance that wafted from her when they made contact lingered in his memory. Then why did you crash into me? You couldn't control yourself? Dong Qianqiu shouted angrily. I was running too fast at that moment. I couldn't control it. Lan Xuanyu explained. Oomph. Dong Qianqiu huffed and turned her head away. Nana, standing between them with one arm around each, could clearly hear their conversation, but simply smiled, listening without intervening. Lan Xiao and Nan Sheng, standing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle. Although Dong Qianqiu didn't reveal her face, her beautiful big eyes and deep blue hair showed that she was indeed a pretty girl. The couple were not overly conservative, and they found it amusing to see their son bickering with such a beautiful girl. Tiando Star, Tiando City, Tiando Academy. This was where Nana lived, and also where Dong Qianqiu studied. Nana lived in a dedicated dormitory building, perhaps because when she was brought back, the research institute realized her potential dangers and treated her quite well. She had a 3-bedroom apartment, which also included a special training room. The room was very simply decorated, lacking any warmth or romance, just clean and tidy, without a speck of dust. All the furniture was essential. The windows were bright and clean, and as soon as one stepped into the room, there was a refreshing feeling. A faint fragrance lingered throughout the room, emanating from Nana herself, a scent that Lan Xuanyu's family had grown familiar with, having lived together before. Qianqiu, are you going back to the dorm? Nana asked Dong Qianqiu. I guess so, Dong Qianqiu replied. Teacher, can I take him to the academy to have a look? She glanced at Lan Xuanyu with flickering eyes. Nana smiled and said, Of course. You two go ahead. I'll go buy some food so we can have dinner together later. You can join us for dinner and then head back to train. Great! Dong Chinchio exclaimed with joy. Back at Nana's place, she had already removed her mask. When Lan Xiao and Nan Cheng saw the girl's true face, they were honestly taken aback. This girl was incredibly beautiful, with skin as fair as a porcelain doll, and every feature was harmonious and perfect. Especially her pair of bright eyes, combined with her perfect features, made her stand next to Lan Xuanyu like a match made in heaven. Nan Cheng thought to herself, "This is the first time I've seen a girl whose eyelashes are longer than my son's." Everyone has a love for beauty, and looking at the stunning Dong Chinchio made her naturally fond of her. "Let's go. I'll take you to see our school," Dong Chinchio said, pulling Lan Xuanyu's sleeve and heading outside. Lan Xuanyu was actually not very keen on going. After all, he had finally seen Nana and wanted to spend more time with his teacher. But Dong Chinchio couldn't resist pulling hard and directly dragged Nana out of the dormitory. As soon as they stepped outside, Dong Chinchio let go of her hand, remained silent, and walked ahead with a sly smile on her face. Lan Xuanyu followed closely behind her, looking around at the surroundings. This academy seemed to have some history. Most of the buildings were constructed from large stones, giving them a unique character. Moreover, there was a hint of ancient charm to it. Chapter 136. So fragrant. After leaving Nana's dormitory building and walking straight ahead, a few large teaching buildings appeared not far away. In terms of the scale of the academy, it was at least as large as the Tianluo Academy where he was. They passed through a grove of trees, and suddenly, a clear lake came into view. On the other side of the lake, there was a square, and it seemed to be after school hours, as groups of students were walking out from the teaching buildings on both sides of the square. Dong Chinchio walked along the lakeside towards the square, while Lan Xuanyu followed closely behind her. He had anticipated that this girl might be seeking revenge on him, which was why she had called him out. Reflecting on Dong Chinchio's strength, he felt a sense of vigilance. He did not believe he could defeat her. It should be noted that when Lu Qianxuan was still at the first ring, Dong Chinchio had already become a second ring Great Soul Master. And now she had long reached the third ring Soul Master level, while he had yet to break through the second ring threshold. There was quite a gap in their cultivation levels. Unless he used his special martial soul fusion technique, he probably wouldn't be able to fight her. But this was the academy, and she wouldn't dare to openly attack him, right? Apart from having inferior cultivation, Lan Xuanyu still had confidence in himself, especially in the footwork that Nana had taught him, which he had practiced very skillfully over the past few years. If he couldn't win, he could at least run away. While thinking about how to deal with Dong Chinchio's upcoming revenge, the two gradually circled around the small lake and arrived at the square of the Tiando Academy. There were many students at Tiando Academy. At least in Lan Xuanyu's view, there were definitely more than at Tianluo Academy. Students of various ages were present, as this might be a junior academy, and most of them looked to be about the same age as him. Just as Lan Xuanyu was observing the surroundings, Dong Chinchio suddenly stopped and turned back to look at him. Lan Xuanyu. She called his name with a smile. He had to admit, she was truly beautiful. The most beautiful girl of his age he had ever seen. Surrounded by the clear lake and with tall teaching buildings behind her, she stood there, smiling and calling his name, which momentarily left Lan Xuanyu stunned, as if something in his heart had been gently stirred. In the next moment, to his astonishment, Dong Chinchio stepped forward and linked her arm with his, then led him toward the square. Lan Xuanyu immediately felt his whole body stiffen. This was the first time he was so close to a girl, and it was with such a beautiful one. Dong Chinchio carried a faint, fresh fragrance, elegant and pure, reminiscent of a white rose. She was slightly taller than him, having developed early and already had a hint of youthful charm. Lan Xuanyu felt a bit nervous, but the next moment, he understood Dong Chinchio's intentions. They had already stepped into the square. When Dong Chinchio called his name and took his arm, the surroundings fell silent for a moment. Yes, Lan Xuanyu could feel it. The previously noisy square had quieted down. Countless gazes instantly landed on them. Some were astonished, some shocked. Some covered their mouths, but more were filled with anger, as if they wanted to kill him. In fact, Dong Chinchio was not feeling too good herself at this moment. Was this her first time being so close to a boy too? Of course, she wanted to take revenge on Lan Xuanyu. But she could see how much Nana liked him, and didn't want to be blamed by Nana, which was why she came up with this idea. However, the moment she linked her arm with Lan Xuanyu's, she immediately felt a heat radiating from him that made her blush and her heart race. It wasn't real heat, but a sensation. He had a pleasant scent, like sunshine. His arm was strong and warm to the touch. The moment she linked her arm with his, her face turned red. She thought to herself, am I going crazy? Isn't this giving him an advantage? Am I getting myself involved? Turning to glance at him, she happened to catch a side view of his face. This guy was actually quite good looking. Why did a boy have such long eyelashes? She did not realize that if it were anyone else but Lan Xuanyu today, she might not have thought of this revenge plan. It was precisely because this handsome boy was in front of her that she subconsciously felt less resistant toward him. The instantaneous psychological changes between the two were something only they themselves knew. However, from the perspective of the surrounding students, it was entirely different. That charming, shy girl was Dong Qinxiu, the one who was unbeatable among her peers and usually had a cold demeanor. Dong Qinxiu's beauty was a tremendous attraction to any boy of her age. Naturally, she became the acknowledged goddess of the school, especially in the past 2 years. As her figure began to mature and she took on a more youthful appearance, she attracted many older boys. Although she was only 12 years old, she had received countless love letters. So much so that one day, she walked onto the podium and before the teacher arrived, she wrote 4 big words on the blackboard: reject early romance. Then she threw all the love letters into the trash can. This caused a stir throughout the school. Therefore, when a student saw her actively and affectionately link her arm with Lan Xuanyu, how could they not be shocked? Gradually, the astonished gazes turned into murderous glares, all focused on Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu was also good-looking. The girls looked at Dong Qinxiu with jealousy. And because Lan Xuanyu and Dong Qinxiu looked so compatible, the boys felt an even greater surge of jealousy. Dong Qinxiu began to regret it. There seemed to be too many people around. Would this cause too much trouble, making it hard to handle? Perhaps it was that fleeting glance at his profile that changed her mindset, causing her heart to soften inexplicably, and she instinctively wanted to let go of the arm she had linked with Lan Xuanyu's. Forget it. I want to take revenge on this guy. Let us just walk away. However, just as this thought arose, Lan Xuanyu beside her had already moved. He half turned, shifting from walking parallel with Dong Qinxiu to facing her. And then, right in front of everyone, he wrapped his arms around her waist, lowered his head, paused for a moment, and kissed her on the tender cheek. Yes, he kissed her. The surrounding murderous glares instantly turned blank. This was right in front of everyone. This was in the Academy Square. Dong Qinxiu felt as if she had been struck by a spell. A surge of heat spread throughout her body, making her tremble slightly, leaving her momentarily stunned. So fragrant, Lan Xuanyu said instinctively. And without waiting for Dong Qinxiu to respond, he immediately released his arm around her and turned to walk toward the square, loudly declaring, I am Dong Qinxiu's boyfriend. My name is Lan Xuanyu. If anyone disagrees, come and fight. Lan Xuanyu had a teacher named Tianfan, who had a nickname called Magic Fox. He didn't just learn knowledge from Tianfan. He also learned the cunning of the Magic Fox. When Lan Xuanyu realized that Dong Qinxiu was plotting against him, he assessed the situation and knew that running away was impossible. Moreover, why would he want to run? Wouldn't he that embarrassed teacher Nana? Thus, in a flash of thought, he decided to give Dong Qinxiu a taste of her own medicine. Aren't you linking arms with me and pretending to be close? Well then, I'll play along with you. When he wrapped his arms around Dong Qinxiu and lowered his head, his initial target was her soft, rosy lips. But in that moment, he hesitated, because from the reaction of Dong Qinxiu earlier, it was clear that if he dared to kiss her lips, it would probably result in a deadly feud. Therefore, Lan Xuanyu paused for a moment and instead kissed her cheek. Chapter 137. Chase. As soon as he kissed her, Lan Xuanyu felt that even if he got beaten up here today, it would still be worth it. Her little face was so tender, almost like baby skin, with a faint fragrance and incredible elasticity. A kiss left him with an irresistible feeling. However, he also knew that as soon as Dong Qinxiu reacted, she would probably explode with anger. So he quickly released her and, with his heart racing, turned to walk towards the square. Aren't you going to take revenge on me? Then let the storm come even fiercer. I will simply announce to the world that you are my girlfriend and see how you deal with it later. Anyway, I will be leaving in a couple of days. His loud shout was like a thunderclap, stunning the students of the Tiando Academy around him, leaving them gaping in disbelief. Those who had intended to provoke him hesitated to step forward. They instinctively thought, does this guy have some backing for such a brazen claim? Lan Xuanyu thought that with such a shout, someone would surely rush up to fight him. But to his surprise, the surroundings fell silent. Suddenly, he felt a chilling, killing intent erupting behind him. A voice filled with a crying tone rang out from behind him. It was Dong Qinxiu, her eyes red with fury. She was about to go mad. She never expected that, in front of so many people, and after she had already considered letting him off, this guy would actually kiss her and declare in front of everyone that she was his girlfriend. How could she face anyone in the academy after this? She was furious and no longer cared about angering Nana. She had exploded. Soul rings rose from her feet, 2 yellow and 1 purple. An icy mist instantly enveloped her, causing the temperature around her to drop sharply. With a tap of her toes on the ground, she appeared in front of Lan Xuanyu in an instant, ice spear forming in her right hand, aiming straight for his chest. Seeing her red eyes, Lan Xuanyu realized he had gone too far. He hastily retreated while simultaneously releasing his blue silver grass. The golden patterned blue silver grass coiled around his palms, instantly covering them with a layer of fine golden scales. He punched out, colliding with the ice spear. With a loud bang, the tip of the ice spear exploded. Dong Qinxiu's figure hesitated in mid-air for a moment. Lan Xuanyu's strength clearly exceeded her healing abilities. However, all she saw from him was a white soul ring. Recently, Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei had hardly summoned her. After all, using the golden patterned blue-silver grass to assist in summoning dragon-type soul beasts was much more reliable. So, she had no idea what Lan Xuanyu's cultivation level was now. At a glance, he didn't even seem to have reached the second ring. A bone-chilling aura radiated from the shattered ice spear. Lan Xuanyu was somewhat familiar with Dong Qinxiu and knew her combat experience was extremely rich, and her ice abilities were very powerful. He quickly flashed away, using the impact to jump onto the surface of the lake. He couldn't fight her, unless he used a martial soul fusion skill, but he couldn't control that skill himself. What if he seriously injured Dong Qinxiu? He thought about just staying next to Teacher Nana for the next few days. She surely wouldn't attack him. As he jumped into the lake, Lan Xuanyu pressed down with his left hand, and instantly, a piece of ice formed beneath him. He tapped his toes on the ice and was about to speed away. Dong Qinxiu let out a cold snort, waved her right hand, and the ice spear was thrown out, instantly shooting towards Lan Xuanyu. At the same time, she leaped into the air, chasing after him like a fairy gliding over the waves. Her second soul ring shone brightly, and the temperature around her dropped sharply, forming thick ice mist around her body. When Lan Xuanyu turned his head, he was startled into a shiver. Within the ice mist, hundreds of ice spikes had already formed, instantly covering towards him, sealing off all his escape routes. No matter how good his steps were, he needed space to dodge, but she didn't give him a chance. Second soul skill, Ice Tide. It significantly enhanced various ice attribute abilities, making it a powerful auxiliary soul skill for Dong Qinxiu. Facing the oncoming wave of ice spikes, Lan Xuanyu fell toward the water while curling his body as much as possible. He raised an ice shield in front of him. If he couldn't dodge, he could only defend, trying to minimize the area of his body that would be attacked. Dong Qinxiu had already formed a second ice spear in her hand. With a point of her spear, the countless ice spikes under her control shot toward Lan Xuanyu. Good heavens! Lan Xuanyu's body suddenly sank down. The ice layer he had just formed to support himself shattered, causing him to plunge into the lake. His silver-patterned blue-silver grass's first soul skill was water element control, which clearly favored him in the water. Centered around his body, a whirlpool formed the moment he sank into the water. The ice spikes that followed him into the water were deflected aside by the whirlpool. Lan Xuanyu controlled the direction of the water waves and pushed himself, rapidly swimming toward the opposite shore. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt an intense sense of danger. He turned sharply and saw a dark blue shadow rushing toward him. Oh my, what is that? A giant deep blue shark? Although it looked completely formed of energy, it was at least 7 or 8 meters long, and it moved through the water with incredible speed, almost reaching him in an instant. Lan Xuanyu pressed down with his left hand on the lake, using the rebound force to propel himself upward. Onlookers on the shore saw Lan Xuanyu just enter the water, only to suddenly burst out from the other side. Hot on his heels, a massive mouth seemed ready to swallow him whole. Fortunately, the force from the water pressure was sufficient, allowing Lan Xuanyu to curl his body in midair and narrowly avoid the shark's gaping jaws. But at that moment, a chilling wind descended from above. Looking up, he saw Dong Qinxiu, her face cold, swinging her ice spear down toward him. Lan Xuanyu had already made a series of adjustments, but being in midair, he had no place to leverage and was completely out of options. With no choice, he could only raise his right arm to take the blow from the ice spear. At this moment, he understood that the shark in the water was likely Dong Qinxiu's soul spirit. Nowadays, most soul spirits were only used to enhance soul skills. Although artificial soul spirits had some combat power, they were rarely used because controlling a soul spirit was difficult and consumed more mental energy. Modern soul guidance technology emphasized integrating mental energy into mechs or battle armors, following a dual armor approach. Few people were willing to expend mental energy to control a soul spirit. Artificial soul spirits were not as lively and intelligent as true soul spirits from the past. Therefore, they had gradually been phased out. However, he never expected that Dong Qinxiu had such strong control over her soul spirit. Bang! The golden scales on Lan Xuanyu's right hand trembled under the impact, and he was sent crashing back into the water. Below him, the deep blue shark's soul spirit had already opened its mouth wide, waiting for his descent. This is the end. In a critical moment, Lan Xuanyu instinctively wanted to clasp his hands together to use his martial soul fusion skill. However, in that instant, he also realized that if he used the martial soul fusion skill at this time, it would mean his soul power would drop by 1 level. Although he was recovering quickly now, it was impossible to fully recover in just a few days. It would also mean he couldn't elevate to level 20 with Nana's help. What to do? Chapter 138. No time to think. There was no time for him to think much. Lan Xuanyu instinctively felt that he should give it a try. He took a deep breath, and as he fell, his whole body's energy surged inversely. A deep dragon roar suddenly emanated from his body, faintly at first. The golden scales on his right arm rapidly spread down to his shoulder. Lan Xuanyu barely turned his body around and threw a punch, the golden dragon rising to the heavens. As he threw this punch, memories of the golden dragon charging towards the battleship in space unconsciously flashed through his mind. A nameless feeling instantly spread throughout his body. The dragon roar that was originally faint suddenly became loud and clear. In front of his right fist, a burst of golden light shot out, revealing the shape of a dragon's head. The shark, which had its mouth open to devour him as he fell, now closed its mouth and charged at him. No matter how angry Dong Qinxiu was, she still had some restraint. She couldn't take Lan Xuanyu's life. Bang! At the moment of collision between the deep blue shark and Lan Xuanyu, the shark's momentum weakened due to the intense heat radiating from him, and it was unexpectedly punched back into the water by Lan Xuanyu. However, Lan Xuanyu was also knocked into the air. Dong Qinxiu pressed down on the ice tide with both hands, using the rebound force from the water's surface to soar into the air, kicking Lan Xuanyu in the rear and sending him towards the shore. Oh no, domestic violence. Lan Xuanyu's scream. Although this kick was quite powerful, his body was extremely resilient. The golden and silver whirlpool within him spun rapidly, dissipating the icy energy that rushed into his body. Just as he was about to crash to the ground, he performed a somersault to neutralize the momentum and took off running. Dong Qinxiu initially planned to hit him a couple more times and then kick him once to vent her anger. However, when she heard him scream before running away, she was so furious that her nose nearly crinkled. He was quite good-looking, but why was he so bad? This bad guy. Infuriated, she lightly tapped her toes on the lake's surface and quickly chased after Lan Xuanyu. The students on the shore were already dumbfounded. The series of confrontations between Lan Xuanyu and Dong Qinxiu just now left them in shock. Whether it was Lan Xuanyu's response or his tough physique, or Dong Qinxiu's powerful attacks, none of the junior college students thought they could defeat this girl. The title of the junior college's #1 girl was well-deserved. Lan Xuanyu had a great memory. As soon as he came out, He clearly remembered the way back. So he ran quickly towards the dormitory along the path he came from. Stop right there. Dong Qianxiu had strong combat power and abundant soul power. But in terms of physical fitness, she was not as good as Lan Xuanyu. His explosive power was extremely strong, and his strength rating was consistently above 10 every semester. He ran like a galloping horse. Dong Qianxiu was not an agile attacking soul master, so it was quite difficult for her to catch up with him. She couldn't really use high-damage soul skills to attack, after all. Moreover, this was the academy. What if she accidentally harmed someone else? Earlier on the lake, it was fine since the ice spikes wouldn't hurt anyone, but in the academy, students could walk out at any moment. It would be troublesome if someone got hurt. Lan Xuanyu dashed into the dormitory building like a drenched chicken, skipping the elevator and sprinting up the stairs. Dong Qianxiu was hot on his heels, almost catching up. Teacher Nana, help! Lan Xuanyi shouted. Dong Qianxiu gritted her silver teeth, waved her hand, and a large number of ice balls flew towards Lan Xuanyu like hail. Lan Xuanyu didn't resist. He curled up, covering his head, and cried out in pain as the ice balls hit him one after another. He knew he had to let Dong Qianxiu hit him a few times. If he didn't let her vent her anger, she might not let it go. Finally, he reached the floor and quickly dashed toward Nana's dormitory. Dong Qianxiu was right behind him. Lan Xuanyu knocked on the door hard, shouting, "Teacher Nana, help." Then he squatted down, hugging his head, looking like he was ready to take the beating. Dong Qianxiu flashed in front of him and raised her hand to condense an ice spear. But when she saw Lan Xuanyu's terrified expression and him cowering on the ground, her heart softened. She couldn't really stab him with an ice spear while he wasn't fighting back, could she? At that moment, she angrily kicked him a few times, saying, "That's what you get for talking nonsense." Just then, the dormitory door opened. Nanxing opened the door and was stunned by the scene in front of her. Dong Qianxiu had her foot raised, and upon suddenly seeing her, she felt embarrassed. "What is going on here? You were just fine when you left." Lan Xuanyu looked up at Nancheng with a wronged expression and said, "Mom, she hit me." Dong Qianxiu was so angry she almost passed out. What kind of person was this? Did he have no shame? Almost instinctively, she replied, "Annie, he kissed me." As soon as those words left her mouth, she regretted it. Her pretty face turned beet red. Nancheng was a bit angry when she heard Lan Xuanyu say that Dong Qianxiu hit him, especially after seeing how they were just now. She thought, how could you bully my son? As a mother, she naturally stood by her son. But when Dong Qianxiu said that, Nancheng was stunned. Her son kissed a girl? What was going on? Wasn't this their first meeting? She had no idea that Lan Xuanyu had summoned Dong Qianxiu many times already. They were a bit young. At this age, they shouldn't be dating. But this girl was really beautiful and matched with her son. Even her angry look was so lovely. Lan Xuanyu and Dong Qianxiu were completely unaware of the changes in Nancheng's mind at that moment. What Lan Xuanyu never expected was that Nancheng's next action was to close the door. Yes, she didn't say anything, just silently closed the door. Closed it. Lan Xuanyu stared blankly at the door, then looked at the furious Dong Qianxiu in front of him. What was going on? How could his doting mother act like this? Dong Qianxiu came back to her senses and smiled at Lan Xuanyu, then rubbed her hands together, cracking her knuckles. "Annie is really nice. Don't worry, I'll give her face and one hit you in the face." Help! Inside the room, Nancheng heard her son's continuous screams from outside and recounted what had just happened to Lan Xiao. "Honey, what should we do?" Teacher Nana went out to buy something and isn't home. Lan Xiao remained calm. "Your son is so honest, just squatting there and letting her hit him. He must have taken advantage of the situation. Let the kids handle their own matters. Do you think he can really be beaten up? This kid is something else. He's braver than me, daring to kiss someone on their first meeting. But that girl is really pretty. She deserves my son. Have you never heard? Hitting is affection. Scolding is love. A kick in a hurry. After this hit, maybe they'll really have a chance when they grow up." After a while, it became quiet outside. Dong Qianxiu sat on the ground, panting heavily, glaring at the battered Lan Xuanyu beside her. She was tired from hitting him. Naturally, she didn't use soul power to hit, but as a soul master, her punches were still quite heavy. Lan Xuanyu had just curled up, not fighting back or resisting, allowing her to hit him, which was quite accommodating. Dong Qianxiu's anger gradually dissipated. But thinking about how this guy not only kissed her, but also tarnished her reputation in the academy made her furious. How could someone so good-looking have such a bad heart? Lan Xuanyu glanced up at her. He had just been hit for quite a while. It hurt quite a bit. But to say that he was injured was unlikely. His physical strength was much better than that of an ordinary person. It hardly hurt at all. Chapter 139. Dong Qinxiu wants to take the exam for Shrek Academy. Tang Jia San Xiao reminds you. Please bookmark after reading New Keyboard Novel Networks in Jianpan. Gong. So it's more convenient to continue reading. Seeing Dong Qinxiu sitting there, looking angry and wiping her tears with red eyes, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but feel a bit soft-hearted. It seemed that he had gone a bit too far. I'm sorry, Lan Xuanyu said softly. Dong Qinxiu glared at him fiercely. Lan Xuanyu moved closer and sat beside her. How about you hit me a bit more to vent your anger? Dong Qinxiu suddenly pushed him hard, knocking him to the side. And then she punched him a few times while choking back her sobs. How am I supposed to go to school now? What will the other students think of me? Lan Xuanyu awkwardly said, I was just thinking about getting back at you at that time. I don't know what to do now. Dong Qinxiu glared at him fiercely, feeling confused herself. Her wrong little expression was just too cute, with glistening tears on her long eyelashes. Lan Xuanyu instinctively raised his hand and wiped away the tears on her eyelashes. Dong Qinxiu was taken aback by his sudden intimate action and quickly pushed his hand away. What are you doing? Nothing. What can I do? I can't beat you, Lan Xuanyu said pitifully. For some reason, seeing this guy act pitiful made Dong Qinxiu want to kick him. How about when we grow up, you be my girlfriend? I'll take responsibility for you, Lan Xuanyu tentatively suggested. Who wants to be your girlfriend in the future? Dong Qinxiu stood up, kicked him a few times, and then ran away. Lan Xuanyu also got up from the ground, still damp, scratching his head. Today, this incident had really offended her badly. It would probably be difficult to summon her in the future. Back at the dormitory, after taking a shower and changing clothes, he said, So what happened? Nancheng and Lan Xiao looked at their son with curious expressions. Lan Xuanyu scratched his head awkwardly, but still recounted the whole incident. After he finished, Nancheng slapped him on the shoulder. You little brat, how can you do that? The reputation of a girl is very important. With so many people watching, how could she not be angry? You deserve to be hit. Lan Xiao chimed in. That's right, you deserve to be beaten. Cough, cough. Dad, Mom, why are you two siding with her? What if she retaliates against me? Isn't that me fighting back? Nancheng huffed. Stop it. I saw you in the shower just now, and you don't have a single bruise. Clearly, she didn't hit you hard. Lan Xuanyu's eyes widened. Mom, I'm already this old, and you still peeked at me while I was showering? Nancheng's face flushed, puffed. I'm your mom. No matter how old you are, I'm still your mom. What's wrong with seeing you shower? Isn't it just caring for you? Lan Xuanyu felt a bit aggrieved. Dong Qinxiu really did hit him quite hard. Is it a crime to have tough skin? Nana returned, and as soon as she entered, her gaze at Lan Xuanyu felt a bit strange. Without needing to ask, Lan Xuanyu knew that Dong Qinxiu must have complained about him. Teacher Nana, I was wrong. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly walked up to her and admitted his mistake honestly. Nana just gently patted his head, saying it was just a small misunderstanding. By the way, do you really want to date Qinxiu when you grow up? Huh? Lan Xuanyu was taken aback by her question. Did Dong Qinxiu tell teacher Nana about what he said? Before he could respond, Nana smiled and said, Qinxiu is particularly excellent and hardworking. If you really want to date her, you need to work hard to keep up with her. She's going to take the exam for Shrek Academy soon. If you want to be with her in the future, you need to strive to get in as well. Upon hearing the words Shrek Academy, Nancheng and Lan Xiao were both surprised, with Nancheng even standing up in excitement. Shrek Academy? Is it that Shrek Academy? Nana nodded gently. Shrek, a simple name, has been renowned across the continent for thousands of years. Once, when humanity was still on the Douluo star, it was the first academy on the continent. Its history can even be traced back 30,000 years. It is undoubtedly the oldest academy in the entire Federation. It is the holy land for soul masters, the place all soul masters aspire to. If one can get into Shrek Academy, even if it's just for a day of study there, it would be the most glorious thing in a soul master's life. Moreover, there are legendary god-level powerhouses within Shrek Academy. When Nana mentioned Shrek Academy, how could Lan Xiao and Nancheng not be excited? Nancheng said with some disappointment, but Xuanyu's cultivation is too weak. How could he possibly get in? Nana shook her head. I've heard from people in our academy that the admission requirement for Shrek Academy is to reach level 20 soul power by the age of 12 to qualify for the preliminary assessments on various planets. Although most participants are level 25 or even above level 30, having level 20 is definitely enough to register. This time Xuan Yu is here. I will help him reach level 20 so he can apply. Besides, he has dual martial souls and his martial soul is quite special. He might have a chance. Let him give it a try. Lan Xuan Yu suddenly said, aren't we supposed to have a test next semester? They said it was a preliminary test. Could it be this? Nana smiled slightly. The establishment of your high-energy youth class is likely to select talents to try for admission to Shrek Academy. However, it should still be quite difficult to stand out among peers from the same planet. Do you have confidence? Lan Xuanyu looked at her and said, not really. I'm only at 1 ring, while they're all at 3 rings. There's quite a gap. Nana said, not necessarily. Let's see what changes you undergo after reaching 2 rings. Now, let us eat first, and after the meal we'll begin. The meal was prepared by Nana. To be honest, the taste was quite average, with very simple cooking methods, but the ingredients were definitely top-notch, all rare ingredients. Lan Xuanyu had eaten quite a few rare ingredients, but there were still some that he didn't recognize. Originally, Dong Qinxiu was supposed to join for the meal, but she was angered by Lan Xuanyu and refused to come no matter what. After the meal, Nan Sheng helped Nana clean up the dishes, and Nana took Lan Xuanyu to the training room. Are you full? Nana gently touched Lan Xuanyu's head. Looking at her gentle eyes, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but hug her waist. I'm full. I'm full. Thank you, teacher Nana. Nana smiled slightly. Then let's get started. Let me see if you've been slacking off these past few years. Lan Xuanyu said with I should have broken through to level 20 a long time ago. But you never let me take a break, which has delayed me until now. He was indeed a bit anxious. Watching his classmates break through to level 20 and even 30, how could he not feel anxious? Soul power is the foundation for a soul master. Without sufficiently strong soul power, no matter how strong other aspects are, one cannot become a true powerhouse. Nana said, as the saying goes, sharpening the knife does not delay the work of chopping wood. This isn't necessarily a bad thing. Sit down and let me feel the changes in your gold and silver vortex. Okay. Lan Xuanyu obeyed and sat cross-legged. Nana sat behind him, raised her right hand, and gently pressed on his back. The moment her palm pressed against the back of Lan Xuanyu, her delicate brows raised, revealing a look of surprise. As if to further confirm, Nana closed her eyes and silently felt the changes in Lan Xuanyu's body. Lan Xuanyu only felt a warmth coming from his back, and the spinning speed of the golden and silver vortex in his chest slowed down a bit, warm and comfortable beyond words. After a long while, Nana finally withdrew her hand, exhaling softly and saying, very good. Chapter 140. Nana's suggestion. Lan Xuanyu turned around to look at her and asked, Teacher Nana, what's so good? Nana smiled and said, your condition is very good, even better than I expected. In fact, with your current situation, even if you break through to level 20 on your own, it wouldn't be dangerous. Lan Xuanyu looked at her in confusion. Nana continued, your aura gives me a particularly familiar feeling. It seems to have many similarities with my own aura. That's why I felt a sense of closeness to you when I first met you. Lan Xuanyu chuckled. Is it because I'm good looking? Teacher Nana, I also find you particularly close. Nana smiled slightly. You little rascal. Don't be too sharp-tongued in the future. Look at how angry Qinxiu was today. I've never seen her that mad before. Then she got serious. When your bloodline awakened, it was actually very dangerous. Normal people only have one bloodline, either a calm, ordinary bloodline or a bloodline with some special aura contained in their martial soul, which can lead to bloodline mutations. These mutations can be good or bad. Generally speaking, mutations in bloodlines are often beneficial, providing soul masters with stronger internal support, unlike martial soul mutations, which can weaken a powerful martial soul. However, your situation is different. Inside your body, there are not just 1 but 2 bloodlines, corresponding to the different blue, silver, grass martial souls in your hands. These 2 bloodlines are incompatible with each other, belonging to 2 different categories. One is particularly harmonious with elements, while the other is purely about strength. Therefore, if only one awakens, it would greatly help you. But if both awaken together, it can lead to troubles. because they are mutually incompatible and collide with each other. If it goes badly, it could damage your meridians, resulting in severe injuries that could prevent you from cultivating for life or even threaten your life. That's why I was particularly nervous when I discovered your situation. After careful consideration, I decided to use a rotational method to prevent them from colliding too much. During the rotation, I try to keep them apart as much as possible, preventing them from fully coming into contact with each other, thus reducing the collision of bloodlines. But I also allowed them to have occasional slight contact, attempting to let them fuse with each other. This hidden danger will always exist in your body. Once you make a breakthrough, they will strengthen, and if they strengthen, it could lead to danger again. That's why I told you to make sure I am present when you break through to level 20 to protect you and enhance the centrifugal force of this vortex, preventing them from colliding excessively. However, I didn't expect that the power within your body would be so special when you used that special martial soul fusion skill. These two energies seem to fuse under special force. Only then could it unleash powerful strength. This power is certainly something you can't control right now. But during the fusion process, the two bloodlines truly merged, resulting in that point of color at the core of the gold-and-silver vortex. Therefore, a third bloodline power appeared within you. A third bloodline? Lan Xuanyu looked at Nana in shock. Having two bloodlines is already dangerous and troublesome. What about three? Nana waved her hand and said, "No, you can't understand it that way. This third bloodline is actually the fusion of the first two. It is precisely because of its existence that you have a way to self-regulate the two conflicting energies. Every time you use that martial soul fusion skill, it is essentially a process of harmonizing the powers of these two bloodlines. And after each harmonization, it naturally makes them more compatible. That's why I said your cultivation over the past 3 years has been very effective. After multiple harmonizations through the martial soul fusion skill, although your third bloodline is still very weak, it is stabilized. With it, those two bloodlines won't clash excessively. If I'm not mistaken, with time, if your cultivation is strong enough and you use the martial soul fusion skill often enough, then your two bloodlines might eventually merge into one. In other words, when the power of your third bloodline is strong enough, it can encompass the powers of those two bloodlines, allowing you to possess only the strength of this final bloodline, which is an extremely powerful force. Even I feel a power that makes me want to submit. Really? That's amazing. Lan Xuanyu had seen Nana's immense strength. At that moment, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Who is stronger, Teacher Nana or Uncle Lo? It should still be Uncle Lo, right? After all, he can destroy a battleship with his bare hands in space. Nana nodded slightly. It should be very powerful. But this process will inevitably be very long. You should feel it. That third bloodline is still very weak now. Its growth has no other way. You need to use your martial soul fusion skill again and again. I just carefully examined your body, and now I can conclude that if you can use the martial soul fusion skill 10 times to harmonize the golden and silver bloodline powers in your body for every 10 levels you gain, then breaking through will be completely safe. Lan Xuanyu's eyes widened. Does that mean every time I level up 10 levels of soul power, I have to cultivate like I'm at level 20? This will slow down my cultivation. He was already lagging 10 levels behind his classmates in the advanced class. If he had to cultivate twice as long for levels 20 to 30, by the time he reaches level 30, wouldn't his companions be rushing towards level 50? He feared that in 5 years, he might not even reach the third ring. Don't be disheartened. Accumulating strength will yield results. When you reach that critical point in the future, you'll be able to soar. Nana comforted him. Lan Xuanyu looked at her with hopeful eyes and asked, "How long will that take?" "Teacher Nana?" Nana replied, "I don't know either. It could take 100 years, or it might take 200 or 300 years. Lan Xuanyu stared at her in disbelief. "That long? I'll be old by then." Nana shook her head. "No, you won't. Your third bloodline seems to have a characteristic that contains an enormous amount of life energy. Your lifespan will definitely far exceed that of ordinary people." Lan Xuanyu frowned, looking very unhappy. He was feeling anxious. After seeing Uncle Li's powerful side, his desire for personal strength had never been more urgent. Nana smiled and said, "Don't rush your cultivation. A solid foundation is far better than forcing growth. All right, you should calm down. Don't you want to know what your second soul ring can bring you? Then let's get started. Okay, as soon as he heard that he would be promoted to the second ring, Lan Xuanyu's previous dejection vanished completely. Regardless of anything else, he would first reach the second ring realm. He was also particularly looking forward to what differences his second ring realm would bring. Would there be soul rings appearing directly? Or would he also need to merge with soul spirits? Chapter 141. Breakthrough. Nana said, "You start your breakthrough, and I will protect you." Okay. Lan Xuanyi, note that his soul power had already reached the level where he could attempt to break through to the second ring, but he had been suppressing it. Now, with Nana by his side providing protection, he felt particularly at ease. He closed his eyes, sat cross-legged, and began to slowly circulate his soul power according to the method of Xiantiangong. He did not seek speed, but stability. The gentle soul power flowed through his limbs and bones under his guidance, concentrating and advancing along the route of Xiantiangong step by step, pushing higher. The various elemental molecules in the air were naturally absorbed by him, integrating into his body. The soul power, which was already at the critical point, suddenly surged towards a higher level. Nana stood beside him, silently sensing the changes in his body. As long as danger appeared, she would definitely take action to help him at the first moment. As the soul power circulated for 1 week, 2 weeks, when the third week came, Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt as if his body was being imprisoned, an indescribable discomfort overwhelming him. It felt like there was an eggshell around his body, restricting his growth. His mental power struck instantly, forcing him to stimulate it. With mental power far exceeding his soul power level, his soul power, which was only at level 19, was suddenly pushed to its limit. With a poof, all the pores in his body opened instantly, and a layer of faint white light burst forth from within. Lan Xuanyu felt a lightness throughout his body, and the soul power became even more abundant. The eggshell broke, and the soul power within him surged like a wild horse, instantly circulating for more than 3 weeks, according to the cultivation method of Xiantiangong. He felt a wave of relaxation, a refreshing sensation spreading from his limbs and bones. He understood that he had completed the breakthrough and formally entered the 20th level realm. Don't relax, it's just the beginning. Focus your mind. Nana's voice came at this moment, making Lan Xuanyu's heart tremble. Sure enough, just as Nana's voice fell, Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt a heat and a chill rising simultaneously from his chest. Concentrating inward, he saw the golden and silver double-colored vortex in his chest suddenly shaking unstably. In his limbs and bones, the coexistence of cold and heat was also present. He could even faintly feel that fine golden and silver energy was continuously emerging from his meridians and bones, weaving out like threads, then integrating into his soul power, slowly flowing into every corner of his body. As this golden and silver energy moved within the soul power, collisions occurred unconsciously. When they collided, it immediately caused violent fluctuations in the soul power. His meridians swelled, and a painful tearing sensation surged. It felt as if countless small knives were cutting through him, causing Lan Xuanyu to break out in a sweat, nearly crying out in pain. Vortex. Nana's voice sounded again, but she did not intervene to help Lan Xuanyu at this time. Vortex? Yes, vortex. Under her reminder, Lan Xuanyu quickly understood and hurriedly concentrated his mental will on the golden and silver vortex in his chest. The vortex was also shaking unstably, but the golden and silver energy within the vortex had been cultivated for such a long time that the contradictions were no longer as strong, and they were relatively harmonious. At this moment, under his mental control, it began to accelerate its rotation. He injected soul power into it to ensure the stability of the vortex, while also starting to absorb the soul power that was being drawn in, taking in the newly birthed golden and silver bloodline power. As more content loaded, please wait. This site only supports access via mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it means that the chapter content failed to load. Please close the reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and disable ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser to read. The ocean can accommodate all rivers, and that is its greatness. At this moment, the vortex was doing just that. Sure enough, under the vortex's pull, the pain in his body began to gradually decrease. But more and more golden and silver energy started to converge into the vortex. Lan Xuanyu was astonished to find that the golden and silver energy surging from his limbs and bones seemed endless, especially from his internal organs, where the double-colored energy erupted the most. Almost with every heartbeat of his heart, a large amount of golden and silver bloodline energy surged out, being absorbed into his golden and silver vortex, quickly replenishing it. The vortex was visibly expanding and growing. However, these newly added golden and silver energies were not as peaceful as the original ones. They began to vibrate violently, constantly rejecting each other and asserting their dominance. Lan Xuanyu finally understood why Nana wanted him to be by her side during the breakthrough to level 20. During his last awakening, he had been unconscious and was unaware of what had happened to his body. But at this moment, he could acutely feel the changes in his body. The sensation was simply too painful. Not only was there a heart-wrenching agony, but there was also a feeling of losing control at any moment. The golden and silver vortex continued to grow larger, and Lan Xuanyu suspected that if this continued, his body would burst. However, he was now in a situation where retreating was not an option. He could not even call out to Nana for help. He could only endure. Watching as the vortex grew larger and the golden and silver energy became more volatile, constantly colliding and repelling each other. What to do? What can I do? Steady your mind. No soro, no joy. Nana's voice came again, as if enlightening him, clearing Lan Xuanyu's mind. Yes. Teacher Yin had also said that one must remain calm at all times. The current cultivation was no different from piloting a starship. Panicking would only lead to a faster loss of control and destruction. Only by calming down could there be a possibility of finding a way out. Thinking of this, Lan Xuanyu quickly calmed down. Regardless of whether he could control everything before him, he tried his best to control it. He controlled the rotation of the vortex, increasing its speed. With a powerful centrifugal force, the frequency of collisions between the two types of energy would decrease. At the same time, he attempted to insert his soul power into it, creating a barrier between the two types of energy to prevent them from easily coming into contact and colliding, thereby reducing the frequency of their collisions further. Sure enough, after calming down, the situation slightly improved. As collisions decreased, the stability of the vortex increased. However, after breaking through to the second ring, the energy erupting from his bloodline was still far more than he had imagined, and the vortex continued to grow larger. In Lan Xuanyu's perception, this vortex seemed only to be the size of a fist, but at this moment it seemed to be spreading throughout every corner of his chest. Gradually, his body could no longer bear it. His whole body began to tremble violently. This was no longer something that could be controlled by calmness. The golden and silver bloodline energy in his limbs and bones had gradually merged completely into the vortex. But that violently rotating vortex was spinning too fast, and there was too much energy. Now, Lan Xuanyu felt as if his body were a balloon. Even a gentle touch from a needle would probably make him explode. Xianyu, martial soul fusion. Everything is under my control. Nana's voice rang out once more. At that moment, Lan Xuanyu felt a cool breath flowing in from above his head, instantly making his body feel much lighter. In that instant, he felt as if he had escaped all pain, and the vortex within him was no longer related to him. He subconsciously opened his eyes, only to feel that his body was surrounded by a violent aura. Quick! Nana's urging voice sounded. Chapter 142, 2 Rings. Evolution. The new keyboard novel website, Xinjianpan.com, updates the latest chapter of Dalu 4, Ultimate Douluo, in real time. For her, Lan Xuanyu naturally had complete and unconditional trust. At that moment, without hesitation, he brought his palms together, and the golden and silver patterned blue silvergrass was released. The two coiled back, enveloping his palms. Between his hands, the golden and silver energy fluctuated violently and extremely unstably. In the next moment, a point of colorful light began to erupt from his palm, and in the next instant, that colorful light had already covered everything around him. Lan Xuanyu felt as if he had suddenly fallen into a pitch-black void, unable to feel anything. There was no pain, nor energy. It was as if, in that instant, he had fallen into a vacuum. Everything around was empty, weightless. He didn't know how long it had been, but he suddenly saw a point of color, a point of seven-colored light. And just as he saw it, that seven-colored light seemed to suddenly magnify, and all perceptions returned in an instant. It felt like with a whoosh, he had returned to the original world. Everything around became clear again, and Lan Xuanyu finally felt the changes in his body. Everything calmed down, and if it weren't for the faint swelling pain in his meridians, he would have thought that nothing had happened. He quickly focused inward, and the golden and silver whirlpool inside him was operating steadily. Its overall size about a third larger than before, but more importantly, these two colors of energy had become purer and more crystalline, as vivid as a solid entity. They operated harmoniously, no longer having the intention to undermine each other. And in the core of this whirlpool, that point of seven colors seemed to become even more splendid. Yes, now Lan Xuanyu could see all seven colors of that seven-colored light. Its size didn't seem to increase much, still only the size of a grain of millet. But the feeling had clearly changed. It was as if he had found a backbone. The soul power that had completed the breakthrough remained stable at level 20. Yes, this should be level 20. Others would directly reach level 21 after breaking through and obtaining a spirit ring. But he had returned to level 20, which undoubtedly had a direct relationship with a recent martial soul fusion. It had downgraded me. However, all the previous crises seemed to have returned to normal with this moment of downgrading. Using a martial soul fusion technique while your soul power level is increasing does not drain your own strength. Instead, it is an explosive fusion. This is the role of that third kind of colorful bloodline. So, if you break through next time and I'm not by your side, you must retain enough mental strength, at least to ensure that you can complete a martial soul fusion when your body can no longer bear it, thus achieving a complete upgrade. You did well. This enhancement is very stable, allowing your two bloodlines to merge a bit more. However, I didn't expect that when you break through to the next realm, so much bloodline energy would suddenly appear in your body. Therefore, when you break through next time, it's best to have someone by your side to protect you, preferably to come to me, just to be safe. Nana's voice echoed in his ears, making Lan Xuanyu feel particularly at ease. Every time she was around, he always felt especially stable. Did it succeed? Did it finally succeed? The feeling of exhaustion began to set in, a profound soreness all over his body. Lan Xuanyu slowly opened his eyes. At the moment he opened his eyes, Nana couldn't help but be slightly stunned. She was surprised to see that at that moment, Lan Xuanyu's left eye had turned silver, filled with a wise light, while his right eye was golden, carrying a hint of madness. The two emotions and colors flashed only briefly in his eyes, but that moment still left a deep impression. Adjusting his soul power, Lan Xuanyu exhaled. But scared me to death, Teacher Nana. Is this bloodline power really that domineering? Thank goodness for you. Otherwise, when I first encountered this situation, it would have been very troublesome, right? Nana smiled slightly, reaching out to pull him up from the ground. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content failed to load. Please close the browser's reading mode, full reading mode, novel mode, and disable ad blockers, or copy the URL to read in another browser. Lan Xuanyu curiously looked around. He thought that the explosion of his martial soul fusion technique had been incredibly strong. Could the internal protection of this cultivation room withstand it? How could he know that at the moment of his explosion, he had already been teleported to another place by Nana? And only after the explosion was completed was he teleported back. It should be much safer now. With this attempt, next time you break through, you will be psychologically prepared. However, before the breakthrough, it's best to make more preparations. For example, consume more nutritious food to ensure that you replenish your body's consumption. And if you can find items that can help calm your mind, that would be better. Especially remember, you must ensure that you complete a martial soul fusion. Only in this way can you tame those two bloodlines. You must listen to me. During the process from level 20 to 30 in the future, you will need 10 martial soul fusions to cultivate your third bloodline, understand? I understand. Lan Xuanyu note that. After the overall changes just now, he had a new understanding of his body. Undoubtedly, this dual bloodline was something that ordinary soul masters did not possess and was the foundation of his dual martial souls. Without a doubt, the dual martial souls brought him many powerful aspects, such as assisting others and enabling them to become stronger. This was greatly related to his own bloodline. Having cultivated for these years, Lan Xuanyu's understanding of martial souls was no longer at the initial level. He now understood that the reason he could intimidate Yi Ling Tong's martial soul back then, rendering his martial soul ineffective, was due to the power of this bloodline within him. This golden bloodline corresponded to the golden patterned blue silvergrass, while the silver bloodline should correspond to the silver patterned blue silvergrass. His martial soul was essentially just blue silvergrass. The mutation of this blue silvergrass came from the two bloodlines. Therefore, although these two bloodlines would bring him great trouble, they were also the fundamental reason he could stand out and become powerful. He could only accept them and allow them to exert a greater effect while becoming stronger. These two bloodlines also brought him a significant degree of danger. Without Teacher Nana's protection back then, he might have encountered significant problems long ago. Later, by chance, the martial soul fusion technique he used seemed to become the fundamental solution to the problem, the root method for addressing it. Thus, knowing that using it once would lower his soul power level, he still needed to keep trying to use it in the future. However, the speed of soul power enhancement, as one could imagine, was indeed not fast enough. As for Nana saying that his vitality far exceeded that of ordinary people, and that he would live longer than most, 11-year-old Lan Xuanyu didn't feel much of that. It still felt like a distant matter to him. "Come on, let's see what changes your martial soul has undergone," Nana said with a smile. Lan Xuanyu's eyes brightened. Yes. After suffering so much, it was indeed time to see the changes in his martial soul, which was something he had always been looking forward to. Focusing his mind and feeling the changes in his soul power, he slowly controlled and released his martial soul. He first raised his left hand, habitually releasing his silver-patterned blue silvergrass. The blue silvergrass slowly emerged from his palm, and as soon as it appeared, Lan Xuanyu's eyes widened. Yes, it's different. Originally, his gold and silver dual-colored blue silvergrass was no different in size from ordinary blue silvergrass, appearing thin and easily breakable, with only different color patterns on it. The grass leaves looked like thin slices. However, at this moment, the blue silvergrass that emerged from his palm looked completely different. After it emerged, Lan Xuanyu was surprised to find that it was no longer in a thin slice form. Although still slender, it had taken on a cylindrical shape, with only the top being pointed. After emerging, it soared upward, much more resilient than before. Chapter 143. Fire Element. The silver patterns spiraled upwards, and at first glance, they appeared somewhat chaotic. However, at this moment, the silver patterns seemed to vaguely present a net-like structure, with each grid being oval-shaped, very peculiar, and much more pronounced than the original silver patterns. They were elegant and captivating, with a far better regularity than before. It was clear that there was a significant difference, with a marked improvement. What shocked Lan Xuanyu even more was what came next. Accompanied by the release of the silver patterns and the blue silvergrass, the soul rings naturally appeared as well. Lan Xuanyu was dumbfounded as he saw two soul rings rise from beneath his feet, but more importantly, the color of these two soul rings. Yellow. Both soul rings were yellow. It was important to note that his original first soul ring was white. White represented 10 years, right? Although he had always felt that the power of his soul skills was not just 10 years, the color was right there. However, at this moment, both soul rings were yellow, and there was no trace of white. What was going on? Soul rings could evolve from lower levels to higher levels, which required special training. The spirit transmitting pagoda had corresponding places to enhance soul rings, but that required a tremendous cost and a lot of luck. Yet, Lan Xuanyu had never been to the spirit transmitting pagoda. He didn't even know where the entrance was, but his soul rings had inexplicably improved. Yellow represented 100 years, and having two at once meant that he was now a great soul master with 200-year soul rings. This change left him utterly astonished. Just looking at the soul rings indicated a tremendous change in strength. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly raised his right hand again and released the golden patterned blue silvergrass. The faint golden color surged upwards, almost identical in style to the silver patterned blue silvergrass. The patterns also became regular, forming a similar net-like structure, but each grid was diamond-shaped. Both hands' blue silvergrass had become much more resilient and regular. This made Lan Xuanyu inexpressibly delighted. Without even trying to attack, he understood that his strength had undoubtedly increased significantly. Nana was also looking at his transformation in astonishment. When she saw the patterns on Lan Xuanyu's blue silvergrass, her body couldn't help but tremble slightly, as if something in her mind had been suddenly triggered, leaving her speechless with surprise. However, when she tried to think carefully, she found that she couldn't remember anything at all. Only her sense of familiarity with Lan Xuanyu seemed to increase a little. "Teacher, why have my soul rings all turned in 100-year ones? They still appear by themselves. I've never had a soul spirit," Lan Xuanyu said in surprise to Nana. Nana's expression changed slightly as she said solemnly, "Xuanyu, you must not tell anyone about this. Even the fact that you have no soul spirit and that the soul rings appeared on their own." Lan Xuanyu was taken aback and hurriedly asked, "Teacher Nana, you know what's going on, right? Please tell me." Nana shook her head and replied, "It's not the right time for you to know yet. When I think you're ready, I will naturally tell you. Your current strength is still not enough to support this secret. After all, not everyone in this world is a good person." "Oh." Lan Xuanyu felt a bit disappointed, but seeing Nana's serious demeanor, he quickly nodded and promised her that he wouldn't easily disclose this matter. "Come on, try the effect of the second soul ring and see what changes there are. Start with your left hand," Nana said to Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly nodded, retracting the golden patterned blue silvergrass from his right hand and then activating the first soul ring with his left hand. An extraordinary scene unfolded. When the first soul ring, ice element control, activated, his left hand's silver-patterned blue silvergrass suddenly became transparent, showing a faint ice blue color, with silver patterns swirling around it, looking extremely beautiful. The silver-patterned blue silvergrass, which had transformed into slender vine-like shapes, now resembled transparent crystals, filled with rich water elements inside. Lan Xuanyu felt the water elements in the air rushing towards him like a tidal wave, far more powerful than before. This was the effect of a 100-year soul ring. It was indeed much stronger. His mental strength was already formidable, and controlling it felt effortless. In an instant, he felt as if his cultivation had made tremendous progress. At the same time, the changes in the silver-patterned blue silvergrass were also significant. Previously, he had only allowed the silver-patterned blue silvergrass to cover his palm to use ice element control, without letting them participate directly in battle, as the grass leaves were too fragile to have any effect. However, after the evolution, the silver-patterned blue silvergrass had clearly become much tougher, able to contain the ice elements within, and it felt weapon-like when wielded, giving him the sensation of holding an ice whip. "Second soul ring," Nana said. Lan Xuanyu focused his mind, and the second soul ring rose accordingly. In the next moment, he was left dumbfounded. He had long been accustomed to the coolness brought by the silver-patterned blue silvergrass. At such times, he felt a special affinity with the water element and could freely switch between the water and ice elements. However, as soon as his second soul ring rose, everything became different. The coolness within him disappeared in an instant. He retracted the first soul ring, and in the next moment, the silver-patterned blue silvergrass, which had originally emitted an ice blue color, underwent a drastic transformation. A burst of fiery red surged from his palm, and the interior of the silver-patterned blue silvergrass instantly turned bright red, as if it had transformed from sapphire to ruby, with a vivid red hue that shone with intense golden red light. The temperature in the entire training room also rose sharply, with faint flames surrounding the silver-patterned blue silvergrass. The surrounding fire elements rushed towards Lan Xuanyu. How is this possible? Lan Xuanyu could hardly believe that his silver-patterned blue silvergrass's second soul ring would undergo such a transformation. He had originally thought that the second soul skill of the silver-patterned blue silvergrass would directly enhance ice attributes or grant him a powerful ice attribute soul skill, similar to Frozen Autumn, making him stronger in controlling the ice element. But who could have imagined that this second soul skill had nothing to do with the water or ice elements? Instead, it directly manifested a concentrated fire element. Water and fire are incompatible. He He had never heard of anyone being able to control both elements simultaneously, especially with the same martial soul. This was simply beyond his understanding. But the facts were right in front of him, and he had no choice but to believe it. Everything was telling him that, yes, your second soul ring is fire element control. Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and frustration. He had thought that with the clear evolution of his martial soul and the strengthening of his bloodline, his soul skills would naturally become stronger as well. But who would have thought that he would end up in a completely opposite situation? He didn't consider it a good thing that his second soul skill was fire element control. Controlling two elements did not necessarily mean being strong. On the contrary, water and fire are opposing elements and would inevitably influence each other. Just like when he had just released the second soul skill, the first soul skill had retracted. This meant that his two soul skills could not complement each other or enhance one another. This was the last thing Lan Xuanyu wanted to see. He hoped that his soul skills could stack on each other to produce even greater effects. Water and fire are incompatible. Water and fire are incompatible. Teacher Nana, how to become like this? Lan Xuanyu looked at Nana with a mournful face, and in an instant, his mood plunged into a low valley. Chapter 144. The Way of Water and Fire. Tang Jia Sanshao reminds you. Please bookmark after reading. New Keyboard Novel Network Xinjianpan. Come for more convenient reading later. Previously, his soul power increased slowly, and the need for more training had already dealt him a significant blow. Now that there were issues with his soul skills, how could he not feel frustrated? After all, he was still just an 11-year-old child. Nana also showed an expression of surprise, looking at Lan Xuanyu in disbelief. Then she slowly raised her right hand. A cluster of flames suddenly erupted from her palm, slowly coalescing into a fireball that hovered above her palm. Lan Xuanyu immediately felt that all the fire elements in the training room were instantly drained by Nana, and even the firelight on his silver-patterned blue silvergrass weakened. With wide eyes, he stared at Nana. Teacher Nana, you can also control fire elements? Nana looked at him with a strange expression. I was already puzzled about your bloodline, wondering why I felt a sense of closeness to you. Now it seems that my guess should be correct. Our bloodlines, or rather, a part of your bloodline has a lot in common with mine. Perhaps they are even of the same lineage. Your second soul ring seems to confirm this. Lan Xuanyu stared blankly at her. Teacher Nana, then what is your bloodline? Nana smiled bitterly. I don't remember. I don't remember anything. I don't even recall how I obtained my own abilities. I only vaguely know what kind of power I can use. In these years of amnesia, my powers have gradually returned, but my memories remain sealed. I never expected someone with a bloodline similar to mine would appear. Perhaps it was the bloodline aura on you that attracted me when I first saw you, which is why I felt close to you. If that's the case, then I know how to teach you. No one is more suitable to be your teacher than I am. Lan Xuanyu quickly nodded repeatedly. He had seen how powerful Teacher Nana was. Since she also had control over fire elements, that was simply great. Teacher Nana, what should I do? Lan Xuanyu asked expectantly. Nana said, having control over both water and fire elements is not a bad thing. The important part is how you use them. Indeed, water and fire are incompatible. They conflict with each other. However, while they are in conflict, it does not mean there is no possibility of them complementing each other. For example, as she spoke, she raised her left hand, flicking a droplet of water towards the flames in her right hand. Instantly, the flames surged, becoming even more ferocious than before. When the flames reached a certain intensity while the water elements were weaker, it could actually fuel the flames. Flames are inherently violent, while water elements are variable. Conversely, if the water elements are strong enough and the fire elements are contained within, it can produce steam and various unique changes. Therefore, water and fire are not entirely mutually exclusive. If used well, they can create some special transformations. Lan Xuanyu curiously asked, but how can I use them well? Nana replied seriously, this requires you to comprehend it yourself. Kulme. As she spoke, she stepped forward and wrapped an arm around Lan Xuanyu's shoulder. With a flash of silver light, the two of them vanished into thin air. Lan Xuanyu felt a slight dizziness, and everything changed. Immediately, a cold wind blew against him, and he was astonished to find himself in midair. Surrounded by darkness, only specks of starlight twinkled around him, and below was a vast expanse of clouds. How did Teacher Nana do this? How did she bring herself and him into the sky in an instant. Xuan, you look. As she spoke, Nana raised her right hand, and a water sphere appeared in her palm. Lan Xuanyu quickly focused his gaze. The water sphere was light blue, particularly striking against the dark night. He then saw the water sphere begin to rotate slowly, and soon a vortex appeared inside it. To be precise, the water sphere began to hollow out, shrinking rapidly as it spun. This seemed to be water element compression. With the growth of his mental strength, Lan Xuanyu had gained some insights into element control. Therefore, he could see that Nana was deliberately slowing down her movements for a purpose. Then, with a flick of her wrist, the rapidly spinning water sphere hovered in midair, and a fireball appeared in her palm, also starting to spin at high speed. Lan Xuanyu noticed that the direction of rotation of the high-speed fireball was opposite to that of the water sphere, and it was not hollow inside, but slowly contracting inward. It quickly changed from bright red to dark red. Then, with a flick of her finger, Nana made the fireball directly enter the water sphere. Both were spinning rapidly, yet neither touched the other. However, the heat of the fire element naturally affected the water element, and soon a layer of mist began to appear inside the water sphere. With a flick of her hand, the dual element spheres flew out, and a loud boom erupted several dozen meters away as a burst of red and blue light exploded, illuminating a 10-meter diameter area in the same color. The fire element became even more violent, yet amidst the fury, it seemed to carry a terrifying sense of immersion. Water elements and fire elements can be used together like this? Lan Xuanyu wondered, realizing that with his control ability, he could never accomplish this. The key was that he had never thought that these two elements, when combined, could produce such an effect. This was simply the combination of water and fire elements to produce a geometric multiple gain in effect is very difficult, second only to the fusion of light and dark elements. However, if used well, it can also be one of the most powerful combinations, only second to the fusion of light and dark elements. No one can teach you how to do this, because you must gradually comprehend the essence of both elements to achieve their fusion. There are no techniques. It relies on personal understanding and familiarity with them, Nana said seriously. Lan Xuanyu quickly nodded. He understood that Nana was awakening his awareness rather than just teaching him. The scene he had just witnessed was already very important to him. With a flash of silver light, the two figures vanished into thin air. The next moment, an energy wave swept over them. As he landed firmly, Lan Xuanyu found himself back in the training room. He certainly did not know how Nana did it. Teacher Nana, was that space element? Lan Xuanyu asked curiously. Nana nodded. If your bloodline is indeed very similar to mine, then for every soul ring you obtain in the future, you will likely gain control over another element. Sooner or later, you will also have control over space elements. Lan Xuanyu looked at her in astonishment. Control over space elements? Teacher Nana, how many elements can you control? Nana smiled slightly, drawing an arc in front of her with her right hand, and instantly, clusters of light spheres appeared. The one Lan Xuanyu was most familiar with was the blue light sphere, filled with the aura of water elements. Next to it was the red light sphere representing fire elements. Then came a lively cyan light sphere, which was wind. The yellow light sphere seemed to represent earth. The beautiful silver light sphere, reminiscent of the feeling during the previous teleportation, must be the space element. There was also a golden light sphere, representing light elements, filled with warmth and sacred aura. Finally, the dark purple light sphere was likely the dark element, the rarest dark element. Water, fire, earth, wind, light, darkness, space. Goodness, Teacher Nana actually controls as many as 7 elements at the same time. This scene is simply unbelievable to Lan Xuanyu. It is only now that he understands how immense the gap is between him and Teacher Nana. Chapter 145. Return to Tianluo. He subconsciously wanted to ask Nana if a person's power could destroy a battleship, and if she could do it. However, just as the words were about to come out, he remembered the agreement with Tang Lu and ultimately held back. He couldn't expose young Master Lu. That was his promise. Nana merely thought he was surprised and smiled, saying, if your bloodline truly evolves according to the current situation, you'll be able to do the same in the future. What you need to do now is to completely master each element you possess and truly understand their essence. This is something you have to do by yourself. I can't teach you. My understanding and yours won't be completely the same. If you practice everything according to my teachings, you will always just follow in my footsteps and never surpass me. Lan Xuanyu nodded, somewhat understanding. The second soul ring was about fire element control, and it seemed like it wasn't a bad thing after all. Nana, can you freely control 7 elements now and make them do anything? Lan Xuanyu asked. Nana smiled. I should be able to. The 7 light spheres were retracted one by one as she brushed her silver hair aside. Understanding elements requires you to feel them yourself. While you're here these next few days, I will teach you some tips for using elements. It will be helpful to you. Also, I will teach you some further techniques related to the footwork I taught you last time. Hearing that she was going to teach him, Lan Xuanyu was happy but also filled with reluctance. He couldn't stay here for long and would soon have to return. Nana, when will you be able to return to Tianluo, Star, to continue teaching me? I want to be with you all the time. As he spoke, he shook Nana's hand. Nana sighed lightly. I cannot leave here for the time being. I promised I would do this. However, you can summon Chinchio. When you need to, you can contact me through her. I will help you with any questions you have. By the way, Nana, will the Shrek Academy that Dong Chinchio is going to be particularly difficult? Lan Xuanyu asked. Nana shook her head and said, I don't know. I'm not familiar with it, but I believe she should be able to pass. She studies very hard and is very talented. She has gradually understood the essence of the ice element. If it really comes to a fight, even if you use that martial soul fusion skill, you might not be her match. So, you need to work even harder. Lan Xuanyu said a bit defiantly. That's because of the difference in soul power. If I were at the same level as her, I would definitely win. Nana smiled slightly. Soul power is not absolute. Everyone has their own talents. Your talent is good, and hers is not bad either. When she fought you, she actually held back quite a bit, afraid of hurting you for real. Didn't you say you wanted to be her boyfriend? Then you have to work hard. Lan Xuanyu stuck out his tongue. Nana, let's get back to studying. Nana chuckled. All right. In the following days, Lan Xuanyu did not see Dong Chinchio again. She seemed to really be angry, and he indeed had no time to think about so much because he was eagerly studying with Nana every day, just as he thought. Nana's guidance was indeed the most effective for him. Ji Hongbin was also a good teacher, but his understanding of elements could not compare to Nana's, and her guidance seemed particularly suited to Lan Xuanyu. Although it was only a few days, he had already benefited greatly. Good times always pass quickly, and soon it was time to return. Lan Xuanyu really wished his vacation could be longer like the other students, so he could spend more time with Nana. At the time of parting, Nana personally sent their family to the Space Center. Lan Xuanyu hugged Nana, his eyes red. Nana, when can we see each other again? Nana smiled. I can't easily leave Tiando Star. When you have time, you're always welcome to come see me. Or, when you become strong enough. Lan Xuanyu didn't fully understand the latter part of Nana's sentence and instinctively promised, I will definitely work hard to become stronger. Nana said, then focus on getting into Shrek Academy first. If you become Chinchio's boyfriend, the teacher will approve. Lan Xuanyu blushed, and after that, he didn't see her again. Not knowing if she would be willing to come next time, he summoned her. Nana, please tell her I'm sorry again. That day was my fault. Nana smiled slightly. A real man should be brave enough to take responsibility. All right, your time is almost up. Go. Okay. Goodbye, teacher. Lan Xuanyu jumped up and kissed Nana on the cheek, then walked towards the Space Center with his parents. Watching their family leave, Nana stood there for a long time, unwilling to part. In fact, how could she bear to see Lan Xuanyu go? After discovering that his bloodline was indeed similar to hers, that sense of closeness seemed to intensify. However, she couldn't go to his side. In fact, if it weren't for wanting him to live a peaceful life, who could restrict her own life? A figure slowly walked to Nana's side and gently said, Ready to go? Nana nodded. The one who came to her side was Yunyan. Years later, she had already married. Though she didn't have children yet, she had gained a bit more grace compared to before. Looking at the silver-haired woman beside her, Yunyan couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. She had known Nana for over 10 years. Over the past decade, she had grown from a naive girl to a married woman. She could clearly feel the marks left by time on herself. But 10 years had passed, and what about the person in front of her? Time seemed to have abandoned her, leaving not a trace on her. Would she really never grow old? Was it because of the hundreds or thousands of years of freezing that even her age was frozen? Because of her circumstances, Countless scientists wanted to study her deeply, but no one could achieve it. The Warga Hall had once sent people to pressure her, but what was the result? They ultimately returned disappointed, giving an inscrutable evaluation. Who would dare to push a deep and inscrutable powerhouse willing to abide by the rules? No one knew the extent of her destructive power. In the internal evaluation system, she had been rated as extremely dangerous. If not for the fact that she had rarely taken the initiative to act and had remained calm and stable for the past 10 years. The higher-ups would have likely sent top-level powerhouses to deal with her long ago. Now, when the higher-ups asked if they could conduct another physical test, Yin looked at Nana with hopeful eyes. Nana replied indifferently, "Haven't they already done it many times? What were their results?" Yin said, "This time is different. They want to invite you to Douluo to take a test at Shrek Academy. Only there do they have the latest technology in the entire Federation. Your situation is special, and the Federation has already communicated with Shrek Academy." Shrek has agreed. Hearing the name Shrek Academy, Nana frowned unconsciously and shook her head, saying, "I won't go. I just want to live a peaceful life. Don't disturb me." After saying this, her expression had already turned cold, and she turned to leave. Watching her departing figure, Yin couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The Federation was actually lenient towards her, given her level of danger. She should indeed be subjected to further monitoring and restrictions. But the Federation didn't do that, allowing her to remain here as a teacher. Chapter 146. Nana's gift. Aside from the sudden action she took to protect Lan Xuanyu in Nansheng when she was at Tianluo Star, Nana had not easily resorted to fighting again. Even when the War God Temple pressured her in the past, she only responded with her momentum, leaving the War God Temple with an inscrutable evaluation. After studying her, the higher-ups decided to observe her for a long time. Undoubtedly, they did not feel any danger or malice from her. She had come out of cryostasis wanting only a peaceful life, exhibiting various peculiarities while strictly adhering to the rules. The Federation is governed by law and also values freedom and democracy. A few years ago, after Nana gained citizenship, no one could take coercive measures against her without her committing a crime. Of course, while some gray methods could be used, the Federation had no such ideas at present. What Yin didn't know was that the War God Temple's evaluation to the Federation's higher-ups included a line that expressed deep suspicion that she had surpassed human limits. What does it mean to surpass human limits? To break through limits is to become a god. God-level powerhouses. Only after the Douluo Star upgrade did true peak powerhouses begin to appear among humans. Only the highest levels of the Federation knew the exact number. Therefore, the Federation had considered inviting her to Douluo Star for further testing, but at that moment, Nana rejected the idea. Lan Xuanyu's family set off on their way back. Nana also returned to the academy. When she got back to her office, Dong Qinxiu was already waiting for her. Over the past few years, Dong Qinxiu had grown up under her watch and had been taught by Nana in her cultivation. They left. "How? Are you still angry?" Nana smiled as she looked at her proud disciple. Dong Qinxiu pouted and huffed. "I can't be bothered to be angry with him. Anyway, he is not a good person. I don't understand why you like him so much." Nana chuckled, still claiming you're not angry? However, now is not the time to be angry. You need to prepare well for the upcoming assessment. Getting into Shrek Academy is not an easy task. Dong Qinxiu nodded and suddenly said, "Teacher Nana, if I go to Shrek Academy, can you come with me? Would you like to be a teacher at Shrek Academy?" Nana was taken aback for a moment, but quickly shook her head. "I won't go. I have gotten used to life here, to everything here, and I want to leave easily. If you have any cultivation questions, you can always come to me. With current communication technologies, that's not a problem." Dong Qinxiu bit her lip and said, "But if you're not by my side anymore, won't their summons be unable to bring me over?" Nana showed a hint of surprise in her eyes and suddenly laughed. "Qinxiu, do you like Xuanyu?" Dong Qinxiu's pupils widened instantly. "No. Who would like that guy? I can't stand him. I absolutely will not like him. So don't think too much." Nana smiled and shook her head. "It's okay. I have a way to help you with the summoning issue." While speaking, she raised her hand, lightly pinching her fingers, and a silver light suddenly appeared, flying towards Dong Qinxiu. Dong Qinxiu raised her hand to catch it, and saw it was an oval, silver object that resembled a shell. It looked very peculiar. On this silver object, there were fine patterns, radiating a soft halo, and within the halo, colorful colors shimmered, extremely beautiful. Teacher, what is this? Dong Chinchou asked curiously. Nana replied, this is a scale. Keep it safe. It carries my aura and energy fluctuations. It has the same spatial positioning as I do. This means that if Xuan Yu and the others summon you again, they will also feel its presence. I specifically solidified elemental power on it, so they can use it to locate and summon you. Solidified elemental power? Dong Chinchou was somewhat confused. She had never heard of such a thing and did not know how powerful and difficult this ability was. Nana smiled. You don't need to think too much about it. Just carry it with you. You can wear it as a necklace. This is a gift from your teacher. Thank you, teacher. Dong Chinchou smiled sweetly. I'll head off now to prepare. After saying that, she bounced out of Nana's office. Watching her leave, Nana couldn't help but chuckle, instinctively raising her hand to touch her chest, pulling out a thin golden chain from around her neck. The necklace had a pendant, a diamond-shaped golden piece that emitted a faint golden halo with subtle edges. This necklace existed in a space only she could perceive. Shortly after her cryostasis was lifted, she sensed the presence of the necklace during a moment of distraction, summoned it to her side, and put it around her neck. She always felt that this necklace was particularly important to her. However, whenever she touched it and tried to recall everything related to it, she would suffer excruciating headaches, and her heart would carry a hint of fear, strongly resisting those memories. Thus, she no longer forced herself, but every time she saw this necklace, she felt a special presence. This should also be a scale, similar to the one she had given Dong Chinchou. However, the silver scale belonged to her. Then, to whom would this golden scale belong? Sin City. What? Failed. How could that be possible? A meteor-class attack ship, along with 5 asteroid-class reconnaissance ships, should be able to destroy a passenger spaceship in minutes. What on earth happened? A furious voice echoed in the heart of Sin City. We're not clear about the specific situation. The last message received was about a dragon. They seemed to be exclaiming about a golden dragon. After that, there was no further communication. All the warships lost contact. They should have been completely wiped out. We suspect that there was a fleet protecting that spaceship. Nonsense. How could a passenger spaceship have warships protecting it? Do you think I'm a fool? Investigate. Find out what exactly happened immediately. If you can't find out, don't come back. Do you know how much we received for this job? It was to take young Master Lu's life. Now look, we lost the woman and the soldiers. Do you know how much all these warships cost? Useless. All of you are useless. The spaceship flew steadily. This time, there were no unexpected incidents, and several days later, it landed smoothly at the Tianluo Star spaceport. Returning home, aside from missing Nana, Lan Xuanyu's mood could be described as ecstatic. He had completed his breakthrough and officially became a great soul master. Moreover, his gold and silver dual-colored blue-silver grass had evolved, although his bloodline power limited the speed of his soul power increase. The existence of this bloodline power also allowed his strength to far surpass that of soul masters at the same level, bringing him more advantages. After resting for a day at home, you'll have to go back to school. Your school really is too harsh, not giving you more time to rest. Nan Chung complained. Lan Xiao, however, hugged his wife's shoulders. Our son is about to spread his wings and soar. The teaching in the advanced class is indeed extraordinary. At this time, we must support him. However, Xuanyu, there is one thing your dad must remind you about. Lan Xuanyu looked at Lan Xiao with wide eyes and said, Dad, you said. Chapter 147. Ji Hongbin's Excitement, the new keyboard novel website, Xinjianpan. Updates the latest chapters of Douluo Dalu 4. Ultimate Douluo in real time. Lan Xiao said seriously. Remember, no matter what situation you face, you must not act impulsively. You were too impulsive this time. You actually tried to pilot a real interstellar fighter without ever having flown one before. Do you know how dangerous that is? What if something happened to you? What would your dad and mom do? So, you must not be reckless in the future. When faced with situations, think twice and prioritize your safety. In the future, you will definitely encounter other dangers, and whenever that happens, just remember that your dad and mom are waiting for you to come back safely. Is that clear? Lan Xuanyu looked at the determination in Lan Zhao's eyes and nodded vigorously. Dad, I understand. Don't worry. I won't be so impulsive in the future. I will study hard and make myself stronger as soon as possible to become a true powerhouse who can protect you. Lan Xiao smiled and patted his son's head. Dad knows that you're just trying to protect us by rushing out like that. Also, no more making up stories next time. If it weren't for the seriousness of the situation, you might have gotten away with it. Lan Xuanyu scratched his head awkwardly. He was still too young and hadn't thought things through. But in fact, he didn't regret it at all, and he didn't feel the same kind of fear as his parents. The courage of youth made him more excited about piloting the interstellar fighter. If he hadn't later witnessed the terrifying personal strength of young Master Lu, his excitement might have been even greater. Now, he actually had some doubts about his choice. Is personal strength the most important, or is becoming a battleship commander stronger? He decided he needed to ask his two teachers about this question. If he couldn't clarify this doubt, he would feel lost. Without a direction he acknowledges, how could he continue to work hard in cultivation and learning? After resting at home for a day and consolidating his improved cultivation, Lan Xuanyu immediately returned to the academy. Over the past few years, he had become accustomed to intense training, and suddenly taking a break for over 10 days made him feel a bit uncomfortable, especially after experiencing so many things during that time. Teacher Ji, I have some questions for you and Teacher Yin. Can I talk to both of you at the same time? Lan Xuanyu sought out Ji Hongbin during lunch. Other students avoided this powerful figure, but Lan Xuanyu felt very close to Teacher Ji. Although Ji Hongbin was strict, he was meticulous in teaching and had a wealth of knowledge, benefiting Lan Xuanyu greatly. At least now he truly understood what a battle armor was, what it took to become a battle armor master, and he learned a lot about martial souls as well. Even the research of ancient soul beasts, Teacher Ji's research direction was different from that of his father. While Lan Zhao's research focused on common ancient soul beasts, Ji Hongbin's teachings were more about the powerful soul beasts from ancient times, especially those that could fuse with humans to become soul rings and soul spirits, as well as the various changes they brought to soul masters after fusion. Oh, what is it? Ji Hongbin asked curiously. By the way, have you shown any signs of breaking through in your soul power? Lan Xuanyu smiled slightly. Teacher, I was just about to tell you. I have broken through to the second ring, and for some reason, my soul rings seem to have mutated. They have all turned into 100-year soul rings. Huh? Ji Hongbin looked at Lan Xuanyu in surprise. 100 years? I remember you said before that you weren't very clear about what a soul spirit is. Regarding the question of soul spirits, as a teacher, Ji Hongbin naturally couldn't help but ask Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu could only tell him that it was a soul spirit his father brought back, which was said to be plant-based, but he wasn't sure what specifically it was. It shouldn't be very strong. Since his first soul ring was 10 years, Ji Hongbin didn't ask much more. Buying a soul spirit is already a financial burden for an ordinary family. However, upon hearing Lan Xuanyu's explanation, Ji Hongbin's curiosity was piqued. Lan Xuanyu focused his thoughts and released his silver-patterned blue-silver grass martial soul from his left hand, with 2 yellow soul rings rising from beneath his feet. Ji Hongbin was initially somewhat disappointed in him. After all, his soul power improvement speed was too slow. But at that moment, when Lan Xuanyu released his martial soul, it astonished Teacher Ji. 200-year soul rings were secondary. The key was the drastic change in the appearance of his silver-patterned blue-silver grass. No longer weak, it seemed to have undergone a transformation that was almost like a rebirth in Ji Hongbin's understanding of martial souls. Such a level of change should only occur in the case of martial soul mutation. This also made him less focused on asking about Lan Xuanyu's soul spirit, because if the martial soul had mutated, it could potentially cause the soul rings to mutate as well, thus becoming even stronger. Without a doubt, just looking at it from the outside, it was clear that Lan Xuanyu's silver-patterned blue-silver grass was evolving in a positive direction. How could this not excite Ji Hongbin? What is a soul skill? Show me. Ji Hongbin's eyes lit up as he eagerly said. Lan Xuanyu's second soul ring shone, and a flame burst forth, gradually condensing into a small fireball under his control, presenting it to Ji Hongbin. Upon seeing the flames, Ji Hongbin's first reaction was one of shock. After 3 years of being a teacher and student, he was naturally very familiar with Lan Xuanyu's martial soul. His disciple's first soul ring was clearly water element control. How could there be a fire element? What is going on? It should be noted that for most soul masters, water and fire almost never appear at the same time. Even if they do appear together, it would be similar to the existence of dual martial souls. While not entirely different martial souls, they would be much stronger than a single martial soul. However, Lan Xuanyu's situation was even more special. He already had dual martial souls, and now adding a fire element. What does that mean? His knowledge was naturally far beyond Lan Xuanyu's, and he quickly realized many things. Goodness, water and fire are of the same origin. This second soul ring is actually fire element control. This mutation is too impressive, Ji Hongbin said with an excited expression, circling around Lan Xuanyu 3 times. In an instant, not only did his previous disappointment vanish, but it was replaced by intense excitement. Teacher, water and fire are opposing elements. Won't it be bad if the two are together? Lan Xuanyu tentatively asked, wanting to see what Teacher Ji would say about this. Ye Hongbin replied impotently, foolish. Who said opposing elements must be bad? Sometimes, opposing elements can be better than complementary ones. Just think, if two elements that are incompatible undergo special treatment, what happens when they collide? It creates a strong reaction, and that reaction can turn into massive energy. That is not 1 + 1 = 2, but rather far greater. It could be a geometric increase. I've seen 2 soul masters with opposing attributes who could still perform martial soul fusion techniques, unleashing terrifying attack power. You possess these 2 elements. This is simply an extraordinary condition. If you cultivate well and enhance your control to a sufficient level, you will be able to frequently unleash your own martial soul fusion skill. What a powerful sight that would be. Ji Hongbin became more and more excited as he spoke, his whole demeanor turning exuberant, even becoming a bit animated. This was the first time Lan Xuanyu had seen him like this. Furthermore, what he said aligned with what Teacher Nana had mentioned, as both were aiming for the same goal. Moreover, Nana had personally demonstrated to him the explosive power generated when ice and fire elements come together. Today marks the 15th anniversary of my debut. Thank you all for your unwavering support over these 15 years. Thank you for always being with me. I love you all. Today there will be 3 updates. Thank you. Everyone. Chapter 148. Teacher dispute good, really good. I didn't misjudge you. You brat finally brought me some surprises. Ha 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 ha. Great. During this time, you should go to Teacher Ian's place. I want to give you a crash course to improve your control over the fire element, and then let you quickly grasp the complementary and conflicting relationship between the two. What are you doing? Just got back and already stealing people. Do you have no shame? Old G. At this moment, a strange voice came from the side. Lan Xuanyu didn't even need to look to know who it was, and quickly turned around with his luggage. Teacher Ian Tianfan strode over with an indignant expression, ignoring Lan Xuanyu, and went straight to Ji Hongbin, his big belly almost touching Ji Hongbin. What is the matter? Xuanyu just returned, and you're already stealing him. Is there such a thing? What did we agree on? Ji Hongbin replied angrily. You idiot, can't you see? Xuanyu's second soul skill is fire element control. Water and fire share the same origin. Do you not understand what that means? Are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? This opportunity is so rare. Tianfan had actually seen everything from afar just now, and he understood why Ji Hongbin was so excited. However, he wanted Lan Xuanyu to learn in a different direction than Ji Hongbin. Naturally, he wouldn't easily give in. It's too late for a last-minute effort. He is only level 20. How can he compete with a group of level 30? The preliminary test is in a few days. Then there is the selection for the entire Tianluo star. In such a short time, what can you teach him? Tianfan said impatiently. Last-minute efforts may not be fast, but can still be effective. Learning a little is better than nothing. Moreover, during the selection process, he will continuously apply what he learns. And he needs a direction for his cultivation to improve himself better in real combat. Don't you understand this? Ji Hongbin stood his ground. The two stared at each other like bulls. Lan Xuanyu obediently stood by. He was already used to the arguments between these two. It was too common. At this time, try to mediate would just invite scolding. Once the two had spat out enough at each other, they would naturally find a common ground and compromise. He just needed to wait on the side. Tianfan sneered. What you're saying is just wishful thinking. But the things Xuanyu is learning from me can already be applied in practice. He has the ability to get into the Interstellar Command Department right now. Can you guarantee he can get into the Battle Armor Department? Yehonging retorted angrily, nonsense. How can you guarantee that? Tianfan chuckled. Let me show you something. As he spoke, he raised his left hand and revealed his soul guide communicator. After pressing a few buttons, a beam of light was projected into the air. This was naked eye 3D technology. This type of technology application was already very common in the Federation. In the pitch-black space, an interstellar fighter suddenly rushed in, and in the distance, a large number of mechas were confronting each other. It was the scene of Lan Xuanyu piloting an interstellar fighter for the first time in space combat. The interstellar fighter constantly changed its posture, exquisitely dodging the opponent's attacks, and swiftly destroyed 2 mechas. The footage ended after the second mecha was destroyed, not showing the later scene where Lan Xuanyu was captured by the interstellar hunter net. Ji Hongbin looked at everything on the screen in surprise and turned to Lan Xuanyu. Is it you? Tianfan, showing this wasn't without reason. It was definitely related to Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu nodded, and before he could speak, Tianfan already jumped in. I just received a commendation letter, and this footage from the Tiando Star side. Xuanyu's spaceship encountered interstellar pirates, and this kid was quite bold, piloting the only interstellar fighter equipped on the spaceship to participate in the battle, and even destroyed 2 mechas and return alive. You saw his control just now. With this level, he has no problem taking the exam. With his practical experience and his operational ability, what do you think? Can he get into the Interstellar Command Department? Ji Hongbin fell silent. Although Tianfan was being arrogant, he had proof. Although Ji Hongbin himself wasn't skilled in piloting interstellar fighters, the footage just now showed that Lan Xuanyu's piloting was precise, dodging enemy attacks with skill and showcasing high-level operations at high speeds, which was truly impressive. Even if he didn't understand, he could see how difficult it was to change direction at absolute high speed. Yet Lan Xuanyu did it so accurately. This was inseparable from Tianfan's guidance. Tianfan's achievements in piloting interstellar fighters were well known to Ji Hongbin. At this moment, everything indicated that Lan Xuanyu indeed had the qualifications to take the exam for the Interstellar Command Department. But Ji Hongbin was unwilling. He had almost lost hope and didn't plan to argue with Tianfan anymore. After all, Lan Xuanyu's soul power was too lacking. But his mental power was strong enough. The Interstellar Command Department was clearly more suitable for him. But now it was different. With his second soul ring appearing, it was still fire element control. The combination of ice and fire elements plus strong mental power represented a tremendous change. He could completely rely on the exquisite control of the 2 elements to solve the problem of insufficient cultivation. It should be noted that Lan Xuanyu's mental power was now approaching the Spirit Sea realm. Once he broke through the Spirit Sea realm, he would become a top genius at the federal level. And the mastery of multiple elements was undoubtedly the most suitable for someone with strong mental power like him. How could he persuade Tianfan to give him a bit more time? This fat guy was not easy to convince. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu suddenly spoke. Teacher Ji, may I ask you both a question? Seeing Ji Hongbin rendered speechless by his arguments, Tianfan, feeling pleased, said, Ask away. Lan Xuanyu asked, in today's Federation, can individual strength really compete with warships? In other words, are the top-tier fighters of the dual armor flow stronger, or are the Federation's warships stronger? Tianfan answered without hesitation, of course, warships are stronger. You've studied data analysis for the past few years. Don't you know how terrifying the attack power of a mothership is? That's the power to destroy planets. Lan Xuanyu asked, then is it possible for the ultimate strength of humanity to also destroy a planet? Tianfan replied, that's impossible. No matter how strong humanity's power is, it's still limited. Ji Hongbin finally found an opportunity and said with a smirk, ignorance is fearless. You shouldn't make such assertions about things you don't know. Theoretically, what the peak of human individual strength is, no one knows right now. But I can assure you, if it's the most peak human powerhouse, even if it can't compete with a mothership, there are countless ways to destroy a mothership. Nonsense. How could that be? Tianfan scoffed. What is a mothership? It's a true world-destroying weapon, the most powerful weapon in the entire Federation. Can battle armor masters or mecha masters destroy a mothership? Are you dreaming? Yehongbin chuckled. Let me tell you. Tianfan turned to look at him. Ji Hongbin said, "You're right. If purely viewed from the perspective of energy intensity, the individual strength of humanity can hardly compete with a mothership. Because the power of a mothership is simply too great, the energy it contains, whether in attack or defense, is astronomical. However, many times, things cannot be measured solely by numerical values. The power of an individual is indeed difficult to compare with the overall energy of the mothership. And this is beyond doubt. Even the most peak-level divine beings, such as the 6-character battle armor masters, are the same. However, that refers to the overall energy of the mothership. But how large is the mothership? With such a massive size, could it possibly have no vulnerabilities at all? Can its protective energy always be activated to the maximum? Chapter 149, Change of Mindset. Tang Jia San Xiao reminds you. After reading, please bookmark New Keyboard Novel Network Xinjianpan.com for easier reading later. The instantaneous acceleration of a god-level powerhouse or a 6-character battle armor master is definitely faster than that of a mothership. Before the mothership fully accelerates, it cannot be compared. In this case, is there an opportunity for a god-level powerhouse to infiltrate the interior of the mothership? And once they enter the interior of the mothership, who can stop them? Unless there is an existence of equal level. Every mothership is equipped with a god-level powerhouse. Why? To ensure that the interior of the mothership is not infiltrated. Do you admit this? In Tianfan was somewhat silent. Ji Hongbin was right. Among the various fleets of the Federation, every mothership has a god-level powerhouse stationed to prevent powerful enemies from infiltrating at critical moments. Of course, this situation has not occurred so far. It is mainly to prevent rebellion. In a sense, having a god-level powerhouse stationed inside the mothership even serves as a supervisory role, holding an absolutely transcendent status. Ji Hongbin continued, while individual combat power cannot completely compare with warships, especially in interstellar combat, how big is an individual's size? Many things that fleets cannot do, individuals can complete. Moreover, human potential is nearly limitless. Since our home planet evolved, human soul power has increased from the original limit of 99 levels to the current limit of 120 levels. And battle armors have also improved from the original highest 4-character battle armor to the current 6-character battle armor, which has opened a whole new door for humanity. I can say that, in fact, the most powerful group in the entire human world remains the battle armor masters. If a Federation fleet faces a group of god-level battle armor masters, I bet the battle armor masters will win. The Federation fleet may destroy their home, but in the end, they will definitely be able to destroy the entire fleet. You have studied there. You should know how terrifying peak battle armor masters are. Not having seen them does not mean they do not exist, so do not say ignorant things. Listening to Ji Hongbin's sarcasm, In Tianfan retorted somewhat unconvinced, just like you've seen them. You keep saying 6-character battle armor masters. Have you seen a 6-character battle armor master or a powerhouse above level 110? Ji Hongbin snorted, if you have the ability, go to Shrek and say it. Let's see if he gets slapped in the face. In Tianfan said, anyway, I don't care. I've already ensured that Xian Yu can enter the interstellar command system, so why take risks learning from you? I want to strengthen his practical operation in the next few days. Let him really pilot a real interstellar fighter, integrating what he has learned before. Ji Hongbin frowned. In Tianfan was right. Based on Lan Xuanyu's performance in previous battles, it could almost be said that his admission to the interstellar command system of Shrek Academy was a done deal, whereas the battle armor system was extremely difficult. Teacher In, since I have already confirmed that I can enter the interstellar command system, I want to learn about elemental manipulation from Teacher Ji. No one expected that at this moment. Lan Xuanyu suddenly spoke up. Ji Hongbin's eyes lit up, while In Tianfan was taken aback. Because in previous studies, due to his slow improvement in soul power, Lan Xuanyu had actually leaned more towards learning piloting skills for interstellar fighters. All right. Indeed a child with foresight. Fatty, what else do you have to say? Ji Hongbin laughed heartily and pulled Lan Xuanyu to his side. In Tianfan angrily said, Xinyu, did you take the wrong medicine? Do you know what exam you're going to face? Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, the Shrek Academy selection competition, right? In Tianfan was stunned. You really know. Who leaked the news? Shrek has a clear rule that you cannot tell you before passing the preliminary selection. Lan Xuanyu secretly cursed in his heart. Didn't you just want to tell me with that earlier statement? Lan Xuanyu said, I heard it from others. Teacher Yin, don't be angry. Since you also said that I can definitely be admitted to the interstellar command system, let me try the battle armor system as well. I am very interested in battle armor masters. Ying Tianfan snorted, no way. Do you know that if you can get into Shrek's interstellar command system, you can save at least 10 years of hard work? You can't be careless at all. What you're going to face are the geniuses of the entire Federation. Don't think you're so outstanding. In the whole Federation, your abilities are nothing. More content is loading. Please wait. Ji Hongbin said, all right, stop scaring him. How about this? Give me a little more time, and I will let him fly the interstellar fighter for 2 hours every day with you. It's settled. He is not just your hope, but also mine. Old Yin, one cannot be too selfish. I finally found this opportunity. Ying Tianfan looked at Ji Hongbin, who stared back at him without giving an inch. Thinking about Lan Xuanyu's performance in previous battles, Ying Tianfan snorted heavily and said, fine, you win. After he finishes learning, come find me quickly. After saying that, he stormed off. Ji Hongbin watched him leave, then patted Lan Xuanyu's shoulder with satisfaction. It seems that your interest in battle armor masters has increased. This holiday was not wasted. Can you tell me why? Lan Xuanyu said seriously, Teacher Ji, I also want to be a powerhouse who can destroy a warship by myself. Ji Hongbin couldn't help but laugh, but he was somewhat skeptical in his heart. Destroying a warship with personal power? It's not that simple. You don't know how strong the shielding of a warship is, kid. However, at this moment, he naturally would not dampen Lan Xuanyu's enthusiasm and just nodded. Then you'll have to put in more effort. Let's get started. In the following days, Lan Xuanyu lived through a grueling experience, with almost only 2 hours of meditation time each day, or meditating only after exhausting his soul power. Ji Hongbin was truly resolute and prepared a large amount of rare materials for him. Besides practice, it was just eating and meditating. There was no other spare time, to the point where Lan Xuanyu himself was starting to feel a bit dazed. And as he had said, Ying Tianfan began to let Lan Xuanyu pilot real interstellar fighters, starting to attempt flying in space, integrating his previous learning. What Ying Tianfan was most satisfied with was Lan Xuanyu's courage. On the first time on the battlefield, he was able to perform the actions he practiced regularly and truly defeat the enemy. This was the most exciting thing for Ying Tianfan. This meant Lan Xuanyu was not timid and would not flinch in the face of real war. This is the most important quality of an interstellar fighter pilot. Without this courage, no matter how well one practices, once real combat begins, they will only hesitate and fail to unleash even 30% of their ability. Ying Tianfan instilled in Lan Xuanyu the philosophy of balancing courage and wisdom. Having courage alone is not enough. One must also accurately calculate all the data of their interstellar fighter, and at all times, one cannot be careless. This is what an excellent pilot can achieve. All right, from now on you can rest. You can rest for about 8 hours. You don't need to meditate. Go have a good sleep to regain your energy and relax your tense mind, Ji Hongbin said to Lan Xuanyu, whose eyes were nearly unfocused. Lan Xuanyu's eyes were almost devoid of focus. Teacher, when does the selection competition start? Where is it? Ji Hongbin said. The preliminary selection will start in 9 hours. Right here at our school. Only you students from the advanced talent class can participate. The preliminary selection is very simple, so don't worry. The main purpose of the preliminary selection is to confirm qualifications, and then we will move on to the next round, which is the audition. The audition will take place 3 days later. So, after the preliminary selection is over, we will continue. Chapter 150. Initial test. Blue Xuanyu didn't even know how he returned to his dormitory. He just collapsed on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. This sleep was incredibly sweet. Early the next morning, it was Qian Lei who woke him up. Let us go. The preliminary selection is today. I wonder what kind of test they will conduct. Blue Xuanyu splashed his face with cold water and finally felt a bit more awake. But he still felt a bit dazed. It had been too exhausting these past few days. The training intensity that the teachers imposed on him was probably more than twice that of an ordinary high-energy class. In fact, Blue Xuanyu himself wasn't quite sure why both Teacher Ji and Teacher Yin thought so highly of him. Especially Teacher Ji. Almost everyone in the high-energy class had a stronger soul power than him. The only advantage he had was his twin, martial souls. However, he didn't have the energy to think about this now, so he just followed Lu Feng and Qian Lei to the large training ground. The high-energy class had 21 students lined up in a row. Naturally, the class leader, El Qinshuan, stood at the front. El Qinshuan was also the oldest in the class. Already 13 years old, he was over 7 meters tall and had some semblance of an adult look, with bright and spirited eyes. Lu Xuanyu stood at the very back. There was no way around it since his soul power was the weakest. This lineup was arranged according to the strength of their soul power to encourage the students' daily training. Mu Chongtian stood at the front, along with Ji Hongbin, Yin Tianfan, and a group of teachers from the high-energy class. Compared to the students, who looked somewhat bewildered, the teachers appeared very excited. They all understood what the upcoming selection meant. The establishment of the high-energy class at Tianluo Academy was originally aimed at that goal. Although today was just a preliminary test, it was a real beginning. At that moment, 2 people entered side by side at the entrance of the large training ground. The person on the left was tall, with silver hair and an impressive appearance. It was the president of Tianluo Academy, Zhang Zikai. This president rarely showed up, but held a very high position in Tianluo Star, and even had a seat in the political arena. Accompanying him was a young man who looked to be in his mid-20s, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, tall and upright, wearing a warm smile. The teachers, led by Yin Tianfan, stepped forward. President Yin Tianfan said expressionlessly. Zhang Zikai was used to his demeanor and smiled. Thank you all for your hard work. Today, as preliminary test, I wish our high-energy class students good results. Let me introduce you all. This is Chen Lei, a disciple from the Inner Academy. Hearing the words Inner Academy disciple, Ji Hongbin's pupils suddenly shrank, a trace of envy flashing in his eyes. Chen Lei slightly nodded and said, "Hello, teachers. You must be Senior Yin Tianfan and Senior Ji Hongbin. Hello to both of you." He greeted the other teachers with a slight nod, but bowed at a 30-degree angle to Yin Tianfan and Ji Hongbin. Yin Tianfan stepped aside, avoiding the bow. I was expelled and didn't officially graduate, so I cannot accept the title of senior. You're being too polite, junior. Ji Hongbin nodded in return. Chen Lei turned to Zhang Zikai and said, President Zhang, shall we begin? All right, please. Zhang Zikai gestured politely. The mention of Inner Academy disciple clearly had a strong shock effect on the many teachers from Tianluo Academy present. They accompanied Chen Lei to the front of the high-energy class, students like stars surrounding the moon. Zhang Zikai said, the high-energy class is an attempt by our academy. It can also be considered an experimental class. This election is also an opportunity to assess their learning outcomes. If the results are good, our academy will continue to promote it. Chen Lei smiled and said, I wish these children all achieve good results. Then I will begin. Loading more content. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means that the chapter content failed to load. Please disable reading mode, browsing mode, and ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser to read. Please. Chen Lei stepped forward a few steps, coming to the 21 high-energy class students, smiling. Hello, I am Chen Lei. Today's preliminary test is very simple. It mainly checks your bone age, soul power level, and mental power level. In a moment, please step forward one by one for testing. According to the requirements, those under 12 years old must have at least level 20 soul power and level 30 soul master. We can allow up to 13 years old. Let us start from left to right. El Qinshuan was the first on the left. Hearing this, he stepped forward confidently. Usually, he was considered mature among the high-energy class, but he was obviously a bit excited at this moment. He stood in front of Chen Lei and respectfully said, Hello, I am El Qinshuan. Relax. Chen Lei smiled slightly, flicked his hand, and a metal ball flew up, hovering above El Qinshuan's head. A layer of light began to slide down from above his head, quickly illuminating his entire body down to his feet. The metal ball returned, adhered to Chen Lei's soul guide communicator, and Chen Lei announced, Bone age, 13 years, soul power, level 33, mental power, 241. Preliminary test passed. Hearing that he had passed the preliminary test, El Qinshuan couldn't hide his excitement and hurriedly said, Thank you, teacher, thank you. Chen Lei smiled and said, Good luck in the next rounds. Next one. The test was much simpler than expected. All one had to do was step forward, let the metal ball scan, and then receive the data along with the pass-fail result. Nearby, there were teachers from Douluo Academy responsible for recording. The students of the high-energy class had already undergone multiple tests within the academy to ensure their cultivation could pass the assessments. The previous tests went very smoothly, including Lu Feng and Qian Lei. They all easily met the requirements. Except for L. Qinshuan, the others were all around the threshold of 12 years old. Some had already turned 12, but as long as they had not reached 13, they were considered to have passed. Finally, it was Blue Xuanyu's turn. He had slept incredibly well last night. After being so exhausted, he had a hard time staying awake. So much so that he had dozed off with half-closed eyes during the tests of the others. Now that it was finally his turn, he hurriedly walked up to Chen Lei. Seeing him looking somewhat dazed and even half asleep, Chen Lei couldn't help but be curious. This was the first time he had seen a student in such a state during the preliminary test. Wasn't everyone else alert? And this child didn't even greet him or say who he was. "What is your name?" Chen Lei asked. Blue Xuanyu paused for a moment, then realized, "Hello, my name is Blue Xuanyu." Chen Lei kindly reminded him, "Wake up, otherwise it may affect your mental power assessment." "Oh yes." Blue Xuanyu quickly circulated his soul power to focus. The metal ball floated above Blue Xuanyu's head. The halo descended, enveloping his body. Then it returned, and the data appeared. Upon seeing the data, Chen Lei couldn't help but be surprised. "Bone age 10? Aren't you still under 11? Chen Lei asked in astonishment. In his impression, all the children from earlier data provided by Douluo Academy were at least 11 years old, with some over 12. Lan Xuanyu shivered and realized that he had not paid attention to the comments about bone age earlier. Now, with the test, his real age was suddenly exposed. I should be turning 11 in a few days, right? He really was about to turn 11. Chen Lei frowned and said, "But on your registration form, it says you're about to turn 12. How could there be a difference of 1 year?" Lan Xuanyu scratched his head and replied, "Maybe when I first started school, my dad and mom made a mistake when they registered me." Chapter 151. Chen Lei's curiosity. This change surprised the teachers of Douluo Academy. Lan Xuanyu's physique was considered above average among the high-energy youth class, and he looked normal. How could the bone age test show that he was a year younger? Upon hearing that he was a year younger, Ji Hongbin's expression was particularly interesting. He had originally worried that if Lan Xuanyu was already over 12 years old and had just reached level 20 of soul power, he might face problems in future assessments. But if he was under 11 years old, that would be different. A year difference would lead to a much better comprehensive evaluation score. As someone who had been through this, he was well aware of these nuances. However, how could this child have misreported his age by a year? Chen Lei did not delve deeper. His task was merely to assess whether these children were qualified to participate in the upcoming selection. Being younger could lead to some disadvantages. Soul power level 20. Why not level 21? Do you have a second soul ring? Another strange situation. Yes, I do. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly nodded. Chen Lei said, "Mental strength, 499. Upon seeing this mental strength, he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. This level of mental strength was quite remarkable. This child was not yet 11 years old. Was his mental strength already close to the Spirit Sea realm? Could he be a mental-type soul master? Release your martial soul to confirm whether you already have a second soul ring," Chen Lei said. "Okay." Lan Xuanyu quickly released the silver-patterned blue silvergrass from his left hand, and 2 yellow soul rings rose up. Chen Lei nodded. Good, initial test passed. Lan Xuanyu had passed his initial test without any danger. However, the expressions of his classmates in the high-energy youth class behind him changed a bit. Not to mention that they were unsure when he finally reached 2 rings. More importantly, his original 10-year soul ring had actually evolved to a 100-year level. This was quite extraordinary, especially for Lu Qinshuan, who looked at Lan Xuanyu with a suddenly vigilant gaze. In the past 2 years, as the gap in soul power cultivation grew larger, he had not regarded Lan Xuanyu as a competitor. However, he didn't expect Lan Xuanyu's soul power cultivation to suddenly strengthen, as if his martial soul had also changed and his soul ring had enhanced. Moreover, his mental strength had reached 499. This meant that with one more step, he could enter the Spirit Sea realm. Mental strength at the Spirit Sea realm was a brand new level of mental power. The role of mental strength in modern soul guide technology and battle armor masters was becoming increasingly significant. Such a Lan Xuanyu made Lu Qianxuan a little nervous. After the assessment, Chen Lei left in the company of Dean Zhangzikai. Ji Hongbin immediately called Lan Xuanyu to his side. "What is going on with your age?" Ji Hongbin asked seriously. In Tianfan, standing beside him, looked shocked. His teaching of Lan Xuanyu could definitely be described as harsh, to the point that Ji Hongbin initially thought he was stunting his growth. But that was based on the assumption that Lan Xuanyu was a year older than his actual age. Shrek Academy had the most advanced soul guide technology. The Bone Age test could not be wrong, meaning that Lan Xuanyu really had not yet turned 11. Not yet 11, and he had already controlled interstellar warplanes to destroy 2 mechas? Even if those pirate mechas were not strong, this was still astonishing. Lan Xuanyu scratched his head awkwardly and said, "It seems my dad and mom signed me up like that back then. I don't know what happened." In fact, he really didn't know what was going on. Ji Hongbin frowned slightly and said, "So, now you have 2 choices. This year, you can choose not to continue participating in the test. You can come back next year. With an extra year, your chances will definitely be much greater. Or, you could try this year. I suggest you give it a shot. That way, even if you don't pass, you will still have an opportunity next year. Plus, you'll gain experience this year." Lan Xuanyu suddenly being a year younger didn't mean much to Tianfan, but for Ji Hongbin, it could be considered a pleasant surprise. "Then I'll participate," Lan Xuanyu said. Ji Hongbin nodded and said, "Let us go, continue training." Saying this, he didn't even glance at Tianfan and pulled Lan Xuanyu away. This time, Tianfan had no intention of stopping them. A year younger, the opportunity was significantly greater, and with a margin for error, he was not in a hurry at all. If Lan Xuanyu studied with him for another year, who knows how strong he could become? For Lan Xuanyu, the upcoming challenges would be intense. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. And next up for the high-energy youth class of Tianluo Academy was the selection for the entire Tianluo Star. Ji Hongbin stood behind the podium, calmly looking at the students in front of him. "First of all, as your teacher, I want to congratulate you on passing the initial test. I believe some of you have already guessed what this test and assessment are for. That's right, the establishment of the high-energy youth class is aimed at this assessment. You should have noticed that after you arrived at the academy, no more high-energy youth classes were recruited. This is because the resources required for the high-energy youth class are indeed too great. If we cannot achieve results, then the academy cannot afford it. As an experimental class, the upcoming assessment will be extremely important for both the academy and for you personally. Therefore, you must remember what I am about to say. Before you pass the initial test, I cannot even tell you the purpose of this assessment. It has been nearly 4 years since you entered the high-energy youth class, and we have watched you grow from fledgling children into young adults. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed by the teachers, and your goal has always been to become a generation of heroes, to be truly outstanding among your peers. That's right. Our Tianluo Academy is the top Soul Master Academy on Tianluo Star, and here you will learn a lot. However, even if you graduate smoothly from here in the future, you will only be outstanding on Tianluo Star, not in the entire Federation, let alone become a truly top existence. If that is all, there would be no need for the high-energy youth class. You could still grow along your original learning trajectory. The reason for the high-energy youth class is to give you a real opportunity to touch the pinnacle of the ivory tower. At this point, Ji Hongbin's face seemed to add a touch of sacred light, pausing for a moment before solemnly saying, "There is a name that you must have all heard of. It has dominated the Federation for 30,000 years, with a history spanning 30,000 years. It is a place that every soul master yearns for. This name is Shrek." As soon as the name Shrek was mentioned, despite the high-energy youth class students being quite fearful of this legendary figure, they couldn't help but be in an uproar. Except for a few who had vaguely guessed the purpose of this assessment, the vast majority did not know what the assessment was for. But who in the world did not know about Shrek Academy? 30,000 years ago, when Shrek Academy was just established, there were only 7 students. At that time, Shrek Academy had already adopted the motto of only accepting monsters, not ordinary people, aiming to cultivate the most elite talents. Those 7 students became the legendary first generation of Shrek's 7 monsters, who, according to legend, all ascended to godhood and reached the divine level, especially Tang San, the sea god among them, who founded the Tang sect, a sect that has also lasted for nearly 30,000 years, almost on par with Shrek Academy. This name is indeed well known. It is a sanctuary in the hearts of all soul masters. It is an existence that can truly stand alongside the federal government and, in a certain sense, even surpass it. Chapter 152, Pre-Examination Mobilization. Suddenly hearing this name, all the students of the high-energy junior class were shocked. Even Lu Qinshuan and Lan Xuanyu, who had already guessed it, felt a surge of excitement. This was because the impact of this name was too strong, too powerful. There are countless legends about Shrek, and among them, there have been many tales about god-level powerhouses. Yes, your surprise is normal. The assessment you are about to participate in comes from Shrek Academy. Only Shrek Academy can set such harsh requirements for the preliminary test, reaching level 20 at the age of 12 and level 30 at the age of 13. This will be the closest you will ever be to the undoubtedly top academy in the entire Federation, and the most sacred place in the hearts of all soul masters across the Federation. If you miss this opportunity, many of you will exceed the age limit and will no longer have a chance to enter. With Ji Hongbin's affirmative words, the 21 students of the high-energy junior class were even more shocked. They could hardly imagine that the establishment of the high-energy junior class was actually to qualify for Shrek Academy. At this moment, what they were about to face was this assessment. On ordinary days, everyone could be said to complain about the arduous training, but at this moment, they wished they could have worked harder before, so they could make further progress in the process of qualifying for Shrek Academy. Ji Hongbin raised his hand to silence the crowd. Shrek will be more difficult to get into than you imagine. Every year, Shrek Academy only enrolls once. This time, however, it is an enrollment open to the entire Federation. This means that any planet, city, academy, or student in the Federation has the right to apply and the possibility of being accepted. But do you know how many eligible candidates there are in the Federation every year? I'll tell you, at least over 1 million. I'm talking about age and soul masters. And those who can meet the preliminary test requirements may exceed 100,000. And how many students does Shrek Academy enroll each year? Ji Hongbin held up 3 fingers, 30. Just like when you enter the high-energy junior class, only 30 will be accepted. This is easy to calculate. 30 out of 100,000. Only a 3 in 10,000 chance. The many students of the high-energy junior class couldn't help but gasp. So, the upcoming preliminary selection will be a competition against 100,000 candidates. Of course, there aren't that many people on Tianluo Star itself, but there are certainly thousands of people who meet the assessment criteria on Tianluo Star. To stand out from thousands is not an easy task. What you need to do is to be among the top 100 in the preliminary selection on Tianluo Star to qualify for the next assessment. The subsequent assessments will take place directly on Douluo Star, the headquarters of the Federation, which is also the mother planet of humanity, because Shrek Academy is located there as well. Perhaps you want to ask, what does it mean for the Academy to expend so much effort to cultivate you only to send you to Shrek Academy? I can tell you the purpose right now. First, passing the assessment of Shrek Academy will be the best training for you. Even if you fail, it will greatly enhance you, and you will become the most outstanding talents of Tianluo Academy in the future. Second, if any of you can actually get into Shrek and become a formal student of Shrek Academy, then Tianluo Academy will also receive rewards from Shrek. For every student accepted, Tianluo Academy will get a qualification for a teacher's professional development for 1 year. This is of great benefit and help for an academy like ours. Therefore, whether from the academy to you or from you to yourselves, you must set an extremely harsh requirement to shine your brightest light at all costs and do everything possible to achieve a good ranking. This struggle, if successful, will give you the chance to reach the pinnacle of life and open a road to greatness. Even if you fail, you will have no regrets. It will be a wonderful experience worth reminiscing about for a lifetime. Do you all understand? Understood. All the students shouted almost in unison. Lu Feng and Chen Lei, beside Lan Xuanyu, were so excited that their bodies trembled slightly. They had never imagined that one day they would qualify to participate in the Shrek Academy admission assessment. And now, this opportunity was right in front of them. How could they not be excited? How could they not be thrilled? Lan Xuanyu, however, remained much calmer. One reason was that he had already guessed it, and the other was that when Ji Hongbin mentioned the need to take the Shrek exam, the first image that flashed through his mind was that beautiful figure with deep blue hair. She also wanted to apply to Shrek. She seemed to be stronger than anyone else in our class. Getting into Shrek doesn't seem like an easy task. Teacher Ji, what is the format of the assessment? Lu Qinshuan asked. Ji Hongbin replied, the method of the preliminary selection is currently unclear, as the assessment format of Shrek Academy changes every year. The only thing I can tell you is that it will be a comprehensive assessment. Shrek Academy requires that you participate in the assessment in groups of 3. That's also why you have been grouped into 3s since joining the high-energy junior class. Lu Qinshuan was taken aback and said urgently, so, if we are in groups of 3, if one passes, do all 3 pass? If one fails, do all 3 get eliminated? Ji Hongbin nodded, saying, generally, that is how it works. Hearing this, the students of the high-energy junior class couldn't help but gasp, especially those who were the strongest in their respective groups, all of whom frowned. For example, in Lu Qinshuan's group, his strength was clearly stronger than that of Yi Lingtong and Chang Jinyi. Being in a group of 3 means that the other 2 might hold him back. Ji Hongbin said meaningfully, the so-called comprehensive assessment not only includes your speed, strength, soul power, and combat experience, but also your wisdom, temperament, teamwork ability, and even some bizarre skills. Don't try to guess the purpose of Shrek Academy's assessment, because Shrek has never played by the rules. It's possible that if you excel in one area, you might instantly gain recognition, and the remaining assessments may not even need to continue. The only thing I can advise you is to maintain a righteous stance. That is fundamental. What Ji Hongbin said was meant to encourage everyone, but in reality, it didn't hold much practical significance because no one knew what Shrek Academy would actually assess. The preliminary selection begins in the simulation chamber. When Lan Xuanyu and the other students of the high-energy junior class entered the simulation chamber, they were surprised to find that Ji Hongbin and Mu Zhongtian had also come in. This was the first time they had seen their teachers in the simulation chamber. Follow us. Ji Hongbin nodded to the students, having already given all necessary reminders. What happens next will depend on each individual's fortune. Under the guidance of the 2 teachers, everyone was led to their familiar training ground. This was the place where they practiced actual combat the most. Ji Hongbin led them to the leftmost counter, where they discovered that a counter had appeared at the edge of the training ground without them noticing. The color of this counter was slightly lighter than the others, and behind it sat a beautiful woman. She looked to be around 20 years old, graceful and lovely, with a gentle smile always on her face. Seeing everyone approach, she stood up and smiled, saying, "Hello, I am Ling Yi." Chapter 153. Ling Yi's words. Ji Hongbin nodded at her and said, "Hello. Thank you for your trouble." Ling Yi looked warmly at the 21 high-energy junior class students behind him and smiled. "It's my duty. Please follow me, everyone." Her smile was very beautiful, giving a feeling like a warm spring breeze. With a wave of her delicate hand, a soft light fell. In the next moment, except for Ji Hongbin and Mu Zhongtian, all the students from a high-energy junior class had instantly disappeared without a trace. Mu Zhongtian sighed, "I really envy these kids. I didn't have such opportunities when I was young." Ji Hongbin glanced at him and said, as the head teacher of the high-energy junior class, "If any of them are selected, you will also have the opportunity to further your studies at Shrek. Don't you have confidence in your students?" Mu Zhongtian smiled dryly. In front of Shrek Academy, who dares to say they are confident? Old Ji, you understand Shrek the best. Do you think our kids have a chance to pass the exam? Ji Hongbin shook his head and said, "I don't know either. Shrek changes its assessment methods every year. I must say, sometimes luck plays a part in success." Mu Zhongtian asked, "Which group do you think has the best chance?" Ji Hongbin replied, "Probably Lan Xuanyu's group." Mu Zhongtian was taken aback. Lan Xuanyu's group? In terms of cultivation, it should be Lu Qinshuan and the others' last chance. Lu Qinshuan has already surpassed level 30, and Chang Jinyi has also surpassed level 30. Yi Lingtong is at level 28. The 3 of them have the strongest overall strength in the class. Aren't they the ones with the best chance? Ji Hongbin rarely showed a smile and said, Saying this is due to your lack of understanding of Shrek Academy. Shrek's motto is to only accept monsters, not ordinary people. Lu Qinshuan and the others are indeed quite strong among their peers. But let me ask you, are there others with their level of cultivation in the entire Federation? Are there many? Even if there aren't too many, it wouldn't be too few. Their martial souls are not weak, but still somewhat ordinary. Unless they have unique abilities in their respective fields or can crush their opponents with absolute strength, I don't think they have much chance. Mu Chongtian said, but Lan Xuanyu's group has an average strength that seems a bit weak. He indeed has a twin martial soul, and it's very special. But after all, his cultivation is lower. His martial soul fusion skill has significant drawbacks and cannot be used continuously. If Qianlei and Lu Feng don't have his support, their strength is concerning. So, sometimes their group looks fine, but upon closer inspection, there are many flaws. Ji Hongbin said, but they are strange enough. Lu Feng's speed has exceeded the normal level. You should be very clear about his data. It's fast to an uncontrollable degree. But what if his extreme speed becomes controllable? Just because we can't teach it doesn't mean Shrek Academy can't teach it. Among the three of them, the strangest one is not Lu Feng, or even Lan Xuanyu, but Qianlei. This kid's summoning money martial soul is something I have rarely seen in my life. Even when I was studying at Shrek Academy, I never saw it recorded in any materials. This is likely a brand new martial soul. Although it seems unreliable, it can turn Qianlei into the strongest point in the class when it becomes reliable. Just his strange martial soul is worth studying. So, if they can successfully pass the initial assessment, their opportunities will increase later. Mu Chongtian realized, so that's how it is. It seems that if we continue to hold the high-energy junior class in the future, we need to consider finding new recruits based on their strangeness. Ji Hongbin said, let us see if anyone can pass this time. If not a single one passes, the Academy probably won't waste such great resources to continue. Mu Chongtian said, aren't there three? Didn't you say that to pass means to be in a group? Ji Hongbin said that was in the early stages. I said that to enhance their team awareness, so they don't get eliminated for abandoning their teammates. In the later stages of the assessment, the Academy will pay the most attention to individual characteristics and abilities. As for whether the entire team can pass, it still depends on their personal abilities. Mu Chongtian smiled bitterly. You really are thoughtful. Ji Hongbin said meaningfully, Shrek Academy's initial assessment standards are still based on those from 30,000 years ago. With the progress of the times and the development of technology, modern people's physical quality and talents are much better than 30,000 years ago. So, the standard for back then are actually not too high. However, this is just following tradition. Shrek Academy only admits 30 students each year. Passing is not easy. It cannot simply be assessed by soul power and age. The assessment methods are varied, but ultimately, it boils down to 4 words. Comprehensive quality. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content failed to load. Please close your browser's reading mode, novel mode, and disable ad blocking features, or copy the URL to read in another browser. With a flash of light, Lan Xuanyu and his classmates arrived at another place. The girl named Ling Yi stood at the front and smiled slightly, saying, Dear students, I am your guide for this selection. I will explain some precautions shortly, and what happens next depends on your abilities. While Lan Xuanyu listened to her words, he observed his surroundings. It seemed to be a valley with no vegetation around. They were currently on a platform halfway up the mountain, overlooking a rugged landscape below. Ling Yi said, Your next task is survival. Form groups of 3. In this valley, there are soul beasts that will have strong aggression. The longer you survive, the higher your score in the selection. If you can hunt soul beasts, different soul beasts will give different bonus points. If you're killed by a soul beast, your selection will end and your final score will be calculated. Survival? This seemed very similar to the assessments they had participated in during the high-energy junior class. So, after hearing Ling Yi's words, the high-energy junior class students did not react much. Seeing them nodding and understanding, Ling Yi smiled meaningfully and said, Then let's begin. Good luck to you all. As she spoke, she gently waved her hands to the sides of her body, and vaguely, a layer of energy seemed to be released from her body. In the next moment, she transformed into a beam of light and disappeared silently. Qianlei and Lu Feng stood on either side of Lan Xuanyu. Over the years, their cooperation had become very tacit, forming a combat style centered around Lan Xuanyu. As soon as Ling Yi left, Qianlei suddenly frowned and said, "Why do I feel something is off? Also, we are more than 20 people together now. Can't we act together? Wouldn't that be safer?" As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed. The high-energy junior class students were all startled, and they looked in the direction of the sound in unison. From their location, they could see the full view of the valley below. The valley was very open, mainly consisting of hilly terrain with no vegetation, looking barren everywhere. That roar came from deep within the valley, and then they vaguely saw a mist swirling. "What's going on?" Lu Qinxuan shouted, "Be alert. Stay hidden." Although, in a sense, everyone was in a competitive relationship, Ling Yi had already said that they were going to face an assessment of survival, which meant that staying alive was more important than anything else. Their bigger competitors will come from outside, rather than from here. It is most important to unite and focus on external threats to ensure survival. The crowd is well-trained and reacts immediately, seeking shelter behind rocks, crouching down, and trying to conceal themselves as much as possible. Chapter 154. The preliminary selection begins with a roar. A deafening sound echoed through the valley, ringing out endlessly. Boom, boom, boom. A deep, muffled sound reverberated throughout the valley, followed by a series of dense, fragmented noises. Lan Xuanyu peeked over and was shocked to see numerous creatures emerging from the valley, rapidly charging towards the surrounding cliffs. Upon closer inspection, he saw that they were long, slender lizards, varying in size, with the smallest measuring over a meter in length. Their skin was grayish-brown with faint dark red patterns, and the dark red glow shimmered within the patterns, resembling flowing magma. Earth-fire lizards. So many? Lan Xuanyu instantly recognized the species of these soul beasts. Earth-fire lizards, fire attribute soul beasts, typically lived in groups of 20 or 30. They possessed extremely strong defensive capabilities and usually resided near volcanoes, carrying innate fire abilities. It was said that earth-fire lizards that had cultivated for over 10,000 years could evolve into earth-fire dragons, a type of subdragon species, which was a formidable soul beast. At that moment, there were not just hundreds but thousands of earth-fire lizards in the valley, all rushing towards the cliffs. The high-energy class students, situated on the mountainside, would undoubtedly be impacted by their charge. "Retreat to the top of the mountain," Lu Qinxuan decisively ordered without hesitation. As he spoke, he turned and sprinted towards the mountain peak. There were no paths where they were, only steep cliffs, but for the high-energy class students, this was clearly not a challenge. Everyone understood that reaching the top of the mountain was the right choice. If the terrain outside the valley was open, escaping would be much easier. One of the earth-fire lizard's drawbacks was that they were not particularly fast. They had not wasted their time in Ji Hongbin's classes. They remembered the characteristics of the earth-fire lizards quite well. Another furious roar erupted. Hearing this roar, the fleeing earth-fire lizards suddenly increased their speed. Then, Lan Xuanyu and the others witnessed a shocking scene. A massive figure slowly emerged from behind a cliff in the valley, and the booming sound was actually the noise of its footsteps. "What is that?" Everyone's gaze froze, and even more terrifying was that as the enormous creature raised its head, its gigantic eyes were looking directly at them. "What on earth is this?" Qianlei couldn't help but exclaim. It was a colossal soul beast, standing over 30 meters tall. Its massive tail dragged behind it. Its body was upright, supported by its legs and tail, moving swiftly. It also had a pair of small wings on its back. The wings were too small to support flight, but they flapped continuously, somewhat reducing the weight and increasing speed. Its head had a giant mouth, and its overall shape was pointed, with massive spikes extending from the top of its head all the way to its tail. Its body was covered in dark red scales, and within a 30-meter radius around it, the air shimmered with distorted waves, indicating the extreme heat surrounding it. No one had ever seen such a soul beast. Even Lan Xuanyu, who knew the most about soul beasts, was stunned. But from its size and aura, everyone knew they were in serious trouble. During their training in the high-energy class, they had often been assigned survival exercises, but those had always been tailored to their cultivation levels. This meant they would face soul beasts that were somewhat stronger or roughly equal to their own strength. They had never encountered an existence that was simply beyond their capability to compete. To anyone looking at it, this giant soul beast was at least 10,000 years old. And not just an ordinary one at that. Before they had time to think more, the massive creature, after gazing at them, opened its mouth and unleashed a gigantic fireball toward them. The fireball shot forth like a meteor, incredibly fast, trailing a long tail of flames behind it. The terrifying aura felt as if it could ignite the heavens and the earth. The enormous fireball expanded as it flew, initially just a meter in diameter. But by the time it approached the cliff, it had grown to over 5 meters wide. It was comparable to the main cannon of a small warship. "Run!" someone shouted, and all the high-energy class students exerted themselves to turn and flee. No one had time to maintain formation. Avoiding the creature's attack was their top priority. Lan Xuanyu reacted quickly, grabbing Qianlei with his left hand and Lu Feng's arm with his right. His right hand manifested the golden-patterned blue-silver grass, not to coil around his palm, but to wrap around Lu Feng's arm. After reaching the second ring in cultivation, he had realized that when assisting Lu Feng and Qianlei, all he needed to do was ensnare them with his blue-silver grass. This way, even without physical contact, as long as the blue-silver grass touched them, the assisting effect would be the same. Lu Feng had already summoned his white dragon spear, and 2 yellow soul rings rose from beneath him. He tapped the spear's tail against the cliff and shot forward like a white shadow, taking Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei with him, bursting out of the mountainside. With Lan Xuanyu's enhancement, his speed was not only incredibly fast, but also controllable. His figure performed a graceful twist in mid-air, ascending 7 or 8 meters in an instant, and then, with a turn, he approached the cliff. The white dragon spear pushed off the cliff, propelling the 3 of them upward rapidly. Boom! The deafening roar of the impact shook the ground. The massive fireball slammed into the area they had just vacated. For a moment, sand and stones flew, and a terrifying wave of flames erupted along with a deafening sound. A layer of icy mist radiated from Lan Xuanyu, enveloping Qianlei and Lu Feng as much as possible to counteract the sudden surge in temperature. However, the powerful shockwave still sent the 3 of them flying upwards. Lan Xuanyu pulled Qianlei close, shielding him in front of him as a layer of ice formed on his back. He used his body to block a significant amount of the shockwave for both Qianlei and Lu Feng. A flash of golden light flickered across his body. When a shockwave hit them, it did propel them upward, but Lan Xuanyu felt a powerful force coursing through him, invigorating him instead. Golden-patterned blue-silver grass second soul skill. Body enhancement. Instantly entering the body enhancement state, Lan Xuanyu could greatly mitigate the attack's force while converting part of it for himself. At this moment, they could no longer see the other high-energy class students and had no idea how they were coping with the enormous fireball's impact. Lu Feng continued to ascend, and thanks to the enhancement from the golden-patterned blue-silver grass, he had excellent control over his speed. The white dragon spear seemed to come alive. Each time it tapped against the cliff, it propelled them upwards by 7 or 8 meters. After dodging the shockwave, Lan Xuanyu looked back down mountain. The giant soul beast had lowered its head and bitten down on a large earth fire lizard, swallowing it in just a few bites. Then, with a sweep of its massive tail, it sent several earth fire lizards flying. It then stomped forward, charging directly in their direction. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu also spotted some of his classmates from the high-energy class. There are also those who are climbing up, such as the group led by Jin Xiang, who is skilled in flying, and the powerful group led by El Qinquan. However, the other groups chose to descend. That's right. When the fireball comes, and it's clear that dodging is impossible, what is the fastest way to create distance? Free falling. Therefore, the students from the other 4 high-energy youth classes almost immediately chose to jump off the mountain platform. They even better avoided the aftermath of the fireball. They only needed to deal with the falling rocks from above. However, doing so undoubtedly brought them closer to the giant soul beast, and at the same time, they had to confront the oncoming ground fire lizard. Chapter 155. The Earthfire Red Dragon, what on earth is that? Qianlei asked, still feeling apprehensive. He had long since become accustomed to Lan Xuanyu's protection, During their training, it was often Lan Xuanyu who looked out for him. After all, he was the most vulnerable among them. Lan Xuanyu said, "You're right. When Ling Yi disappeared just now, she must have released this creature." Qianlei's mental power was now comparable to Lan Xuanyu's, exceeding 450. When his soul power broke through to the second ring, his mental power had experienced a significant surge, making him equal to Lan Xuanyu in that respect. Moreover, Qianlei had a particularly sharp intuition for detecting danger. "I don't recognize this soul beast either. It must be a mutated one. From its appearance, it seems to be based on the earth-fire lizard, but I don't know how long it is cultivated. It could be tens of thousands of years. Then it underwent metamorphosis. Even if the earth-fire lizard evolves into the earth-fire dragon, it wouldn't have wings, but this one does. And its entire body is covered in red scales. I suspect that after the mutation, it is evolving towards a true dragon lineage. Among fire attribute dragons, the red dragon is the top choice. It should exist between the earth-fire dragon and the red dragon." Having calmed down, Lan Xuanyu had made his own judgment about this monster. Although this creature was not a true dragon yet, it was already far beyond the level of an earth dragon. Not to mention them, even some 6 or 7 ring powerhouses would probably struggle against it. It would definitely be deadly to anyone who got too close. So they now fully understood why Ling Yi's eyes looked so strange when she left. She was likely mourning for them. Earth-fire red dragon. This was the name Lan Xuanyu temporarily gave to this huge creature. At this moment, the massive earth-fire red dragon did not look towards the 3 groups of people quickly fleeing up the mountain, but instead focused directly on the 4 groups of people below. Undoubtedly, it seemed that it had a much greater interest in humans than in the earth-fire lizards. The earth-fire lizards had already begun to attack the 4 groups of high-energy students. "Xuanyu, do you think I can summon such a powerful soul beast in the future?" Qianlei's eyes sparkled. Ever since he had the assistance of Lan Xuanyu, his summoning had become much more reliable, and it seemed he had a bit of the Earth Dragon's bloodline. Although each summon was different, their strength was exceptional. Lan Xuanyu glanced at him and said, "You think about that after you reach the 7th ring. By the way, that one you stored last time is still there, right?" "Of course it's there. I'm such a reliable person." Qianlei immediately patted his chest. Lu Feng, who was leading them in their escape, said irritably, "It's quite a feat to be as shameless as you are. I really admire your face." "Get lost," Qianlei retorted, with another earth-shattering roar. The earth-fire red dragon opened its mouth and shot out a second massive fireball towards the 4 groups of people below. At this moment, the 4 groups had just gathered to face the onslaught of the earth-fire lizards from all directions, and the sudden arrival of the huge fireball was like a catastrophe for them. Lan Xuanyu suddenly had a flash of inspiration and shouted to Lu Feng, who was leading them, "Quick, increase the distance between us and Jin Xiang and Lu Qinyuan's 2 groups. That earth-fire red dragon seems to like attacking places with more people." Yes, from the moment it appeared, it immediately attacked them without hesitation. But when the 2 sides dispersed, it didn't even glance their way and chose to attack the 4 groups on the ground instead. What was the difference between the 2 sides? Numbers. Lan Xuanyu's mind was extremely agile. After years of learning from Yin Tianfan, he had to be quick-witted to keep up with his teacher's pace. Moreover, he had just recalled that Ling Yi had mentioned during their introduction to the selection process that they should act as groups. Although it was not explicitly stated, it seemed to hint at something. In other words, they were likely to face a direct attack from the Earth-Fire Red Dragon. So would it be better to divide into smaller groups? Or would there be any changes? Lan Xuanyu couldn't determine any of this right now, but he had to try. The Earth-Fire Red Dragon was just too terrifying. No one could predict its attacks. In this situation, to survive, they must avoid facing its attacks head-on as much as possible. Lu Feng had always trusted Lan Xuanyu's decisions. 3 people formed a group, creating a core. The core was not only for combat, but also for command. With a flash of his figure, Lu Feng stopped climbing upwards and instead dashed quickly towards a distance. Boom! The second fireball exploded again below, unleashing a terrifying wave of flames that swept away many earth-fire lizards. Naturally, the high-energy students were also blasted away. They never expected that the selection would be such a brutal affair, facing an opponent they couldn't possibly resist. Out of the 12 people in the 4 groups, 7 were instantly consumed by the flames, and the remaining ones were scattered by the explosion. It wasn't that they didn't want to dodge. It was just that the relentless attack from the earth fire lizards left them no chance to evade. They suffered heavy losses in an instant. Lan Xuanyu had been keeping a close watch on the situation below. When he saw that 7 out of the 12 had been engulfed by the flames, he immediately noticed a change in the earth fire red dragon. Its cold eyes lifted and looked towards the mountaintop. Originally, the 3 groups of Lan Xuanyu were not far apart, so they were relatively close while climbing. But now they had increased their distance, making Lu Qianxuan and Jin Xiang's 2 groups appear quite close to each other. Jin Xiang and his group could fly, naturally choosing to follow Lu Qianxuan, who wouldn't want to be with strong individuals. As for Lan Xuanyu's side, their relationships were not particularly close, so there was no intention to converge. The situation below was so terrifying that they didn't even notice that Lan Xuanyu's group had pulled away. In the next moment, the Earthfire Red Dragon opened its mouth again, and the 3rd fireball shot directly towards the 6 of them. Lan Xuanyu had been closely monitoring the movements of the Earthfire Red Dragon. As he saw the fireball being launched, he immediately confirmed his earlier judgment. He roared, "Split up! Quickly split up! Use groups! Maybe we won't provoke its attack that way. Everyone, scatter!" He shouted with all his might, his voice echoing across the mountaintop and down the slopes. After all, they had been classmates together for 3.5 years. If he could help, he would certainly do so. As the fireball hurtled towards them, Lu Qianxuan and the others were already scared out of their wits. Jin Xiang and his 3 hurriedly flew to the side, just as Lan Xuanyu's voice reached them. Lu Qianxuan was always decisive. Without hesitation, she grabbed Chang Jiani and shouted to Yi Lingtong beside her, "Jump down." They had previously climbed up relying on their own strength. But with the fireball approaching, there was no way to dodge upwards. Lu Qianxuan and Yi Lingtong leapt down, and in the next moment, a deafening roar echoed above them. Large rocks, glowing with flames, came tumbling down, crashing directly onto them. Chang Jiani quickly released a barrier to slow down the descent. Lu Qianxuan let out a long roar. Golden Lion's roar. With a powerful shout resonating from his dantian, the falling rocks were deflected away. Yi Lingtong grabbed Lu Qianxuan, her body radiating white light. Surprisingly, her body paused in midair for a moment, and then she slapped her palm against the nearby mountainside to slow their momentum, allowing the 3 of them to land back on the platform halfway up the mountain. Their teamwork was undeniably harmonious. Lu Qianxuan's first glance was not towards the Earthfire Red Dragon, but rather towards the distant Blue Xuanyu and his companions. At that moment, Blue Xuanyu's group had already increased the distance between them and were climbing upwards in another direction. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qianxuan muttered to herself, "Blue Xuanyu, impressive." Undoubtedly, he had played a crucial role. Without Blue Xuanyu's warning, she might not have so decisively jumped down with her partners. They had worked hard to climb that high. However, jumping down was indeed the best way to create distance from Jin Xiang and the others, instantly achieving separation. Blue Xuanyu's judgment had undoubtedly saved the remaining members of their group. Meanwhile, the remaining 5 members quickly split up, 2 on one side and 3 on the other, creating some distance between them. A strange scene unfolded. Once they all separated, the massive Earthfire Red Dragon seemed to lose sight of them, swinging its large tail and spitting fireballs, attacking only the surrounding Earthfire lizards. This proved that Blue Xuanyu's judgment was entirely correct. After they split into smaller groups, the Earthfire Red Dragon, which they could not possibly confront, did not attack them at all. Chapter 156. The High-Pressure Selection, 7 people. A full third of the high-energy youth class. Just because they failed to assess the situation properly, their assessment came to an end. Undoubtedly, their own strength was not displayed, and one might even say it was quite frustrating. However, there was simply no chance for another attempt in this assessment. Those who remained were undoubtedly relieved and felt immense admiration for Lan Xuanyu. If it weren't for his terrain knowledge, Jin Xiang and L Qianxuan might have dodged this attack and possibly regrouped. The 5 people below continued to gather together, and they could not withstand the next round of fireballs at all, although their situation remained difficult after separating, as they faced a large number of fire lizards. It was at least better than confronting that fiery red dragon. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu and the other 2 had already reached the mountaintop under Lu Feng's lead. When they climbed to the summit, They couldn't help but gasp in shock. They could clearly see what was on the other side of the mountaintop. A valley, another huge valley, and more importantly, within that valley, they saw a mirrored situation. A large number of fire lizards, a massive fiery red dragon, and a few young soul masters who were running for their lives. There was no doubt that the other side of the valley was another battlefield for the selection. Moreover, it seemed that the situation there was even worse, with at most a handful of people remaining. "Get down," Qianlei suddenly shouted. Lan Xuanyu immediately pulled Lu Feng, and the three who had just reached the mountaintop crouched down. At that moment, two massive fireballs were flying towards them from both sides of the mountaintop. Lan Xuanyu infused his soul power into Lu Feng as the white dragon spear moved rapidly. The three of them quickly dashed to the side along the mountain wall. Without needing Lan Xuanyu to say anything, Lu Feng and Qianlei understood the situation they were facing. At the mountaintop, it was not just one fiery red dragon's attack, but simultaneous attacks from both sides. On the other side, Jin Xiang and his two companions faced the same situation. As soon as they exposed themselves, they saw the situation on the other side and were immediately hit by a huge fireball, causing them to dive down in fright. However, being able to fly was certainly an advantage, as the fire lizards couldn't fly. At least that's what Jin Xiang thought his heart. But in the next moment, they encountered a catastrophic disaster. A red pillar of fire suddenly spewed from the mouth of that fiery red dragon, not aimed at anyone, but at the sky. The fire pillar shot into the sky, and the next instant, meteor fire rained down from the heavens. It was a large-scale, indiscriminate attack. The entire valley seemed to have turned into a hell on earth. The first to be affected were Lu Feng and his two companions, who were flying the highest and gliding in the air. The meteor fire rained down on them, as if it had eyes. They didn't even have time to scream before they completely vanished. "Stick to the mountain wall. Hurry!" Lan Xuanyu suddenly pulled on the golden-patterned blue silvergrass, catching Lu Feng, who was rushing forward at high speed. At the same time, he swung his right hand fiercely, gripping into the mountain wall with all 5 fingers embedded, forcibly pulling Lu Feng back while pressing Qianlei against the mountain wall with his left hand. Meteor fire rained down from the sky, and the loud rumbling echoed throughout the valley, instantly turning the valley into a sea of flames. When Lu Feng and Qianlei turned back to look, they were both terrified, their faces turning pale. They finally realized how terrifying a powerful soul beast could be. But what surprised them was that such a terrifying meteor fire rain did not send a single fireball towards them. It merely swept past from a distance and struck the ground, an attack targeting flying soul masters. How could the Shrek selection have loopholes? Jin Xiang and his companions were brazenly flying in the air. Wasn't he that asking for death? Lan Xuanyu said somewhat helplessly. Indeed, there were no loopholes. This election had opportunities, but no loopholes, targeting any ability of the Soul Masters. Staying close to the mountain wall was the best way to respond to this survival assessment. With the previous series of changes, Lan Xuanyu had already made a judgment in his heart. Although fire lizards were climbing up the mountain wall, their numbers were not too many. Was this survival assessment really testing combat power? Clearly not. If they could have understood the characteristics of the fiery red dragon from the very beginning, even if they were weaker in cultivation, they could have survived a bit longer. This was the Shrek assessment. At this moment, El Qinshuan also showed his wisdom, while resisting the climbing fire lizards with his partners. He kept an eye on Lan Xuanyu's movements, seeing the meteor fire rain descending. He glanced over at Lan Xuanyu and saw the 3 of them sticking to the mountain wall. He immediately pulled Yi Ling Tong and Chang Jian to do the same, and sure enough, they also escaped the calamity. Moreover, as a large number of meteor fire rained down, the number of fire lizards climbing up the mountain decreased significantly, giving them a chance to catch their breath. Time passed second by second. The fiery red dragon continued to wreak havoc below, but the fire lizards that had appeared from who knows where seemed endless. After 3 more minutes of holding on, the group below was finally overwhelmed by the fire lizards. Out of the 21 high-energy youth class members who entered the valley, 7 groups remained. Now only Lan Xuanyu and El Qinshuan's 2 groups were left. Meanwhile, more and more fire lizards began to climb up the mountain wall. Lan Xuanyi, what should we do next? Do you have any good ideas? El Qinshuan shouted loudly towards Lan Xuanyu. From the very beginning of the selection, Lan Xuanyu and the others had made the right choice. Now it seemed that only their two groups remained, but in reality, the consumption of Lan Xuanyu's trio was clearly much lower. The fire lizards attacking while climbing the mountain wall would be much less powerful than they could exert on their platform. Moreover, the number of fire lizards climbing up near the summit was already small. Lan Xuanyu's judgment had not been wrong from the start, and moreover, this guy was really quite cunning. Just look at what he was doing. He was using ice elements on the mountain wall, creating a slippery surface that made it difficult for the fire lizards to climb up even a little before sliding back down, making it rare for them to launch an attack against them. If this continued, there was no doubt that Lan Xuanyu and his group could hold on for a longer time. Lan Xuanyu looked over at Qianxuan and helplessly said, "I don't have any good ideas either. We can only endure. The longer we last, the better our assessment results will be, right?" Qianxuan paused for a moment and said, "Is there really no flaw?" Lan Xuanyu shrugged his shoulders and continued his great ice-making project. At this moment, Lu Feng inserted the white dragon spear into the mountain wall, providing a resting place for the three of them. Qianlei and Lu Feng sat on the white dragon spear, while Lan Xuanyu hung his right hand on the mountain wall and released frost with his left hand, trying to expand the area of solid ice as much as possible. It would be extremely difficult for the earth-fire red dragon to climb up, and once it slipped down from such a high place, it would be like rolling logs and stones, potentially crushing the earth-fire lizard that had climbed up below. Their current situation was clearly the safest. Chapter 157. Pincer attack. Qianlei chuckled. Class monitor, don't be anxious, hang in there. Yiling Tong frowned and said, "Qian Chuanzi, stop talking nonsense." As she spoke, she punched a fire lizard away. Among their group, she had actually repelled more fire lizards than anyone else. It wasn't that she was stronger than Qianxuan, but rather that Qianxuan's soul skills consumed a lot of soul power. They were powerful, but could not be used repeatedly. Yiling Tong came from a martial arts family and had been practicing ancient martial arts since childhood. She not only had a strong martial soul, but also considerable personal strength. Her first soul skill, Heavenly Gang Body, allowed her to completely disregard the fire lizard's fire attribute attacks. Coupled with her second soul skill, Heavenly Gang Wave, every punch she threw was powerful, especially in prolonged battles where her stamina was impressive. At this moment, the role of Chong Jinni became apparent with his three auxiliary soul skills. The first, Slow, the second, Confusion, and the third, Bloodthirst. Except for the Bloodthirst skill being less useful, his second skill, Confusion, worked excellently. It caused many fire lizards to attack each other, significantly reducing the threat to them. Thus, the situation for their two groups was relatively good. However, just then, a new situation suddenly arose. Qianlei suddenly looked up in terror. Above, Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng immediately looked up as well. Above the mountaintop, fire lizards began to slowly emerge, trying to climb down towards them. Were these fire lizards from the other side? The same battlefield where Lan Xuanyu and the others had seen earlier. Lan Xuanyu immediately understood that all the participants in the other battlefield must have been eliminated, which was why the fire lizards appeared above them. A pincer attack would be problematic. Not to mention anything else, even if these fire lizards fell from above, they would pose a significant threat to them. Lu Feng and Qianlei quickly looked at Lan Xuanyu. Meanwhile, Qianxuan and the others below also saw the situation. Chong Jinni couldn't help but smile slightly, as it seemed they were getting closer. This statement carried a hint of schadenfreude. The three of Lan Xuanyu, who were closer to the mountaintop, indeed faced the risk of being attacked from above and below. "What should we do, Xuanyu?" Lu Feng asked anxiously. Lan Xuanyu's mind raced, and, in an instant, he made a bold decision. During this period, the pressure on them had not been great, and he recalled clearly what Ling Yi from Shrek Academy had said. She had mentioned that the survival time in this selection mattered, as well as the number of soul beasts killed. Different soul beasts gave different scores. Currently, in terms of time, they were about the same as Qianxuan's group, but in terms of the number of soul beasts killed, they were clearly at a disadvantage. After all, they had encountered fewer fire lizards directly. As for the different soul beasts giving different scores, it was only the fire lizards and the fire red dragon. So, could it be that the fire red dragon could also be killed and was not just a terrifying presence? Theoretically, How could soul masters of their age possibly kill a fire-red dragon? That was simply a pipe dream. Yet based on previous events, every word Ling Yi said was not unfounded. This meant that it was not entirely impossible for soul masters of their age to kill a fire-red dragon. But how? Clearly, they could not rely solely on their own strength. Thus, the possibility and secret to killing the fire-red dragon must lie within this valley. As the fire lizards from the adjacent valley began to climb over, would the fire-red dragon also come? If it did, what would happen? No one knew. Rather than sitting here and waiting for their fate, it was better to take a risk. They had already held out for a long time, as evidenced by the complete annihilation of the group from the other side. Even if they couldn't find a chance to kill the fire-red dragon, they could still kill more fire lizards to gain more points. Currently, Qianlei's abilities had yet to be utilized, as he couldn't exert himself on the mountain wall. Most of the creatures he summoned couldn't fly. Therefore, Lan Xuanyu's decision was, "We're going down." Lu Feng. Lan Xuanyu grabbed Lu Feng with his right hand and Qianlei with his left. Lu Feng looked at him in surprise, but immediately drew his white dragon spear. They had been together for so many years and had developed a tacit understanding, the most important being trust. Lan Xuanyu had repeatedly proven himself to be trustworthy. So, although Lu Feng didn't understand why they would abandon their advantageous position, he immediately followed Lan Xuanyu's command. Leaping up, Lu Feng quickly took Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei down the mountain. At this moment, the fire lizards climbing down had not yet reached their attack range. Are they crazy? Yiling Tong exclaimed in shock as she saw the three of them heading down into the valley. They had clearly seen how the group below had been surrounded and killed. How could they be foolish enough to go down? Elle Kyongsan hésitated. Lan Xuanyu's previous judgments had been too accurate. He would not do anything pointless. The key was whether they should follow. If they followed, they would also have to go down. Moreover, with the threat of the fire-red dragon attacking a group target, they could not regroup with Lan Xuanyu. They could only fight on their own. After a brief assessment, El Chinchuan decided to stay put. Undoubtedly, this hillside was the most advantageous position for defense, allowing them to hold out longer. If they went down, it would be uncontrollable, especially since he had no idea what Lan Xuanyu's objective was. While El Chinchuan remained still, Lan Xuanyu and the others were quickly approaching the bottom. The closer they got to the bottom, the more fire lizards there were. At this moment, Lu Feng's strength, boosted by Lan Xuanyu, was showcased. With the white dragon spear in hand, he swung it, creating numerous afterimages. Not only was he taking the two down, but he was also continually knocking the fire lizards away. Due to the overwhelming number of fire lizards, the air temperature became noticeably scorching. These fire lizards could spit fire, but the range was only about a meter, which wasn't strong. However, their defense was exceptionally high. Under Lan Xuanyu's boost, Lu Feng could only barely pierce their bodies with a white dragon spear, which would certainly slow his speed. Thus, Lan Xuanyu instructed him to merely knock them away and not kill them. Now is not the time to kill fire lizards. Finally, they were getting closer to the bottom. Jump far away, the farther the better. Try to avoid the group of fire lizards below, Lan Xuanyu instructed. Understood, Lu Feng replied, thrusting the tail of the white dragon spear against the mountain wall. In that instant, the spear bent slightly under his full force, and then, using the rebound, the three of them soared out. Lan Xuanyu also pushed off the mountain wall with all his strength. The three of them dashed out about 15 meters before starting to fall down. Lu Feng's second soul ring lit up, and the white dragon spear in his hand let out a long cry. A beam of white light instantly surged into Lu Feng's body, causing a layer of white to appear on the surface of his skin. His body suddenly twisted in the air, and while letting out a dragon's roar, he surprisingly slid forward with Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei. Chapter 158, White Dragon Return, Second Soul Skill, White Dragon Return. This skill draws upon the bloodline of the White Dragon, granting the user temporary access to the characteristics of the White Dragon bloodline. Under the enhancement of Lan Xuanyu's golden pattern blue silvergrass, the effectiveness of White Dragon Return surged dramatically. If used solely by himself, his skin would not change color, and the duration would last only 10 seconds. However, under Lan Xuanyu's enhancement, this duration could be doubled, and the power significantly increased. At this moment, the three of them slid forward a full 30 meters, avoiding the most densely packed inferno lizards at the bottom of the mountain. Although there were still inferno lizards charging at them from all directions, their numbers were reduced. However, just then, sensing that someone was flying, the inferno red dragon let out a furious roar, and a massive pillar of fire shot up into the sky. Lu Feng and Qian Lei turned pale with fear. They were now over 40 meters away from the mountain wall, and the area around the wall was filled with inferno lizards, making it impossible to return. The meteor fire rain would descend at any moment. Charge with all our might, Lan Xuanyu commanded, not expecting this situation to arise. He immediately shouted to Lu Feng, "Ifadi, Vidi." Lu Feng gritted his teeth and charged toward the inferno red dragon. With the appearance of the meteor fire rain, the inferno lizards shrank back in fear, and as they passed through, they encountered no obstacles. Lu Feng's speed, being the top student of the high-energy youth class, was fully displayed at this moment. Despite carrying 2 people under the enhancement of Lan Xuanyu's golden pattern blue silvergrass, their speed remained incredibly fast. The meteor fire rain would take time to descend, and it would come in waves. The 3 of them, being at a high altitude, would be the first to suffer the disaster, and being in the air would subject them to a barrage of falling meteors. Since Lan Xuanyu and the others had only slid down, they naturally did not face this kind of treatment. In an instant, Lan Xuanyu calmed down. Avoiding the initial impact of the meteor fire rain on the ground was not too difficult. The troublesome part was the large area of fire that would erupt afterward. Qian Lei was completely stunned with fear. The inferno red dragon was currently thrusting fire pillars into the sky. The inferno lizards either curled up in place or fled in a frenzy. The entire valley was filled with a terrifying and frenzied atmosphere. "Go under the belly of the inferno red dragon," Lan Xuanyu shouted to Lu Feng. Lu Feng's eyes lit up. He understood Lan Xuanyu's intention. The inferno red dragon, roaring toward the sky, would not continue to attack, as it needed to maintain the power of the meteor fire rain. From the previous observation, this process lasted nearly 20 seconds. In other words, during this 20-second window, the safest place in the entire valley was likely under the belly of the inferno red dragon. This was not the situation Lan Xuanyu had wanted to face. In his original plan, upon entering the valley, they would immediately distance themselves from the groups of inferno lizards and investigate the internal conditions of the valley. However, encountering this situation suddenly forced him to adapt. Lu Qianxuan and the others had no choice at this moment. Facing the meteor fire rain, they hurriedly pressed against the mountain wall. At this point, they could no longer care about what Lan Xuanyu and the others were doing. In their minds, those 3 were already doomed. Lu Feng was still in the state of white dragon return, reaching his peak speed. He truly resembled a little white dragon, merging with his spear. In just 7 or 8 seconds, he brought Lan Xuanyu and Qian Lei closer to the inferno red dragon. At this moment, meteor fire was already falling to the ground, producing loud booms, and scorching waves of heat surged from all directions. Lan Xuanyu furrowed his brows, but his gaze was extremely focused as he calmly released ice mist to help his 2 companions counteract the fire poison. At the same time, he continuously observed the falling fire meteors, using the golden pattern blue silvergrass that wrapped around Lu Feng to guide him in avoiding the directions of the falling fire meteors. This maneuvering had been practiced countless times before. With one hand holding Qian Lei, he kept stepping forward, coordinating with Lu Feng's rapid movements. Lu Feng acted like the head of a vehicle, leading them as one unit, maximizing their speed. Boom! A fire meteor exploded near them, creating a massive shockwave. Lan Xuanyu shouted loudly, his eyes glowing, and an ice wall suddenly appeared, then exploded, using the force of his own explosion to resist the incoming shockwave. More content is loading. Please wait. At this moment, Lu Feng also gave it his all, releasing his soul power without reserve. The white dragon spear thrust forcefully into the ground, sending the 3 of them flying forward. Although their bodies were slightly tilted by the subsequent shockwaves, they finally lunged toward the belly of the inferno red dragon. The scorching heat waves hit them head-on, just approaching the inferno red dragon. The intense heat made Lan Xuanyu and his companions feel as if their bodies were on fire. Fortunately, with Lan Xuanyu's control of water elements, he adjusted the temperature as much as possible. The three landed, sliding almost flat against the ground, with the intense heat above them coming from the Inferno Red Dragoness body. Now that they were closer, they could feel the terror of this enormous creature even more. It was gigantic. Huge scales radiated intense heat, and with its roaring fire pillar, its entire body trembled violently. Everything outside had turned into a sea of fire. Only beneath its belly seemed to be a sanctuary. At that moment, Lan Xuanyu, Lu Feng, and Qianlei felt as if their hearts were about to stop. Everything was just too perilous. Yet, at the same time, a strong sense of excitement surged within them, surrounded by the raging sea of fire. With the terrifying Inferno Red Dragon above them, they were somehow alive here. Wasn't that a stroke of luck? It was an unprecedented experience. After what felt like more than 10 seconds, the roar of the Inferno Red Dragon gradually subsided, but the surroundings were still engulfed in fire rain. Lan Xuanyu used his water element control to create ice mist, protecting the three of them. What now? Qianlei asked in a low voice. At this point, it was clear that they couldn't rush out. The sea of fire outside was beyond what their current cultivation could withstand. If they went out, they would be burned to death. Without hesitation, Lan Xuanyu said, in the dark beneath the lamp, "Wherever the Inferno Red Dragon goes, we go. Its massive size means it might not notice what's beneath its belly. Once the flames around us subside, we can find a chance to escape." Okay, they had no choice. Since they chose to rush in, they had to be prepared for risks. After all, this was a simulated chamber entering the Douluo world, not the real world. After releasing the meteor fire rain, the Inferno Red Dragon seemed a bit fatigued, standing still to catch its breath before continuing to move to the side. Lan Xuanyu and the three quickly followed, positioning themselves under the belly of the Inferno Red Dragon, between its two thick legs. The Inferno Red Dragon's body was so massive that this gap was enough for them to stand upright. The ground trembled with every step it took, creating loud thuds. But at this moment, for some reason, a scene suddenly flashed in Lan Xuanyu's mind. Tang Lu stepping on a battleship, followed by 8 golden dragons rolling and destroying the ship. The sensation of the Inferno Red Dragon trampling the ground seemed to resonate vaguely with Tang Li's foot, recalling the battle in space, connecting it to the golden dragons that appeared under Tang Li's feet. Could it be that the first golden dragon that saved him was related to Tang Lu? As the three of them nervously followed the Inferno Red Dragon, this enormous creature occasionally slowed down or sped up, leaving them struggling to keep up. Fortunately, speed was not the Inferno Red Dragon's strong suit. The flames around gradually extinguished, leaving behind charred earth. Lan Xuanyu said softly, "Get ready, Lu Feng." In a moment, charge out from the back of the left leg at a diagonal. This is the most likely visual blind spot. Okay, Lu Feng agreed without hesitation. Chapter 159. The second phase of the C selection Tang Jia San Shao reminds you. Please bookmark after reading. New keyboard novel network Xinjianpan.com for easier access to more content. Get ready. Go. With a loud shout from Lan Xuanyu, he amplified Lu Feng again while pulling Qianlei along. The three of them instantly dashed out from behind the left leg of the Earthfire Red Dragon, and in a flash, they were already outside. The timing chosen by Lan Xuanyu coincided perfectly with the Earthfire Red Dragon's sudden charge to pounce on the ground-dwelling Earthfire Lizard. As they burst out, they immediately distanced themselves from the Earthfire Red Dragon behind them. Qianlei, preparito sumo. Lan Xuanyu urged Qianlei. Okay. Qianlei immediately released his summoning money martial soul. Since entering, he had been under the protection of Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng, without having contributed anything yet. Now that he finally needed to use his summoning, how could he not give it his all? There was a large open area around the Earthfire Red Dragon without any Earthfire lizards, as they were too busy avoiding it to dare approach. Therefore, at this moment, they were actually the safest. But in the next instant, a deafening roar shook the mountains. Lan Xuanyu turned to look, and suddenly, large chunks of rock began to slide down from the mountain wall where they had just been, creating a massive gap, and a huge head poked through the opening. It was another Earthfire Red Dragon. The location where this giant head appeared was not too far from the struggling trio of El Qinshuan. The moment this huge head emerged, El Qinshuan and her companions were scared out of their wits. They had no idea what was happening on the other side. With just one Earthfire Red Dragon being so terrifying, Now there was another one. How frightening was that? Such a massive Earthfire Red Dragon could actually climb mountains? At the moment the second Earthfire Red Dragon appeared, a golden glow suddenly swept across the entire valley. The massive bodies of both Earthfire Red Dragons trembled slightly, and in the next instant, their gazes almost simultaneously focused on El Qinshuan, Chang Jiani, and Yi Lingtong. The sea selection assessment had entered its second phase. The main theme of the second phase was that, regardless of the number of participants, the Earthfire Red Dragons would prioritize attacking all humans. Two gigantic fireballs, one above and one below, simultaneously spewed towards El Qinshuan and her companions. El Qinshuan's eyes widened, and she roared, "Jump!" She grabbed Chang Jiani and Yi Lingtong by their hands and leaped down. As she jumped, the golden lion's roar erupted, sending a large number of Earthfire lizards flying around them. A violent rumble sounded once again. Countless rocks fell from the sky. More terrifyingly, the Earthfire Red Dragon that had climbed over the mountaintop suddenly leaped as well, spreading its wings, which couldn't fly, and descending straight down towards the three of them. This scene was fully witnessed by Lan Xuanyu and Qian Lei, while Lu Feng was still rushing forward and hadn't noticed the situation here yet. Qian Lei gasped. He knew very well what the consequences would have been if they had still been on the previous mountain wall. It must be said that their group was not only well handled by Lan Xuanyu, but in a sense, luck was also on their side. Summon quick. Lan Xuanyu slapped Lu Feng, who quickly halted and simultaneously swept out the white dragon spear, sending spear light flying to knock away several charging Earthfire lizards around them. Summoning money release, first soul skill, summoning gate. The enormous summoning gate slowly opened, with Qian Lei's mental and soul power increasing. His summoning speed was now much faster than at the beginning. Lan Xuanyu's expression was solemn. At this moment, they could at least be sure that in the high-energy youth class, they could achieve first place. Although El Qinshuan and the others had killed many Earthfire lizards, both Earthfire Red Dragons were focused on them now. They had just turned a corner and happened to hide behind a mountain wall, which was also the location where the first Earthfire Red Dragon had appeared, enough to buy them more time. Lan Xuanyu also noticed the golden glow that had appeared earlier, and he vaguely understood that the Earthfire Red Dragons would directly attack the trio, which should be related to that glow. Ling Yi had mentioned that the most important thing was survival. The assessment of the sea selection mainly focused on survival, as long as they could survive longer. Especially in the case of direct attacks from the Earthfire Red Dragons, the points they earned would certainly be significant. However, Lan Xuanyu's ambitions were even greater, as he wanted to see if there was a chance to gain even more possibilities. Qian Lei summoned, and a golden-patterned blue-silver grass wrapped around the summoning gate, while he looked towards the distance ahead. The Earthfire Red Dragon had initially come out from this direction, and not too far ahead, Lan Xuanyu spotted a massive magma pool. That's right, it was a magma pool. Many Earthfire lizards were crawling out from there and running towards them. A low growl sounded beside him. Lan Xuanyu turned to look, and a robust body crawled out from the summoning gate. It was over 7 meters long, covered in iron-black scales. The spines on its back extended all the way to its tail, resembling the Earthfire Red Dragon to some extent. Its yellow eyes were fierce, radiating a powerful aura. The Ironback Dragon, a type of Earth Dragon they had summoned multiple times before, was a subdragon species. It had no long-range attack capabilities, but boasted incredibly strong defense and powerful strength, especially excelling in close combat. Seeing that the summoned creature was the Ironback Dragon, Lan Xuanyu breathed a sigh of relief. Summoning a familiar soul beast was always better than summoning an unfamiliar one. At the very least, they were clear about the Ironback Dragon's combat power and specific state. They just needed to utilize it further. Qian Lei, you take the Ironback Dragon and charge ahead. Lu Feng and I will follow you from behind. Lan Xuanyu grabbed Qian Lei and directly threw him onto the Ironback Dragon's back. Qian Lei held on tightly to the Ironback Dragon's spines, stabilizing himself between the two largest spikes above its thoracic vertebrae. The Ironback Dragon was his summoned creature, and it could fight according to his wishes. Charge towards a magma pool, Lan Xuanyu shouted, then followed Lu Feng closely behind the Ironback Dragon. The Ironback Dragon, over 7 meters long, charged forward violently. It didn't need any tactics. The Earthfire lizards, which were only 1 or 2 meters long, were no match for it. It was like a bulldozer, crashing forward, sending the earth fire lizards flying without anything to block its path. Lan Xuanyu released the blue silvergrass with his right hand, wrapping around Lu Feng. Without him saying anything, Lu Feng knew what to do. The earth fire lizards that were knocked away easily exposed their underbellies, and with Lan Xuanyu's amplification, the white dragon spear's light burst forth, continuously striking down one earth fire lizard after another. These were all points. They couldn't be missed. Meanwhile, Lan Xuanyu followed closely behind, glancing back occasionally. On the other side, El Qinshuan and her companions seemed to have exhausted their luck. After jumping down from halfway up the mountain, they had spent all their strength to dissipate the impact, but with the massive earth-fire red dragon descending from the sky, another one charging from afar, and a large number of earth-fire lizards, all they could do was unleash all their soul skills and exhaust their soul power, trying to kill as many earth-fire lizards as possible before the enormous beast fell upon them. Then, they would be engulfed by the massive beast horde. With a huge rumble, the neighboring fire-earth dragon landed fiercely. The battle on this side had ended. The original fire-earth dragon had already rushed forward, gasping for breath. The two fire-earth dragons locked eyes and almost simultaneously let out a roar. Then, they actually turned around at the same time, their noses twitching as if they were sniffing the air. In the next moment, with thunderous footsteps, they chased after Lan Xuanyu and the other two. Chapter 160, Opportunity. Hearing the thunderous footsteps behind him, Lan Xuanyu's face changed dramatically. He understood that the two earth-fire red dragons did not clash due to territorial instincts. This meant that, according to the program's settings, they were determined to kill everyone who entered. Ahead, the magma pool was almost within reach. However, apart from the mountain walls and the magma pool, there was nothing else in sight. The footsteps behind were getting closer, but in front of them was the high-temperature magma, with no escape or opportunity in sight. The three of them instantly fell into a desperate situation. Xuanyu. Lu Feng looked back at Lan Xuanyu, and Qianlei on the back of the ironback dragon did the same. At this moment, they needed Lan Xuanyu, the backbone, to decide their next move. Was it really true that the designer of this selection test had left them no way out? But then why did Ling Yi say that different soul beasts gave different scores? Here, there were only two types of soul beasts, either the earth-fire lizard or the earth-fire red dragon. This meant that, in any case, there should be a possibility of defeating the earth-fire red dragon. However, even a soul master of the seventh ring might not win against the earth-fire red dragon, let alone them, who are all around 12 years old on average. So, there should be a chance. But where exactly was that chance? Lan Xuanyu remained silent, constantly casting his gaze ahead and around. In a swift motion, he approached the magma pool. Indeed, apart from the magma, there was nothing else to be seen. Waves of intense heat surged from the magma ahead, and earth-fire lizards were emerging from it. The ironback dragon fiercely attacked the surrounding earth-fire lizards to protect the three of them. Wait! Suddenly, Lan Xuanyu's eyes lit up as if he realized something. The earth-fire lizards emerged from the magma? These soul beasts, which were only 10 years old at most, could withstand the high temperatures of magma? How could that be possible? Even a 1,000-year-old beast wouldn't be able to survive in magma. Only extremely special 10,000-year-old beasts like the earth-fire red dragon could possibly do so. This meant that there was something wrong with the magma. With this thought, Lan Xuanyu's mind suddenly cleared. Yes, this should be the opportunity left by the designer of this selection test. Quick, let's enter the magma pool. Just jump in. Saying this, Lan Xuanyu decisively leaped into the magma pool without even trying it first. Lu Feng and Qianlei's eyes nearly popped out. That was a magma pool. How could he do that? Splash! Lan Xuanyu plunged into the pool. Inside, he was just as nervous. If his judgment was wrong, he would be instantly consumed by the magma before him. The heat and scalding sensation spread throughout his body, making him tense all over. But the next moment, he felt it. The magma looked thick, but once immersed, it felt almost like water. The rich fire elements swirled around him, but the actual temperature was only around 60 or 70 degrees. He released water elements to control and lower the temperature on the surface of his skin, and he quickly adapted. He emerged from the magma pool and saw that Qianlei and Lu Feng were still staring in disbelief. On the other side, The two massive earth-fire red dragons had turned a corner and were charging towards them. "Get down! What are you waiting for?" Lan Xuanyu stood on the surface of the magma, using it to keep himself afloat, and waved vigorously at them. Seeing him resurfacing, Qianlei and Lu Feng realized the situation and hurriedly jumped towards the magma pool. But at this moment, the iron-backed dragon was clearly afraid of the magma and refused to come down no matter what. Qianlei decisively commanded it to turn around and charge at the two earth-fire red dragons. He and Lu Feng also leaped down. Lan Xuanyu released two silver-patterned blue silver grasses that wrapped around them, spreading a layer of icy mist around their bodies before they entered the magma. Diving into the magma pool, both of them immediately felt the intense heat, but it was just heat. As Lan Xuanyu pulled them, he brought them close to him. Entering the second soul ring, he could now easily amplify both of them simultaneously with the blue silver grass. "Prepare. Hold your breath." Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath. Having been together for so long, Lu Feng and Qianlei immediately understood his meaning and also opened their mouths to take a deep breath. Then, under Lan Xuanyu's pull, the three of them submerged into the magma. Surrounded by scorching heat, they didn't even dare to open their eyes. Even in the magma, they could clearly hear the booming footsteps outside. The iron-backed dragon would undoubtedly be unable to withstand the terrifying earth-fire red dragons. Qianlei soon lost his connection with his summoned creature. The thunderous footsteps only stopped near the magma pool, and the three of them felt their hearts in their throats. Being in the magma pool, they were essentially lambs to be slaughtered. As soon as the two earth-fire red dragons discovered them, it would mean instant death. They couldn't even hold their breath indefinitely. As soul masters, they were slightly stronger than ordinary people, but at their current cultivation level, they could hold their breath for at most 5 minutes. Every second counted. This was the thought of Qianlei and Lu Feng. Only Lan Xuanyu felt differently. Since the magma pool had a mysterious temperature, it meant that the designer had not designed all of this for nothing. There must be some secret involved. The footsteps of the earth-fire red dragons had stopped for about half a minute, and there had been no further attacks in the magma pool. This meant that the two earth-fire red dragons did not have the habit of attacking the magma pool. The three of them breathed a huge sigh of relief. Even if they were discovered and killed afterwards, at least they could hold on for 5 more minutes. In such an intense assessment, being able to hold on for every second should increase their scores, and 5 minutes would already be a very good result. Just then, suddenly the ground shook again, and deafening roars and growls echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. The violent shaking even caused the magma in the pool to surge wildly. Lan Xuanyu quickly pulled the two of them deeper into the magma pool. Seeing that they were about to lose control of their breath, the three of them quietly surfaced, gasping for air in the scorching atmosphere. In the next moment, they also saw the reason for the violent shaking in the distance. It seemed that due to the loss of a target to attack, the two massive earth-fire red dragons had collided heavily with each other and were now attacking one another. Their shapes looked similar, and their attack methods were also alike. In an instant, flames burst forth, and a more intense melee ensued. They continuously clashed against each other's bodies, leaving marks with their claws, tails, and sharp teeth. The surrounding earth-fire lizards had disappeared without a trace, clearly having fled. The entire shore was already a sea of fire. Only the area around the magma pool had become a safe haven. Qianlei and Lu Feng were in awe of Lan Xuanyu. What kind of genius could come up with the idea of jumping into the magma pool to take refuge? When they looked at Lan Xuanyu, they found his big eyes filled with bright light. That's right, he saw the opportunity. Just as he had judged earlier, every word Ling Yi said was deeply meaningful. The opportunity had arrived. "Fatty, get ready for your second soul skill. Wait for my signal," Lan Xuanyu whispered to Qianlei beside him. "What are you going to do?" Qianlei asked, puzzled. A strange smile appeared at the corner of Lan Xuanyu's mouth, taking advantage. Seeing his mischievous smile, Qianlei gave him a thumbs up. "Xuanyu, I admire you. From now on, you're my brother. Not to mention anything else, we all have over 400 spiritual power, but your mental fortitude is just incredible." Chapter 161, Counterattack. Absolute kill. Lan Xuanyu rolled his eyes. Where did his mental resilience come from? It was forged through daily beatings from Yin Tianfan and Ji Hongbin, especially Yin Tianfan, whose teaching method was simply a pleasure in tormenting him. Frustrated, he took a deep breath pulling the two others down to hold their breath, submerging them in the magma. They had finally found an opportunity and could not afford to take risks. If the two Earthfire Crimson Dragons discovered they were still alive, everything would be over. The three could only surface to take a quick look when they needed to breathe, and their bodies gradually adapted to the temperature of the magma pool. Although it was definitely uncomfortable and continuously consuming their soul power, it overall had little impact. They could soak for another half an hour without issue. Meanwhile, the battle between the two Earthfire Crimson Dragons on the shore had reached a fever pitch, a feeling that death was imminent. They were attacking each other frantically, with more and more wounds appearing, large chunks of scales being torn off, and many injuries deep enough to see bone. Their attack power clearly exceeded their own defenses, leading to particularly fierce assaults and severe injuries. After just over 10 minutes, they were already covered in wounds, and their breathing had significantly weakened. At this point, it would take them a full 10 seconds to muster the strength to fiercely attack each other again. Occasionally, sounds of bones breaking could be heard, indicating they were both heavily injured. Qianlei, get ready. Second soul skill. Target the eyes of those two Earthfire Crimson Dragons. Wait until their next round of attacks finishes. Lan Xuanyu clapped Qianlei on the shoulder. Qianlei had completely understood his intention by now. Boss, you are truly devious. But what should I do if I really like your cunning? He looked at Lan Xuanyu with a mischievous grin, finally realizing why Lan Xuanyu wanted him to prepare his second soul skill. This was a chance to deliver a finishing blow. They had no chance against the fully powered Earthfire Crimson Dragons, but once they lost their target, the ferocity of their entanglement changed. It was precisely the right time to strike when they were heavily injured. The thought of potentially killing an Earthfire Crimson Dragon made both Lu Feng and Qianlei's hearts race. How many points would that be? Qianlei's second soul ring slowly lit up, and his soul skill was ready. In the distance, the two Earthfire Crimson Dragons had violently collided again. One of them bit off the forepaw of the other, while the other slammed its massive head against its opponent's neck, causing the neighboring Earthfire Crimson Dragon's cervical vertebrae to shatter, its head tilting to one side. Quick, attack the one that just arrived. Lan Xuanyu shouted. Qianlei's second soul skill activated instantly, a summoning portal appearing above his head almost immediately, requiring no assistance from Lan Xuanyu. A flash of green light shot out. It was the Emerald Magic Bird, Qianlei's second soul skill, Replicate. It could replicate a soul beast summoned by his first soul skill and imprint it into his second soul skill. When used, it would summon it directly. In fact, after Qianlei acquired this second soul skill, he had become much more reliable. Even without Lan Xuanyu's enhancement, he could utilize this soul skill to give himself fighting power. His combat ability had instantly become stronger. After all, he could continuously select from the summoned creatures of his first soul skill, choosing the strongest one for summoning. The replicated summon could fight for 30 seconds, half the duration of a normal summon. The Emerald Magic Bird was the strongest soul beast Qianlei could currently summon, having a cultivation of at least 1,000 years. It was known that even a 1,000-year Emerald Magic Bird could threaten 10,000-year soul beasts. Its speed was incredibly fast, and it was exceedingly ferocious. Although small in size, its attack power was terrifying, making it a killer of soul beasts. The Emerald Magic Bird immediately sensed the presence of the two Earthfire Crimson Dragons. Its ferocity was so intense that Qianlei could barely control it completely, but he could still give it some directional attack commands. The Emerald Magic Bird, like a flash of green lightning, reached the Earthfire Crimson Dragon with the broken cervical vertebrae in the blink of an eye. In a split second, it struck into the dragon's eye with a soft poof. Why was the Emerald Magic Bird so ferocious? Because its food was the brain matter of soul beasts. The Earthfire Crimson Dragon immediately tilted its head and let out a tremendous wail, its massive body collapsing to the ground in violent tremors. The other Earthfire Crimson Dragon seemed a bit dazed, its situation not much better. However, it clearly possessed some intelligence. Without hesitation, it opened its massive mouth and shot a huge fireball straight at the downed dragon's head. In a flash of blue light, the Emerald Magic Bird burst out from the downed dragon's other eye, covered in fresh brain matter. In the next moment, it flickered again, dodging the fireball and appearing right in front of the second Earthfire Crimson Dragon. As the Earthfire Crimson Dragon closed its eyes, its entire body erupted with heat, attempting to use its defensive power to resist. However, the reason the Emerald Magic Bird was known as a terrifying killer in the world of soul beasts was its incredibly ferocious nature. Instead of dodging, it accelerated instantly, transforming into a green flash and fiercely crashing into the eyelid of the Earthfire Crimson Dragon. The green figure was knocked back, even igniting in flames. The Earthfire Crimson Dragon's defenses were indeed astonishing, yet still let out a horrific scream. Although it had knocked back the Emerald Magic Bird, a large gash had been torn its eyelid, and more importantly, the eyeball inside had been severely impacted and shattered. The Earthfire Crimson Dragon roared furiously, spewing flames in large gulps. Meanwhile, the knocked-back Emerald Magic Bird flapped its wings, extinguishing the flames on its body, revealing its bright green feathers again. It transformed into lightning and zipped through the gaps in the flames, vanishing in an instant and re-entering through the previous gash. The massive body of the second Earthfire Crimson Dragon also collapsed to the ground, struggling violently. Lan Xuanyu and the other two, submerged in the magma, felt their scalps tingle. They had summoned the Emerald Magic Bird before, and it had always been successful. But this time, they truly witnessed the terrifying scene of the Emerald Magic Bird in battle. The ferocity of the fighting bird was truly fearsome. Lan Xuanyu even suspected that if they had released the Emerald Magic Bird right from the start, they might have been able to fight the Earthfire Crimson Dragons head-on. Even if they couldn't kill them, they could heavily injure them. Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a change in perception towards Qianlei. With the strength of the Emerald Magic Bird, who among their peers could withstand it? It seemed that after replicating a sufficiently strong soul beast, Qianlei was indeed the top fighter in the advanced class. His once unreliable soul skill was truly becoming more powerful. What are you looking at me for? Without Xuanyu's support, I wouldn't be able to summon this thing at all. This can barely be considered a half-martial soul fusion skill, right? Qianlei said confidently. He doesn't believe that he can slowly summon such a ferocious creature as the Emerald Demon Bird. He has privately tried it himself. The difference in the soul beast summoned with and without Lan Xuanyu is simply like heaven and earth. The quality is far inferior. Chapter 162, Early Admission. The new keyboard novel website, Xinjianpan.com, updates the latest chapter of Douluo 4, Ultimate Douluo at the first time. Did we kill 2 Earthfire Red Dragons? Lu Feng looked at the 2 of them with a bit of disbelief. Qianlei trembled all over and exclaimed, "Yes, we actually killed 2 Earthfire Red Dragons? This is a bit too much." Just then, a sudden rush of heat surged in, and the temperature of the entire magma pool seemed to begin to rise. Not good. Let's go. Lan Xuanyu quickly wrapped the golden-patterned blue-silver grass around Lu Feng's waist. Lu Feng understood and, with the push of Lan Xuanyu's right hand, instantly dashed out of the magma pool. At the same time, he pulled the golden-patterned blue-silver grass, dragging Lan Xuanyu and Qianlei along. Lan Xuanyu turned halfway in midair and pushed Lu Feng again as he fell down. Lu Feng's soul skill had already been released, and the white dragon spear struck downwards. Using the recoil generated from striking the magma, he propelled himself, Lan Xuanyu, and Qianlei towards the shore. Whoosh! A flash of green light passed, and the Emerald Demon Bird disappeared back into the summoning portal above Qianlei's head. The bird seemed quite satisfied, and before leaving, it cast a deep glance at the 3 of them. The fierce light in its eyes made the 3 shudder a bit. Fortunately, this generation of fierce birds was just a replica. It was unlikely to appear again. Replication does not actually mean producing a true soul beast, but rather creating a summoning connection that allows it to be summoned again simultaneously, though the summoning time will be reduced. The chance of summoning the same Emerald Demon Bird again should be quite small. Just as the 3 of them rushed onto the shore, a wave of intense heat came from behind, and the temperature of the magma pool was clearly different from before. In front of them were 2 gigantic Earthfire Red Dragons, and Lan Xuanyu quickly pulled Qianlei and Lu Feng to run towards their bodies. Just then, the massive bodies of the 2 Earthfire Red Dragons began to fade away. as if they were about to vanish into thin air. A red light gate also appeared in front of them. A door? The three hurriedly paused. But nothing came out of the light gate. Instead, a large hand formed from light reached out and waved at the three of them. What does this mean? Could it be that the preliminary selection isn't over yet? From their perspective, since the Earthfire Red Dragons had already died, the preliminary selection should have ended. But how could this situation arise? However, they had no time to hesitate now, as the magma pool behind them suddenly began to surge, with large amounts of magma rushing towards the shore. Going, Lan Suani Daisy Sivin Sautet. Lu Feng and Qian Lei naturally obeyed him without question. The three quickly dashed towards the light gate. The moment they rushed in, the magma behind them surged violently, and the light gate silently disappeared. The scenery before them suddenly changed. When it reappeared, Lan Xuanyu and the others found that they had entered another world. It was still a valley, but everything here had changed compared to the previous Bear Valley. Within this valley, there was lush greenery and towering trees. The tall canopies blocked out the sunlight, and the atmosphere was filled with vibrant life. Just running out from that fiery world, the three felt utterly exhausted and sat down on the ground, panting heavily. Everything that had happened earlier was just too thrilling. Judgment, adaptability, luck, and strength were all indispensable. To have finally managed to survive until the Earthfire Red Dragons inflicted heavy damage on each other was truly not easy, even if they were to do it again. They had no confidence that they could achieve the same outcome. What is going on? Why haven't we been teleported out? Could it be that the preliminary selection isn't over? I don't believe that there are any other existences as outstanding as us, Qian Lei said irritably, no matter how he looked at it. He felt that the intensity of the earlier preliminary selection was something they, at their age and cultivation level, could not face. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports access via mobile browsers. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content has failed to load. Please close your browser's reading mode, novel mode, and disable ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser to read. Lan Xuanyu said, since we are here, we should make the best of it. There must be a reason for us being brought here. Just then, footsteps suddenly sounded in the woods. The three instantly became tense. Lu Feng swiftly stepped in front of two. Lan Xuanyu waved his right hand, and two strands of golden-patterned blue silvergrass wrapped around Lu Feng and Qian Lei. Qian Lei threw out his summoning money and, having recovered, activated his first soul skill, Summoning Gate, for the second time. The trio's adaptability could definitely be described as swift. They had truly learned to be cautious after being bitten by a snake. A slender figure slowly emerged from the woods, smiling. It was none other than Ling Yi, who had sent them into the preliminary selection earlier. Seeing her, the three finally breathed a sigh of relief, and Qian Lei hurriedly interrupted his summoning. You did very well. You achieved quite a good result. I brought you here because I have something to tell you, Ling Yi said with a smile. Lan Xuanyu asked, Sister Ling, hasn't our assessment ended yet? Ling Yi replied, in a sense, the preliminary selection has already ended. Now, let me tell you the most important thing. Qian Lei. She looked at Qian Lei. Huh? Qian Lei, who was hiding behind, poked his head out. What is it, Sister Ling? Ling Yi smiled and said, I have good news for you. If you are willing, you have been given early admission. What? Early admission? Qian Lei looked confused, clearly not understanding what early admission meant. Ling Yi smiled and said, Your martial soul has been recognized by the Academy. Therefore, you can choose to be admitted early. In other words, as long as you are willing, you are now a new student of the Shrek Academy's outer court. One of the 30 spots. Qian Lei was completely stunned. The happiness came so suddenly that he could hardly believe it was real. Qian Lei stared wide-eyed at Ling Yi, Sister Ling. You're not joking with me, are you? Ling Yi smiled and said, Do you believe it or not? Also, you need to tell me your choice immediately. Qian Lei swallowed hard. What is there to hesitate about? I'm willing. Of course I'm willing. Thank you, thank you. He was so excited that he was almost incoherent. Shrek, that's Shrek Academy. What kind of place is Shrek Academy? The dream palace of all soul masters. Qian Lei never expected that with his unreliable martial soul, he would actually receive the favor of Shrek Academy and become a student of its outer court. This could be said to be a meteoric rise, as long as he could graduate smoothly from the outer court of Shrek Academy. No matter what he did in the future, he would naturally have a path to success. Although he was only 12 years old, he understood this principle. Especially at his age, who wouldn't he want to show off? If his family knew that he was a member of Shrek Academy, it would be a matter of great pride. Moreover, he would be the first to enter Shrek Academy from the high-energy junior class, which was just incredible. Just thinking about it made him unable to contain his excitement. Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng were equally astonished and could not help but feel envious. It was hard not to envy. He had directly bypassed numerous assessments and officially become a new student of Shrek Academy. It seems that Qianlei's summoning martial soul has been highly valued. Isn't that right? The ferocity of the emerald demon bird earlier was so powerful. It even killed 2 earth-fire red dragons, turning the impossible into the possible. Seeing Qianlei excitedly make his choice, Ling Yi smiled and nodded at him, saying, "Good. Then you will follow me to register shortly." "All right, thank you, sister." At this moment, Qianlei's words were quite sweet. Ling Yi looked at Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng, but there was a hint of regret in her eyes as she said, "You will be sent back. I feel a bit sorry because the subsequent assessments set by the Academy are conducted in groups of 3. So, you might not be able to participate in the later assessments." Chapter 163. This is a test. Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng were both stunned. Although they envied Qianlei, they were equally happy for him. From being the last in the high-energy youth class to becoming the first person to be admitted to Shrek Academy. How could that not be a source of pride? However, they did not expect that Qianlei's early admission would put them in such a situation. Lu Feng hesitated and said, "Can't we participate in the subsequent assessments? Wouldn't that mean we were eliminated?" Lan Xuanyu frowned and said, "Sister Ling, can't we still try to participate in the normal assessment? It's fine if there are 3 opponents, right?" Not only were the 2 of them surprised, but Qianlei was also startled by Ling Yi's words, and his gaze toward Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng changed. The initial excitement diminished significantly. Because of his departure, could it really cause Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng to be unable to continue participating in the assessment? Ling Yi looked at Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng with some difficulty and said, "I'm sorry, but this is the rule. In fact, for your group of 3, having 1 selected is already quite good. Just think how many people from the entire Federation registered for this assessment. Your group occupying 1/3 of the quota is a great thing for your Tianluo Academy. So, I'm sorry, but you can't participate in the subsequent assessments." As she spoke, Ling Yi waved her hand, and a beam of light enveloped Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng. In a flash of light, the 2 vanished in astonishment. Qianlei stared blankly at this scene, then turned to look at Ling Yi. The change happened so quickly that he hadn't fully reacted. As the light flickered, Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng found themselves back in the previous magma valley. The magma pool had returned to calm, and everything around them was empty. At this moment, however, they both felt a sense of desolation in their hearts. The earlier selection had been incredibly thrilling. They had truly given their all, narrowly escaping death, and even killed the Earth Fire Red Dragon. But who would have thought it would end up like this? Qianlei ascended, but they were eliminated. Lu Feng clenched his teeth. This isn't fair. How can Shrek Academy be so unfair? Lan Xuanyu put his arm around his shoulder and sighed softly, perhaps. This is just luck. Lu Feng turned to him, suddenly in tears. How could this happen? I thought we really had a chance. Lan Xuanyu gently patted his shoulder. Yes. Who would have thought such a situation would arise? Don't you feel wronged? How could you not? Lu Feng retorted. They had put in so much effort, training hard for 3.5 years. Lan Xuanyu himself had lived in extreme hardship every day. They had performed well in the selection, yet were suddenly eliminated for a reason they couldn't understand. How could they not feel resentment? Xuanyu, I'm not reconciled. Is there really nothing we can do? Lu Feng asked. Lan Xuanyu shook his head. We can't change what has already become a fact. Lu Feng said, Is there really not a single chance left? I'm so unwilling. But at that moment, he suddenly saw Lan Xuanyu lift his head and smile. That's right, he was smiling. Lu Feng stared at Lan Xuanyu in disbelief. What are you laughing at? Lan Xuanyu sighed. Actually, Qianlei might be worse off than us. We need to wish him well. Huh? Lu Feng looked at Lan Xuanyu in shock, raising his hand to touch his forehead. Have you lost your mind? How could you suddenly change like this? Lan Xuanyu replied, It's nothing. I just didn't expect Shrek Academy to test us in this way. Test? Lu Feng was even more confused. What are you talking about? Lan Xuanyu simply sat cross-legged on the ground. Shrek has been around for 30,000 years and has become the #1 academy on the continent. It's not just because of strength, but also due to its own system. Shrek Academy has always been neutral, not participating in conflicts, only training excellent soul masters. One has to wonder, how could such an old and prestigious academy allow for such unfairness? So, everything we just experienced may not be real. Lu Feng stared at him in disbelief. But that sisterling just said Qian Lei was admitted early. Lan Xuanyu shrugged and said, in that moment, I believed it too. I felt uncomfortable because it was so unfair to us. But precisely because it was so unfair, don't you find it strange? Would Shrek Academy really be so unfair to us? I'm confident in our performance in the selection. We truly made great efforts, even to the extreme. Moreover, we were not sent away, but brought back here. Why not let us go? That's the question. So, I suddenly realized that Sister Ling might be testing Qian Lei. Testing his character. Lu Feng finally understood under his explanation, you mean? Sister Ling wants to see if Qian Lei will give up on us because of his early admission? Lan Xuanyu nodded, yes. It should be like that. Moreover, it's very likely that bringing us here is to see if we resent Qian Lei because of this situation. After all, he is the reason we were eliminated. It's impossible to have no grievances, so Shrek probably wants to see our reaction. Lu Feng understood completely now and looked at Lan Xuanyu in shock, suddenly grabbing his neck and shaking him vigorously. Are you human? How'd you see this? In that situation, wouldn't your heart be chaotic? Lan Xuanyu looked helpless and did not resist. If you had a teacher who attacked you from behind during your first battle in a starfighter simulation, you wouldn't be surprised at how I remained calm. What kind of storms haven't we seen? Yes. When Yin Tianfan first let Lan Xuanyu pilot a starfighter in the simulation chamber, he shot down his aircraft from behind, nearly driving Lan Xuanyu mad. Then Yin Tianfan told him the answer. There are no absolutely trustworthy teammates, and one must always keep themselves in a safe state. This was a reminder for him. Yin Tianfan's various cunning theories and bizarre combat techniques started being taught to Lan Xuanyu from that moment. It wasn't that Lan Xuanyu had a big heart. It was because he had such a teacher. If he didn't have a big heart, he would have been played to death long ago. Lu Feng released his grip and suddenly said with concern, do you think Qian Lei can handle it? If he chooses to give up on us, won't Shrek's early admission be doomed? Lan Xuanyu shrugged and smiled bitterly. I don't know. I have to say, Shrek is really too cruel. We're only 12 or 13 years old. This is too much of a trap. Even adults might not be able to handle it. Lu Feng said helplessly. Looks like you're right. We can only pray for Qian Lei now. Just as Lan Xuanyu was about to say something, suddenly, a flash of light appeared, and a figure stumbled into view not far from them. The two quickly became alert and looked over, only to see that it was none other than Qian Lei, who had just separated from them. Qian Lei looked disheveled, and as soon as he raised his head and saw the two of them, he suddenly collapsed on the ground and cried out loud. Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng exchanged glances and hurried over. Lu Feng recalled Lan Xuanyu's earlier words and couldn't help but say, Qian Xuanzi, did you do something that wronged us? Did you suffer retribution for it? Chapter 164. Qian Lei's Choice Tang Jia, San Shao reminds you. After reading, please bookmark New Keyboard Novel Network Xinjianpan.com for easier reading later. As soon as these words were spoken, Qian Lei suddenly raised his head, his tear-stained face filled with a fierce expression. He jumped up, grabbing Lu Feng's collar and shouting, do you have any conscience? Do you even have conscience? Do you know what I gave up for you guys? I gave up the opportunity for early admission to Shrek Academy. Do you know that? You actually say I let you down. What about your conscience? Doesn't it hurt? Lu Feng was shaken by him, but both he and Lan Xuanyu were filled with shock at that moment. They had known each other for 3.5 years. Qian Lei was a chubby guy, a greedy chubby guy, ranked last in the class. He was usually timid and loved money. Aside from having high mental strength, he had almost no good qualities. If it weren't for Lan Xuanyu's arrival, he and Lu Feng might have been eliminated long ago. Neither Lan Xuanyu nor Lu Feng could have imagined that, in the face of such a huge temptation from Shrek Academy, Qian Lei would make such a choice in such a short time. Stop shaking me. Stop shaking me. Just explain clearly, Lu Feng said, pulling Qian Lei's hands away. Lu Feng looked at him in surprise, wondering what was going on. Tears streamed down Qianlei's face uncontrollably. If I got early admission, you guys would be eliminated. How could I bear to do that? Without you, I wouldn't have come this far. Besides, I'm a smart guy. My mental strength is over 400. Do I not know that if Xuanyu isn't here, my summoning is useless? If I went to Shrek Academy alone, I'd probably be kicked out in less than a month. Without you guys, I'm nothing. I gave it up. I gave up early admission to take the follow-up assessment with you. I really can't bear it. I'm so painful. I'd rather not have this early admission. Listening to his incoherent explanation, Lan Xuanyu and Lu Feng completely understood. Although Qianlei's little thoughts included that he would become unreliable again if he left Lan Xuanyu, the temptation was indeed from Shrek Academy. How difficult was it for him to make such a decision? Lu Feng hugged Qianlei tightly and said seriously, "Good brother." Lan Xuanyu also smiled, placing his hands on both of their shoulders. At that moment, his gaze became unprecedentedly firm. "We will definitely get into Shrek Academy. We three together." The selection ended. An electronic voice sounded, and with a flash of light, the three of them disappeared simultaneously from the desolate valley. When they reappeared, they were already at the entrance of the training ground, the place where they first met Ling Yi. Ling Yi was smiling and waiting for them. Upon seeing the three, she smiled slightly and nodded to greet them. Qianlei looked dejected, his head down, clearly still struggling with his pain. Lan Xuanyu looked around and did not see any other students, so he asked Ling Yi, "Sister Ling, where are other classmates?" Ling Yi replied, "After the selection ended, everyone else has left. You were the last to come out." Lu Feng couldn't help but ask if Qianlei had chosen early admission. Would Xuanyu and I really have been eliminated? Ling Yi smiled without answering. Different results, different paths. You will understand in the future. Qianlei raised his head and asked, "Then if I chose early admission and abandoned them, would I really be accepted?" Ling Yi shook her head and said, "I don't know. It depends on the teachers. However, I can tell you that your ability is indeed very special, and some teachers from the academy have taken notice of it." Seeing she was so tight-lipped, the three had no other way. "Sister Ling, what about our results?" Lan Xuanyu asked. "More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content failed to load. Please close your browser's reading mode, browsing mode, novel mode, and disable ad blocking features, or copy the URL to another browser to read." Ling Yi said, "The results of the entire Tianluo star selection will be announced together later. As for the specifics, just wait for the rankings." Lan Xuanyu was speechless. This girl really wouldn't say anything. But forget it. The three ended their journey in the Douluo world, and the simulation pod slowly opened. When they crawled out of the jelly-like nutrient solution, a strong sense of fatigue spread throughout Lan Xuanyu's body. His cultivation consumption wasn't particularly high, but his mental exhaustion was immense. Throughout this selection, he had kept his mind tense, searching for every opportunity. Finally, after overcoming challenges, he should have achieved a good result with his two partners. Now that he could relax, he immediately felt the weariness wash over him. As the three of them emerged from the simulation pod, they found that everyone else had not left and were all waiting outside, including Ji Hongbin, Yin Tianfan, and several teachers. As they saw the simulation pod of the three finally open, the teachers breathed a sigh of relief, and their eyes revealed a look of expectation. It was because the three of them had been inside for much longer than the others. Even Lu Qianxuan, who had come out before them, did so 10 minutes ago. It was unimaginable that they had persisted for such a long time. Lu Qianxuan looked at Lan Xuanyu with a strange expression. No one wanted to know more than him why Lan Xuanyu and the others could hold out for so long and what had happened inside. At that time, another Earthfire Red Dragon had come over and actively attacked them. It was impossible that Lan Xuanyu and the others could escape unharmed. In that situation, they shouldn't have been able to survive. Ji Hongbin hurriedly stepped forward to Lan Xuanyu and showed an inquiring look. Lan Xuanyu had not received any answers from Ling Yi and didn't dare to speak carelessly. After all, this was the selection for the entire Tianluo star, and he didn't know how many geniuses participated or how the results would turn out. He had no confidence at all. "Teacher, we should be fine, but we don't know the results yet. They said they would announce them together," Lan Xuanyu said to Ji Hongbin. Ji Hongbin nodded, feeling a bit more at ease. From his experience, the selection time generally wouldn't be very long, and the intensity would be very high. Being able to last this long meant that at least Lan Xuanyu's group should be able to enter the next round. Yin Tianfan looked Lan Xuanyu up and down. I heard what the others said about your judgment. You performed well. You didn't embarrass me. All right, everyone go back and rest. The results should be announced tomorrow. Yes. The 21 members of the high-energy youth class responded in unison before walking out. Lan Xuanyu noticed that the vast majority of people's faces looked grim. For instance, Jin Xiang's group, which was knocked out by the meteor fire rain, and those that fell directly under the fireball attack at the beginning. They hadn't even fully displayed their strength before being eliminated, so their results would not be good. Lu Qinxuan, Chang Jianyi, and Yi Lingtong were relatively calm. At least they had managed to display their abilities quite well, and with Lan Xuanyu's reminders, they had managed to hold on for a decent amount of time, killing quite a few earthfire lizards. Lu Qinxuan walked over and extended his hand to Lan Xuanyu, saying thanks. Lan Xuanyu raised his hand to high-five him. No problem. We're all classmates. It's what we should do. It's a pity that my judgment was a bit late. Otherwise, I think everyone's results would be better. Lu Qinxuan said, after we came out, how did you manage to last so long? I thought you had already finished the competition. During the second meteor shower, he watched as Lan Xuanyu and the other two disappeared into the sea of fire, so he couldn't figure out how they dealt with it afterward. Lan Xuanyu didn't hide anything and calmly shared his thoughts at that time, as well as the later discovery of the issue with the magma pool, where the three of them took shelter.